Reborn from the year 2035 to the golden era of 1989, Huasheng, a premier chip expert from Huasheng, stand at the forefront of technological advancement, vowing never to endure humiliation again. Commencing with the VCD industry, he embarks on a journey through home appliances, pagers, mobile phones, chips, lithography machines, the internet, automobiles, drones, renewable energy, medical devices, rockets, and satellites. From his own electronic factory, Huasheng endeavors to construct his own technological empire, aiding Huasheng in reclaiming its position at the pinnacle of the world. Chapter 1. Rebirth in 1989. The VCD player technology. Where am I? A violent headache gradually rouses Huasheng from his slumber as he shakes his head in an effort to clear his mind. Upon sitting up and surveying the dilapidated room, a frown creases his brow. What is this place? What has transpired? Shouldn't I be at the National Strategic Data Repository? Just days prior, the carbon-based chip production line, which he had spearheaded, commenced operations, and today he was tasked with delivering the entire set of documents to the repository for preservation. The fire. Yes, this thought crosses his mind. An even more intense pain forces Huasheng to clutch his head and writhe on the bed. In unprecedented agony engulfs him, as though his entire skull has been shattered and torn apart. After an indeterminate amount of time, the pain gradually subsides, and Huasheng slowly regains consciousness, a wealth of memories flooding back, his mind astonishingly clear. Unnervingly so. How is this possible? After what seems like an eternity, Huasheng swallows hard, murmuring in disbelief. He has been reborn, remarkably back to the year 1989, that golden age. From 2035 to 1989, from 66 years to 20 years. Not only that, but he also realizes that his mind is now imbued with the entirety of the Huasheng Strategic Data Repository. The Huasheng Strategic Data Repository is the most confidential archive, housing an immense trove of vital information. Now, this knowledge is vividly inscribed in his mind. Huasheng perceives his brain as akin to a quantum computer. With a mere thought, he can summon the data he desires. Moreover, the information within the repository is simultaneously undergoing self-verification and comparison in his mind, a sensation both remarkable and surreal. At this moment, Huasheng feels as though his mind operates like an artificially intelligent entity capable of self-development. This extraordinary reality stirs excitement within him. Before his rebirth, Huasheng had often contemplated how he would seize the opportunity if fate granted him a second chance in his previous life. Huasheng was a top-tier chip scientist in Huasheng, having personally experienced the oppression and bullying of Huasheng's high-tech industry by Europe and America. The humiliation of that time remains vivid in his memory. The arrogance and unreasonable blockades imposed by Westerners left a deep-seated grievance among professionals like Huasheng in the chip sector. It was precisely due to this blockade that he dedicated his life to scientific research, remaining unmarried and immersed in the laboratories. Finally, in 2035, the carbon-based chip production line he designed was officially launched, propelling Huasheng's semiconductor industry to unprecedented heights, outpacing Europe and America by decades. Now, fate has bestowed upon him a new opportunity. Huasheng takes a deep breath and approaches the window, gazing at the scenery outside. I cannot endure humiliation in this life. I must seize this momentum. Huasheng murmurs, his fists clenched tightly before finally relaxing, his gaze becoming remarkably clear. With memories flooding back, Huasheng's lifetime of experiences is vividly clear, as if inscribed in a database within his mind, down to the punctuation marks of the books he has read. Had he not been reborn, he would have been en route to the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in 3 days to pursue his doctorate. Then, 2 years later, he would graduate and be hired by Qualcomm at a high salary, spending the following years in America, only returning to Huasheng in 2008 to join Huawei. With this thought, Huasheng inhales deeply. He has no intention of going to America. Surely, he will not join Qualcomm at this moment. Huasheng longs to return home, where his father operates a small electronics factory. Armed with a wealth of knowledge, he is filled with confidence for the future. With this resolve, Huasheng rises from his bed, approaches his desk, retrieves some blank sheets of paper, sharpens a few pencils, and begins to sketch. As he starts drawing, he realizes the extraordinary capabilities of his mind. His brain functions like a precise controller. Without any tools, merely with a pen, he can create the most intricate chip designs. Huasheng works rapidly, sheets of designs materializing in his hands. After completing a stack of drawings, he stands, stretching his limbs. Looking at the designs on the table, Su Huasheng smiles. This is a detailed schematic for a VCD player, a device that has yet to emerge. Su Huasheng is acutely aware of the immense popularity it will garner in the coming years. This represents a vast industry. Wang Yin rose to prominence due to the VCD player. Regrettably, Wang Yin and others lacked patent awareness. Although they created the VCD, the patents were ultimately claimed by Europe and America. Subsequently, the global VCD player market experienced a boom, with numerous companies reaping significant profits, while Wang Yin, the inventor of the VCD, faced bankruptcy. However, in this lifetime, Su Huasheng will not allow such a fate to befall him. He intends to claim the lion's share of this lucrative market. The humble VCD will also serve as a substantial source of initial capital. A skilled artisan cannot craft without materials. In this grand era, financial resources are indispensable. Having finalized the designs, Su Huasheng changes into clean clothes and steps outside. He must inform his mentor of his decision not to study abroad. He anticipates a lack of understanding, yet time will validate his choice, Professor Song. Su Huasheng enters the office of his mentor, Song Jipei, with the designs in hand. Upon seeing Su Huasheng, a broad smile spreads across Song Jipei's face. Huasheng, come, take a seat. Are you ready? Song Jipei inquires, knowing Su Huasheng to be his most diligent and talented student. The opportunity to study at MIT is a source of pride for him. Professor, I no longer wish to go abroad. Su Huasheng's declaration causes Song Jipei's eyes to widen in disbelief. Huasheng, this is no joking matter. Do you understand how precious this opportunity is? The scholarship from MIT has already been approved, and the visa is arranged. If you don't go now, you could very well be blacklisted by the university. What has happened? Song Jipei questions urgently. This is no trivial matter. Su Huasheng specializes in semiconductor chip design, a field that is notably weak in Huaxia. Currently, Japan and the United States dominate the semiconductor industry. Studying in America is a dream for many. Professor, I understand what you wish to convey. Please take a look at this. Su Huasheng hands over the designs he holds to Song Jipei, who curiously examines the papers. Chapter 2. Unveiling the world's first VCD player. Is this a chip design? After meticulously reviewing all the drawings, Song Jipei pulls out a few sheets, gazing at Su Huasheng in astonishment. Indeed, Professor, this is a design for a video decoding chip. I created it myself, and the principles are. Su Huasheng begins to elucidate the decoding chip to Song Jipei, who, being well-versed in chip design, swiftly comprehends the concept. Teacher, these blueprints depict the disc projector I designed. This is a home-use disc projector that can be directly connected to a television. With this device, a single television can transform a home into a personal cinema, allowing us to watch movies and series at our leisure. As Su Huasheng elaborated, Song Jipei began to grasp the workings of the disc player. This indeed fills a gap in the market. Nodding in agreement, Song Jipei acknowledged the promising nature of the invention. Teacher, some matters cannot be resolved merely by adding another scientist. What we lack in Huaxia is not just a few chip scientists, but the entire industry. Only by establishing the industry can we drive the development of the relevant fundamentals. Production is paramount. Su Huasheng observed Song Jipei, aware of his teacher's passion, yet he understood that the advancement of the semiconductor industry outweighed the presence of a handful of chip experts. Come, follow me to the laboratory. Without hesitation, Song Jipei seized the blueprints and led Su Huasheng to the university's premier laboratory. As the foremost university in Huaxia, Yanjing University stands as a beacon for the development of semiconductor expertise. The facilities within the laboratory are notably advanced. Upon arrival, Song Jipei summoned several students to begin crafting chips based on Su Huasheng's designs. Indeed, they engaged in manual chip fabrication, utilizing the school's equipment for this endeavor. The decoder chip designed by Su Huasheng featured an exceptional design, allowing for a relatively straightforward manufacturing process, thus making it feasible for the laboratory. To produce by hand, Su Huasheng's chip design was meticulously aligned with the current capabilities of Huaxia's semiconductor industry. Presently, Huaxia boasts a 5-micron wafer factory, indicating that the nation is not lagging in semiconductor development. The 4th Ministry of Machinery Industries Wuxi 742 factory, established in 1980 and backed by a 280 million renminbi investment from the State Council, imported a complete set of 3-inch semiconductor wafer manufacturing equipment, 5-micron technology, from Toshiba. Commencing production in 1982, This factory is regarded as Huasheng's first large-scale semiconductor wafer facility. The primary products of Wuxi 742 factory are integrated circuits utilized in conjunction with Shaanxi's color television production lines. Beginning in 1984, local governments, state-owned enterprises, and universities began to import semiconductor wafer factories from abroad. Between 1984 and 1990, Huasheng established a total of 33 semiconductor wafer factories. However, due to the limitations of the era and various other factors, most of these factories failed to achieve large-scale production or operational capability. In its nascent stages, Huasheng's semiconductor industry was not significantly behind, including in the realm of photolithography machines. Although Su Huasheng's chip is currently not producible in Huasheng, he is confident that with additional time and funding, it can be realized domestically, given the technical knowledge he possesses. After a flurry of activity, Song Jipei and his team successfully fabricated the components from Su Huasheng's blueprints. Following assembly, the world's first disc player was born. Song Jipei, after another bout of busy work, loaded a classic film, A Better Tomorrow, into the device and made his way home with Su Huasheng and the new disc player. As the television at home began to play the film, Song Jipei's heart raced with excitement. He marveled at the realization that this groundbreaking invention was right before his eyes. The world's first VCD home disc player is poised to make its mark in history with its impending market debut. Huasheng, perhaps you are indeed correct. Song Jipei regarded Su Huasheng with pride, illuminating his expression. Teacher, I firmly believe that the future belongs to us in Huasheng. Whatever the Western countries possess, we will have. Whatever they lack, we shall also acquire. Su Huasheng's words brought a smile to Song Jipei's face. Please take this prototype with you, and you may also take the disc. Song Jipei said with a smile, to which Su Huasheng nodded in agreement. Teacher, I have one more request. I have yet to register the patent for the VCD. I know you have connections overseas. Su Huasheng's words prompted a smile from Song Jipei. Leave this matter to me. Please compile the relevant patent technologies. I have a classmate in the United States who is a lawyer. Song Jipei nodded. He understood the importance of patents. Although currently not emphasized in Huasheng, he recognized their significance in foreign markets. The disc player is destined for international sales, and lacking a patent may lead to considerable complications. Very well, teacher. I will return to organize the details immediately. Su Huasheng held a profound trust in Song Jipei, knowing his integrity was unwavering. Son, are you really not going to study abroad? 5 days later, in Shun City, Su Daba was clad in a black leather jacket, sporting dark sunglasses, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, leaning against a black santana, an image of ostentation. Upon spotting Su Huasheng emerging from the station with a backpack, Su Daba quickly extinguished his cigarette and approached with a beaming smile. Not going anymore. Seeing his father's flamboyant appearance, Su Huasheng couldn't help but shake his head. Well, it's for the best. America is so far away. It's inconvenient to travel back and forth. I've heard it's chaotic over there, everyone carrying guns. If something were to happen to you, your mother would never forgive me. It's better this way. Come home and work with me. Our family business may not seem large, but it earns a tidy sum of 10 to 80,000 a year. You can enjoy life without the need for school. I didn't even finish elementary school, yet I'm making good money. Su Daba's voice boomed as he ushered Su Huasheng into the CAR.I in this era. Earning 10 to 80,000 a year was no small feat considering that the housing prices in Shun City were only 2,000 per square meter. With that kind of income, one could easily purchase a small apartment that if the earnings are wisely managed, they could accumulate enough to become property owners and live comfortably in the future. Try to smoke less. It's not good for your lungs. Su Huasheng admonished as he observed his father smoking while driving. Reflecting on his father, Su Huasheng felt a deep admiration. His father was indeed a remarkable individual, one favored by fate. His father hailed from a poor family in Henan province, where the term barely making ends meet was an understatement. As the eldest son, he had to drop out of school early due to the family's dire financial situation. At the age of 12, he left home to navigate life on his own. He traversed the south and ventured north, claiming to have experienced every job and endured every hardship, even spending time in jail for speculative dealings. At 22, he met Su Huasheng's mother, whose beauty had inexplicably caught his attention. The couple later moved to Shun City, seizing the opportunities brought about by reform. Having once lived in poverty, Su Huasheng recalled the days when his family crowded into a small rental apartment. Memories he did not cherish, in recent years. His father had managed to secure numerous contracts for a small factory, allowing the family to prosper. Chapter 3. second-generation factory owner. My family owns a factory in Shin City. Dad, I wish to visit the factory. Su Huasheng's words took Su Daba by surprise. Why would you want to go to the factory? There's nothing to see there. It's dirty and hot. Your mother is waiting for you at home, Su Daba replied, unable to contain his disbelief. Dad, the reason I chose not to go to America is that I have some plans. I've developed a product that I believe will be in high demand in the future. I want to see if our factory can produce it. Su Huasheng's statement left Su Daba momentarily speechless. Son, what product are you referring to? Do you have a sample? What is the cost? What kind of profit can we expect? Upon mentioning the product, Su Dabao's interest was instantly piqued. Despite his modest educational background, he possessed an exceptional business acumen, which was evident in his remarkable achievements as a self-made entrepreneur. It is a VCD player, a device that can be directly connected to home televisions to play discs. Currently, the market is devoid of such a product. There is nothing like it globally. We can register patents worldwide, but we will need to conduct further research on the costs. I have brought back a sample, and you will see it once we get home. Su Huasheng explained the VCD player to Su Dabao's, and upon hearing the introduction, Su Dabao's eyes sparkled with excitement. It is important to note that current projection equipment is both cumbersome and expensive, making it unaffordable for the average household. This gap has given rise to the unique industry of video rental shops. If the VCD player truly is as Su Huasheng described, compact, easy to transport, and compatible with home televisions, all at a reasonable price, it is bound to be a smash hit. Let's go. We are heading to the factory now. Su Dabao's pressed the accelerator, and the car roared to life. Don't you want to go home and see my mother? Su Huasheng teased with a smile. Haha, it's fine. We can visit the factory first and then head home. Your mother has bought a lot of groceries today and will need some time to prepare. Su Dabao's chuckled. The car sped down the streets of Shun City, which, during this era as a bastion of reform and opening up, was already home to a considerable number of vehicles. However, bicycles still dominated as the primary mode of transportation. Soon, they arrived at their factory. The factory wasn't particularly large, occupying only a few dozen acres. The premises were quite tidy, and upon Su Dabao's arrival, everyone greeted him warmly. Su Huasheng and Su Dabao's entered the workshop, where the workers were diligently assembling televisions. We've taken some orders for assembling televisions recently, just to earn some processing fees. It's all hard-earned money. Su Dabao's remarked with a smile. Television sets are currently hot commodities in the domestic market, and there are numerous assembly factories in Shin City. These factories operate as subcontractors for larger companies. They receive materials from the manufacturers and are responsible for assembly before the finished products are sold, earning only a modest profit. Su Huasheng nodded in approval as he surveyed the workshop. Though it was not large, it was sufficient for assembling VCD players. The components required for the player would not pose a problem. Many could be sourced locally within Shin City. Most importantly, the core decoding chip could currently be produced domestically, indicating that there would be no bottlenecks in the production of VCDs. This was a stark contrast to the past when Wan Yin had to procure decoding chips from abroad. The chips Su Huasheng designed utilized a more advanced technology, requiring a simpler manufacturing process, offering enhanced stability and lower power consumption. After all, Su Huasheng hailed from the year 2035 and possessed a wealth of strategic knowledge in his mind, illustrating a significant technological gap spanning several eras. Son, oh dear, how I missed you. Come here and give me a kiss. As Su Huasheng returned home, his mother, Li Chan, wearing an apron, rushed towards him. Mom, please maintain some decorum. Su Huasheng playfully pressed down on his mother's head, his expression one of exasperation. Puffed. How boring. What? Do you think I've grown old? Li Chan shot Su Huasheng a look of mock sorrow. Dad, please intervene with your wife. Su Huasheng couldn't help but remark, having grown accustomed to his mother's whimsical behavior. Wife. Su Dabao's chuckled at Li Chan. Go cook. Can't you see what needs to be done? Li Chan shot Su Dabao's a glare, promptly removing her apron and shoving it into his hands. Holding the apron, Su Dabao's cast a sorrowful look at Su Huasheng, seemingly blaming him for the predicament. The atmosphere in the household grew lively with Su Huasheng's return, and ultimately, Su Dabao's was ushered out of the kitchen by Li Chan within mere minutes. Son, where's that VCD player of yours? Su Dabao's asked eagerly. Su Huasheng opened his suitcase, revealing a wooden box inside. Upon opening it, a handcrafted VCD player came into view. Su Dabao's gazed at the player with curiosity as Su Huasheng connected it to the family's color television. When the television began to play a movie, Su Huasheng's excitement was palpable. Wow, son, what is this contraption? Li Chan emerged from the kitchen, her curiosity piqued by the sight of the movie on the screen. Mom, this is a VCD player, an invention of mine. I have already enlisted my mentor's assistance in registering the patent globally. The reason I chose not to study abroad is because of his product. I believe starting a business is the way to go. Su Huasheng explained with a smile. The three of them then discussed their plans at the dining table, where Su Huasheng laid out his vision to produce the VCD player at their electronics factory and sell it worldwide for substantial profits. What do you think, dear? Su DeBeos inquired of Li Chan. You two can handle it as you see fit. I'm not well versed in business matters, Li Chan replied nonchalantly, showing little concern. But what if we incur losses? This would lead to our financial ruin. Su DeBeos couldn't help but voice his worries. This was indeed a considerable gamble. While Su Huasheng possessed the technology, mass-producing the VCD player would require a significant investment. The funds he had on hand were insufficient, and unless he mortgaged the factory to secure a loan from the bank, he wouldn't have the necessary startup capital. Financial ruin is just financial ruin. It's not like we haven't faced it before. What's the worst that could happen? You think you can starve me? Our son is grown now. It would just be the two of us sharing meals. Li Chan's words made Su DeBeos chuckle with delight, his face radiant with happiness. His wife was not a stranger to hardship. She had endured struggles with him during his poorest days. Now, what was there to fear? Worst case, we retire early and let our son support us. This comment nearly caused Su Huasheng to choke on his food, prompting laughter from all three of them. Chapter 4. Even with a gun, one needs bullets. Pirated discs are the real jackpot. At home, the family of three enjoyed watching a film on the VCD player. Although Su Huasheng thought the clarity was quite poor, Su DeBeos and Li Chan were thoroughly engrossed. Son, this is great. After watching, Su DeBeos lovingly caressed the rough VCD player with an adoring gaze, as if he were admiring an extraordinary beauty. As a businessman, he could already envision the commercial potential of this device. With proper management, it was bound to be a bestseller. Dad, we must not rush. Currently, the patent for the VCD is not yet fully registered. We must wait for the patent to be secured before we can unveil our product. Most importantly, we still lack one essential component. Su Huasheng's words left Su DeBeos momentarily taken aback. What component? Su DeBeos inquired with curiosity. Dad, do you know how much a disc like this costs? Su Huasheng ejected the disc from the player, prompting a surprised reaction from Su DeBeos. How much could this possibly be worth? At most, 5 or 10 yuan, right? Su DeBeos suggested tentatively, only to elicit laughter from Su Huasheng. Dad, you wouldn't even find it for 10 times that amount. Currently, a legitimate CD on the market costs between 400 and 500 yuan each. Upon hearing this price, Su DeBeos was utterly flabbergasted. What? 400 to 500? For such a small item? Why don't they just steal it? Su DeBeos exclaimed in disbelief. They are stealing it. Su Huasheng chuckled as he began to explain to Su DeBeos. The VCD industry initially developed at a sluggish pace, primarily due to the lack of content to accompany the machines that in this contemporary era, CD playback devices are. Predominantly utilized by cinemas or video halls, with a legitimate CD disc costing around 400 to 500 yuan. However, following the surge of pirated discs, the VCD industry experienced an explosive growth, rapidly advancing not only within Huasheng, but also globally. In Huasheng alone, the entire industry reached staggering revenues amounting to hundreds of billions. Father, our DVD player is akin to a rifle, and the discs are its ammunition. Presently, we possess only the gun, devoid of bullets, which is untenable. Su Huasheng's words cast a shadow of despondency over Su Daba. What are we to do? 4 to 500 yuan for a single disc. How many can afford that? Even at 4 to 50 yuan, few would purchase, Su Daba articulated directly. He was acutely aware of the meager earnings of the workers in their electronics factory, who toiled tirelessly for merely 200 to 300 yuan a month. Spending 400 to 500 on a disc would be folly. Father, I have a solution. However, it is somewhat dubious, yet can generate profit, albeit through rather unscrupulous means. Su Huasheng's words piqued the interest of both Su Daba and Li Chan. We could produce pirated discs. The cost of a disc is minimal, and if produced on a large scale, the expense per unit might be just a few jiao. Currently, the domestic protection of intellectual property is lax, resulting in negligible oversight for pirated discs. However, we cannot undertake this ourselves. We must enlist someone else, given the unsavory nature of the endeavor. Su Huasheng revealed his premeditated plan. The pirated disc industry is rather straightforward. acquire the source material, procure a set of equipment, and order blank discs for duplication. In the past, pirated disc vendors in Guangdong and other regions simply installed satellite dishes to receive television signals from Hong Kong and Taiwan to source there. Materials. Once we have the source material, the rest is manageable. At worst, we could sell our machines bundled with a set of discs. Furthermore, we could establish rental and sales outlets for pirated discs nationwide. This venture is immensely profitable. It not only resolves the sourcing issue, but also enables many individuals to thrive. Upon hearing Su Huasheng's proposition, Su Daba felt a surge of excitement. Yet, he understood the rationale behind Su Huasheng's reluctance to engage directly. Should VCDs become a sensation, their own enterprise would undoubtedly expand rapidly. Relying solely on the DVD player, Su Daba could ascend to the ranks of the super wealthy. A wealthy individual's greatest concern is the integrity of their own affairs. As long as one's hands are not clean, even immense wealth could lead to catastrophic repercussions. Tomorrow, accompany me back to our hometown. Su Daba gazed at Su Huasheng, leaving the latter momentarily stunned. The folks back home are desperate. They would do anything for a chance to earn money, Su Daba stated plainly, fully aware of the dire circumstances in his hometown. Many lived in abject poverty. While starvation was not an immediate threat, affording a decent meal was often beyond their means. Is it reliable? Su Huasheng inquired seriously, recognizing the necessity of finding a trustworthy partner for this venture. Rest assured, they are our own people. Su Daba's assurance prompted a nod from Su Huasheng. He understood his father. Although Su Daba appeared somewhat like a nouveau riche, he was meticulous and prudent in his dealings. Father, the DVD player may take some time to hit the market. Currently, there is a void in the market, so there is no need for haste. That we should strategically position ourselves to seize a substantial share when the time comes. Additionally, I have designed a small product that I believe we can utilize to generate initial profits, particularly in foreign currency, while simultaneously enhancing our reputation. Su Huasheng's words sparked a glimmer of interest in Su Daba's eyes. His son had indeed returned with a wealth of surprises. What product? Su Daba inquired eagerly. I call it an air fryer. The principle is quite simple. Su Huasheng quickly sketched the air fryer on paper, explaining its mechanics to his father. Isn't this similar to an oven? Will anyone buy it? Su Daba expressed skepticism regarding the product. Father, you may not be aware, but in developed countries like those in Europe and America, people increasingly prioritize health. Their culinary skills cannot compare to ours. They primarily bake or fry, consuming copious amounts of oil. The food prepared in an air fryer can contain 70 to 80% less fat compared to traditional fried foods, and it is straightforward and convenient. With appropriate marketing, it is bound to sell remarkably well. Moreover, the technology is not complex, and given the affordable labor in Huasheng, even large-form manufacturers would price their similar products significantly higher. Su Huasheng articulated his vision. The air fryer requires minimal technical expertise, and obtaining a patent is relatively uncomplicated. The most crucial advantage is the substantial labor cost savings when produced in Huasheng, with all necessary components readily available, without needing to leave Shenzhen. Currently, the market for this product remains untapped, and with proper management, it could yield considerable profits. Even if sales are modest, the potential for royalties is immense. Su Huasheng was in urgent need of capital. The more he acquired, the broader his future prospects would be. First, he aimed to profit from the air fryer, then strategically position himself within the VCD industry. The VCD market is vast, worth hundreds of billions. Even capturing 1/5 would provide Su Huasheng with a staggering financial windfall. With such funds, he could pursue even greater ventures. Chapter 5. Air Fryer. Desperate people will do anything. The design must be appealing and trendy, with a variety of color options, as the primary users will be homemakers. We should incorporate knobs to select functions. The features must be diverse. Father, we could hire several professional chefs to determine the optimal cooking times for various ingredients and create a recipe guide. Additionally, we could develop some marinades. After all, foreigners are not adept at cooking, but we can provide them with a simplified approach. Prepare some meat, marinate it with our sauces, and then cook it in our air fryer for a delightful meal. At home, Su Daba watched as Su Huasheng sketched and provided suggestions for the air fryer, feeling a deep sense of pride. His son had matured, capable of standing on his own. Li Chan observed the designs and Su Huasheng's proposals, feeling increasingly drawn to the air fryer, as a homemaker who wouldn't desire a more convenient, efficient, healthier, and tastier way to prepare meals. The air fryer's design evidently catered to these needs. Simply marinate the ingredients, place them in the fryer, adjust to the appropriate mode, and it requires no further attention. How simple! Moreover, with its multitude of features, ease of use, and reduced oil consumption, it promotes a healthier lifestyle. Although many in Huasheng during this era still prioritize basic sustenance, in developed nations, health has long been regarded as a new trend. Father, be sure not to source all the components from a single place. Maintain confidentiality. We have yet to apply for a patent. Once we secure the patent, we will be in the clear. Su Huasheng handed the completed designs to Su Daba, who nodded in agreement, clutching his briefcase, and carefully placed the drawings inside before departing. The air fryer possesses little technical complexity, and all components can be sourced without venturing beyond Huasheng. That a few days later, after finalizing the air fryer project, Su Huasheng and Su Daba drove away from Huasheng, heading back to their hometown. Su Huasheng was not particularly familiar with his hometown, having only visited a few times throughout his life, primarily during the New Year festivities with Su Daba. The singular impression his hometown left on him was one of poverty. Nestled in Yu Province, it is often perceived as a vast plain, yet it also harbors mountains, albeit impoverished ones. Sujiwan. This is Su Huasheng's ancestral home. The entirety of the Jiawan is but a poverty-stricken mountain village, nestled within the Taiying mountain range, characterized by its inconvenient transportation and limited resources. The surrounding land is scarce, and during this era, the number of individuals seeking employment outside the village remains low, resulting in a pervasive atmosphere of destitution. As the vehicle traverses the uneven earthen road, the jarring bumps render Su Huasheng, seated in the passenger seat, utterly fatigued. In contrast, Su Dabao's, behind the wheel, appears invigorated, having driven over 1,000 kilometers from Huasheng to Zhejiang. The roads in this age are far from ideal. One needn't mention highways, as many areas are merely dirt paths. The arduousness of this journey is readily apparent. Su Huasheng believes that it would have sufficed for the two of them to return home by train. However, Su Dabao's is resolute in his desire to drive back, his vehicle laden with goods. Su Huasheng understands his father's inclination. Naturally, one wishes to exhibit their accomplishments when returning home. After all, Su Dabao's is currently regarded as the most prominent figure in Zhejiang. As they approach the village, Su Dabao's honks the horn, alerting a gathering of people seated in the shade of a tree. What's going on here? He inquires as they come to a halt. Lowering the window, he leans out to hand a pack of cigarettes to the onlookers. Dabao's has returned. Uncle Dabao's. Oh, the esteemed Su Dabao's returns. Is this little Sheng? My, how he's grown in these years. The village comes alive with excitement as news of Su Dabao's return spreads swiftly throughout Zhejiang. The entire village shares the Su surname, forming one large family unit. The village is not particularly large, comprising just over 100 households. Generally, the villagers maintain a strong sense of unity. In recent years, Su Dabao's, having prospered outside, has generously assisted the villagers, lending out over 100,000 yuan without pressing for repayment. As the saying goes, when one person ascends, all within the family prosper. Over the years, nearly every household has benefited from Su Dabao's generosity. Su Huasheng greets his uncles, aunts, brothers, and younger siblings, despite having spent little time in the village. His presence is well known and warmly received. Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother. Following a round of cordial greetings, Su Dabao's drives into their spacious courtyard. Soon as the vehicle halts, both father and son call out loudly. Why have you returned at this hour without prior notice? Little Sheng, come here, let grandmother see. You've grown taller. Have you found a girlfriend yet? A lively yet diminutive elderly woman emerges, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing Su Dabao's and Su Huasheng. Mother, I'm back with your son. Su Dabao's inquires with curiosity. He's gone to the fields, she replies nonchalantly. Didn't we tell him not to farm anymore? If money is needed, I can provide. Su Dabao's can't help but chide that if we don't cultivate the land, it will fall into disrepair. Watching his grandmother and father converse in their native dialect, Su Huasheng can't help but smile. Su Dabao's home is the most impressive in the village, occupying several acres with 7 smaller courtyards within. Among Su Dabao's 6 siblings, each possesses a courtyard, while the elderly couple has their own as well. It is not due to filial ingratitude, but rather the stubbornness of the elderly couple, who prefer to reside independently. Despite their advanced age, they maintain good health and manage their daily affairs without assistance. Su Huasheng's grandfather, Su Chishan, although 73, still engages in labor and remains in fine form. With the return of Su Debayos and Su Huasheng, the courtyard soon buzzes with activity. The gathering of adults and children is a spectacular sight. The Su family is flourishing, with Su Qishan having 6 sons and no daughters, resulting in a multitude of grandchildren. Su Debayos' siblings each have 3 children, predominantly sons, leading to a total of 13 grandsons for Su Qishan, with Su Huasheng being the eldest among them, while the youngest is just over 6 years old. The good from the vehicle are distributed, and for the children, the return of their uncle is always a moment of great joy. Father, there are matters we need to address during this visit, Su Debayos states at the dining table, where only the men are present, his 6 brothers, Su Huasheng and Su Qishan, as no others are deemed worthy of the table. Upon hearing Su Debayos' words, Su Qishan and his 5 brothers cast curious glances toward him. Chapter 6. The ambitious 6th uncle. The pirated disc industry chain, Huasheng. You speak, Su Debayos said, glancing at Su Huasheng as everyone turned to him. Grandfather, uncle, please wait a moment. I have something to show you. After Su Huasheng finished speaking, he stood up and exited the house, retrieving a box from the trunk before returning indoors. The inner room was the bedroom of the elderly couple, where Su Debayos had purchased a large color television. Amidst the crowd's curiosity, Su Huasheng took out a video disc player, connected it to the television, and began to play a disc. As the movie started on screen, Su Qishan and several of Su Huasheng's uncles widened their eyes in astonishment. It was incredible that such a small device could play a film. Grandfather, uncle, this device is called a VCD, or a video disc player. I invented it, and we plan to start producing and selling VCDs soon. The market potential for VCDs is enormous. During this visit, my father and I discussed having you all act as distributors across the country. This business is straightforward. We will send the products directly to you, and you can distribute them to local stores. If the business thrives, earning hundreds of thousands a year should be quite feasible. Su Huasheng modestly explained, careful not to overstate, fearing their reaction. However, even his restrained words caused everyone in the room to swallow hard. In an era where monthly wages barely reached 200 or 300 yuan, earning hundreds of thousands in a year was an astounding prospect. Huasheng, can one truly earn that much? Su Dashan, the 2nd uncle, could not help but inquire. Uncle, the VCD market is currently untapped. The entire industry is worth at least 100 billion yuan, and our products have a first-mover advantage, with patents in my possession. If managed properly, capturing 10% of the market should not pose a challenge. With such a vast market, earning hundreds of thousands in a year is quite attainable. Su Huasheng's face radiated confidence. He understood better than anyone the vastness of the VCD industry. With adequate initial planning, it was entirely possible to capture 30 to 40% of the market. Consequently, as regional distributors, his uncles could potentially earn millions in a year, effortlessly. Excitement filled the room, and even the elderly patriarch was no exception. Since Su Debayos' success, the old man had been in high spirits, and Su Huasheng's acceptance into Yin University filled him with immense pride. As a parent, he naturally wished for the success of his other sons and grandsons too. In recent years, the old man had hoped Su Debayos could assist his younger siblings, though at times Su Debayos felt powerless, given that his factory's annual revenue was not substantial. Huasheng, if you need your uncle's assistance, please speak up, Su Qishan said, looking at Su Huasheng, who nodded in response. Grandfather, for the VCDs to sell well, we need one more thing, the discs themselves. If the VCD is a fine gun, then the discs are the bullets. However, current discs on the market are prohibitively expensive, with legitimate copies costing hundreds of yuan, making them unaffordable for the average person. Therefore, I intend to. Su Huasheng elaborated on the necessity of establishing a pirated disc industry chain. To ensure the success of the VCDs, they could not personally engage in this venture, as Su Debayos would attract significant attention once the VCDs were launched. Grandfather, my father cannot personally participate, and I also do not recommend that my uncles get involved directly. It would be best to find someone reliable, who appears unrelated to us, to handle this matter, Su Huasheng stated earnestly. What would the consequences be if this were to come to light? Su Qishan asked solemnly. According to our current laws, the maximum penalty is 3 years and a fine. Our legal system is not yet fully developed, and the government is rather indifferent towards such matters. Initially, we may need to act ourselves, but once the VCDs are popular, we need not worry. Once profitable, Others will naturally invest in this industry. Su Huasheng's words elicited laughter from Su Qishan and the others. 3 years at most? What we have to fear. Then it's settled. Lao Lu, you'll take care of this. But do not involve yourself directly. Remain behind the scenes. Did you not mention that some of your comrades are nearly destitute? This is a perfect opportunity for them to earn some money. As for those in our village, if they can make a profit, a few years in prison is a small price to pay, Su Qishan said, turning to Su Dafei, his tone commanding. This is the harsh reality of Su Jiawan, where poverty breeds desperation. Many families struggle to afford education for their children or medical care for the sick, often unable to buy meat for an entire year. Now, when presented with a lucrative opportunity that carries some risk yet offers a mere 3-year maximum sentence, it seems like a windfall to those driven to desperation. This is an era where the underdog rises. All right, Dad, I'll handle it. I will ensure this matter is executed flawlessly. Su Dafei nodded, and upon seeing his agreement, Su Huasheng smiled. Su Dafei, the sixth uncle, was only a few years older than Su Huasheng, being merely 30 years old. When Su Dafei was born, Su Huasheng's grandmother was already 42. From a young age, Su Dafei was a troublemaker, often engaging in fights due to the protection of his elder brothers. Eventually, unable to manage him, the old man sent him to the army at 16. He spent 12 years in the military, being part of the first group that went south to combat monkeys. As for how many monkeys Su Dafei actually dispatched, Su Huasheng was uncertain, but he knew Su Dafei bore numerous scars and had even received a second-class personal merit award. 2 years after his discharge, Su Dafei returned to the county, currently employed at the Water Resources Bureau. However, it appeared that he would soon need to take an unpaid leave. After spending only 2 days at home, Su Debeyos and Su Huasheng departed. Yet this time, their car bore an additional passenger. Lao Shu, to engage in the pirated disc business, we must first go to Guangdao, as there is currently no corresponding industry chain in the mainland. However, it is quite chaotic there, Su Huasheng whispered in the car. Upon hearing about the chaos, Su Dafei's eyes lit up. Huasheng, rest assured, I have already contacted some of my comrades. They will arrive in Shenzhen in a few days. As for the chaos, can it be more disorderly than the southern forests? As he spoke, a flicker of excitement danced in Su Dafei's eyes. Seeing this expression, Su Huasheng swallowed hard. Could it be that sixth uncle will rise to prominence in Guangdao? The thought filled Su Huasheng with a sense of anticipation. At present, Guangdao was in a state of turmoil. If the VCDs became popular and he was financially capable, he could support sixth uncle, who, with wealth and resources, might indeed become a formidable figure in Guangdao. If this scenario unfolded, it would be a masterstroke. Chapter 7. Targeting the Canton Fair. The most powerful sales team upon returning to Shenzhen, the father and son busied themselves. First, they changed the name of the factory from Debeyos Electronics to Huasheng Electronics, directly naming the company after Su Huasheng. Huasheng, symbolizing the prosperity of China, carried a positive connotation. Su Debeyos had initially planned to hand over the factory to Su Huasheng, but Su Huasheng declined, preferring to remain a low-key wealthy heir. At just 20 years old, he believed it ideal for his father to take the lead while he strategized behind the scenes. After the renaming, some components for the customized air fryer arrived as samples. The air fryer designed by Su Huasheng drew inspiration from fashionable designs from his previous life, resulting in a product that was visually stunning. The functionality directly employs mature design. Structurally, there is scarcely any room for further improvement. In the future, should there be an upgrade, it would merely involve the addition of intelligent chips and a smart temperature control system. Son, I never anticipated that this device would be so convenient, Li Chan remarked after trying her hand at preparing various dishes with the air fryer at home. Indeed, it proves to be quite handy, frying a batch of French fries. Roasting chicken wings or baking sweet potatoes is notably simpler than using an electric oven, resulting in superior culinary outcomes. However, this convenience is limited to specific dishes. When it comes to traditional Chinese cuisine, the appliance is easily cast aside. This explains why the air fryer gained popularity abroad long before it made its way to Huaxia. Li Chan and Su Huasheng engaged in conversation at home, and after a considerable time, Su Daba returned, clutching his bag and wearing a frown. How'd it go? Li Chan inquired directly. It's no good. The exhibition is already fully booked, and with only one product to showcase, they are unwilling to make any accommodations, Su Daba replied. With the Canton Fair approaching, Su Huasheng suggested that Su Daba inquire if the air fryer could be exhibited outside the venue. After several days of effort, the prospects remained bleak. What now? Li Chan expressed her concern. The market for this appliance domestically is currently limited. Relying solely on the domestic market is insufficient. For the common people in Huasheng, this device is akin to a chicken rib. Many individuals struggle to fill their stomachs, leaving them little inclination to indulge in fried French fries or roasted sweet potatoes. Mother, it's fine. It's just a Canton fair. If we cannot exhibit inside, we can still promote it outside, Su Huasheng suggested, leaving Su Daba and Li Chan in a state of bewilderment. How do we manage that? We can do it this way. Su Huasheng outlined his plan. After hearing his approach, Su Daba and his wife swallowed hard, gazing at Su Huasheng in astonishment. Unsure how their son could devise such clever strategies, especially given their perception of him as rather introverted. Son, I will take care of it right away. Su Daba felt a sense of admiration for his son's ingenuity. Indeed, he is the son of Su Daba. Shaoli, I have a task for you. Su Daba said upon arriving at the electronics factory, summoning his assistant and deputy factory manager, Zhang Li, to his office. Su Zhang, what is it? Zhang Li Prumli Inkidat. Select a few attractive female workers from the factory, those with lovely faces, good figures, and tall stature. If they speak a bit of foreign language, that would be ideal. Su Daba instructed, causing Zhang Li to falter momentarily, casting a knowing glance at Su Daba, which left him feeling somewhat helpless. What are you imagining? I want them to promote our new product. Hurry up. Su Daba Uket. Got it, Su Zong, Zhang Li replied with a chuckle, eliciting an eye roll from Su Daba. Though he might have contemplated other endeavors, he lacked the courage to pursue them. The factory may not be large, yet it predominantly employs female workers, some of whom are indeed quite attractive. Over the years, several workers have expressed their affection for Su Daba, yet he has managed to maintain his composure, fully aware that their interest is primarily in his wealth. Zhang Li acted swiftly, familiar with the hundreds of female workers in the factory. She successfully identified several with commendable figures and looks. Following Su Daba's specifications, she selected dozens of female workers whose appearances met his criteria. When these women, all of similar height, stood in a line in the office, Su Daba swallowed nervously. Shaoli, take them to have a set of uniforms tailored. They should be professional attire, akin to flight attendants' uniforms. Here is a sketch for the tailor. Additionally, find a makeup artist to prepare them, Su Daba directed. Following Su Huasheng's suggestions and handing over the design sketch. Upon hearing Su Daba's instructions, the female workers exchanged puzzled looks, unsure of what was transpiring. Su Zhong, what exactly do you want us to do? One worker asked curiously, her eyes betraying a hint of concern. Oh, right. Let me clarify what you will be doing next. Our factory is about to launch a new product. Initially, I intended to showcase it at the Canton Fair, but due to unforeseen circumstances, we could not secure a booth. Thus, I devised a plan to promote our product right outside the fair. You will serve as our temporary sales representatives. Rest assured, during the fair, you will receive a daily allowance of 30 yuan, but you must present yourselves in the best possible manner, Su Daba explained. Hearing this, the workers' eyes lit up with excitement. A daily allowance of 30 yuan is quite generous, especially considering that their daily wages in the factory are merely a fraction of that. Time flew by, and soon it was the day of the Canton Fair's opening. With a rich history, the fair attracts countless domestic and international enterprises each year, drawing many buyers eager to procure goods. The atmosphere inside the exhibition hall was bustling, and the area outside was equally lively. Some companies unable to secure booths resorted to selling their products outside, an activity the organizers encouraged. A bus gradually came to a halt in front of the main venue of the Canton Fair, and, as the doors opened, a group disembarked. Upon seeing them, the surrounding crowd's attention was instantly captivated, with some individuals unable to suppress their salivation. Su Huasheng was the last to step off the bus, and upon noticing the gazes of those around him, he couldn't help but smile. Dozens of female workers, all of similar height and physique, donned striking red flight attendant outfits, designs personally crafted by Su Huasheng, drawing inspiration from styles decades past. The impact of such fashion in the current era was immensely striking. The women had their hair elegantly styled and wore exquisite makeup, complemented by black stockings and high heels, exuding an aura of grace and beauty. Each woman carried a chic suitcase, forming a line as they marched forward with heads held high. One can only imagine the visual impact when a stunning line of 2020-style flight attendants appears in an era where even plastic hairpins are considered fashionable. Are they flight attendants? They look stunning. Their attire is exquisite. What elegance! This clothing is truly beautiful. The suitcases they carry are so stylish. The crowd murmured in admiration, with men reluctant to blink and women expressing envy. Observing these women made many feel self-conscious about their own appearances, even those who typically considered themselves fashionable. Despite being trendy in Huasheng, their styles paled in comparison to the exquisite outfits and fashionable luggage presented by Huasheng, which were 30 years ahead of the current fashion trends, far beyond even the most avant-garde stars from Hong Kong and Taiwan. "Son, over here," Daba called out proudly as he spotted his son amidst the throng, having secured a spacious spot in advance. These locations also require financial investment. Although Sudabeos felt a pang of regret over the expenditure, he decided to allocate a significant sum for the enhanced promotion of his family's products. Money indeed facilitates matters, and with his investment, he was able to enjoy a distinctly elevated level of service. Not only was the area spacious, but the staff also provided a power supply for Sudabeos and his team. Upon arriving at the venue, everyone quickly immersed themselves in their tasks. Sudabeos arranged for 2 iron rods to be placed on either side of the area, and once Huasheng and his team arrived, he unfurled the pre-prepared banners. The banners, crafted by Huasheng, featured not only Chinese but also English, German, French, Japanese, and Korean text, lined up side by side, immediately making Huasheng Electronics the most striking presence outside, exuding a sense of sophistication. Huasheng Electronics proudly presents our exclusive product, the air fryer. In celebration of the commencement of the Canton Fair, read the banners, which, though brief, effectively highlighted the key points. Huasheng Electronics and the air fryer, articulated in multiple languages. The female workers were not idle either. Dozens of tables were arranged, and they opened their luggage, which contained a wealth of items. Numerous air fryers in varying colors were brought out, and the workers began to elegantly prepare dishes using the air fryers. This series of activities captivated the onlookers, prompting curiosity about the spectacle. With banners, beautiful women, and the unique air fryers they had never seen before, a crowd quickly began to gather. Huasheng stood nearby, his gaze scanning the surroundings, his focus not on the curious onlookers. The female workers busily produced batch after batch of freshly made French fries, while also thoughtfully providing ketchup on the side. "Hello everyone. Today we, at Huasheng Electronics, are here to celebrate the commencement of the Canton Fair. This is our new product, the air fryer, convenient, easy to use, and healthy. Here, try some freshly fried French fries from the air fryer, free samples." Sudabeos called out enthusiastically. Although Huasheng indicated that the air fryer was primarily aimed at foreign trade, Sudabeos believed there would be domestic demand as well. Upon hearing about the free samples, several onlookers approached with curiosity, particularly some women who were intrigued by the air fryer displayed on the table. Huasheng's design was aesthetically pleasing, making it a fashionable item in this era. Watching the lovely female workers effortlessly prepare delicious French fries by simply placing them in the fryer and adding a bit of oil piqued the interest of many women. How convenient. As more people gathered, the workers continued to cook and introduce the air fryer while distributing pre-printed promotional materials. After learning about the air fryer's features, many women were tempted. However, upon hearing the price, most hesitated. The air fryer was priced at 199 yuan, a significant sum for many, as it represented a month's salary for some. The notion of spending 199 yuan on an air fryer that could only fry French fries or chicken wings, without the capability to stir fry or stew, seemed unwise. Huasheng, undeterred by the reactions, continued to survey the crowd until his gaze fixed on an individual, a middle-aged Caucasian man in a suit, slightly gaunt and looking somewhat weary, accompanied by a young Huasheng man, presumably a translator. The two appeared to be engaged in a lively discussion, not entirely harmonious. Sensing a potential buyer, Huasheng approached. "Good afternoon, sir. How may I assist you?" He greeted the man in fluent American English. The man's eyes lit up at the sound of such pure American English. "Hello. Are you American?" he inquired. Having been in Huasheng for a few days, David felt overwhelmed, as he had not arranged for a translator beforehand, believing he could find one locally. However, upon arrival, he was disheartened to discover that the English proficiency of the translator he found was rather lacking. "No, sir. I am Huasheng, but I am simply proficient in English," Huasheng replied, eliciting a smile from David. Really? Your English is excellent. I thought you were an American of Chinese descent. May I hire you as my translator? The one I found has poor English, and I cannot understand him. David stated plainly, not at all shy about his current translator's shortcomings. Are you here for the Canton Fair? Su Huasheng inquired with a smile. Yes. I'm a purchasing agent for Walmart. You know Walmart, right? David asked directly, causing Su Huasheng's eyes to widen in excitement. Walmart's procurement. Yes, of course. The best superstore in America, no, globally. Su Huasheng praised, which brought a proud smile to David's face. After a casual conversation, Su Huasheng accepted the role of translator. Subsequently, under the somewhat resentful gaze of the original translator, Su Huasheng and David entered the exhibition hall. As they walked and chatted, Su Huasheng diligently fulfilled his role, providing David with all the information he sought, even completing 2 procurement tasks. Su, you have been exceptional this year. This has been the most enjoyable morning I have experienced in days. Let me treat you to lunch. I believe this is custom of your people. David remarked as noon approached, having enjoyed a more pleasant experience thanks to Su Huasheng's assistance. Mr. David, how about I treat you to lunch instead? Su Huasheng suggested with a smile, surprising David. Come, I will take you to a place I believe you will enjoy, Su Huasheng said, piquing David's interest. The two exited the exhibition hall, and Su Huasheng led David to the Huasheng electronics booth. Upon seeing the dozens of attractive female workers in uniforms, David's eyes gleamed with excitement. Oh my God, they're truly beautiful, he exclaimed, prompting a chuckle from Su Huasheng as he guided David closer. This is French fries? David asked curiously as he approached the female workers and observed the fried delicacies displayed. Yes, French fries, but not fried in oil. Mr. David, homemade food is the best. Would you like to try? Su Huasheng smiled. Me? Is that possible? David hesitated, doubting his ability to make such a dish. Of course, it is quite simple. Here are the cut fries. Just dry them off, place them in the air fryer, and spray a little oil, Su Huasheng demonstrated, and seeing how straightforward it was, David grew intrigued. It was truly simple. Even a young child could grasp it. What astonished David the most was that the fries were not deep-fried, but merely sprayed with a touch of oil. Could that really work? Su Huasheng also taught David how to prepare fried chicken wings, roasted sweet potatoes, and fried beef strips, all of which involve straightforward steps. Prepare the ingredients, marinate them, and place them in the air fryer to wait. As he observed, David became increasingly fascinated with the air fryer. As a purchasing agent for Walmart, he had never encountered such a peculiar appliance before. However, he suppressed his curiosity, eagerly awaiting the completion of his culinary creations. After more than half an hour, the food David made was finally ready. Observing the appetizing presentation, he felt a surge of excitement. Grabbing a French fry, he took a bite, and his eyes lit up with delight. The flavor is remarkably similar to the fries one would order at KFC or McDonald's. David sampled other dishes, and their taste was equally delightful. He could hardly believe that he had prepared this food himself. It was truly astonishing. Eventually, David's gaze fell upon the air fryer. Its elegant design, powerful features, and ease of use suggested that, from David's perspective, it would undoubtedly be a bestseller in Europe and America. So, what exactly is this air fryer? As he looked at Su Huasheng, David had already surmised that this extraordinary appliance might be connected to him. Mr. David, this appliance is called an air fryer. It is quite similar to an electric oven, but the air fryer is significantly more user-friendly, producing far more delectable results. The most crucial aspect is that the food prepared in the air fryer is exceptionally healthy due to its minimal oil usage. Su Huasheng began to elucidate the functions and advantages of the air fryer, particularly emphasizing its health benefits, which captivated David's interest. If it were sold in the United States, he would certainly consider purchasing one for his wife. Su, is this product from your company? At that moment, if David still did not understand the situation, he would indeed be foolish. Yes, it is our company's product, and we have registered patents globally. This is a unique business opportunity, Mr. David. I wonder how well this product would sell at your Walmart. Su Huasheng inquired with a smile, prompting David to chuckle in response. How much for one? David asked, admiring the attractive air fryer. Its design, functionality, and concept suggested that as long as the price was reasonable, many Americans would certainly purchase it. $50. Su Huasheng replied with a grin. Is that the cost upon arrival? David queried, to which Su Huasheng shook his head. No, that is the cost before shipping. Su Huasheng's words made David gulp. Su, that is too expensive, He feigned seriousness, yet his comment elicited laughter from Huasheng. Mr. David, such an air fryer could easily sell for $99 in American retail stores. Are you interested in making a significant profit? Huasheng spoke in a somewhat mysterious tone, which piqued David's curiosity. Based on the $50 price point, we would like to hire you as a sales representative for our Huasheng Electronics. You would promote this product, and we would offer you a 50% commission. If the purchasing price is $60, you would earn $5 per air fryer sold. Currently, only our Huasheng Electronics possesses this air fryer, and we hold the global patent, meaning no other brand can manufacture it without our authorization. Consider the vast market potential if we manage to sell 10 million units, even if you only earn $1 per unit. David's eyes widened, and his heart raced at the thought. The prospect was incredibly enticing. A new product, a global patent, and such quality. How significant was the market gap? 10 million units? That was no exaggeration. The American market alone could likely account for that figure. Mr. David, you can also build your own team and share profits with them, allowing them to promote globally. To be frank, if I had more time, this business opportunity would not be yours. Do you believe I could take this product to Best Buy? They would surely be eager to purchase our product, Huasheng said with a smile, causing David's breath to quicken. He did not deny Huasheng's assertion. If this product were presented at Best Buy, they would undoubtedly place a large order at the $50 cost. This product, selling for $99 in the U.S. market, could even fetch a higher price and still sell remarkably well. David had the insight to recognize that. Sue, can we find a place to discuss this in detail? David said softly. This was an incredible opportunity. As a buyer for Walmart, he earned only a modest salary of several $100,000 a year. Now, if he seized this chance, he could potentially become a millionaire or even a billionaire. Such an opportunity could slip away if not grasped. Securing this deal, even with Walmart alone, could yield substantial profits. In this world, no one would turn away from money. Absolutely, Huasheng replied with a smile, and the two departed. Upon arriving at David's hotel, they began to discuss the details in depth. Within just over an hour, they finalized an agreement. Based on the $50 price point, regardless of how David chose to promote the product, Huasheng Electronics would adhere to the contract. As soon as payment was received from the buyer, David would immediately receive his commission. All earnings would be legitimate, even if David remained a buyer at Walmart. After all, he was merely responsible for submitting the documentation. The final purchasing decision rested with higher authorities. Son, do we give this David too much? Why don't we form our own sales team? After David left, Sudaba could not help but ask out of curiosity. Dad, we currently lack the resources and connections. We will certainly need to establish a sales team in the future, but that requires time and money. David, as a Walmart buyer, has far greater connections in Europe and America, not to mention he is an American. Moreover, to us, the air fryer is merely an appetizer. We need to let him taste a bit of success. Only when sufficient benefits are involved will people become enthusiastic. Huasheng smiled, adding, the air fryer is just a small snack. The main feast is yet to come. David left for America, purchasing several air fryers to take back with him. For David, these were not mere appliances. They represented a treasure trove for his fortune. Chapter 10. The Shock of the Air Fryer. The attention of the two major American retailers, the Canton Fair, continued, and the promotion of Huasheng Electronics persisted. The female workers from Huasheng became the most eye-catching presence outside the venue, attracting numerous onlookers daily. However, the actual sales were minimal, as the price of 199 renminbi was still too high domestically. As for foreign buyers, they primarily visited the main venue and showed little interest in the outdoor stalls. At one point, two Japanese individuals approached, and after learning about the air fryer, they happily purchased 2 units. Watching them leave, Huasheng chuckled. He understood the Japanese mindset well, yet he was not concerned, as the global patent for the air fryer had been secured. Should they dare to infringe upon it, he would ensure they learned the true meaning of a lawsuit. In the United States, David finally returned, weary but resolute. Upon his arrival, his first action was not to rest or return home, but to immediately bring an air fryer to his company. Boss, I discovered an excellent product in Huasheng, David exclaimed, presenting the air fryer and explaining its functions and health benefits. Boss, compared to traditional cooking methods, the oil content in food prepared with an air fryer is merely a tenth or even less than that of conventional methods. Furthermore, the taste is superior. Listening to David's exposition on health concepts sparked a glimmer of interest in Sam's eyes. As the purchasing director of Walmart, his vision was sharp. Americans, now affluent, are increasingly concerned about their health. After all, for the wealthy, illness and death are the most terrifying prospects. Therefore, health-related products have been in high demand in the U.S. over the past decade. Is this a product from Huasheng? I seem to recall that the quality of Huasheng products is not very reliable, Sam remarked directly, his eyes reflecting skepticism. He held a rather unfavorable impression of Huasheng, having never visited but only seen reports in the media, which painted Huasheng as a poor and backward place. Boss, this is truly a product from Huasheng. The manufacturer has stated that if it malfunctions within a year, they will replace it outright with a 5-year warranty. Upon hearing this from David, Sam's eyes widened in disbelief. Can they really make such a bold claim? It is well known that no manufacturer in today's market would dare to promise a replacement for a malfunction within a year. Is that really true? Sam asked incredulously. Of course. This must be specified in the contract. Moreover, this air fryer is exclusively patented by Huasheng Electronics. Boss, I believe we should act swiftly. As I have noticed that Best Buy representatives have also visited Huasheng, they might discover this product as well, David whispered, causing Sam to adopt a serious demeanor immediately. The competition between Best Buy and Walmart in the electronics sector is indeed fierce, considering that Best Buy is the largest electronics retailer in North America, whereas Walmart does not primarily focus on electronics. However, if Walmart secures the air fryer first, it could significantly boost foot traffic to the stores, which is crucial. What is the price of this air fryer? Sam inquired directly. It is priced at $60, cost price, which is the lowest I could negotiate. David lied without batting an eye. Well, the price seems acceptable. Let's notify everyone and hold a meeting. Walmart sprang into action, and soon the conference room was filled with numerous attendees. After David personally demonstrated the air fryer's functions, Walmart began to take the matter seriously. I believe we could negotiate for an even lower price, considering the production costs of Huasheng-made products are quite low, a senior executive stated. Indeed, we can negotiate for a lower price. However, the premise is that we are the sole purchaser. This company has limited production capacity, and if Best Buy places an order first, David's words caused a drastic change in everyone's expressions. Damn Best Buy. Let's immediately organize a consumer survey to gauge their attitude, Sam asserted, and everyone nodded, promptly setting to work. Walmart's efficiency was remarkable. They quickly selected 100 housewives for a secret trial of the air fryer and asked them to fill out a survey. The final results thrilled the Walmart team, as nearly all 100 housewives rated the air fryer highly, each stating they would purchase one if the price did not exceed $200. David, well done this time. You have made a significant contribution to the company. Perhaps soon you will receive a promotion and a raise. I never expected such an extraordinary product could come from Huasheng. The people of Huasheng are indeed quite intelligent, Sam remarked, looking at David with admiration. Indeed, the people of Huasheng are quite clever, and their products are relatively inexpensive. If this product were manufactured in the United States, the cost would likely reach several $100s, David replied with a smile. Sam nodded in agreement. Indeed, labor costs in America are alarmingly high, not to mention the troublesome unions. Look at the current state of the American electronics market. It has nearly been overtaken by Japanese brands. David, prepare yourself. I will personally visit Huasheng. The orders we require may be substantial, Sam stated with seriousness. To which David nodded. After leaving the company, Sam did not head home, but instead dialed number. Hi, William, I have a lucrative business opportunity. Would you like to hear about it? David said with a grin, and soon he met William at a cafe. To be precise, William and David are competitors, as William is an executive at Best Buy. However, they have known each other since childhood and are good friends outside of work. William, there's a profitable business opportunity. We at Walmart are preparing to procure a device from Huasheng called the air fryer. I have a sample in my car that you can take back with you. The starting price is $50, and for every additional dollar, you will receive a 0.25 commission. As for how much you can earn, my friend, that depends on your capabilities. However, I can share that our procurement price at Walmart may be $60, and the quantity will be substantial. The potential earnings, my brother, are entirely up to you. David's words piqued William's interest, and he knew David would also benefit from this arrangement, but that was quite normal. Thank you, David, William replied excitedly, and after a brief discussion, he left with the air fryer. Upon returning to the company with the air fryer, Best Buy immediately convened an urgent meeting. When Huasheng received David's call, a smile spread across his face. He knew this deal was on the verge of success. As for the volume of orders, that would depend on the specifics of the negotiations. However, knowing that representatives from Best Buy would also be coming, Su Huasheng had an idea. Competition adds excitement. Currently, his company's air fryer is unique globally. Possessing the exclusive patent, other brands must obtain his authorization to manufacture, or they would have to wait until the patent expires in 20 years. As for circumventing the patent, Huasheng Electronics has registered all patents, creating a patent barrier that cannot be avoided. This is a rule set by the Western world, and now they must adhere to this game. If managed well, this single air fryer could allow Huasheng Electronics to reap tremendous profits. Chapter 11. Unimaginable Orders. Walmart and Best Buy compete for the air fryer. Mr. Sam, here are our global patent documents. Currently, our air fryer has been registered with relevant patents worldwide. Mr. Sam, although our factory is small, we can operate under an OEM model. Huasheng has ample labor and sufficient factories to ensure timely delivery of the products. A free replacement within a year and free repairs within 3 years is our commitment. Su Daba accompanied Sam on a tour of the Huasheng Electronics factory, while Su Huasheng acted as the translator. Upon observing the scale of the Huasheng Electronics factory, Sam couldn't help but frown. This place was practically a small workshop. Were it not for the patent and the actual product, Sam might even suspect that they were scammers. Mr. Sam, I understand your concerns. We can seek government oversight from the Huasheng government. The Canton Fair has yet to conclude, and with such a large order, I believe they would be eager to assist. Su Daba's words eased Sam's worries. Indeed, with such a significant order, involving the Huasheng government as guarantor would provide Walmart with added reassurance. Mr. Sam, shall we discuss this in the office? After the tour, Su Daba suggested with a smile. Sam nodded and entered Su Daba's office with the translator and David. Su Huasheng and David exchanged a knowing smile, both refraining from saying much. While they were conversing, a sudden knock at the door interrupted. Come in, Su Daba called out loudly. Zhongli entered, glanced at Sam, and waved at Su Daba with an air of mystery. What is it? Su Daba asked impatiently. Mr. Su, Mr. Kevin from Best Buy has arrived and wishes to see you to discuss the contract, Zhongli quickly relayed. Upon hearing this, Su Daba was taken aback. Shall please take them on a tour of the factory. I will be there shortly, he hastily responded. Sam's translator quietly whispered in his ear, and upon hearing that Kevin from Best Buy had arrived, Sam's expression darkened. He did not expect Best Buy's representatives to arrive so soon. Mr. Sam, would you like to discuss among yourselves first? Our principle at Huasheng Electronics is to prioritize orders based on who orders first, especially since our production capacity is limited. I have a matter to attend to outside, Su Daba said with a smile as he stood up. Just a moment, Mr. Su. I would like to confirm. If we place an order now, will we be the first customers globally? Sam quickly inquired. Yes, you will be our first client. Su Daba note that, having placed our order, does that mean our order will not be fully delivered before you fulfill others? Sam continued to inquire. Certainly, in the realm of commerce, there must be an order of precedence. Su Dabaos nodded, and this sentiment elicited a chuckle from Sam. Very well, President Su. We are now placing an order for 1 million air fryers at the price you specified, an FOB price of $60. However, you must ensure that we are given priority in delivery, and no shipments to others are permitted until our order is completely fulfilled. This condition must be explicitly stated in the contract. Sam's proposition left Su Dabaos momentarily speechless. How many? Su Dabaos asked incredulously. 1 million units. And this is merely the initial order. Should sales prove satisfactory, we shall place further orders, but you must prioritize our deliveries. Sam could no longer afford to hesitate. Should Best Buy act first, Walmart would lose its advantage. This air fryer is of significant importance to Walmart, despite being a small appliance. It has the potential to drive substantial foot traffic. Walmart's tests revealed that this product is highly enticing to homemakers. Once these individuals enter the store, they are likely to purchase additional items. Mr. Sam, there is no issue. For us, the first to place an order is the first to be served. Su Dabaos suppressed his excitement. 1 million units at an FOB price of $60 amounts to a staggering $60 million. Even after allocating $5 million to David, there remains a handsome sum of $55 million. What is the cost of a single air fryer? All expenses combined total less than $20. Indeed, that is the figure. With high volumes, costs can be further reduced. Thus, Each air fryer could yield a profit of $35. This single order could net Huasheng Electronics a profit of $35 million. As for taxes, the government currently encourages enterprises to export for foreign exchange. And as long as the exports are profitable, not only will taxes be refunded, but subsidies may also be provided. The nation has just embarked on its reform and opening up journey, and there is an insatiable demand for foreign advanced products. In pursuit of foreign exchange, Huasheng is in a frenzy, and this is merely the first order. Sudabayos sprang into action, accompanied by Sam, leaving the office to seek governmental guarantees for the contract. Upon exiting the office, Sam spotted individuals from Best Buy approaching, led by a familiar face, Kane. The expression on Kane's face turned sour upon seeing Sam. Meanwhile, Sam wore a broad smile. In this round, Walmart had taken the lead. As for when Best Buy would receive their goods, that would depend on Huasheng Electronics production capacity. In Kane's view, even if Huasheng Electronics resorted to outsourcing, delivering 1 million units would require time, and during this interval, Walmart would have already leveraged the air fryer to significantly increase foot traffic. President Su, greetings. I am Kane, a purchasing representative from Best Buy. Kane approached directly, wearing a smile. Greetings, greetings, Sudabayos quickly responded after hearing Su Huasheng's translation. President Su, we have gathered ample understanding of your products. Your team has already discussed pricing and policies in detail with us. We wish to place an order now. May I inquire when you can deliver? Kane was straightforward. Having lost interest in haggling over a few dollars, securing the goods was paramount. Mr. Kane, Mr. Sam has already placed an order ahead of you. We must fulfill their order before we can supply yours, Sudabayos stated directly, causing Kane's countenance to darken. How many units did they order? Kane instinctively asked. Upon hearing this, Sudabayos chuckled. I apologize, Mr. Kane, but that information is a trade secret. I cannot disclose it. However, if you place an order now, once we have fulfilled Walmart's order, we will proceed with yours. Even if Mr. Sam places a second order before we complete yours, it will have to wait in line. Sudabayos' words sparked a glint of hope in Kane's eyes. President Su, we wish to place an order for 2 million units. Best Buy is the largest appliance retailer in North America, and our sales volume will undoubtedly surpass that of Walmart. Moreover, we have numerous stores worldwide. Could you supply us first? We can increase the price slightly. How does $62 sound? Kane looked directly at Sudabayos. This proposal caused Kane's expression to darken even further. In terms of appliance sales, Best Buy certainly had its confidence. Upon hearing this, Sudabayos felt his heart race. He initially thought Walmart had placed a substantial order, only to realize that Best Buy was even more formidable, prompting him to ponder who was truly in command. And with the price increase of $2, that means an additional $4 million in profit on 2 million units. Bring him back to reality. I apologize, Mr. Kane, but business must be conducted with integrity, regardless of the quantity of your order or its price. We must adhere to the established protocols. Quite frankly, we have received inquiries not only from Walmart and Best Buy in recent days. If a higher price guarantees priority, it would lead to chaos. Sudabayos smiled as he spoke, and upon hearing this, Sam sighed with relief, grateful for having placed his order in advance. Kane's demeanor grew serious. It is important to note that Best Buy's competitors extend beyond Walmart. There are other rivals as well. President Su, let us sign the contract now for 2 million units at $60, with an upfront deposit of 1/10, delivered in batches. Kane insisted there was no time to waste. Securing the goods was imperative, and Walmart alone was already a headache, let alone allowing other competitors to jump ahead. Certainly, Mr. Sam has expressed some concern regarding us and wishes for government guarantees. Let us proceed together. That way, everyone can feel assured, particularly since this is our first collaboration. Sudabayos replied with a smile. Kane nodded, casting a disdainful glance at Sam, internally cursing him. David and William exchanged knowing glances, their smiles speaking volumes. This is a lucrative deal. William stands to earn $25 per air fryer, and with a 2 million unit order, that amounts to a staggering $5 million, an immense sum for William. David's earnings would be even greater. From Walmart's 1 million order, he would earn $5 million. And from Best Buy's 2 million order, another $5 million, totaling a remarkable $10 million in just a few days. This is far more lucrative than winning the lottery. Sam and William exchanged glances, their intentions clear. Upon returning to America, They must leverage their resources to promote the air fryer vigorously. This is not just an air fryer. It is a veritable goldmine. Su Huasheng glanced at David and William, his smile broadening. The allure of profit is undeniable. This exemplifies the benefits of a win-win situation. With the first dividends in hand, Sam and William will undoubtedly explore every avenue to market the air fryer globally. At that point, they will need to do nothing, as orders will flow in ceaselessly. This is the life of ease. Moreover, the air fryer is merely the first step. Huasheng Electronics has a plethora of products in the pipeline. Once these individuals experience the sweetness of success, they will instinctively promote Huasheng Electronics products worldwide, provided that Huasheng Electronics maintains its competitive edge. Chapter 12. The Astonishing Canton Fair, an $18 billion superorder. Director Luo, the transaction volume at this exhibition has been remarkable. To date, the total transaction amount has surpassed $5 billion. Within the exhibition hall of the Canton Fair, a staff member was reporting the achievements of this event to Luo Xiangyu. This year's Canton Fair has slightly altered its rules, now being held biannually in spring and autumn. This is the autumn exhibition, and the total transaction amount from the spring exhibition reached $54.6 billion, which is also quite an impressive result. The autumn trade fair has now surpassed a remarkable transaction volume of $5 billion, which is indeed commendable. However, Luo Xiangyu, perusing some documents in his hand, bore a rather somber expression. Alas, the volume of exported products is disappointingly low. With a deep sigh, he noted that the $5 billion represented the total transaction amount of the entire fair. Yet, this figure does not reflect the export volume. Rather, it is the combined total of imports and exports, with imports making up the majority. The range of products that Huasheng can export is limited, while the demand for imports is substantial. The exported goods are not advanced products, primarily consisting of handicrafts and raw materials, all priced quite modestly. In contrast, the imported items are costly, comprising advanced equipment urgently needed for national development, with some sets costing hundreds of millions of dollars. How many inexpensive goods must a nation export to acquire such equipment? This disparity illustrates the significant gap between Huasheng and developed countries abroad. A chasm so vast it evokes despair. Director Luo, things will gradually improve, a staff member murmured. Luo Xiangyu sighed again, continuing to observe the exhibition booths as he walked. He gazed enviously at the advanced equipment and exquisite home appliances showcased by foreign brands, pondering when Huasheng would produce commendable high-tech products and earn foreign currency through their innovation. Director Luo, suddenly, an anxious voice interrupted his thoughts, prompting him to halt. Xiaozhang, what has you so flustered? The newcomer, Zhang Yuansheng, was responsible for the Canton Fair and had been quite busy lately. Director Luo, this is urgent, very urgent, Zhang Yuansheng exclaimed, breathless as he caught up to Luo Xiangyu, instantly sobering the latter's demeanor. Speak seriously, what has happened? Is there a conflict between domestic enterprises and foreign guests? Luo Xiangyu inquired rapidly. No, it's a good thing. Director Luo, representatives from Walmart and Best Buy wish for us to provide a guarantee. They intend to procure a batch of home appliances from a domestic electronics company, valued at $1.8 billion. Since this is their first collaboration, they feel a bit uneasy and would like us to provide a government guarantee, Zhang Yuansheng explained hastily, causing Luo Xiangyu's eyes to widen in surprise. Did you say how much? $1.8 billion? Are you certain you did not mishear? Not $18 million? He pressed urgently. Zhang Yuansheng chuckled, admitting that he had also been taken aback by that figure, but upon verification, he confirmed its authenticity. Indeed, it is $1.8 billion. They wish to purchase 3 million air fryers from Huasheng Electronics, with each unit priced at $60. Currently, all three parties are in my office. He concluded. Without hesitation, Luo Xiangyu strode towards Zhang Yuansheng's office. This was monumental, $1.8 billion, and moreover, it was an export to the United States. What was this? This constituted foreign exchange. The nation is in desperate need of foreign currency. Currently, Huasheng possesses a mere $5 billion in foreign reserves. In this vast nation, only $5 billion is available. Meanwhile, there is an abundance of desirable foreign goods that require foreign currency for acquisition. Without foreign exchange, regrettably, the world does not acknowledge the renminbi. Without foreign currency, they will not sell. advanced machine tools, military equipment, sophisticated medical devices, all necessitate foreign exchange. To generate foreign currency, domestic enterprises are nearly frantic. Any enterprise that can contribute to the nation's foreign exchange reserves is considered a national hero. Consequently, during this period, the operations of some enterprises may seem quite ludicrous. Numerous products are sold at a loss, indeed, below cost price to foreign markets. The losses incurred are subsidized by the state in renminbi, while the foreign exchange generated from the sales is appropriated by the government. While this may sound absurd, upon reflection, it evokes a sense of heartache. For the lack of foreign exchange has led to countless valuable goods from Huasheng being acquired by foreigners at exceedingly low prices, such as precious rare earth resources and exquisite handicrafts. Upon arriving at the office, Luo Xiangyu immediately spotted Su DeBeos and his team. Su Zong, allow me to introduce you. This is Director Luo from our province's Department of Foreign Economic and Trade. Zhang Yuancheng stated promptly. Director Luo, this is Su Zong from Huasheng Electronics. This is Mr. Sam, the purchasing representative from Walmart. And this is Mr. Kane, the purchasing representative from Best Buy. Hello, Director Luo. I am Su DeBeos from Huasheng Electronics, Su DeBeos said, extending his hand warmly. A prominent figure indeed, the director of the Department of Foreign Economic and Trade, Su DeBeos mused, though he was unaware of the true weight of the title. However, observing Zhang Yuancheng's demeanor, he understood that this position was certainly significant. Hello, Director Luo. I am Sam from Walmart. Hello, Director Luo. I am Kane from Best Buy. Both Sam and Kane greeted Luo Xiangyu, who worked diligently to compose himself. Greetings. I understand you have a business proposal that requires our government as guarantee? Luo Xiangyu inquired, maintaining his composure despite the excitement bubbling within him. He recognized that he represented not only himself, but also Huasheng. Yes, indeed. Our company has recently developed a product called the air fryer. Both Walmart and Best Buy wish to procure our product. The total order is for 3 million units, priced at $60 each on an FOB basis. As this is our first collaboration, they have some reservations, Su DeBeos elaborated. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiangyu smiled. There should be no issues with such a significant transaction. A government guarantee would be entirely feasible. Moreover, given the magnitude of the order, the government bore a responsibility to assist the enterprise in fulfilling this contract while also ensuring legal oversight to prevent any potential disputes. The atmosphere in the office became congenial as Sam and Kane articulated their requirements. The order was substantial, and so was the financial commitment. The entire batch would be delivered in installments, with Walmart and Best Buy requiring a 10% deposit up front. Following the delivery of 10% of the goods by Huasheng Electronics, they would then remit an additional 10% of the payment. In simple terms, this meant payment in advance for the goods. Luo Xiangyu swallowed hard. This was his first encounter with such business practices involving foreigners. Previously, domestic enterprises exporting products often faced various challenges and scrutiny from foreign partners, with many requiring to inspect the goods before releasing payment, and some even delaying payments for months. Yet here was Huasheng Electronics, with Walmart and Best Buy agreeing to pay up front before taking delivery. This was indeed peculiar. Rest assured, our Huasheng government will wholeheartedly serve our enterprises, Luo Xiangyu assured them. Please wait a moment while I have a private discussion with Su Zong. Once the door to the adjacent room closed, Luo Xiangyu immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Su Zong, please be candid with me. Are you deceiving the foreign merchants? You must understand that the transaction amount is exceedingly large. If this is a fraud, the repercussions will be severe, he pressed earnestly, still grappling with disbelief over the authenticity of the situation. Director Luo, such a notion is unfounded. Huasheng Electronics is a legitimate enterprise. The air fryer is a newly developed product, and we have registered patents globally. To put it bluntly, do you think Walmart and Best Buy are fools? If they did not conduct thorough investigations and verify the actual product, how could they be so eager to place an order? Moreover, they are paying up front. What other domestic enterprise operates in such a manner? Su DeBeos countered, alleviating Luo Xiangyu's concerns. Indeed, if Walmart and Best Buy had not seen the product and conducted thorough evaluations, they would not place an order, especially not one that involved upfront payment. Foreign businessmen are certainly not naive, especially giants such as Weirma and Baisimai. Even internationally renowned brands must heed their demands when collaborating. With this thought, Luo Xiangyu couldn't help but smile. His curiosity piqued about this so-called air fryer. His gaze towards Xu Debao shifted, filled with newfound intrigue. Although Huasheng was still unaware of the true nature of the air fryer, the prospect of exporting to the United States and earning U.S. dollars was indeed commendable. The idea of Huasheng home appliances being fiercely sought after by two major retailers in America was exhilarating. Moreover, the potential revenue of $1.8 billion U.S. dollars represented a significant achievement in this era. Such a sum could enable the country to procure advanced equipment. Upon returning to the office, Luo Xiangyu attentively listened to the requirements from Ma and Bai Simai. Afterward, he promptly instructed Zhang Yuanqing to prepare the contract. The arrangement was straightforward. It merely involved reasonable oversight from the Huasheng government over Huasheng Electronics to ensure the delivery of goods. Given the substantial funds and the volume of products involved, coupled with the fact that this was their first collaboration, it was crucial to ensure meticulousness. As future partnerships increased and familiarity grew, business dealings would undoubtedly become more seamless. In the presence of Luo Xiangyu and others, Huasheng Electronics officially signed the contract with Ma and Bai Simai. Gazing at the weighty contract, Luo Xiangyu beamed with joy, a sentiment echoed by Xu Debao and Xu Huasheng, as well as Samu and Cayenne, along with Daiwei and Weilian. This exemplified a win-win business scenario. Mutual satisfaction was indeed the essence of true commerce. After a flurry of activity, Luo Xiangyu's heart finally settled once Ma and Bai Simai departed. This was indeed a reality. A Huasheng enterprise had truly exported electrical products worth $1.8 billion U.S. dollars, a historic first for Huasheng. Mr. Xu, may I visit your factory? Luo Xiangyu inquired, his curiosity about the enterprise intensifying. Of course, Director Luo. We at Huasheng Electronics warmly welcome your visit, Xu Debao replied, eliciting a smile from Luo Xiangyu. Without delay, Luo Xiangyu and his companions followed Xu Debao directly to the Huasheng Electronics factory. Not only was Luo Xiangyu intrigued, but Zhang Yuanqing and the others shared his curiosity. What kind of enterprise was this? Why had he never heard of it before? Upon their arrival, as they entered the factory premises, Luo Xiangyu's curiosity deepened. The factory appeared quite ordinary, modest in size, resembling other small factories in Xinjiang without any distinguishing features. As everyone disembarked, Xu Debao introduced his son, Xu Huasheng, to Luo Xiangyu. Director Luo, allow me to reintroduce my son, Xu Huasheng, our product director. The air fryer was designed by him, and he primarily managed this business deal. He is a top student from Yinda, and even received a scholarship from MIT. Though he chose not to go, Xu Debao proudly stated, beaming with parental pride. Upon hearing this introduction, Luo Xiangyu's interest in Xu Huasheng grew. Hello, Director Luo, Xu Huasheng greeted with a warm smile, exuding confidence. Young man impressive. Mr. Xu, you have a remarkable son. By the way, may I see your air fryer? I am quite curious about what type of product can attract such demand from Americans. Luo Xiangyu remarked, prompting laughter from both Xu Debao and Xu Huasheng. Certainly, this way please. Let us first tour our factory and then examine the product. Xu Huasheng cheerfully responded. Observing the young man's demeanor, Luo Xiangyu discerned that Huasheng Electronics was indeed under the young man's direction. As Luo Xiangyu followed Xu Huasheng through the factory, he couldn't help but furrow his brow upon seeing the production area. Young man, does your factory have the capacity to meet the supply demands of foreign clients? Luo Xiangyu inquired directly. No, Xu Huasheng replied, shaking his head, which caused Luo Xiangyu's expression to darken. Thus, Director Luo, I must trouble you a bit. What is our country's greatest advantage? It is undoubtedly our excellent system, which allows us to coordinate production. It is not a problem that I lack a factory. Other enterprises do have them. Currently, many factories in our country are struggling due to a lack of orders. Wouldn't you agree? Xu Huasheng's words softened Luo Xiangyu's demeanor as he eagerly awaited further explanation. Director Luo, it is quite simple. We can subcontract the orders we receive at Huasheng Electronics. We have already outlined all the specifications and requirements for the components. This is a massive order of 3 million units. There are numerous idle factories in our country. We can coordinate to determine which factory can handle what task. Factories capable of producing casings can do so. Those that can create buttons can produce buttons, and those with larger workforces can handle assembly. As long as they adhere to our standards, Huasheng Electronics will compensate them. Director Luo, with a 3 million order, even if it is merely for screws. The profits would be substantial. While it may not lead to immense wealth, it should suffice to cover several months of employee salaries. Xu Huasheng observed the smile on Luo Xianyu's face, aware of the multitude of enterprises currently struggling in the domestic market. Many were unable to pay their employees, leading to significant layoffs. This situation stemmed not from policy, but from market conditions. Xu Huasheng's comments illuminated Luo Xianyu's understanding. This arrangement sounded akin to leveraging the situation to one's advantage. The funds were sourced from Ma and by Sci-Fi, while the products were produced by other companies, leaving Huasheng Electronics seemingly profiting without direct involvement, merely through product development. It feels like you're pulling a fast one, Luo Xianyu remarked. Hearing this, Xu Huasheng grew anxious. Director Luo, this is not merely pulling a fast one. We possess a unique product that we developed ourselves. This model is known as the OEM model. It is quite common abroad. Many large companies focus solely on product development, outsourcing production to specialized factories. This is akin to multinational corporations establishing factories in our country. Xu Huasheng's explanation prompted Luo Xianyu to nod in agreement. Indeed, such a model was prevalent internationally. Director Luo, only companies that master core technology can truly reap substantial profits. Take our air fryer, for instance. We possess the core technology, which is why Irma and by Sci-Fi are willing to pay up front. As for the subcontracted factories, Director Luo, do you believe they would also be eager to work for us, perhaps even advance material costs? Xu Huasheng posed with a playful grin, leaving Luo Xianyu momentarily speechless. How is that even possible? They are financially strapped. How could they afford to advance material costs? Luo Xianyu exclaimed, well aware of the dire situations many factories faced. What if I were to settle payments in US dollars? Xu Huasheng replied with a mischievous smile. Upon hearing this, Luo Xianyu's expression shifted, realizing the implications. If payments were made in US dollars, the nature of the order would transform entirely, shifting from a simple production task to a politically significant endeavor, fundamentally altering its character. Director Luo, I will directly settle the payment in US dollars with them. As long as they can provide qualified samples, we can sign a supply contract. With the supply contract in hand, it will be another opportunity to earn US dollars. They can use the contract to secure a loan from the bank, which should not pose much of a problem, right? Xu Huasheng beamed with a smile, his abacus clicking away. Luo Xianyu observed Xu Huasheng and had to admit that this little fellow truly grasped the vulnerabilities of domestic enterprises and thoroughly understood the local policies. This entire process posed no issues at all. Orders that could earn foreign exchange would undoubtedly attract significant attention from local governments. As long as Huasheng Electronics signed a contract with the enterprises, securing funds should not be a challenge. They could easily take the contract to the bank for a loan. Consequently, there would be no financial pressure on Huasheng Electronics. Component manufacturers would advance funds for producing parts, while assembly plants would advance funds for producing products. Once the products were delivered to Walmart and Best Buy, they would receive the next deposit. And then Huasheng Electronics could use the first deposit to settle accounts with other factories. Luo Xianyu's gaze towards Xu Huasheng began to shift slightly. Yet he refrained from saying much, instead contemplating how to assist Huasheng Electronics in expediting the completion of the orders and securing profits for himself. Director Luo, this is our air fryer. Its principle is quite simple. The group finally arrived at the exhibition room, where Luo Xianyu finally laid eyes on the air fryer. A row of attractive air fryers in various colors stood before him. They were aesthetically pleasing and exquisitely crafted, immediately conveying a sense of quality. Just the appearance alone made Luo Xianyu nod in approval. The design of a product is crucial for its marketability, especially for home appliances. Observing the design, he thought it was enough for domestic enterprises to learn from. Director Luo, we have already registered patents for the air fryer globally, establishing a patent barrier. The patent protection lasts for 20 years, during which time no brand can manufacture air fryers without our authorization. Director Luo, an order of 3 million units is merely the beginning. Once this product gains popularity, it could easily reach tens of millions of units in North America alone. Adding Europe, Japan, and South Korea into the mix, 2 to 3 million units are quite feasible. Director Luo, with such a substantial order volume, if we rely solely on ourselves, it may take some time to fulfill. Xu Huasheng's words made Luo Xianyu's heart race. 30 million units, each priced at $60. How much would that be? $1,800 million. Director Luo, and this is just the annual sales. Su Huasheng added another layer, making Luo Xiangyu feel almost overwhelmed. $1,800 million annually. Could that really be possible? In Luo Xiangyu's eyes, even $18 billion annually seemed like an enormous windfall. Such a sum could benefit countless individuals if Huasheng Electronics adopted an OEM model. How many people would thrive because of this? How many factories would survive? How many lives would change due to these orders? Contemplating this, Luo Xiangyu's heart raced uncontrollably. He longed to organize factories immediately to expedite the production of these products. Observing Luo Xiangyu's expression, Su Huasheng chuckled, preparing to unleash his ultimate pitch, determined to secure this significant deal. Director Luo, our company has another product even more impressive than the air fryer. Would you be interested in seeing it? Su Huasheng looked at Luo Xiangyu, revealing his ultimate surprise. Another groundbreaking product? Really? Luo Xiangyu's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression unable to conceal his excitement. The day's revelations had been overwhelming, and his heart could hardly bear it. Chapter 14. The shock brought by VCD. The conquered tycoon, yes, but Director Luo for confidentiality reasons. You can only view this new product alone. Afterward, you must keep it secret, as this product is our company's upcoming strategic offering. Su Huasheng stated solemnly. Observing Su Huasheng's serious demeanor, Luo Xiangyu felt an intense curiosity arise. What kind of product could make this remarkable young man so earnest? Where's the product? Luo Xiangyu inquired curiously. Director Luo, it's at my home. Su Huasheng replied with a smile. Luo Xiangyu nodded, and the group drove directly to Su Huasheng's residence. However, upon arrival downstairs, Luo Xiangyu instructed the driver to wait while he, Su, and Dabao ascended the stairs together. Upon entering the house, Su Huasheng went to his room and retrieved a hand-cranked VCD player. Observing the VCD, Luo Xiangyu's face was filled with confusion. He had truly never encountered such a device. Director Luo, this device is called a VCD player. It is a disc playback device that connects directly to a television. Compared to traditional laser projectors, it is smaller, more affordable, and better suited for home use. Su Huasheng explained while connecting the VCD to his television and starting playback. Director Luo, the core component of this device is the video decoding chip, which is a genuine high-end semiconductor chip. In terms of technological sophistication, the VCD's technology far surpasses that of the air fryer, yielding a much stronger premium capability. Currently, we are registering patents globally, and once the patents are secured, we will consider launching this product. Director Luo, the production of this product is significantly more challenging than that of the air fryer, especially the production of the decoding chip, which requires high-end equipment like photolithography machines. To my knowledge, there are currently no domestic enterprises capable of manufacturing such chips. In Su Huasheng's home, Luo Xiangyu was utterly astonished. Watching the movie playing on the television and glancing at the VCD player, he was momentarily speechless. A high-tech product, an absolute marvel of technology, and moreover, the first of its kind globally with registered patents. What are the profit margins for this VCD? How is the market? Luo Xiangyu couldn't help but ask, feeling hesitant to make any judgments after the numerous shocks Huasheng Electronics had presented him with that day. Director Luo, the VCD can sell for at least $500 in Europe and America. Our cost 1T exceed $200, even with the chips being manufactured by foreign suppliers. If we produce the chips ourselves, the price will be even lower. As for the market, the VCD represents a massive market, with potentially hundreds of billions of RMB in domestic sales alone. The global market would be even larger. Gasping in astonishment, Luo Xiangyu was truly taken aback. This market is far more impressive than that of the air fryer. You are so confident? Luo Xiangyu couldn't help but gaze at Su Huasheng, prompting Su Huasheng to chuckle. Director Luo, the air fryer is the best example. A good product sells itself. Compared to the air fryer, the VCD is akin to a television. Once it becomes popular, it becomes a trend. Consider this. If a household owns a VCD, they can watch movies and television shows at home. $500 may seem expensive to us, but in developed countries in Europe and America, it's merely half a month's salary. Spending half a month's salary on a VCD. Would you buy it? Su Huasheng's words made Luo Xiangyu smile. Indeed, if it were himself, he would purchase it. Just like televisions, washing machines, and refrigerators have surged in popularity in recent years. Who wouldn't want to enhance their quality of life? If the VCD, this remarkable product, truly gains popularity, it is likely to follow suit. Yet, this is not the most crucial point. Televisions, washing machines, and refrigerators typically have no patents, allowing anyone to produce them. The competition is fierce, with numerous manufacturers. However, the VCD is uniquely owned by Huasheng Electronics, with global patents, making it an unparalleled offering. Without Huasheng Electronics authorization, foreign brands wouldn't dare to produce it. Xiao Su, is it truly impossible for us to produce this decoding chip domestically? Luo Xiangyu suddenly pondered the decoding chip, and Su Huasheng remarked that this chip is the very heart of the VCD. If we could manufacture it ourselves, our pricing power would undoubtedly enhance. It is not that we are incapable of producing it, Su Huasheng mused thoughtfully, prompting Luo Xiangyu's eyes to gleam with interest. Director Luo, the greatest challenge in chip manufacturing lies in the intricacies of the industrial chain. To produce chips, we first require wafers, which we can indeed secure domestically. The next step involves photolithography. However, to achieve this, we must address the technological hurdles, a domain where our nation currently lacks robust capabilities. Nonetheless, the challenge of technology essentially boils down to financial investment. With sufficient funds and time, solutions can be devised. In truth, the paramount issue in chip manufacturing is the matter of attitude, Su Huasheng stated solemnly, causing Luo Xiangyu to furrow his brow in confusion. Attitude? Luo Xiangyu questioned, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, it is not merely the attitude of enterprises, but rather that of the nation itself. Does the state prioritize the semiconductor industry? Is there a willingness to develop a complete semiconductor industrial chain? Is there the resolve and courage to strive for high-end manufacturing? Is there the determination to forge ahead against all odds? Without these critical elements, relying solely on a single enterprise is exceedingly challenging, as the entire industrial chain encompasses myriad factors. The ascendancy of the semiconductor industries in the United States and Japan was significantly bolstered by their government's vigorous support. Su Huasheng began to enlighten Luo Xiangyu on the nuances of the semiconductor industry and the developmental trajectories of Japan and the United States. After absorbing Su Huasheng's insights, Luo Xiangyu's expression turned grave. Xiao Su, what assistance do you require from our nation? Luo Xiangyu inhaled deeply as he inquired. Director Luo, we require production capacity. We need substantial inventory in the initial phase. Once the opportune moment arises, we will launch a global marketing campaign and swiftly introduce our products to recoup our investments, aiming to maximize our profits in the shortest time frame possible. Although we possess global patents, once our products hit the market, we cannot guarantee that other enterprises will not circumvent our patents to develop similar products. Hence, the optimal strategy is to amass significant inventory and seize the market's unique position to capture the largest share of the pie. Even if competing companies eventually develop analogous products, we can engage in a price war to outmaneuver them, Su Huasheng asserted vehemently. If any entity manages to evade our patent barriers, they will soon discover that their hard-won products face insurmountable sales challenges. By then, Huasheng Electronics, with its large-scale production and the advantage of Huaxia's affordable labor, will have driven prices down to rock-bottom levels. The selling price of Huasheng Electronics VCDs is already lower than their production costs. How could they compete? This phenomenon is a common occurrence in the semiconductor industry, where the victor takes all. Su Huasheng articulated his requirements, which was also the purpose of his invitation to Luo Xiangyu. Only someone of Luo Xiangyu's stature could effectively relay this to higher authorities. Should the state take notice and mobilize resources to assist Huasheng Electronics in coordinating production, then the institutional advantages of Huaxia could be fully realized. The challenges surrounding chip production would become significantly more manageable. What does a VCD represent today? Is it merely an ordinary household appliance? No. This product has evolved into a calling card for Huaxia's technological prowess and a vital instrument for generating foreign exchange. If it sells for 500 abroad and we manage to sell 10 million units, that translates to 5 billion in foreign exchange. It is essential to recognize that our nation's current foreign exchange reserves are at this very figure. As for production costs, they can be covered in renminbi, of which there is no scarcity domestically. What we currently lack is foreign exchange. Imagine if we sell 20 or 30 million units. Furthermore, With a patent duration of 20 years, how much revenue could this product generate over that period? How many enterprises could prosper as a result? How many individuals in Huasheng would benefit? Contemplating this, Luo Xiangyu felt a surge of excitement. Chapter 15. The Spirit of Contract? What spirit of contract exists in the West? And what are the chips? If Huasheng truly cannot produce decoding chips, what do you plan to do? Luo Xiangyu asked again. If production proves impossible, we will have to rely on overseas manufacturers. This would not only incur higher costs, but also deplete our dollar reserves. However, that is not the most pressing concern. The gravest issue arises if Western nations, envious of our product's success, obstruct their companies from manufacturing on our behalf under some dubious pretext. That would spell disaster for us. By the time we manage to refine our industrial chain and produce our chips, the VCD may already be rendered obsolete by superior alternatives. Su Huasheng sighed. And upon hearing this, Luo Xiangyu's countenance darkened. Surely, the Western nations would not resort to such measures? Aren't they renowned for their commitment to the spirit of contract? Luo Xiangyu could not help but ask. Upon hearing this, Su Huasheng chuckled derisively. The spirit of contract? The Western nations are fundamentally a band of brigands. Now that they have wealth, they don the guise of nobility, preaching contracts and freedom. Do they genuinely uphold the spirit of contract? It was they who instituted technological embargoes against us, was it not? Consider how they sell advanced equipment when we lack it. They charge exorbitant prices or refuse to sell altogether. Yet, once we acquire it, they immediately engage in predatory pricing, attempting to crush our enterprises with rock-bottom prices. Their objective is quite straightforward, to treat us as a dumping ground and a source of cheap labor. They utilize our materials and our workforce to produce goods, only to sell them back to us at inflated prices, siphoning our wealth away. Our workers are left to toil in the most arduous conditions for meager wages. Our enterprises find themselves in a similar predicament, barely scraping by. This is akin to the situation with air fryer manufacturing. Su Huasheng's words prompted Luo Xiangyu to take a deep breath. Upon reflection, it seemed to ring true. Director Luo, consider the Japanese semiconductor industry. 2 years ago, 5 out of the 10 largest semiconductor companies were Japanese. Then, feeling threatened, the United States began to proclaim that Japanese semiconductors entering the U.S. pose a risk to their high-tech and defense industries, raising security concerns. This led to the Japan-U.S. Semiconductor Agreement, the implications of which are glaringly evident. They claim that televisions and refrigerators threaten national security. At times, when the U.S. resorts to bullying, they do not even bother to provide justification. One mere claim of national security is enough to take action, and any protests go unheard. The notion of fair trade is mere nonsense. Su Huasheng was filled with righteous indignation, recalling the frustrations faced by Huasheng's semiconductor industry decades later. During that time, the U.S. also invoked the pretext of national security. In April 1987, Reagan levied a staggering 100% tariff on Japanese computers and high-tech products, citing that Japan's dumping into third countries had hindered the expansion of the U.S. semiconductor market in Japan. Is this what they call the spirit of contract? And what the Plaza Accord? Director Luo should have some awareness of that, correct? Why did they suppress Japan? It was simply because Japan had encroached upon their market share, and they were unwilling to accept it. Director Luo, the decline of Japan's semiconductor industry is now a foregone conclusion, and the resurgence of the U.S. semiconductor industry is inevitable. If the U.S. could take such harsh measures against a loyal ally like Japan, do you truly believe they would refrain from doing so against us? When the VCD becomes a significant source of profit, they will wield similar justifications to crush us. Su Huasheng gazed intently at Luo Xiangyu, who now wore an utterly somber expression. He could not dismiss the possibility that the U.S. would indeed target Huasheng. After Su Huasheng's analysis, Luo Xiangyu was convinced that should Huasheng's semiconductor industry rise, the U.S. would undoubtedly respond with ruthless measures. Xiao Su, take your products and accompany me to Yanjing. Luo Xiangyu's demeanor was gravely serious. Such occurrences must not be allowed to transpire. All right, Su Huasheng nodded, refraining from further inquiries. May I make a phone call? Luo Xiangyu inquired, glancing at the landline telephone in Su Huasheng's home. Certainly, Su Huasheng nodded. Luo Xiangyu directly picked up the phone and dialed the number. Hello, it's me, Luo Xiangyu. Please book me 2 tickets to Yanjing on the earliest flight. After making a few calls, Luo Xiangyu stepped out. Xiao Su, let's go, he said, looking at Su Huasheng, who had brought him an abundance of astonishment today. All right, Su Huasheng nodded, putting the VCD into a specially designed suitcase, of which there was currently only one. Son, take this money, Su Debao said as he emerged from Li Chan's room, directly handing Su Huasheng 20,000 yuan. In this era, 20,000 yuan was a substantial sum. Su Huasheng nodded, accepting the money. Having funds in hand always provided peace of mind. He left with the VCD alongside Luo Xiangyu. Upon arriving at the airport, they bypassed the usual procedures and boarded a plane without even checking their tickets. Su Huasheng was not surprised by this occurrence. When the plane landed in Yanjing, it was already evening. After disembarking, a vehicle awaited them outside. Observing the driver's tall stature, Su Huasheng discerned that he was likely not an ordinary individual. What astonished Su Huasheng the most was that his accommodation was at the Guobin Hotel. Xiao Su, are you tired? If so, rest for a bit. If not, let's go meet someone, Luo Xiangyu inquired with a smile. Director Luo, how can I be tired? Su Huasheng's response elicited a chuckle from Luo Xiangyu. No need to call me Director Luo. You and my daughter are nearly the same age. Why not call me Uncle Luo instead? It makes us seem closer. I work in your province, and if your Huasheng Electronics needs anything from our government, just give me a call, Luo Xiangyu suggested with a smile. All right, Uncle Luo. I shall not be polite, Su Huasheng replied, prompting another laugh from Luo Xiangyu. The two exited once more, and as the driver drove them to a large courtyard at the foot of Xiangshan, Su Huasheng's heart raced. He understood that those residing here were significant figures, true powerhouses. Are you nervous? Luo Xiangyu asked, noticing Su Huasheng's apprehension. Uncle Luo, how can I not be nervous? I'm only 20, Su Huasheng stated candidly, causing Luo Xiangyu to chuckle. I thought you were like the Monkey King, fearless in front of me, he teased. Uncle Luo, it's not so much nervousness as it is fear that my words may lead the country astray. After all, no one can predict the future, Su Huasheng confided quietly, which endeared him even more to Luo Xiangyu. A young man with talent, capability, responsibility, and a love for his country is indeed the future Huaxia. Chapter 16. The Ambition of Huasheng Electronics. Investing heavily in their own lithography machine, Luo Xiangyu led Su Huasheng to a small building within the courtyard, where the environment was pleasant and security was notably tight. The two alighted from the vehicle, leaving the driver waiting outside. The small building was illuminated, and Luo Xiangyu knocked on the door. An elderly lady with a head of white hair opened the door. Despite her age, she appeared vibrant, her eyes gleaming with wisdom. Xiao Luo, come in quickly, she exclaimed upon seeing Luo Xiangyu. Aunt Feng, I hope you have been well during this time, he replied with a smile. Very well indeed, she responded cheerfully, glancing at Su Huasheng. Hello, Grandma Feng, I am Su Huasheng, he said with a smile. Oh, whose child is this? Such a handsome boy. Xiao Luo, is this your junior? The term grandma instantly brightened the elderly woman's face. Yes, this is my junior. We are here to discuss some matters with Minister Pan. Luo Xiangyu explained, grinning. Coming quickly. Old man, Xiao Luo is here. She called out loudly as she invited them inside. Soon, a bespectacled elderly man with a friendly demeanor emerged from another room. Come in, let's talk and study, he said with a smile as Luo Xiangyu nodded and led Su Huasheng into the study. The study was modest in size, filled with an array of books. Fan Lao, I apologize for disturbing you late at night, but the matter is urgent, and I won't take up much of your time, Luo Xiangyu stated directly. Pan Yinqing was currently the head of the Ministry of Foreign Economic Relations and Trade, which would soon be rebranded as the Ministry of Commerce of Huaxia. Here's the situation, Luo Xiangyu explained earnestly about Huasheng Electronics. Upon hearing that Huasheng Electronics had secured an $8 billion order from Walmart and Best Buy, Pan Lao gazed at Su Huasheng with astonishment. An order of $8 billion with a pure profit exceeding $100 million was undoubtedly a super contract in the recent export history of Huaxia. The most crucial aspect was that it was a technological product, not merely a commodity or cheap goods. Moreover, today Xiao Su has also brought an important product. Xiao Su, why don't you tell Pan Lao about it? Luo Xiangyu suggested, directing his gaze towards Su Huasheng, who nodded. Pan Lao, this is the next product our company has prepared. With that, Su Huasheng produced the VCD. As Pan Yinqing examined the VCD, curiosity filled his face. After Su Huasheng elaborated on the VCD's functionalities, Pan Yinxing instantly grasped its significance. The market for such a compact disc player was expansive, regardless of being domestic or international. As people's living standards improved, their demand for spiritual enrichment would undoubtedly rise. What is the current price of this product abroad? Pan Yunqing inquired eagerly, prompting laughter from Su Huasheng and Luo Xiangyu. Pan Lao, there are currently no such products abroad. This VCD is exclusively developed by Huasheng Electronics and has already been patented globally. One of a kind, Luo Xiangyu said with a smile, causing Pan Yunqing's eyes to widen in disbelief. Xiao Luo, you're not deceiving me, are you? He asked, his expression serious. As the head of the Ministry of Trade, he understood the weight of Luo Xiangyu's words. If it truly was one of a kind globally, then this business could be monumental. Who would dare to speak falsely about such matters? That is precisely why I was so eager to bring Xiao Su to see you. I believe that if this product is successfully operated, it will not only generate substantial foreign exchange for us, but also stimulate the development of related domestic industries. The beneficiaries of this product are countless, and it could serve as a business card for Huaxia in the field of technology. Luo Xiangyu's words made Pan Yinqing swallow hard. He recognized the truth in Luo Xiangyu's statement. If it was indeed one of a kind, the potential market could be enormous, perhaps exceeding $10 billion. If Huaxia could capture this market, it would significantly bolster the nation's economic development. What do you wish for me to do? Pan Yinqing asked Su Huasheng earnestly. Fan Lao, we have two matters to discuss. The first is the coordinated production of our company's products. Currently, our company is relatively small, yet we have numerous orders. Therefore, we wish to leverage the advantages of our national system and collaborate with sister units to produce the maximum number of products in the shortest time, subsequently launching them into the market swiftly to capitalize on the market gap and secure the greatest profits. Money only feels secure when it is in one's own pocket, Su Huasheng remarked, prompting laughter from both Pan Lao and Luo Xiangyu. Indeed, money in one's own pocket is the only true security. This is not a problem. We do have advantages in terms of coordinated production, Pan Yinqing replied with confidence. Huaxia's greatest advantage lies in its multitude of state-owned enterprises, a formidable number when combined. Pan Lao, the second matter concerns the decoding chip, the most crucial component of VCD. The production of this chip necessitates the use of photolithography machines. If we are unable to manufacture the decoding chip ourselves, we will have to outsource the production to foreign factories, which would likely result in a cost exceeding $100 per chip. Furthermore, this situation exposes us to the risk of being constrained by foreign enterprises. Should they intentionally delay our production or extend delivery times, we may miss critical market opportunities. Conversely, if we manage to produce it ourselves, the cost per chip would not exceed $20, and with larger quantities, the price could drop to $10 or even lower. Su Huasheng expressed earnestly that Huaxia excels at transforming high-end technology into affordable commodities. Once Huaxia breaks through these technological barriers, mass production can drive prices down significantly, including for chips. If Huaxia successfully establishes a complete industrial chain for decoding chips, the production cost could potentially be reduced to even 20 renminbi. Su Huasheng's words rendered Pan Yunqing's expression solemn. Everyone understands the economic implications. The cost disparity between foreign and domestic production of a chip is staggering. As a business, who would prefer lower production costs? Pan Yinqing concurred with Su Huasheng's concerns about being constrained and the significance of market vacancy periods. Take televisions, for example. When Huaxia lacked its own production, foreign brands capitalized on the market void, resulting in exorbitant prices and limited availability. Now, with a surge in domestic television production, foreign prices have plummeted and their profits have dwindled. Pan Lao, this is precisely why we are here, to ascertain whether we can achieve the production of this chip domestically. I am aware that our semiconductor industry is currently quite frail, yet I believe that with sufficient funding and talented individuals, our nation, brimming with intelligence, can surely make breakthroughs. If we can manufacture atomic bombs and missiles, surely we can produce a photolithography machine? Su Huasheng stated directly, prompting nods of agreement from Luo Xiangyu and Pan Yinqing. Indeed, if our country can produce atomic bombs and missiles, it should be feasible to create a civilian photolithography machine. Fan Lao, the semiconductor industry is a high-end manufacturing sector with substantial initial investment requirements. Moreover, With the advancement of technology, it is likely that various sectors will increasingly demand chips. Although we currently lag behind developed nations, the gap is not insurmountable. At most, the technological disparity is around 10 years. If we do not invest now and continue to rely on purchasing foreign chips, we are essentially financing their industrial chain. In the future, the technological gap will only widen. Decades later, when our economy has developed, we might find ourselves at the mercy of others for chips, leading not only to significant financial losses, but also jeopardizing national security. Huasheng elaborated on the future development trajectory of the semiconductor industry. Although he presented his insights in a measured manner, his words profoundly impacted Pan Yunxing and Luo Xiangyu. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. What Xiao Su articulated is something the nation is already aware of. However, the country is in need of funds. The gap between us and foreign nations is vast. Currently, the government's focus is on economic development, prioritizing the livelihood of the populace and ensuring their wealth. Xiao Su, while the semiconductor industry is vital, the upfront investment is considerable. Presently, many weapon and equipment research projects have been halted due to our financial constraints. Pan Lao sighed, lamenting that it is challenging to accomplish much without resources. Huasheng recognizes the importance of the semiconductor industry and aspires to pursue it, but funding remains a significant hurdle. Pan Lao, what if our company is willing to invest? Would the government be able to provide us with support in terms of talent? Huasheng replied directly, leaving Luo Xiangyu and Pan Yunxing momentarily taken aback. Pan Lao, our company's air fryer sales should perform admirably. If production capacity keeps pace, we could earn a substantial profit. $200 to $300 million should not be an issue. If the government is willing to assist us in connecting with universities and research institutions, our company is prepared to invest in the development of photolithography machines and establish a foothold in the semiconductor industry. The processing requirements for the VCD decoding chip are not particularly high. I believe that with several tens of millions of dollars, we could resolve this. Rather than allowing foreign factories to profit from our investments, it is more prudent to invest in our own production, even if the process is gradual. Once we resolve the decoding chip issue, VCD could secure significant profits in the global market, and those earnings could then be reinvested into research and development, fostering a virtuous cycle. Huasheng articulated his ultimate goal for this visit. His primary objective was to secure personnel to transform his technical knowledge into tangible products. With the air fryer generating initial capital for his company, he is optimistic that, with government support, the production of the decoding chip would be feasible. Chapter 17. A first encounter with a technical luminary. How do you view the design of the photolithography machine? Until the early hours of the morning, Luo Xiangyu and Huasheng returned to the Guobin Hotel. Upon arrival, Huasheng found himself unable to sleep. His extensive conversation with Pan Lao had been enlightening. Pan Lao is a true visionary and a person of considerable insight. Huasheng is confident that the government will extend support to his company. Contemplating the elite talents available, he felt a surge of ambition. Combined with his own knowledge, he envisioned the potential of creating an extraordinary company in the semiconductor sector. It is imperative that he lays a solid foundation in this industry, and he possesses both the confidence and resolve to do so. Coordinating production is certainly manageable, as there are numerous eager factories in Huasheng. The air fryer and other VCD components are not particularly sophisticated, making their production straightforward. In his room, unable to sleep, Huasheng retrieved some blank sheets of paper and a pen from his bag and began a sketch. Lacking tools, he utilized his keen intellect as a ruler and instrument, meticulously drafting the designs. His mind teemed with specific information about photolithography machines, which he had been optimizing and comparing mentally for some time. He worked tirelessly until dawn, finally pausing to review his drawings, which brought him satisfaction before he indulged in a brief rest. Upon awakening and completing his morning routine, Huasheng emerged from his room to find the driver from the previous day waiting at the door. Upon noticing Huasheng, the driver immediately called out, "Sir, no need for that. I am not a leader," Huasheng responded, startled and waving his hands. Being addressed as a leader by a robust man older than himself left him somewhat flattered. However, his words did not deter the driver, who stood steadfast like a tower. Am I able to go out?" Huasheng inquired, unable to contain himself. Huasheng had been informed by Luo Xiangyu that he could do as he pleased today, while he would handle the air fryer production coordination. For Huasheng Electronics, the priority remains to generate revenue from the air fryer before proceeding to invest in VCD and photolithography machine development. Otherwise, it would all be mere castles in the air. Sir, Director Luo instructed me to be at your service for 24 hours. The car is waiting downstairs. Just tell me where you wish to go, the driver replied. Su Huasheng glanced at the driver and decided not to be overly formal. All right then, please take me to Yin University. Just a moment. I need to grab a few things. With that, Su Huasheng returned to his room to organize and pack the sketches he had created the day before stepping out. As Su Huasheng departed from the Guobin Hotel, he purchased 4 bottles of Mao Dai from the hotel's internal shop, a beverage that is notoriously hard to procure elsewhere. The driver was diligent in his duties. However, to Su Huasheng, he appeared somewhat tedious. Every inquiry was met with a veil of secrecy, ultimately relegating the driver to the role of a mere tool. Upon arriving at Yin University, Su Huasheng encountered his proudest pupil, Song Jipei, just as class had ended. Huasheng, when did you arrive? A beaming Song Jipei inquired upon seeing his esteemed student. I arrived yesterday. I thought I would come see you today. Su Huasheng replied, eliciting a smile from Song Jipei, who appreciated the thoughtfulness of the young man. As they walked side by side, conversing, students emerging from the classroom began to whisper amongst themselves. Is that Su Huasheng? I heard he turned down an opportunity to study at MIT. I wonder why. How foolish. To pass up such a remarkable chance. If it were me, I would have jumped at it. MIT is a gateway to staying in America after graduation. How splendid. Everyone has their aspirations. Perhaps he has better options, another remarked. I heard his family is well off. Maybe he's returning home to take over the family business. How good could that be? Nothing could compare to going to America. Have you heard that even a dishwashing job there pays several $1,000s a month? That's unimaginable here. The murmurs continued, as many of them recognized Su Huasheng, who had gained a reputation as a notable figure at Yin University, known for his academic excellence and numerous accolades. His decision to forego the chance to study at MIT had only heightened his fame, though many regarded him as foolish for passing on such a golden opportunity. In this era, studying abroad in developed countries was the ultimate aspiration for many Yin University students, and while several had ventured forth, most never returned. How have you been during this time? Song Jipei asked quietly. Not bad. I've returned home to manage my family's factory. Recently, we secured an order for 3 million units from Walmart and Best Buy, valued at $1.8 billion. After costs, we should net around $100 million. Su Huasheng replied nonchalantly, leaving Song Jipei momentarily speechless. Huasheng, when did you learn to boast? That's not a good habit, he remarked, unable to believe the claim. Teacher, well, have I ever exaggerated in front of you? It's true. Our company has developed a product called an air fryer, which is particularly suited for use in developed countries. Due to the massive order, our factory couldn't keep up, so we came to Yinjing seeking assistance. Just yesterday, I met with Director Luo from our province's foreign trade office. Su Huasheng explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Song Jipei swallowed hard, fixating on Su Huasheng for quite some time before regaining his composure. Really? He asked again, to which Su Huasheng nodded affirmatively. Good, Song Jipei responded with a single word, yet his smile radiated even more brightly. As a teacher, he felt immense pride in his students' success, recalling Su Huasheng's words when he declined to study abroad. It was remarkable how much he had accomplished in such a short time. Teacher, I came to seek your assistance, Su Huasheng said with a grin. What do you need? Song Jipei replied directly. I would like you to introduce me to Director Jiang from the Optoelectronics Research Institute, Su Huasheng stated, momentarily startling Song Jipei. Are you referring to Jiang Hanwen? He inquired. Yes, the director of the Huaxia Academy, Su Huasheng confirmed earnestly, knowing that Jiang Hanwen was a titan in the field of optoelectronics, having led the creation of Huaxia's first lithography machine. Is there a technical challenge you are facing? Song Jipei asked. Not exactly. There are some matters I wish to consult with Director Jiang, Su Huasheng replied, prompting no further inquiry from Song Jipei. Very well. Old Jiang enjoys a drink. Procure a couple of good bottles of liquor, and I'll return these items to my office. I'll take you to meet him shortly, Song Jipei said with a smile. He and Jiang Hanwen were well acquainted and shared a cordial relationship, frequently collaborating due to their respective fields in optoelectronics and semiconductors. Soon, they reconvened at the campus entrance, and seeing the driver and the vehicle, Song Jipei no longer doubted Su Huasheng's words. The license plate and driver were not typically accessible to ordinary individuals. Upon arriving at the Huasheng Academy, Song Jipei, carrying 2 bottles of Maotai, instructed the security personnel to contact Jiang Hanwen. "Haha, old Song, you are quite the rare guest. Have you struck it rich?" Jiang Hanwen exclaimed upon seeing the Maotai in Song Jipei's hands. Su Huasheng felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the slightly lean figure of this esteemed individual. In a previous life, he had interacted with Jiang Hanwen frequently, and upon returning from America to lead the development of Huasheng's next-generation chips, Jiang Hanwen had been a significant source of support. Su Huasheng held great admiration for him. "You, old Jiang, are elusive. It's difficult to find you for a drink. By the way, this is my student Su Huasheng, and the liquor is a gift from him. He may have encountered some technical difficulties. Perhaps you could lend him your insight," Song Jipei said candidly as they walked. "Hello, Director Jiang. I am Su Huasheng. I apologize for the intrusion. Today, I wish to seek your opinions on a matter. I have a schematic I would like you to review," Su Huasheng stated, directly handing Jiang Hanwen the lithography machine design he had drafted. Jiang Hanwen accepted the drawing with curiosity, examining it closely as they walked, but soon his expression turned serious. Once inside Jiang Hanwen's office, he spread the design across the desk, scrutinizing it intently. Song Jipei leaned in, intrigued by the schematic, which was exceptionally well crafted. Although merely a design, it revealed a multitude of insights. "Remarkable. I never anticipated this approach. How did I overlook such a possibility?" Jiang Hanwen marveled at the design, alternating between excitement, surprise, and deep contemplation. Observing Jiang Hanwen's reaction, Su Huasheng smiled. This lithography machine design was his culmination of a comprehensive technological roadmap for the next few decades, employing the most mature and scientifically sound principles while ensuring efficiency, precision, and reliability. Although the 280 nanometer exposure accuracy fell short of the standards expected by 2035, it was still the most advanced technology available in the present day. Once this machine was produced, it would not only manufacture VCD decoding chips, but also other chips, including those for 2G mobile phones and computer processors. Even 30 years hence, this lithography machine would still have the capacity to produce lower-end chips. "Young man, where did you acquire this lithography machine schematic?" After an indeterminate period, Jiang Hanwen lifted his gaze to Su Huasheng, his eyes brimming with excitement. In Huasheng, if Jiang Hanwen claimed to have second-best knowledge of lithography machines, no one would dare assert they were first. The design he beheld was astoundingly ingenious, a flawless schematic that had already inspired him in myriad ways. Comparing this design blueprint with his own lithography machine, Jiang Hanwen felt a wave of disdain. "Director Jiang, would you believe me if I told you this is my design?" Su Huasheng's words left Jiang Hanwen and Song Jiping wide-eyed in disbelief. How could it be possible? This lithography machine was designed by Su Huasheng? Could a single individual truly accomplish such a feat? Jiang Hanwen recalled how his entire team had spent an extensive amount of time deliberating on the original lithography machine's design. He fixed his gaze intently on Su Huasheng before shifting back to the blueprint. "What is this?" Jiang Hanwen inquired directly. The reflector came the response. "And this part? This is my design for the automatic alignment system." "How is automatic alignment achieved?" "Director Jiang, it works like this." The dialogue flowed between the elder and the younger in the room. Initially, Jiang Hanwen posed the questions, but it quickly transformed into Su Huasheng explaining while Jiang Hanwen listened. Jiang Hanwen found himself in the role of a student, continuously posing questions to Su Huasheng. The atmosphere in the room shifted noticeably. Song Jiping observed Su Huasheng with a heart full of tumultuous emotions. If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would not have dared to believe it. He could hardly comprehend how Jiang Hanwen was listening to Su Huasheng's explanations like a schoolboy. What kind of prodigy was this student of his? When Su Huasheng had initially designed the decoding chip, Song Jiping had thought it was already extraordinary. Today, he realized he had underestimated his proud disciple. In the presence of the lithography machine, a mere decoding chip was but a stone at the foot of Mount Tai, completely incomparable. And Su Huasheng had managed to design an industrial-grade lithography machine. Observing Jiang Hanwen's attitude, it was evidently a highly advanced model, which was quite impressive. After a thorough discussion, Jiang Hanwen looked again at Su Huasheng, his astonishment surpassing that of Song Jiping. At that moment, he was certain that this lithography machine had indeed been designed by Su Huasheng. Otherwise, there was no way Su Huasheng could possess such intricate knowledge. The blueprints were incomplete, merely a rough design. While Jiang Hanwan was questioning, Su Huasheng even took out pen and paper to draw the internal structure of a particular system for clarification. A display of skill that left Jiang Hanwan in awe. "Young man, did you come to show me this blueprint?" Jiang Hanwan took a deep breath, gazing at Su Huasheng with curiosity. "No, Director Jiang, I wish to fabricate this lithography machine," Su Huasheng stated directly, causing Jiang Hanwan's expression to turn serious. After glancing at the blueprint once more, Jiang Hanwan sighed. "It's difficult." His face was filled with helplessness. He understood all too well the complexity involved in creating a lithography machine. Although a perfect design blueprint now existed, merely having the design did not guarantee its fabrication. The construction of a lithography machine involved an overwhelming number of intricate processes, optical components, light source segmentation, and so forth. Given Huasheng's current foundation, this was practically impossible. It was an intricate system project, a synthesis of numerous cutting-edge technologies, and Huasheng lagged significantly in this regard. Jiang Hanwan felt a pang of disappointment. The design of this lithography machine was outstanding, yet leaving it unmade felt unbearable. But he was all too aware of Huasheng's limitations. It was akin to a toddler wielding a sharp weapon. While the weapon was excellent, the child could not harness its potential for battle. "Director Jiang, I know it's challenging, but there are some things we cannot shy away from simply because they are difficult. Isn't the atomic bomb difficult? What about artificial satellites? Missile? Submarines? Haven't we achieved those?" Su Huasheng said. "It's not the same," Jiang Hanwan sighed. "Those are vital instruments concerning the survival of a nation, developed with the collective effort of the country. Countless individuals have sacrificed and selflessly contributed to these great national projects. A lithography machine, on the other hand, is fundamentally a civilian commodity of an entirely different nature. While we have talent domestically, where is the funding?" $100 million, Su Huasheng stated directly, leaving Jiang Hanwan momentarily stunned. "What do you mean?" Jiang Hanwan asked, eyes wide with inquiry. "Director Jiang, our company is willing to invest $100 million into the development of this lithography machine. If that isn't sufficient, we can allocate more funds. I just want to ask you, Director Jiang, if the necessary funds are provided, can this lithography machine be produced?" Su Huasheng inquired. "Of course it can. This is a man-made creation, not divine. If we truly have $100 million, give me 3 years, and I will definitely produce it," Jiang Hanwan declared loudly, exuding confidence. Upon hearing this, Su Huasheng smiled. "In this era, does Huasheng lack talent?" "No, this era is brimming with talent. They have developed numerous innovations under the most arduous conditions to aid Huasheng's ascension. This is their strength. They endure hardships, unafraid of tears or bloodshed. They are the true warriors. Regrettably, Huasheng is currently impoverished. Many projects require only a modest amount of funding to break through, yet Huasheng cannot even muster that, resulting in the cessation of many projects that are dear to the hearts of researchers." "Wait a moment, young man. You're not joking, are you? Do you really have $100 million? Jiang Hanwan suddenly looked at Su Huasheng with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Money, the lack of it. Right now, Huasheng is in dire need of funds. Even the Huasheng Institute is severely underfunded, despite being the director of the Huasheng Institute of Optoelectronics. The annual research funding available is quite limited, only a few million RMB at best. And $100 million? That is over 400 million RMB. The most crucial aspect is that this money is in foreign currency. With foreign currency, they could purchase the experimental equipment they desire and enhance their research capabilities. If they truly had $100 million, many of Jiang Hanwan's ideas could be validated and many projects could potentially be realized. "Haha, old Jiang. My student indeed has it." Their company developed a product called an air fryer, which received a substantial order from the United States. The net profit from the first order alone is $100 million. Song Zhiping exclaimed joyfully, his face radiating pride, even a hint of boastfulness. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hanwan grew even more curious. Su Huasheng did not withhold information. He openly shared his company's current situation, including the VCD and the rationale behind developing the lithography machine. After listening, Jiang Hanwan became excited. "Money. So there really is funding. Xiao Su. As long as the money is in place, I will contact the necessary parties and ensure that this lithography machine is produced." With this lithography machine, our nation's semiconductor industry can take a giant leap forward. However, relying solely on our Optoelectronics Institute won't suffice. There are aspects that are not our forte. Let me think. Jiang Hanwen began to pace the room excitedly, then took out paper to start writing a list. The lithography machine comprises numerous systems, each requiring different technologies. Disassembling these systems and seeking out capable research institutes for development would be essential, as long as the funding is secured. The technological challenges hindering this lithography machine will gradually be overcome. It's merely a matter of time. The three spent quite some time at the institute, and as Su Huasheng and Song Zhiping departed, Su Huasheng wore a broad smile. He left the blueprints with Jiang Hanwen, confident in Jiang Hanwen's integrity. With this esteemed figure leading the charge, the remaining tasks will be far more manageable. Once the air fryer profits materialize and the funding is secured, coupled with national support, Su Huasheng believed that the entire semiconductor industrial chain would gradually come to fruition. Currently, the most crucial task for Huasheng Electronics is the production of air fryers, as expeditiously delivering products is essential for swiftly accumulating initial capital. Fortunately, there is no need for personal oversight in the production coordination, as Luo Xiangyu has already taken charge of this matter. Su Huasheng has meticulously documented all dimensions, processes, and specifications of the air fryer components, enabling the factories that receive orders to simply adhere to these guidelines. Huasheng Electronics is responsible for inspecting these components and the final assembled products. Once they pass inspection, payments can be made directly in US dollars. Su Huasheng is finally experiencing the sensation of being in a position of power. In contemporary Huaxia, those who possess foreign currency hold significant influence. Factories and local governments are exerting tremendous efforts to secure foreign exchange from Huasheng Electronics. Local governments facilitate connections with factories and subsequently liaise with banks. After thorough evaluations, banks disburse loans to factories based on the order contracts. Moreover, local governments directly supervise the utilization of these funds to prevent any misappropriation. Earning foreign currency is a political imperative, leaving no room for error. Huasheng Electronics does not provide any deposits. Consequently, these factories willingly manufacture products for them. This reflects the nature of the current era, where Su Huasheng feels both fortunate and somewhat melancholic. In 3 or 4 decades, if a company places an order without a deposit and expects factories to cover costs in advance, one can only imagine the response. Chapter 19. The terrifying speed of Huaxia. The successful launch of air fryers. How swift is the efficiency following the initiation of coordinated production in Huaxia? It is astonishingly rapid, even surpassing human imagination. In just half a month's time, the first batch of 100,000 units was entirely produced and dispatched to the United States. This speed left representatives from Walmart utterly astounded. Huasheng Electronics conducted rigorous inspections, ensuring that the products met all required standards. Remarkably, this half-month period did not solely consist of production time, as initial modifications to production lines, procurement of raw materials, and negotiations with banks for loans were also necessary. In reality, the actual production time amounted to merely 1 week. Once the various factories become proficient in their processes, output will increase even further. Currently, numerous new cooperative factories are continuously joining the coordinated production effort. Many factories across the nation are on the brink of starvation. With an order for 3 million air fryers at a production cost of $20 each, equating to a staggering $60 million in output. Presently, the exchange rate between the US dollar and the Chinese yuan hovers around 1.4. This means the order holds a value of 2.4 billion yuan. For factories that have struggled to pay wages for several months, this influx of business is a timely boon. Although the profit margins are not excessively high, it at least provides a temporary means of sustenance. Huasheng Electronics has also been proactive during this half-month, preparing recipes and contacting various seasoning manufacturers to produce marinades, striving to maximize profits while simultaneously enhancing the sales of air fryers. Su Huasheng has also taken time to design several new small appliances, intending to market them to Walmart and Best Buy during their next visit, thereby providing domestic factories with opportunities to earn some income. Huasheng. The first batch of goods has been dispatched from major ports nationwide to the United States. Next, we aim to increase daily production capacity to 50,000 units within a month Luo Xiangyu stated with a smile in his office in Shenzhen. Su Huasheng had returned, and the first batch was sent directly from the nearest port. Huasheng Electronics had already settled the payment for the goods. They do not withhold payment, transferring funds immediately upon delivery. However, while Huasheng Electronics pays in U.S. dollars, the factories receive payment in yuan, which the state subsequently appropriates for use. Uncle Luo, thank you. Without your assistance during this period, we might not have been able to deliver so promptly, Su Huasheng said, placing 2 boxes of tea leaves on the table. My family doesn't drink this kind of tea, but my mother insisted I bring it to you. Let this be the last time, Luo Xiangyu replied sternly. Though he was not being overly formal, he would not accept gifts from others. Su Huasheng's use of Uncle Luo indicated a familiarity that made Luo Xiangyu perceive Su Huasheng as somewhat of a junior. All right, let this be the last time. My family doesn't drink it anyway, Su Huasheng chuckled, comfortably settling onto the sofa. In truth, I should be thanking you. Our Guangdong Province Foreign Economic and Trade Office has also made significant contributions. The department is optimistic about Huasheng Electronics. Not only the department, but the city and province are also very supportive of your endeavors. We hope you will continue to work hard to generate foreign exchange for the country. Luo Xiangyu felt quite pleased. Although he had been busy recently, he was filled with joy. On one hand, he felt a sense of pride that Chinese home appliances could be exported to the United States, generating revenue from American consumers. On the other hand, this was a tangible achievement, an $18 billion business, with even greater prospects on the horizon, all within his jurisdiction. His office was primarily responsible for facilitating trade between domestic and foreign enterprises. After an extensive discussion with Luo Xiangyu, Su Huasheng departed, now awaiting the sales performance and reputation of the air fryers, which were paramount. Only with satisfactory sales and reputation could Huasheng Electronics reap greater profits and proceed with further actions. In the United States, after crossing the ocean, Walmart finally received the first batch of air fryers. They placed significant importance on this product and had been in constant communication with Huasheng Electronics, thoroughly understanding its advantages and devising corresponding promotional strategies. Trucks laden with air fryers were dispatched to Walmart stores across the nation. Upon reviewing the exquisite air fryers, the store managers were filled with anticipation. One morning, after dropping her children off at school, Selina drove to the nearby Walmart to purchase some items, as she routinely did. A homemaker with 3 children, her husband, an attorney, earned a substantial income. After the birth of their first child, Selina resigned from her job to care for her family. Despite media narratives promoting independence among Western women and boasting about the equality of shared finances and marriages, reality often diverges. In the West, many men still venture out to earn a living, while numerous women choose to be homemakers after having children. The traditional division of labor, with men working outside and women managing the home, remains prevalent. Upon entering Walmart, Selina instinctively wandered around before eventually pausing in the home appliance section. There, a row of beautiful air fryers were prominently displayed. Their elegant design and vibrant colors captivated her attention, resembling exquisite pieces of art. Next to the air fryers, a sales representative was preparing food for customers to sample. "Hello, what is this appliance?" Selina couldn't help but inquire curiously. "Hello, Mom. This is an air fryer, the latest home appliance. It cooks food using hot air convection, allowing for more even heating and tastier dishes. Moreover, it promotes healthier cooking. For instance, making French fries requires only a small amount of oil," the sales representative explained while demonstrating the device and sharing the health benefits with Selina. Before long, a small crowd gathered around the air fryer, and their astonishment grew as they tasted the food prepared with it. "Oh, these fries are delicious, and they don't feel oily at all. Indeed, it's best to consume less oil, otherwise one might gain weight. Oh, these chicken wings are fantastic. Is it really that simple? Just marinate them and place them inside?" As curiosity swells among the public, interest in the air fryer grows exponentially. Selina was captivated after sampling food prepared using the air fryer. Following the sales representative's explanations, perusing promotional materials, and engaging in hands-on experience, she quickly developed a fondness for this innovative product. The cooking process was remarkably convenient, with the vendor providing recipes that made it simple to prepare a variety of dishes. This cooking method was akin to a lazy mode, surpassing even traditional ovens in ease of use and functionality. However, What truly resonated with Su Lina was the air fryer's health-conscious ideology, a concept that many Americans are increasingly prioritizing. The widely recognized principle of consuming less oil is particularly relevant in a country grappling with significant obesity issues, which are known to lead to a host of health problems. How much is it? Su Lina could not help but inquire. Currently, this air fryer is available for just $199, and we are also including a complimentary recipe book and marinade. Once you finish the marinade, you can purchase additional supplies from us. The sales representative smiled, beaming with enthusiasm. Su Lina mused that if Su Huasheng were to learn of this price, he would undoubtedly decry the avarice of capitalists. Goodness, the offshore price is $60, and it should retail for no more than $65 in the United States. Even with the complimentary marinade, it should be under $70. Selling it for $199 means a profit of $130 per unit. If they sell 1 million units at this price, the pre-tax profit would soar to $1.3 billion. Indeed, capitalists are the most ruthless. She reflected that even her own sales of 300,000 units would not yield such staggering profits. Furthermore, this product comes with the best warranty, free replacements for quality issues within a year and free repairs for 3 years. Upon hearing this from the sales representative, Su Lina was thoroughly convinced, and several onlookers were equally swayed. Ultimately, she succumbed to temptation and purchased one. Although the price of $199 was not trivial, Su Lina deemed it worthwhile. With an air fryer in her possession, cooking for her children would become much easier and healthier. She eagerly anticipated trying out her new appliance. Elated, Su Lina left with her air fryer, and several onlookers followed suit with their own purchases. "Oh, my dear, tonight's dinner looks quite sumptuous," remarked her husband, Jack, upon returning home that afternoon and spotting the spread on the table. French fries, chicken wings, pizza, grilled steak, roasted sweet potatoes. He exclaimed, "Haha, darling. I bought a new kitchen gadget today." Su Lina proudly showcased the air fryer. After learning about its health benefits, Jack, who valued wellness as a middle-class individual, praised the product. The air fryer officially launched at Walmart in the United States, and its stylish design, convenient features, and unique health ideology led to an explosion of sales across Walmart stores nationwide. In just one day, without major promotional efforts, 466 units were sold throughout Walmart stores in the U.S. This remarkable sales figure thrilled Walmart, especially since it was only the first day of sales. Anticipation for word-of-mouth promotion was palpable. Once the product gained a reputation, sales would undoubtedly soar even higher. Moreover, Walmart had plans for further marketing. Once promotions commenced, sales would surely spike again. Observing these sales figures, Sam lamented not ordering 200,000 or even 300,000 units. Realizing the immense profit potential, 130 profit per unit was indeed a lucrative margin, confirming that exclusive products yield significant profits. Chapter 20. The Viral Sensation. The air fryer that sold out. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Ade Talk Show. In America, as night falls, many individuals relish their evening at home. In this era, without smartphones and with the internet just emerging, watching television has become the primary source of entertainment for American households. The Ade Talk Show, a widely acclaimed program, features a humorous host who reviews trending products, providing valuable insights. It resembles a futuristic product review, but with Ade's engaging wit and incisive commentary, making it quite popular among viewers. Today, I visited Walmart and discovered a fascinating product. Ade announced, introducing the much-anticipated review segment. He presented a dark red air fryer, which immediately caught the viewer's attention with its stunning appearance. It resembled a large rice cooker, but its aesthetic far surpassed that of conventional models. This product is called the air fryer, and this is my first encounter with it. I must say, I am quite taken with its beauty, especially with this charming rabbit logo. Why does the rabbit look like that? Ade jested, pointing at the logo. The emblem of Huasheng features a rabbit, which would undoubtedly amuse friends from Huasheng if they were to see it. Goo! You have no idea how impressive this rabbit's red eyes are. It's a standout among rabbits, even without the red star. What is this product really like? Let us find out, he said, examining the instructions. This air fryer hails from Huasheng. Oh my! This is the first time I am testing a home appliance from Huasheng on this show. Could this air fryer be a tool for martial arts? Ade humorously mimicked a martial arts move, eliciting laughter from viewers. This sparked curiosity about Huasheng's home appliances and whether they could manufacture electrical devices. This is the principle of the air fryer. and it's fascinating. It utilizes hot air circulation to heat food more effectively. Oh, what a brilliant idea. Why haven't our appliance brands thought of such a remarkable concept? Ade exclaimed after reviewing the manual. He proceeded to demonstrate the air fryer by preparing food himself. My goodness, this is incredible. These are not just fried potatoes. They are roasted. You only need to spray a little oil, or even none at all. And the taste is divine. Is this truly my creation? Oh my, the flavor is exquisite. I feel like a culinary genius. If I were to lose my job someday, I could easily become a chef. Everyone knows that Huasheng cuisine is delightful. I love dining at Chinese restaurants in Chinatown. This air fryer can produce such deliciousness. I believe men can cook at home too, making fries, fried chicken, and wings. Isn't this the magic of Huasheng? This kitchen appliance from Huasheng, with its elegant design, powerful functionality, lazy mode, health-conscious philosophy, and delectable dishes, coupled with a 1-year replacement and 3-year warranty policy, captivated many viewers. Oh, this is truly a remarkable product. It has completely transformed my perception of Huasheng. Perhaps only a nation renowned for its culinary delights could develop such outstanding kitchen appliances. Compared to Huasheng cuisine, our food seems rather lackluster. In conclusion, this is an exceptional product priced at $199, available exclusively at Walmart. Interested friends should hurry to make their purchases, as I understand the initial stock is limited. Ade concluded his review with high praise. This was, in essence, Walmart's advertisement, a common occurrence on Ade's platform. The promotion on the Ade talk show significantly boosted the air fryer's popularity across the nation. The following day, numerous housewives who had watched the program curiously flocked to Irma's supermarket to personally explore the marvel that is the air fryer. Upon truly understanding its utility, these women were captivated. It turned out that this product was indeed as remarkable as Ade had described, not to mention its health benefits. Although the price of $199 was not trivial, it was affordable for the average American, who typically earns $2,000 to $3,000 monthly. Consequently, purchasing an appliance for $199 was within the reach of even the most ordinary individuals. The air fryer suddenly gained immense popularity in the United States, propelled by Irma's promotion and the favorable word of mouth from consumers. After all, who doesn't appreciate a healthier lifestyle? Out of stock? Why is it unavailable? We'll be back in stock. I traveled so far for this, and you have none? How can you promote it without stock? When can I place a deposit? Just 3 days after Ade's talk show review, Irma sold out of air fryers in just 4 days, clearing a staggering 100,000 units. This terrifying sales volume made Irma anxious, as inquiries about air fryers were not only coming from the US, but also from many consumers in Canada. The sales surge brought both joy and distress to Irma. Joy from the profits, and distress because Samu had ordered 1 million units, and judging by the current pace, even that would not suffice. The air fryer had, through organic word of mouth, transformed into an essential household item, akin to televisions and washing machines. A necessity for nearly every American home. Shuzong, we need to place an order. This time, let's order 5 million units. Can you ensure timely delivery? Samu urgently returned to Huasheng with 2 objectives: to expedite the delivery from Huasheng Electronics and to place a substantial order. The profit margin on each air fryer was an astonishing 130. It felt almost like robbery. Samu was confident that even if Bisemi received stock, they would not lower prices. Despite being competitors, air fryers represented a unique business opportunity, and the market was far from saturated. It would be foolish to drop prices when simply acquiring stock was a challenge. Unbeknownst to many, the air fryer had inadvertently created a phenomenon of scarcity marketing. Irma conducted internal investigations and found that the current market demand in the US alone likely exceeded 20 million units. Adding Canada and Europe would further expand the market capacity. Given the current supply-demand imbalance, there was no justification for lowering prices. Mr. Samu, I apologize. I wish I could expedite your delivery, but I'm unable to do so due to the overwhelming prior orders, Xu Debao explained, his expression filled with concern. This revelation startled Samu. Observing Xu Debao's demeanor, he felt a mix of frustration and helplessness as Xu Debao presented the order forms received over the past few days. Bisemi had placed an additional order for 3 million units, with a 20% deposit. Tajite ordered 1 million units, also with a 20% deposit. Radio Shack placed an order for 2 million units. There were additional orders from Europe totaling 1.5 million units, along with orders from Japan and South Korea. As Xu Debao presented a stack of order contracts, Sama gulped, while Xu Debao couldn't hide his delight. In recent days, Xu Debao had been euphoric. The air fryer had suddenly exploded in popularity in the U.S., attracting a flurry of interest from various international retailers eager to collaborate with Huasheng Electronics. David and William had been reaching out to these retailers, who had hesitated in placing orders until witnessing the air fryer's remarkable sales at Warma. Bisemi acted swiftly, placing an additional order for 3 million units, bringing the total order to 5 million. Other retailers followed suit, and Huasheng Electronics now faced an overwhelming total of 11 million units in orders globally. Should Warma place another order for 5 million units, the total would soar to an astonishing 16 million units. Mr. Sanmu, we are working diligently to increase our production capacity. Within a month, we will ramp up to a minimum of 100,000 units per day. Our air fryer is currently unique in the market, and saturation is still far off. Xu Debao stated with a smile, fully aware of the air fryer's selling price in the U.S. While he admired the profits, he understood that such earnings were not in his reach. He was content with his own business endeavors. A price of $60 was already considerable, and the additional orders would not require sharing profits with David and William, yielding a substantial profit margin of $40 per unit. Very well, let us order 5 million additional units. Damn Bisemi, Samu exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. If it weren't for them, the air fryer would have been a unique offering for Warma. With a profit of 130 per unit and a market demand of at least 20 million units in the U.S., the potential gains for Warma were immense. Mr. Samu, there are still many business opportunities in this world. By the way, we have developed a new product that is currently pending patent registration. It will be launched once the patent is secured. However, as Warma is our largest customer, I will make an exception to show you the product first. Are you interested? Xu Debao said with a smile, causing Samu's eyes to light up. A new product? His interest was piqued. Of course I am interested. As long as the product is good, Warma is more than willing to place an order, Samu replied, filled with anticipation. If the new product proved satisfactory, he would ensure that Bisemi would not benefit from it. Xu Debao led Samu to a room at the electronics factory, where several exquisite boxes were displayed. Upon seeing these boxes, curiosity flooded Samu's face. Huasheng, please explain the new product to Mr. Sanmu, Xu Debao instructed, and Xu Huasheng nodded in agreement. Mr. Sanmu, this is our latest invention, named the Jean Maqiang. Like the air fryer, it was designed with the aim of enhancing human health. Xu Huasheng opened one of the boxes and began to describe it in proficient English. Samu's attention was drawn to the elegant Jean Maqiang within, its design reminiscent of a submachine gun. Curious, Samu looked at Xu Huasheng. Mr. Sanmu, the Jean Maqiang, also referred to as a deep tissue massage gun, is a soft tissue rehabilitation tool that employs high-frequency percussion to relax the body's soft tissues. You may consider the Jean Maqiang as a consumer version of the DMS, deep muscle stimulator. The vibration frequency varies during use, serving a function akin to that of the DMS, Xu Huasheng explained, capturing Samu's interest. Mr. Sanmu, after exercising, muscles can become tense, with lactic acid buildup and oxygen deprivation. Particularly after extensive workouts, muscles may stiffen, making recovery difficult. The outer layer of human muscles is enveloped in fascia, enabling muscle fibers to contract in an orderly direction for optimal functionality. However, after overexertion, the muscle fascia can become expanded or compressed, resulting in soreness and discomfort. Our Jean Maqiang addresses muscle tension through external physical means, akin to the stretching and massage techniques used by professional athletes post-training. With the assistance of the Jean Maqiang, recovery time and efficiency after exercise can be significantly enhanced. When used correctly and judiciously, the Jean Maqiang can alleviate post-exercise muscle soreness. Xu Huasheng began to elucidate the function of the fascia gun, a contraption that is poised to become a viral sensation in the near future. This device indeed possesses utility, yet many individuals purchase it merely for novelty, ultimately relegating it to obsolescence after a few uses. However, what does this have to do with oneself? As long as one can successfully market the product, that suffices. Selling such an item relies heavily on promotion and marketing, yet advertising in the United States is remarkably straightforward. One must recognize the fervor surrounding American sports. Be it basketball or football, athletes engage in considerable physical exertion. By enlisting a few prominent athletes to utilize the fascia gun during their rest periods or when experiencing muscle tightness, followed by a comprehensive promotional campaign, success is assured. Following Su Huasheng's introduction, Sam became thoroughly intrigued by the fascia gun. Moreover, Su Huasheng personally allowed him to experience its effects. After a long-haul flight, Sam felt fatigue in his lower back muscles. Su Huasheng used the fascia gun to massage him, and Sam immediately felt a significant alleviation of discomfort. It was truly remarkable. Sam's eyes lit up with astonishment. Such a wondrous device and globally unique. Most importantly, it is associated with health, and myriad marketing strategies began to formulate in Sam's mind. Mr. Sam, this device actually has a special function, Su Huasheng subtly remarked, requiring a specific attachment to harness its full potential. What function? Sami inquired curiously. Come and see. Su Huasheng replied, unveiling a pink box that contained a pink fascia gun. However, this was not the crux of the matter. Upon revealing a collection of massage heads, Sam's eyes widened in disbelief. He finally comprehended the nature of this special function, as these attachments were extraordinarily unique, some even larger than his own, in hues of flesh. Pink, black, white, and transparent, long, short, thick, and thin. They were indeed plentiful. Mr. Sam, sometimes women may have particular physiological needs, especially single women. Thus, we designed these massage heads to cater to such requirements. Our products are meticulously crafted, boasting a high waterproof rating to mitigate any risk of electric shock. Su Huasheng spoke somewhat boastfully. This strategy was inspired by Japanese innovations, albeit with a twist. Yet one must concede that women occasionally require such devices, which can be more convenient than manual methods. Moreover, men may find it equally intriguing. During intimate moments, utilizing such tools could potentially enhance the experience. At that moment, Sam's eyes gleamed with mischief, lost in thought. What's the price of this fascia gun? Sam inquired directly. The offshore price is 100, Mr. Sam. The manufacturing complexity of the fascia gun exceeds that of an air fryer, particularly concerning the material of the massage heads, which demands high standards. Additionally, the 100 price applies solely to the standard heads. If one desires the women's massage heads, those are priced separately, as they must be made from medical-grade materials, which are quite costly. A set of women's massage heads also costs 100, and custom orders are available, albeit at a higher price, Su Huasheng stated with a smile, prompting Sam to nod in acknowledgement. While the price was not inexpensive, it was not exorbitant either. Sam believed this fascia gun could easily fetch $299 or more at Walmart, considering it to be a specialized rehabilitation tool. In the United States, anything associated with medical equipment tends to be priced steeply. Mr. Su, how much would it cost to secure exclusive sales rights for North America? Sam directly posed to Su Daba, who was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a grin. Su Huasheng's intuition had proven correct. Walmart appeared eager to monopolize the market. 20 million units, with full payment required before June 1st of next year. We will grant Walmart exclusive sales rights in the North American market for 3 years, Su Daba explained, causing Sam's eyes to widen in disbelief. This was inconceivable. The quantity was staggering. How could that be? 20 million units at 100 each amounts to 2 billion. What does that even mean? To put it into perspective, Walmart's total profit last year was merely 16 billion. Mr. Sam, a price of 300 for this product in the United States is not unreasonable. Your profit per unit could reach 200, and even after deducting taxes and marketing expenses, earning 150 per unit should be feasible. We are considering your best interests. Is 20 million units truly excessive? With effective marketing, it is conceivable that every household might purchase one, just as with the air fryer, if given the choice. Would you not place an order for 20 million units? Su Huasheng remarked with a smile, prompting Sam to swallow hard. While the potential profits were enticing, the risks were equally daunting. This represented a 2 billion product. What if it flopped? Mr. Sam, there is no need for haste. The product will still require some time before it is market ready. After our patent registration is complete in a few days, you may return to present the product to your board for deliberation. Such a significant transaction is beyond your sole discretion, is it not? However, you must provide me with updates promptly, as Best Buy may also take action upon learning of a new product. While we hope to forge a robust partnership with Walmart, Best Buy is not without its strengths, Su Daba chuckled. Sam nodded in agreement before reluctantly departing the room. After finalizing an order for 5 million air fryers with Huasheng Electronics, he left somewhat disoriented, his mind preoccupied with the fascia gun. So, why is it necessary to pay the full amount before June 1st of next year? Sudabaku diosili inquit 20 million fascia guns. That's an astronomical sum of 2 billion. He mused, genuinely intrigued by the urgency. Father, you'll understand in due time. I intend to make a substantial gamble. If successful, our financial future will be secure. Su Huasheng's eyes sparkled with ambition. It was now 1989, and a monumental opportunity awaited in the coming year. With adequate funding, a bold venture could yield immense wealth. With these resources, Huasheng Electronics would no longer face financial constraints. Fortune favors the bold, as long as this small butterfly does not disrupt the larger scheme. What is destined to arrive will surely come. Su Daba regarded Su Huasheng in silence, filled with admiration for his son. In such a short span, Huasheng Electronics had amassed extraordinary wealth through a singular air fryer, with total orders soaring to 16 million units, each priced at 60, totaling a staggering 9.5 billion. This sum represented roughly 1/5 of last year's foreign exchange for Huasheng, with minimal costs incurred. Even accounting for dividends to David and others, the total expenditure was merely 3.5 billion. A net profit of 600 million was unimaginable for a Huasheng company in this era. Not to mention, on a global scale, 600 million is a formidable fortune. Su Daba perceived this as an immense wealth accumulation, yet Su Huasheng deemed it insufficient. These funds must be conserved, not squandered. Furthermore, Su Huasheng intended to leverage the patents for the air fryer and fascia gun to secure a loan from a U.S. bank, confident that substantial financing would be forthcoming. With such capital, should he triumph in his gamble, Huasheng Electronics could truly embark on an ambitious expansion. At Luo Xiangyu's office, Su Huasheng once again made his presence known. Upon presenting the orders he had received over the past few days, Luo Xiangyu nearly leapt from his seat in astonishment, his hands trembling as he clutched the documents. A staggering order valued at $9.5 billion. This is truly astounding. If such a sum were entrusted to the nation, imagine the multitude of remarkable acquisitions it could facilitate. Presently, with the extensive domestic infrastructure projects underway, there exists an urgent need for funds and the introduction of advanced technologies. Observing Luo Xiangyu's expression, Su Huasheng couldn't help but chuckle. Uncle Luo, our production capacity must be increased. We need to expedite our deliveries. Delays may lead to unforeseen complications. Su Huasheng sighed, lamenting that the inability to deliver on time was his greatest source of frustration. Having registered an abundance of patents, he had established a formidable patent barrier that competitors could not circumvent. Consequently, there was no immediate concern regarding competition. Huasheng Electronics air fryer was presently an unparalleled venture, essentially a means of earning profits effortlessly. This was precisely why Huasheng Electronics had secured such a plethora of orders. Walmart and Best Buy had long consulted other vendors, including prominent electrical manufacturers from Europe and America, only to conclude that they could not bypass the patents or commence production. If this were not the case, how could Walmart and Best Buy so readily place their orders? Chapter 22. The battle for lithography machines begins. Huasheng Electronics established. I shall personally oversee the production. Within a month, or rather, within half a month, we must achieve a daily output of 100,000 units. Luo Xiangyu's hands trembled. He had not anticipated such a staggering volume of orders for the air fryer. In such a short span, the total orders had already reached this astounding figure. Might there be even more in the near future? This was an abundance of wealth, with a patent term of 20 years. If Huasheng Electronics refrained from licensing its patents, would there not be a similar influx of orders annually? If so, this single product could generate immense foreign exchange for the nation, while simultaneously fostering substantial domestic employment, benefiting countless individuals. Furthermore, Huasheng Electronics could ascend to become a giant solely based on this product. In that moment, Luo Xiangyu finally grasped the formidable power of technological products. No wonder foreign tech companies were raking in profits. No wonder foreign nations were so advanced. Technology products were indeed lucrative. Reflecting on the clothing and raw materials previously exported by Huasheng, with their paltry profits, he realized how many such items would be required to rival this air fryer. Uncle Luo, I believe it is time to commence the research and development of lithography machines. The development of the related industrial chain must also keep pace. This investment is being made by Huasheng Electronics, Su Huasheng declared with a sense of grandeur. Indeed, wealth allows for such audacity. Even though we have just begun delivering air fryers, the amount received in deposits is already substantial. Moreover, the investment in domestic lithography machine research and development will not require an immediate outlay of cash. The funds will be spent gradually, and Huasheng Electronics will ensure swift deliveries, allowing for rapid returns. Currently, Huasheng Electronics is not lacking in finances. Su Huasheng and Luo Xiangyu returned to Yanjing, visiting Pan Yunqing's residence. Upon examining the orders in hand, Pan Yunqing's reaction was not much different from Luo Xiangyu's. Xiao Su, may I ask you something? If your company earns dollars, can you exchange them for renminbi with the nation? Rest assured, the state will provide you with an equivalent amount. They will not shortchange your company. Pan Yunqing remarked. Looking at Su Huasheng, as foreign exchange was precisely what Huasheng needed at present. However, Huasheng required foreign exchange while also considering the opinions of enterprises. Currently, the funds were in Huasheng Electronics overseas accounts. They belonged to Huasheng Electronics, and the state could not forcibly seize them, unless Huasheng Electronics willingly agreed to exchange with the state. The funds could not be accessed. Hearing Pan Yunqing's words, Su Huasheng took a deep breath. Old Pan, could you please wait a little longer? Next year, our company will require a substantial amount of foreign exchange, so let us discuss it after that. Su Huasheng said to Pan Yunqing, there's no rush. This money is rightfully yours. How you choose to utilize it is entirely your decision. I am merely inquiring on behalf of the state, considering its current foreign exchange needs. Pan Yunqing replied with a smile, though feeling a tinge of disappointment. Yet, he held no resentment towards Su Huasheng, for the profits were ultimately in their own hands. Moreover, Huasheng Electronics was currently paying other factories in dollars, which constituted a significant amount of foreign exchange as well. Su Huasheng nodded, opting not to elaborate further, as some matters were indeed rather startling to disclose. While he wished for Huasheng to capitalize on this opportunity, he was reluctant to take risks. Losing his own money would be inconsequential, but if the nation's hard-earned foreign exchange were lost due to his gamble, he would be deemed a traitor to his country. The arrival of Luo Xiangyu and Su Huasheng prompted a renewed flurry of activity in Yanjing, as such a monumental order attracted the attention of many. Pan Yunqing personally organized a meeting, summoning heads from across the nation. Upon learning of this substantial order, everyone was filled with immense excitement. The primary concern among them was the lack of orders. Without orders, factories would find their workforce and equipment idle, leading to a lack of funds for factories. Idleness equated to losses, given the depreciation of equipment and the need to pay wages. Moreover, this order not only promised generous profits, but also the potential to earn foreign exchange. For those factories in less favorable circumstances, this was akin to a windfall. Su Huasheng chose not to participate in the discussions. Pan Yunqing had intended for him to make an appearance, but he declined, leaving the matter in his father's hands. It was wiser to remain discreet, as he did not wish to reveal himself prematurely. Better for his father to take the lead in this endeavor. Furthermore, Su Huasheng had more pressing matters to attend to. In Yanjing, the two new companies were fast-tracked for registration. One was named Yunling Investment, registered in Yanjing, with Su Huasheng as its sole shareholder. The other was Huasheng Kexuiyuan Optoelectronic Technology Company, Limited, abbreviated as Huangdian, a special joint stock company. With a registered capital of 500 million renminbi, Huasheng Kexuiyuan contributed talent and technology for a 51 stake, while Yunling Investment invested 500 million renminbi for a 49 stake. Thus, Huangdian remained a state-owned enterprise, albeit one that differed from conventional state-owned enterprises. Although Huasheng Kexuiyuan held a 51 share, it possessed neither management nor operational authority, merely enjoying dividends. Conversely, Yunling Investment, despite holding only 49, maintained control over the company's management. In essence, this company was a unique product of its time. Furthermore, the agreement established that both parties held priority rights for share acquisition. Should one party wish to sell its shares, it must first consult the other, and only after the other party declines to purchase may the shares be sold to external entities. In simple terms, Yunling Investment provides funding, while Huaqiuan contributes manpower and expertise, collaboratively developing new technologies, products, and profits. Su Huasheng had his own considerations for not investing under the name of Huasheng Electronics. At present, Huasheng Electronics was still too small. Maintaining a low profile was prudent. Selling air fryers attracted little attention, but selling lithography machines was an entirely different matter. In the layout of the semiconductor industry chain, it was better for Huasheng to shoulder the pressure, given its stature. As for himself, he merely needed to quietly amass wealth. Huasheng's scope of business was vast, encompassing not only the research and development of lithography machines, but also etching machines, photoresists, wafer production equipment, optical components, and even various fundamental material processing techniques. In summary, Huasheng was established to cater to the semiconductor industry chain. From the most basic materials to the highest-end lithography machines, a comprehensive layout for research and development was essential. The semiconductor industry required various elements, and Huasheng was poised to develop them all. Lithography machines were critical, but so too were other devices and foundational materials. Su Huasheng is acutely aware that following the decline of Japan's semiconductor industry, due to American intervention, Japan began to strategically invest in foundational raw materials. Later, during the conflict with South Korea's semiconductor sector, Japan's abrupt cessation of raw material supplies nearly devastated South Korea's semiconductor industry. Such occurrences are absolutely intolerable within his own company in the future. Su Huasheng harbors skepticism towards international division of labor and global supply chains. The harsh lessons of the future will teach him that possessing one's own resources is the most reliable industrial chain. If one is to engage in business, it must entail a comprehensive industrial chain layout, encompassing everything from basic materials to final products and even sales channels. He possesses foresight that surpasses decades of this era and holds a technological reservoir that exceeds current advancements by several decades. Furthermore, he understands how to optimize layouts in the most economical manner and how to avoid unnecessary detours, insights that others lack. Therefore, Su Huasheng prefers to retain control over everything, ensuring that Huasheng does not waste more resources or opportunities for rebirth. Chapter 23. The Restlessness of the Heart. The thrill of spending money. The grand auditorium of Huasheng Academy of Sciences is particularly lively today. Old Lu, you're back too? What's going on? I'm busy with projects over here. I don't know either. I heard our institute has established a tertiary industry company and is planning to assign us to the new company. Why should we go? Who wants to go to that company? Not me. Exactly. I'm staying at the institute. If they force me to go, I'll just go abroad. Such a mess. Just look at how busy our research institute is. In the auditorium, murmurs of discontent filled the air as they quietly discussed their concerns. These individuals are the elite of Huasheng Institute, many of whom were recruited from other prestigious research institutes. Gaining entry into Huasheng Institute signifies exceptional ability and prestige within the system, which is considered an honor among Huasheng people. Despite lower salaries, it at least provides for one's family. Now, the prospect of being transferred to a subsidiary company is met with disbelief and disdain. Hello, please have some water. Hello. Su Huasheng mingled among the crowd, masquerading as a service staff, pouring tea for everyone. They paid him no mind, enjoying his service as a matter of course. Su Huasheng attentively listened to their discussions, his smile growing more pronounced. After an indeterminate period, silence enveloped the room. An impeccably dressed elder entered, and upon his arrival, everyone momentarily quelled their emotions. This was Director Zhou of Huasheng Institute, a figure for whom they held deep respect. What is this? You all seem quite emotional. After taking his seat, Director Zhou addressed the crowd directly, prompting everyone to swallow hard. Naturally, everyone had feelings about this matter. Having emotions is normal. Yet some things should not provoke reaction before understanding the full context. Director Zhou's words brought a hush over the assembly. Today, I am here to support a young gentleman. His announcement left everyone in stunned silence. Young man, stop dawdling and come up here. Director Zhou gestured towards the audience, and everyone's eyes widened. Hello, everyone. Su Huasheng, still holding a water jug, approached the stage with a beaming smile, greeting the audience as he ascended. The crowd was bewildered. Who was this? Director Zhou, esteemed seniors. Su Huasheng stood on stage without taking a seat, extending greetings to those present, leaving everyone curious about his identity. I know you're all curious about who I am. My name is Su Huasheng. I do not possess any extraordinary credentials. I simply come from a wealthy background, and my father wishes to invest in the semiconductor industry. Thus, we established a company in collaboration with Huasheng Institute, and I am here as the head of this company." His revelation ignited a renewed wave of chatter among the crowd. What? Just a rich second generation? What is so impressive about that? Seated among them, Jiang Hanwen stifled a laugh upon hearing Su Huasheng's words. This young man had nearly driven him to despair in recent times. Jiang Hanwen finally understood the meaning of the worthy as teachers. Sometimes, effort pales in comparison to innate talent. Observing the disdainful expressions of those around him directed at Su Huasheng, Jiang Hanwen eagerly anticipated the day they would be proven wrong. While I was down there, I also heard some of your opinions and concerns. I am here to address those worries. Su Huasheng's tone shifted the atmosphere to one of seriousness. Firstly, you are temporarily on loan. Your employment relationship remains with Huasheng Institute, but due to work requirements, you will temporarily shift your work association to Huasheng Electronics for a period. Once our project concludes, you will be able to return to your original positions. Of course, if you prefer to remain with Huasheng Electronics, you are warmly welcomed. His words brought a collective sigh of relief. The notion of a temporary transfer was familiar, given the numerous research projects at Huasheng Institute. Yet, the idea of staying at Huasheng Electronics post-project elicited suppressed laughter. Who would be foolish enough to remain there? Secondly, during the loan period, your salaries will be dispersed by Huasheng Electronics. Allow me to briefly outline our compensation structure. For regular researchers, the hourly wage is 15 renminbi, plus bonuses and overtime pay, with a standard workday of 8 hours across 5 days a week. Overtime pay is double the regular wage. For secondary researchers, the base salary is 20 renminbi. For primary researchers, it is 30 renminbi, and for project heads, it is 50 renminbi. In addition to the standard salary, a substantial bonus will be awarded upon project completion. As Su Huasheng unveiled these enticing figures, the audience was nearly beside themselves with excitement. What kind of divine company is this? Is the pay real? It is worth noting that this is 1,989. While salaries at Huasheng Institute may be slightly better, the majority earn only 300 to 400 RMB, with few exceeding 500. The prospect of being paid hourly is astonishing. Each individual began calculating in their minds, even a most ordinary of researchers. At an hourly rate of 15 renminbi, could earn 120 renminbi for an 8-hour day, plus an additional 60 renminbi for 2 hours of overtime, totaling 180 renminbi daily. Over a month of 20 working days, that amounts to 600 renminbi. Weekends, paid at double time, would yield an additional 2 for 100 renminbi, bringing the total to 6,000 RMB for a month of diligent work. Even if one were to slack off a bit, 5,000 RMB would still be within reach, equating to 10,000 RMB over 2 months, an impressive sum in this era. In terms of rest, who has time to relax with such earnings? With this salary, one would feel compelled to work overtime just to justify it. This was merely the compensation for the most ordinary researcher. Those in leadership positions could expect even more. This monthly wage equated to what many might earn in an entire year. Gasping for breath, the audience collectively inhaled sharply, their eyes glistening with excitement. Su Huasheng, observing the reactions of these top-tier professionals, could not suppress a smile. The thrill of throwing money around was exhilarating for those unwilling to come. He would entice them with financial allure. Even Director Zhou couldn't help but swallow hard, glancing at the crowd and then back at the beaming Su Huasheng, pondering the implications. After this project concludes, it remains uncertain how many of them will return. However, it is indeed a blessing to remain at Huasheng Electric, for at the very least, the research funding is abundant. With sufficient financial resources, one can pursue the desired lines of inquiry and achieve results more efficiently. Conversely, the current state of Huasheng is dire, and Huasheng is akin to a landlord's household with no surplus grain. Many projects languish due to lack of funds, progress is sluggish, and some initiatives must be shelved altogether. This is the plight of our generation. Chapter 24. The Passionate Researcher. We must not allow scientists to suffer and weep Su Zong. Is what you say true? Are you not deceiving us? Finally, someone could no longer contain themselves and shouted from the crowd, drawing the attention of everyone towards Su Huasheng. Why would I deceive you? What benefit would that bring me? What is this place? Am I so reckless as to lie before Dean Zhou? Su Huasheng's barrage of rhetorical questions caught everyone off guard. and they soon erupted into laughter. Indeed, what place is this? It is Huasheng, the pinnacle of research institutions in Huasheng. If Su Huasheng lacked competence, would Dean Zhou come to support him? At this moment, excitement surged among the crowd. Old Liu, with your abilities, you must be aiming for a first-tier researcher position. Sun Lao must certainly be the project leader. Goodness, that is several tens of thousands over the year. With that much, could one not purchase a house? What kind of project is this? Do they truly have that much money? The nation is broke. Where would they procure such funds? The crowd buzzed with speculation again, and witnessing the discussion unfold, Dean Zhou chuckled. Ahem, allow me to interject. Indeed, this young fellow has substantial funds. Currently, Huawong Electric boasts a liquidity of 500 million RMB. As this statement was made, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. 500 million RMB in liquid assets. This is an astronomical sum. In 1989, 500 million RMB was indeed a tremendous amount, especially when the average annual salary for a resident of Yanjing was merely 100 renminbi. In 2022, the average monthly salary in Yanjing had risen to 628 renminbi, a staggering 60-fold difference. If one were to adjust for inflation, the 500 million RMB of 1989 would be equivalent to 3 billion RMB in 2022. However, when considering purchasing power, such calculations become less straightforward, as advanced equipment during this period was exceedingly expensive. Now, I shall announce our upcoming projects. Our largest initiative is the new generation lithography machine, which is divided into several project groups: the optical group, the precision machining group, and the automatic alignment group. A blackboard was brought to the auditorium, and Su Huasheng began elucidating the forthcoming tasks. The lithography machine alone is divided into 12 project teams, each responsible for tackling the technical challenges of a specific module. Additionally, there are projects concerning photoresists and etching machines, summing up to a total of 19 key projects. Each project presents formidable challenges, either due to a lack of existing knowledge or significant technological gaps. Everyone grew solemn, realizing that acquiring these funds would not be an easy feat. This was, indeed, a battle of perseverance. I understand that each project is quite challenging. However, you are the most talented individuals in Huaxia, and I have faith in your capabilities. To further motivate everyone, the company has allocated a bonus of 1 million RMB for each project. If you complete your entire project within a year, your team will share this bonus. For each day beyond 1 year, 10,000 will be deducted from the bonus. The atmosphere in the auditorium became charged with anticipation. Su Huasheng believed that the allure of monetary reward would galvanize these individuals in a heightened effort. All right, you may now discuss amongst yourselves and determine which group you would like to join. Additionally, you must democratically elect a project leader, as this choice is crucial to securing the bonus. If you feel the need to recruit additional talented individuals, do not hesitate to reach out. As long as they possess genuine skills, even if they are not affiliated with Huasheng, they will be welcomed into the project teams. Also, please compile a list of required equipment. We will strive to procure what is necessary. Su Huasheng's words invigorated the auditorium. Everyone began assessing their skills and identifying suitable groups, subsequently nominating appropriate project leaders. Among these individuals, Jiang Hanwen undoubtedly emerged as the leader of the optical systems, with no competition for this position. Huasheng buzzed with activity as the 19 projects were swiftly established. Once the project teams were formed, leaders and members alike began to rally their contacts. After all, the salaries were not coming out of their pockets, as members of Huasheng, who among them lacked a few formidable friends. This was a fortuitous opportunity, and naturally, one would wish to extend this to friends. Su Huasheng, however, refrained from commenting or expressing discontent at the influx of personnel. What a splendid opportunity. These are all talents. With this collaboration, future recruitment will become much easier. For a company, the ability to poach individuals from Huasheng is undeniably advantageous. Acquiring even a single individual could yield substantial returns. Young fellow, are you perhaps offering too much? Dean Zhou approached Su Huasheng without his notice, voicing his thoughts. Dean Zhou, we cannot allow our people to suffer and shed tears in vain. There are those outside who say that those who work on atomic bombs are not as valuable as those who sell tea eggs. After years of arduous study, to think that their earnings could be less than that of a tea egg vendor, how disheartening that would be. They are all talents. If we do not compensate them adequately, others will. We must not allow the talents we have painstakingly nurtured to seek opportunities abroad. Su Huasheng could not help but express his conviction that the reason for offering such generous remuneration was to assist these individuals in remaining in the country. Upon hearing this, Dean Zhou sighed, his gaze towards Su Huasheng filled with admiration. In merely 3 days, all 19 project teams were established. Their workspaces were not centralized. Huaqiuan encompasses numerous research institutes, each with a distinct focus. These individuals would need to proceed to the respective institutes associated with their projects to tackle the technical challenges. Only after all technological hurdles were surmounted could the lithography machine be constructed, thus establishing a complete chip industry chain for Huasheng. Everyone, we have compiled some technical materials that we hope will aid you in your projects. In the conference room, Su Huasheng brought in a stack of documents. He distributed these materials according to the project groups. Although these documents contained no specific data, they provided guidance on research directions. Su Huasheng certainly possessed detailed data, but he preferred these materials to serve as a catalyst for progress rather than simply enabling them to replicate existing technologies. The rationale for withholding specific data was twofold. First, the sensitivity of the information made it challenging to disclose. Second, he hoped that through the research process, these individuals would enhance their own understanding. Grasping the underlying principles is akin to solving a mathematical problem. Providing the answer directly is less beneficial than imparting the method of solution. While this approach may slow progress, it ultimately fosters the development of these technical personnel. Moreover, the urgency surrounding the lithography machine is not pressing. Everything can proceed at a measured pace. Upon receiving the documents, everyone began to study them earnestly. As they delved deeper, solemnity washed over their expressions. This included Jiang Hanwen, who noted the abundance of information, although specific data was lacking. Clear research directions were provided, making the task significantly more manageable. In research, the greatest fear is pursuing the wrong direction. Now that they had a concrete path, the outcome was merely a matter of conducting additional experiments. After reviewing all the materials, everyone turned their astonished gazes towards Su Huasheng. These materials are of utmost value, and they are acutely aware of this fact. These documents are strictly confidential, safeguarded by various companies and nations. Our company has acquired them through specialized channels. I hope they will be of assistance to everyone. As for the subsequent matters, I must rely on all of you, Su Huasheng said with a smile. Although Su Huasheng was also a researcher in his previous life and enjoyed spending time in the laboratory, he understood that he could not engage in research alongside them. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Chapter 25, Acquiring Land in Jiangdong. I will take all of Lujiazui. The development of photolithography machines has officially commenced, marking the beginning of Huasheng Group's strategic positioning within the semiconductor industry. The production capacity of air fryers is rapidly increasing under the coordination of Luo Xiangyu and Pan Yanqing. Su Daba, as the chairman of Huasheng Electronics, is basking in unprecedented glory, receiving warm welcomes wherever he goes. The reputation of Huasheng Electronics is swiftly spreading throughout the national industry, and many factories are engaged in discussions about this rapidly rising giant. Local governments across the country are extending olive branches, fully aware that Huasheng Electronics is akin to a hen laying golden eggs. Securing Huasheng Electronics for their jurisdictions would be a monumental achievement. Even if they cannot bring them in entirely, securing additional orders would be beneficial. Meanwhile, a special meeting is taking place in a magical city. The reason for convening is straightforward. The representatives of Huasheng Electronics have arrived, including Su Huasheng, the sole heir of the Su family. The meeting has been called because Su Huasheng brings exhilarating news that has electrified all the leaders in the magical city. Huasheng Electronics intends to invest in Jiangdong, and to their astonishment, they have found such an unsuspecting opportunity. Greetings, esteemed leaders. I am Su Huasheng, and this is our company's blueprint. We aim to develop the entire Lujiazui area, where we plan to establish the Huasheng Group's Research Institute in the magical city. Here, we will construct the largest comprehensive shopping center in the nation, adjacent to high-end residential complexes and several skyscrapers. Furthermore, we will build a family housing area for Huasheng Group employees, along with an integrated school ranging from kindergarten to high school, and a hospital for our staff. Su Huasheng stated as he unveiled his design drawings in the conference room. Not only did he present the design plans, but he also showcased the hand-drawn renderings. Upon seeing these visualizations, everyone could not help but swallow hard. Is this Lujiazui? Can such a vision truly be realized? The renderings depicted modern skyscrapers, exuding beauty and sophistication, with office buildings, premium residential areas, integrated schools, and hospitals. Good heavens, Huasheng Group, you are exceeding all expectations. To create a research institute alongside your own dormitories and hospitals is quite extravagant. The stunning shopping center resembled an extraterrestrial spacecraft, captivatingly beautiful. Could such a vision truly come to fruition? Su Huasheng's design scheme surpasses the aesthetics of this era by 50 years, embodying a natural, breathtaking, and futuristic appearance. The design left everyone in awe. Observing their reactions, Su Huasheng secretly reveled in their astonishment. This was the intended effect. It was now in 1989, and Jiangdong had yet to be officially developed. The future premier commercial district, Lujiazui, was still in disarray. At present, Jiangdong is seen as a symbol of extreme backwardness in the eyes of those residing in Puxi. A popular saying of the time echoed among the people, "Better to have a bed in Puxi than a house in Jiangdong." To the residents of Puxi, Jiangdong seemed akin to a rural countryside, and those living in Jiangdong were viewed as outsiders. Currently, Puxi boasts towering skyscrapers and bustling traffic, while Jiangdong remains a picturesque landscape. The Huangpu River separates Lujiazui from Puxi, yet their development trajectories are worlds apart. Residents in Jiangdong face inconveniences commuting to Puxi for work, requiring early morning ferry rides. The magical city has long desired to develop Jiangdong, yet discussions have been limited due to financial constraints. Now, an unsuspecting investor, particularly the spotlighted Huasheng Electronics, intends to develop Jiangdong, which has undoubtedly exhilarated the leaders of the magical city. Young man, may I inquire why Huasheng Electronics has chosen to invest in Jiangdong? A middle-aged man asked Su Huasheng with curiosity. Director May, our rationale for favoring Jiangdong is quite straightforward. Firstly, land prices in Jiangdong are significantly lower compared to Puxi. Secondly, we have confidence in Jiangdong's future development. Su Huasheng replied with a smile, revealing no hint of concealment. Oh, what are your thoughts on Jiangdong? It is important to note that the current conditions are not ideal, Director May inquired, prompting other leaders to turn their attention to Su Huasheng. This question elicited a smile from Su Huasheng. Director May, investment is about betting on the future. Our choice of Jiangdong over Puxi stems not only from cost considerations, but, more importantly, from our belief that Jiangdong will be the center of the magical city in the future. These words left everyone momentarily stunned. Director May, however, immediately became intrigued, eagerly awaiting Su Huasheng's elaboration. Without hesitation, Su Huasheng unfurled a map of the magical city. Please observe. Here lies Jiangdong, and here is Puxi. They are merely separated by a river. While it may seem inconvenient now, this is not a significant issue. We can simply construct more bridges. I firmly believe that our nation and the magical city will vigorously develop Jiangdong in the future, Su Huasheng asserted confidently, capturing everyone's attention. From a necessity standpoint, the magical city serves as the economic stronghold of our country, being one of our most urbanized cities. With the rapid development of our economy, we can expect an influx of people and enterprises into the magical city, given that Puxi has already been extensively developed. The natural conclusion is that Jiangdong will be the next area for development. Moreover, with the ongoing reforms and economic growth in our country, the magical city is poised to experience the fastest development among urban centers. With such a vast population, our nation is destined to become a crucial global market. Multinational corporations cannot afford to overlook this enormous market. When they enter our country, the magical city will undoubtedly be their primary choice, as Puxi has no more space available. Thus, Jiangdong naturally emerges as their preferred destination. Su Huasheng articulated eloquently, discussing urban development and the trajectory of the Longwa's future, reinforcing the reasons for Jiangdong's inevitable growth. As he concluded his analysis, the leaders of the magical city found themselves swallowing hard, suddenly realizing the potential of Jiangdong. In the future, Jiangdong is destined to become our nation's financial and technological hub, akin to Longwa's Silicon Valley or Wall Street. This is why Huasheng Group is willing to invest in Jiangdong and its future, Su Huasheng concluded with a smile. Following his statement, Director May led the applause, and others joined in with enthusiasm. This was no mere rationale. It was essentially a blueprint for Jiangdong's development presented to the magical city. All present recognized the brilliance of Su Huasheng's proposal. Should Jiangdong be developed in such a manner, its future indeed appears boundless. Su, having revealed such a comprehensive plan, are you not concerned that the magical city might block your investment? Director May could not help but inquire. I believe that should this be the case, it would not constitute a loss for Huasheng Group, but rather for the magical city itself. After all, Shenzhen's geographical location is also quite favorable, being close to the Hong Kong island, and it has the potential to form a Greater Bay Area economic zone. For us, investing anywhere is still an investment, Su Huasheng remarked, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. Indeed, Huasheng Group possesses the financial resources to invest anywhere they choose. The magical city serves as an economic bastion, while Shenzhen is still a special zone, not inferior to the magical city. Huasheng Electronics has sold air fryers worth nearly $1 billion. Upon completion of the delivery, it is rumored that the cash at hand amounts to no less than $500 to $600 million. In contrast, the entire GDP of Moda last year was merely $18 billion. They possess cash equivalent to 1/30th of Modu's GDP. With such wealth, the possibilities for investment are virtually limitless. If Modu does not wish to accept this capital, there are certainly countless others eager to seize the opportunity. Chapter 26. The Grand Vision. The future of Lujiazui under the Su surname. Mr. Su, if we were to entrust the Lujiazui area to your stewardship, how would you proceed with its development? Director May inquired, directing his gaze at Su Huasheng, with the others following suit. This question elicited a smile from Su Huasheng. Director May, should we be granted the opportunity to develop Lujiazui, we would invest no less than $1 billion over the next decade to transform this area into the nation's most resplendent jewel. We envision the establishment of a fiber optic network here. Are you familiar with the internet? Although our country has yet to fully embrace its development, the U.S. has already commenced its advancement, and this location will become the first in the nation to gain internet access. In addition, we will ensure coverage of 2G mobile base stations, allowing individuals in Lujiazui to communicate via their mobile phones. Do you know what mobile phones are? They have far more capabilities than the large brick-like phones of the past. Su Huasheng began to elaborate on his vision, leaving everyone in stunned silence. The concepts of the internet, 2G network stations, underground utility tunnels, the largest comprehensive shopping complex in the country, and the tallest skyscrapers were laid out before them. A high-end, intelligent district reminiscent of Silicon Valley and Wall Street. A true pearl of the nation. This vision left them all speechless. In this era, many had never even heard of the term internet, let alone seen a mobile phone. They were only familiar with the large brick phones and pagers. What Su Huasheng depicted was a future where fiber optic connections would be commonplace in every household, allowing for computer usage in daily affairs. The entire area would be blanketed with 2G base stations, enabling communication through compact mobile devices. Furthermore, he proposed the construction of underground utility corridors, concealing all electrical, fiber optic, and gas pipelines underground, resulting in an aesthetically pleasing and convenient environment. Simultaneously, plans included the establishment of the largest commercial complex and several towering skyscrapers, all within a 10-year investment of $1 billion to develop the entirety of Lujiazui. Not only would the entirety of Lujiazui be developed, but adjacent areas would also be earmarked for growth. Should a time traveler observe, they would recognize this as the future expanse of Lujiazui, covering approximately 32 square kilometers or about 48,000 acres of land. This vast area represents a monumental financial opportunity in terms of land transfer fees. However, the current land prices in Jiangdong are exceedingly low. After all, in this era, the highest property prices in the city center of Puxi barely reach 300 yuan per square meter. Mr. Su, may I inquire how much you plan to allocate for the land transfer fees? A middle-aged man directly questioned, underscoring the significance of this matter. The land transfer fee is a critical consideration, especially since many regions nationwide are in dire need of funds. Numerous areas have already begun to explore real estate development, and Modu is at the forefront of this movement, having initiated its own real estate ventures and even attracted foreign investment. What do you believe this land is worth per acre? Su Huasheng countered, prompting immediate deliberation among the attendees. They were uncertain of the value. Yet they recognized that the real estate companies currently developing in Puxi scarcely acknowledged Jiangdong. While the grand vision Su Huasheng painted was captivating, the reality remained that this was still an undeveloped expanse, a backward rural area. There were no bridges spanning the river, nor towering skyscrapers in sight. In fact, there were neither official documents nor policies regarding the development of Jiangdong. Discussions were merely speculative, leaving questions of feasibility, timing, and support shrouded in uncertainty, particularly given the prevailing poverty. Let me propose our plan. The first proposal is to establish a Lujiazui development company, with the Mode government contributing land as equity, thus holding a 20% stake. We will cover the development costs. Su Huasheng articulated the first policy, igniting whispers among the attendees. The second proposal is that our Huasheng group will purchase the entire land of Lujiazui at a price of 100,000 long coins per acre, and we will bear all relocation compensation. The entire area comprises nearly 48,000 acres, which translates to approximately 4.8 billion long coins in land transfer fees. However, this sum is considerable, and we request your allowance for installment payments over a decade, with annual interest calculated at standard bank rates. Su directly presented both proposals, leading to a profound silence among the audience. 100,000 per acre? That seems excessively low. An official could not contain his disbelief. While Jiangdong was indeed less expensive, such a figure was still astonishingly low, especially considering that land prices in Puxi had already escalated to several million long coins per acre. Leaders, this is Jiangdong we're discussing, another added. My previous remarks were merely optimistic projections. Do you have any idea how much capital our company will need to invest in development? Hundreds of billions of long coins may not suffice. You wish to develop Jiangdong while also ensuring businesses do not profit excessively. Such a scenario is unrealistic. Unless you intend to develop it yourselves. Do you possess the necessary funds? Does our nation have such resources? Su Huasheng replied with a smile, aware that he too lacked certainty. Nevertheless, this was the highest price Su Huasheng could offer. Furthermore, it represented merely his own aspirations. The ultimate response from the Mode government and the extent of land they might allocate would depend on their discretion. For Su Huasheng, this was akin to taking a gamble. The potential outcome was left to fate. Regardless, for Huasheng Group, acquiring land in Jiangdong, irrespective of the amount, would be a lucrative venture. Taking advantage of the current lack of formal development plans for Jiangdong, he aimed to seize the opportunity before others could. Su Huasheng was determined not to overlook the real estate sector. This substantial opportunity, rather than allowing unscrupulous merchants to benefit in the future, was better seized by his own hands. By capitalizing on real estate profits, he could reinvest in high-tech industries or directly provide benefits to employees and researchers, rather than letting those devoid of conscience squander their earnings on frivolities. Once he secured his fortune, he would swiftly acquire land before the real estate market became fully developed. The development of real estate is an inevitable trend, one that Su Huasheng believed could not be impeded. His goal was to provide a happy home for countless future members of Huasheng Group, and that was perhaps all he could achieve. Su Huasheng's arrival prompted a flurry of activity within the Mode government. The proposal he submitted was not only discussed locally, but was also escalated to higher authorities, who regarded it with considerable seriousness. The enormity of the land involved rendered Mode incapable of making unilateral decisions. The area, encompassing 48,000 acres, represented an unprecedented scale of land transfer. Su Huasheng's vision for Jiangdong was meticulously compiled into documentation and submitted for review, as the Mode government found it remarkably forward-thinking and valuable for reference. Concurrently, an investigation into Huasheng Group was initiated, as they sought to ascertain the group's genuine capability for developing Jiangdong. Without the requisite strength, all grand plans would amount to naught. Chapter 27, Group Planning. Targeting the home appliance industry after presenting the Huasheng Group's Lujiazui development proposal, Su Huasheng departed from Mode. This matter is far from trivial. Discussions are required here in Mode, as the stakes are considerable and no one dares to act hastily. Su Huasheng is not in a rush either. Every endeavor must be approached methodically. In his eyes, the entirety of Huaxiao resembles a land abundant with golden opportunities, with countless avenues for profit. Even if he ultimately gains nothing in Mode, he can still earn elsewhere. It merely becomes a question of quantity. Father, I intend to rename Huasheng Jianzi to Huasheng Jituan. Our company will focus on home appliances moving forward: televisions, refrigerators, washing machines, air conditioners, and various small appliances. In truth, these items do not require high technical sophistication. I possess several advanced technologies and design proposals. At home, Xu Debao and Xu Huasheng began to deliberate the future development of the company. While it was termed a discussion, it primarily involved Xu Huasheng speaking and Xu Debao listening. Upgrading Huasheng Jianzi to Huasheng Jituan is imperative, as the future product line will expand significantly, necessitating proper categorization. The subsidiaries of Huasheng Jituan will multiply, branching into diverse industries. Xu Huasheng is poised to make a comprehensive foray into the home appliance sector. He believes that the home appliance industry has low technical barriers and a mature market, and he possesses a wealth of technical information regarding this field. By leveraging this knowledge, he can swiftly bring products to market and, with the advantage of Huasheng's inexpensive labor, Huasheng's home appliances will undoubtedly possess substantial competitive strength on the international stage. Even without venturing abroad, the domestic market is vast. Most importantly, entering the home appliance arena now allows us to directly seize market share from Japanese and Korean products. With the advent of reform and opening up, Japanese and Korean appliance companies have reaped immense profits in Huasheng. They have utilized these earnings to bolster their own nations, acquiring weaponry and subsequently casting covetous glances towards Huasheng, continuously provoking it. Now, Xu Huasheng aims to capture a share of this market, not only domestically but also internationally. Companies like Sony, Panasonic, Sharp, Toshiba, Hitachi, Mitsubishi, and Samsung must be expelled. With superior technology and more competitive pricing, Xu Huasheng is confident in his ability to outmaneuver them. Even if he cannot surpass them abroad, he will ensure their downfall within Huasheng. Simultaneously, the home appliance industry is labor-intensive, promising to generate substantial employment opportunities for Huasheng. Once this sector flourishes, it will also stimulate the growth of the semiconductor, chemical, and other industries. Presently, the populace of Huasheng is impoverished, necessitating employment and income, especially in rural areas where mere plots of land are insufficient for prosperity. Son, I trust your judgment. Xu Debao nodded at Xu Huasheng. He has entirely relinquished his own ideas, recognizing that his limited education pales in comparison to his son's vision. He resolves to embrace a life of quiet retirement, traveling the globe with his wife instead of laboring tirelessly. This period of frenetic activity has left Xu Debao feeling overwhelmed. It becomes evident that knowledge is truly appreciated only when it is needed. In the past, his rudimentary entrepreneurial endeavors were manageable, even when overseeing a few hundred employees. However, with sudden influxes of orders and capital, he finds himself in a state of confusion. How to effectively control costs, collaborate with suppliers, manage the company, and ensure maximum efficiency across departments. All these matters bewilder him. Father, we must establish our own factory. The current production model for air fryers cannot continue. We require a large-scale facility for better management and to guarantee product quality, Xu Huasheng asserted earnestly, to which Xu Debao nodded in agreement. That's feasible. We can purchase land in Xinjiang to build our factory, Xu Debao said with a smile, eliciting laughter from Xu Huasheng. Why buy land ourselves? A factory of our scale can generate considerable employment and tax revenue. Acquiring land for a mere $1 is not unreasonable. If Xinjiang does not comply, we can inquire in neighboring Dongguan or Foshan, Zhuhai. If all else fails, we may consider provinces beyond Yue. Xu Huasheng's words momentarily stunned Xu Debao, but soon he chuckled in response. All right, son, I will pursue this. Xu Debao nodded, confident in his ability to handle the matter. However, father, the land must be expansive, and we cannot settle for just usage rights. We should acquire it for $1, ensuring that after a specified number of years, we may freely sell or develop the land. We intend to construct not only the headquarters, but also factory buildings, employee dormitories, and an internal shopping center. Furthermore, I envision establishing an employee school within the factory premises, enabling the children of our workers to receive education there, along with the company hospital. An essential stipulation is that the children from our employee school must be allowed to participate in local college entrance examinations, Xu Huasheng articulated with gravity, anticipating potential issues. Acquiring land for $1 is acceptable, but it cannot merely be usage rights. Otherwise, it would be more cost-effective to purchase outright. We must stipulate the duration after which the factory can transition the land's designation. After all, as Xinjiang becomes increasingly valuable when its development and transportation improve, the factory could be relocated while the original site can be repurposed. The establishment of an employee school and hospital is a forward-thinking consideration, particularly ensuring that children from our employee school can take local college entrance examinations, which is paramount. Huasheng is determined that he does not wish for the children of his factory workers to have to return to their hometowns for examinations, especially given the intensity of Huasheng's future college entrance examinations. We must acquire a substantial plot of land to create a city belonging to Huasheng Jituan. Huasheng aspires to become the Samsung of Xinjiang, fostering a sense of pride among future graduates who join Huasheng Jituan. To achieve this, we must ensure employees receive ample benefits and treatment. Only then will top talent willingly choose to join Huasheng Jituan. Son, is that truly necessary? Xu Debao interjected. Factory workers are just that, workers. They come for the paycheck. Why complicate matters unnecessarily? Father, when one is impoverished, one focuses solely on oneself. When affluent, one contributes to the greater good. Do you believe we can exhaust the wealth at our disposal? Huasheng directly inquired. Certainly not. Xu Debao replied without hesitation. The family's current finances are already difficult to deplete. How much can one truly spend in a lifetime? Enjoying the finest food, residing in the best accommodations, and indulging in the most exquisite experiences will still not exhaust it. Precisely. Since we cannot deplete it, what harm is there in treating employees well? Sometimes, treating employees kindly is tantamount to treating oneself well. Occasionally, such gestures serve as our protective talisman. Huasheng spoke softly. Hearing this, Xu Debao paused, then comprehended the sentiment. Son, I understand, he nodded. Xu Debao realized that the initiatives undertaken by Huasheng Jituan are essentially a means of accumulating virtue. The more one accumulates, the more stable Huasheng Jituan will become. Without accumulating virtue, one can still achieve greatness, but with sufficient virtue amassed, one may attain a permanence that defies collapse. Xu Debao busied himself, taking the plan provided by Huasheng and setting out to acquire land. However, his first stop was not Xinjiang, but rather several neighboring cities. Approached with great fanfare, upon learning of the endeavor, these cities extended a warm and high-profile reception. This development left Xinjiang in a state of alarm, as Huasheng Dianzi currently stands as the most illustrious enterprise in the city. The sudden exploration of land acquisition by the CEO of this star enterprise raises concerns of a potential relocation. This is absolutely unacceptable. If the government of Xinjiang were to lose Huasheng Electronics, they would be branded as the villains of Xinjiang. Chapter 28. The Audacity of Walmart. A staggering deal worth $1 billion. Xu Debao's has been preoccupied with various matters. While Huasheng has not been idle either, he has been diligently designing new products at home, preparing to expand the company's future product line. Time has flown by, and before anyone realized, a month has passed. During this time, air fryers have been delivered in a continuous flow, thanks to the efforts of Luo Xiangyu and Pan Yanxing. The daily production of Huasheng air fryers has reached an astonishing 150,000 units. This production capacity is already formidable, and there is no need for further increase. After all, at this rate, 1 month would yield 5 million air fryers. With the increase in production capacity, Huasheng Electronics has also been consistently delivering goods. After substantial deliveries, the cash flow for Huasheng Group has been steadily rising. The air fryer has become a global sensation, and Walmart's initial order of 1 million units has long since sold out. Now, they can merely envy Best Buy, which has been reaping significant profits from air fryers in North America. In some countries outside North America, even middlemen have emerged, purchasing air fryers in the United States and reselling them upon returning to their home countries. This tremendous popularity has attracted even more businesses to Xinjiang to seek out Huasheng. Although their orders do not match those of Walmart or Best Buy, the cumulative total is consistently increasing. Such orders have brought immense joy to Huasheng. After all, this is a substantial influx of capital. At Walmart's headquarters, an important meeting is underway. The focus today is on Sam, who holds in his hand a new product from Huasheng Group, the fascia gun. The global patent for this fascia gun has been successfully registered, and Sam received the sample as soon as the registration was complete. Ladies and gentlemen, I have just provided an overview of the fascia gun. We have conducted thorough research and found that Huasheng Electronics holds numerous global patents for the fascia gun. Our specialists have confirmed that these patents, akin to those for the air fryer, have established a patent barrier that cannot be circumvented. This means that for the next 20 years, no entity can produce this product without Huasheng Electronics authorization, just as is the case with the air fryer. This product will be as unique as the air fryer, Sam stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression turned serious. In the world of business, the most lucrative ventures are undoubtedly those that possess exclusivity. Just look at the air fryer, a seemingly simple device with minimal technological complexity. Yet, it has achieved phenomenal sales, transforming an obscure Huasheng company into a giant. This exemplifies the power of monopoly, which is entirely legal and protected by law. The purpose of today's meeting is to discuss the exclusive sales rights for the fascia gun. 20 million units? That figure is staggering. One executive couldn't help but exclaim, 20 million units, and that's for full payment. The total value amounts to $2 billion. While Walmart is affluent, their liquidity is not limitless. Furthermore, if we stockpile 20 million units at once and sales falter, the losses would be substantial. In reality, 20 million units isn't insurmountable. However, the 3-year exclusivity period seems too brief. If it were 10 years, that would be acceptable. I believe selling 200,000 units per year would be manageable. Moreover, we should not settle for exclusivity only in North America. It would be preferable to secure global exclusive rights. At the very least, we must include the European market. One executive proposed earnestly, prompting many nods of agreement. If the duration and scope were expanded, selling 20 million units would present no challenge for Walmart. Within the conference room, discussions ensued, and after intense deliberation, a consensus was reached. The order for 20 million units was approved, with full payment due by June of the following year. However, the 3-year exclusivity period was deemed too short. They required a more extended exclusivity period, encompassing the European market. Mr. Su, 20 million units are feasible, and we can manage full payment by June 1st. However, we require 10 years of global exclusive rights, given the substantial volume, Sam reiterated. Upon hearing these conditions, Su DeBeos and Su Huasheng could not help but chuckle. No, Mr. Sam, 10 years is out of the question. 5 years, maximum 5 years, and only for North America. If you disagree, we will turn to Best Buy, Su DeBeos firmly stated, presenting a counteroffer. A 10-year exclusivity period is excessively lengthy, based on Walmart's tendencies. The longer the exclusivity, the higher they would price the product. This will be detrimental to the sales of the fascia gun, as some products require volume. After all, Huasheng Electronics has a fixed shipping price. No matter how high the retail price, it does not affect them. What truly matters is the volume of goods sold. A fierce tug-of-war negotiation ensued, with Su DeBeos remaining steadfast in his terms. Sam employed various strategies, but ultimately found Su DeBeos unyielding, offering only 5 years of exclusive rights. Nevertheless, Sam was not left empty-handed, as Huasheng Electronics made concessions regarding the scope. After several days of negotiation, an agreement was finally reached. Walmart placed an order for 20 million units of fascia guns, paying a 20% deposit up front, with the remaining balance to be paid monthly. However, all payments must be completed by June 1st of the following year. This order granted Walmart exclusive sales rights for fascia guns in North America and Europe. Additionally, akin to the air fryer, no other merchants would be allowed to receive supplies until the entire shipment was fulfilled. Once the agreement was signed, Sam expressed his satisfaction. Mission accomplished. Su DeBeos was equally exhilarated. With 20 million fascia guns ordered, Walmart also ordered 1 million specialized massage heads for women, totaling a staggering $1 billion. This figure surpasses the profits from the air fryers. To date, the total orders for air fryers had barely exceeded $1 billion. However, this single order for fascia guns reached an astonishing $1 billion, a truly terrifying prospect. What? An order worth $1 billion? In Luo Xiangyu's office, he was once again stirred by Su Huasheng's arrival after a brief period of calm. Yes, Uncle Luo, and the full payment is due by June 1st of the following year. Su Huasheng smiled as he handed the contract to Luo Xiangyu, who promptly took it and began reviewing the document. Taking a deep breath, Luo Xiangyu was once again astounded by this young man. The air fryer alone was already impressive. Yet he never anticipated that this was merely an appetizer from Huasheng Electronics. There were still numerous orders pending delivery, and now another superorder worth $1 billion had arrived. This was truly astonishing. I heard you have been searching for land during this time? Luo Xiangyu inquired, to which Su Huasheng nodded in response. Cool, mate. Let's leave at once. Luo Xiangyu stood up, and upon witnessing his actions, Su Huasheng could not help but smile. Chapter 29. The Ambition of 20,000 Mu. The aspiration of Huasheng Group to become a financial tycoon. Where is Secretary Wu? Luo Xiangyu led Su Huasheng to an office building and inquired of Secretary Wu's assistant. Director Luo, Secretary Wu is currently in a meeting, the assistant promptly replied. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiangyu headed straight for the conference room, exuding the demeanor of someone determined to enter unannounced. Director Luo, Secretary Wu is genuinely in a meeting. Could you please wait a moment? The assistant exclaimed, sensing that Luo Xiangyu seemed somewhat irritable today. Could it be that Secretary Wu has offended him? I haven't heard anything about that. Typically, their relationship has been quite amicable. You should go in now and hand this over to Lao Wu, informing him that I will only wait for 10 minutes. If he does not come out in 10 minutes, I shall take Xiao Su to Dongguan. Luo Xiangyu directly handed the order contract to the secretary, his expression somewhat grave. He was aware that Huasheng Group desired land, yet he refrained from inquiring further, as this matter did not fall under his jurisdiction. To him, it seemed that acquiring a piece of land should be quite straightforward for Huasheng Group. However, in recent days, Luo Xiangyu had caught wind of some murmurs indicating that the situation was not progressing smoothly. He understood that land negotiations between enterprises and the government necessitated serious communication. Yet when Su Huasheng presented the order for the fascia gun today, Luo Xiangyu realized he could no longer remain uninvolved. If he continued to ignore the matter, Huasheng Electronics might indeed take flight. Why else would Su Huasheng, that little schemer, come to him with the contract at this juncture? Surely, it was not for a mere congratulation. This was an attempt to exert pressure. Huasheng Electronics currently possessed minimal assets in Huasheng, merely a small factory. Now that they had the funds, if they were denied a piece of land to construct their headquarters, why would they stay? Would they really want to press their warm faces against the cold backside? While Huasheng is a special economic zone, when faced with the peculiarities of Huasheng Electronics, certain policies of the zone proved less effective. They were not short on capital, production was not a concern, and their products were all for export, sold directly to foreigners. Within a mere 6 months, their order volume had exceeded $3 billion, with net profits soaring to over $1 billion. Such a company would be welcomed wherever it went. If Huasheng could not provide land, there were plenty of other places that would. During a meeting, Wu Sun noticed the secretary entering, and his expression darkened. The secretary approached Wu Sun with his head bowed, feeling quite helpless at the sight of Wu Sun's stern demeanor. Secretary Wu, Director Luo has arrived. He asked me to deliver this to you. He also mentioned he would only wait for 10 minutes. If you do not meet him in that time, he will take General Su of Huasheng Electronics to Dongguan, the secretary whispered. This statement caused Wu Sun's expression to shift, as he felt that old Luo was meddling excessively. He was well aware of Huasheng Electronics' desire for land, and the city government had shown considerable concern, having discussed it multiple times. Unfortunately, the land Huasheng Electronics sought was too extensive, and the city could not reach a consensus, let alone those above them. Wu Sun took the contract, lowering his gaze to examine it, and his eyes widened at the content. A super order contract worth $1 billion, with full payment required by June 1st of next year. Wu Sun was unaware of what this fascia gun entailed, but he speculated it must be a new product from Huasheng Electronics. However, the crux of the matter lay in the staggering sum of $1 billion. Comrades, we have an urgent situation. Today's meeting will conclude here, Wu Sun declared, raising his head. He now comprehended Luo Xiangyu's urgency. This exorbitant contract surpassed even that of the air fryer by more than double. Most importantly, it involved a new product which signified Huasheng Electronics' potential. They had introduced a new product and secured a super order. This would undoubtedly elevate Huasheng Electronics' stature. Previously, many regarded Huasheng Electronics as merely a nouveau riche that fortuitously struck it rich with an air fryer, believing there was little technical merit involved, attributing it solely to luck. This mindset had contributed to the current discord among many in the city, who deemed Huasheng Electronics too arrogant. Now, reflecting on it, Wu Sun felt a cold sweat on his back. If Luo Xiangyu had not come, and if the city continued to delay and drove Huasheng Electronics away, he would be deemed a villain in Shenzhen. Huasheng Electronics appeared to be a veritable cash cow. As the meeting concluded, all eyes turned curiously to Wu Sun, perplexed by the abrupt end of the session. Wu Sun, however, said nothing and exited the conference room with the contract in hand. Lao Luo, my apologies for the interruption. I had an important meeting. Is this Xiao Su? What a remarkable young man. Wu Sun said with a smile upon seeing Luo Xiangyu and Su Huasheng in a room adjacent to the conference room. Secretary Wu, Su Huasheng greeted with a smile, while Luo Xiangyu looked at Wu Sun with a sense of resignation. Their relationship was fairly amicable, and Wu Sun had played a significant role in the development of Shenzhen over the past few years. Lao Wu, I trust you have reviewed the contract? I must tell you, had I not pulled Xiao Su back today, they would have already gone to Dongguan, Luo Xiangyu stated directly, leaving Wu Sun with a pained expression. Lao Luo, please let me explain. I too wish to allocate land to Huasheng Electronics. Who would want a company like Huasheng Electronics? However, their request is simply too vast for me to decide, Wu Sun replied, his expression filled with helplessness. This remark caught Luo Xiangyu off guard. How much land could Wu Sun possibly be unable to authorize? Too much. How much are they asking for? Luo Xiangyu inquired with curiosity. This amount, Wu Sun said, holding up 2 fingers. 200 acres? That hardly seems excessive. You cannot decide on that. Luo Xiangyu retorted directly, causing Wu Sun to chuckle in disbelief. Lao Luo, they're asking for 20,000 acres. Su, the general, has indicated that this is merely a preliminary plan. They may require even more in the future. They also want us to reserve additional plots for future use, and they are offering merely 1 yuan per acre. Do you think I can make that decision on my own? Wu Sen explain it. Luo Xiangyu nearly stumbled upon hearing Wu Sen's words, then turned to Su Huasheng. Xiao Sheng, will you truly make use of that much land? Luo Xiangyu finally understood why Wu Sun was hesitant to make a decision. This was indeed an astronomical request. Who would dare to approve it? After all, Shenzhen is a special zone where land is as precious as gold. Currently, the price for real estate development has soared to over 1 million per acre. Now, Huasheng Electronics is demanding 20,000 acres for a mere 1 yuan. Who would have the audacity to comply? How do we not utilize it? We plan to construct the headquarters of Huasheng Group, establish our research center, develop an industrial park, create a storage facility, and build residential quarters and dormitories for our employees. Moreover, we intend to establish a comprehensive employee school from kindergarten to high school and a hospital for our staff, alongside an internal commercial street. In the future, we anticipate housing hundreds of thousands of workers here. Do you think 20,000 acres will suffice? I believe it may not be enough. Additionally, we might construct our own port, allowing our goods to be shipped directly from our dock to the world, Su Huasheng articulated, causing both men to gulp in disbelief. Are you attempting to construct a city? Hundreds of thousands of employees? Do you realize how many people that entails? Wu Sun and Luo Xiangyu exchanged incredulous glances. Secretary Wu, Director Luo, please refrain from looking at me like that. Our company is set to make a comprehensive entry into the home appliance and semiconductor industries. Televisions, refrigerators, washing machines, air conditioners, radios, and various small appliances are all labor-intensive industries that require significant manpower. Once our industrial park is completed, it may host hundreds of thousands, even millions, of workers. The establishment of schools, hospitals, and commercial streets is essential. 20,000 acres is truly insufficient. However, if you believe you cannot provide such an expanse, it is no matter. I find that Dongguan, Foshan, and Zhuhai are also quite appealing. Their policies are favorable, and they have assured us that whatever land we require will be granted, along with any necessary policies, Su Huasheng remarked with a smile, leaving Luo Xiangyu and Wu Sun both breathing heavily. In their minds, they envisioned a vast industrial park successfully erected, bustling with millions of workers. The household appliances produced here are sold nationwide and even globally. The entirety of Shenzhen has transformed into a national manufacturing hub for home appliances. If this is indeed the case, what implications will it have on Shenzhen's economy? How much gross domestic product will this industrial park generate? What tax revenues will it contribute? How many downstream industries will it invigorate? What magnitude of siphoning effect will it create? Although Huasheng may appear formidable decades from now, at this moment, it is merely at the outset, with many factories being quite small in scale. Numerous factories are engaged, either in imitation or assembly businesses. Factories possessing core technology are nearly non-existent, and there are hardly any reputable brands. Can Xiaosu truly succeed? Luo Xiangyu swallowed hard and inquired. Director Luo, success is contingent upon human effort. Until one embarks on the journey, who can guarantee success? I never anticipated the air fryer would thrive, yet became a sensation overseas. Likewise, I did not foresee the success of the massage gun, yet Walmart placed a staggering order worth $1 billion. Thus, whether the forthcoming household appliances will succeed remains uncertain. Huasheng responded with a tone of nonchalance, prompting both individuals to inhale deeply and exchange glances as if they had found their answer. Xiaosu, we need 1 week. Just 1 week to provide you with a definitive response. The land you seek is simply too expansive, and your offer of merely 1 yuan necessitates reporting. Wu Sun stated directly. Very well, 1 week it is. After a week, we require an update, as we are eager to commence the construction of the headquarters. Huasheng replied, causing Wu Sun to exhale in relief. Well then, Huasheng, I will have the driver take you back. I still have matters to discuss with Secretary Wu, Luo Xiangyu said with a smile. Director Luo, there is no need. I drove here. Huasheng replied with a grin before bidding farewell to the 2 prominent figures and departing the building. Once Huasheng left, Wu Sun and Luo Xiangyu began their conversation. Old Luo, is this matter reliable? I can't shake the feeling that it's precarious. Wu Sun inquired directly, clearly apprehensive, as the stakes were exceedingly high. Old Wu, there are certain matters I cannot elaborate on. I can only assure you that in terms of technology, Huasheng Electronics is likely on par with foreign leading brands. If Huasheng were to lose Huasheng Electronics, you would undoubtedly regret it in the future. Regardless, this matter is beyond your purview. Simply submit a report. The higher-ups are more informed about Huasheng Electronics, Luo Xiangyu replied earnestly. In truth, he too was uncertain about certain aspects. He merely knew that Huasheng was a company of special significance, highly regarded by the state. As for what Huasheng was currently developing, Luo Xiangyu had no qualifications to know. He had only learned from Pan Yinqing that Huasheng had assembled the nation's most elite research team and had been designated a priority enterprise by the government. Wu Sun regarded Luo Xiangyu and eventually nodded in agreement. Indeed, such a monumental matter would not permit the special zone government to make arbitrary decisions. It must undergo scrutiny from above. Thus, he resolved to compile the necessary documentation and submit it for higher-level deliberation. At this thought, Wu Sun felt a wave of relief wash over him, filled with anticipation for the future of Huasheng Electronics, hoping it would indeed flourish, thereby propelling Huasheng to rapid heights. Chapter 30. The Monkey King of Huasheng. Give him a piece of heaven and see what chaos he can unleash. Wu Sun convened an urgent meeting once more, and the following day, an important report was submitted by him. Regarding the matter of countershock, he dared not make unilateral decisions. It was best to defer to higher authorities. In Yanjing, within an office, a middle-aged man entered a room holding several documents. Director Yun, there are a few matters that require your attention. The middle-aged man remarked with a smile as he observed the elderly gentleman in the room who was engrossed in paperwork. Oh, what matters are you unable to decide for yourselves? Let me see, Director Yun replied, setting aside his documents with a smile. Despite his advanced age, Director Yun appeared vigorous, his eyes brimming with wisdom. It pertains to Huasheng Electronics. The middle-aged man continued, his interest piqued. Is it the company that sells air fryers and has generated billions in foreign exchange? Director Yun inquired with a smile, as he had previously received reports about this enterprise. Indeed, this time they have stirred quite a commotion. Look at this document. It was sent by Secretary Wu from Huasheng. Huasheng Electronics has signed another order agreement with Walmart in the United States. The order amounts to $1 billion, and Walmart is expected to pay the full amount by June of next year. It seems this new product is a compact medical device, the middle-aged man explained, handing a document to Director Yun. Upon reviewing the material, Director Yun chuckled. Goodness, this young man is becoming increasingly dynamic. However, this is a positive development. As long as he engages in legitimate business and earns profits lawfully, this is commendable. It indicates that the policies we uphold are indeed effective. In the future, our nation will witness the emergence of more enterprises like Huasheng Electronics that earn money from foreigners. Making profits domestically is merely ordinary. The true skill lies in generating income from abroad, just like Huasheng Electronics. At this moment, Director Yun felt a sense of satisfaction and pride in the existence of such enterprises in Huasheng. Another order worth $1 billion is undoubtedly a good thing. Indeed, the rise of Huasheng Electronics affirms that our persistence is justified. However, this young man is not only capable in business, he exhibits prowess in other areas as well. The middle-aged man added, Director Yun, this is the information submitted from Huasheng, and this document is from Modu, he continued, handing over 2 additional documents for Director Yun's review. After perusing both, Director Yun fell into contemplation. Bold, decisive, audacious, and astute. This was his assessment of Su Huasheng after reviewing the materials. He was aware of who truly held the reins of Huasheng Electronics. Huasheng is currently a focal point of national attention, and its projects are closely monitored, so Su Huasheng's background had already been thoroughly investigated. Both documents outlined significant actions. One requesting 20,000 mu of land in Huasheng for the establishment of a headquarters and semiconductor industrial park for home appliances, and the other proposing the outright purchase of 48,000 mu of land in Luzue for comprehensive development. Such audacity is not something just anyone would dare to conceive. Nevertheless, the foresight demonstrated is indeed remarkable. Presently, discussions regarding the development of Jiangdong have been underway within the government, and opinions are gradually aligning. However, these discussions remain confidential and have never been disclosed externally. For Su Huasheng, a young man who dares to invest such substantial funds in Jiangdong without clear policy direction, his vision is indeed exceptional. He resembles a modern-day Sun Wukong. After a lengthy period of reflection, Director Yun smiled and remarked, Indeed, he is quite the Sun Wukong, capable of stirring up a ruckus. Yet, he possesses genuine ability. In just 6 months, he has generated over $3 billion in foreign exchange for the country, a feat no other enterprise can rival. The middle-aged man also chuckled, his eyes filled with admiration and respect. Who could deny Su Huasheng's capabilities? Since he is akin to Sun Wukong, we should not be overly concerned with restraining him. If we impose restrictions, can he still be the great sage equaling heaven? I believe we should boldly grant him a realm of freedom and provide him with a golden staff to see what he can achieve. Moreover, as these investments remain within our borders, even if they falter, they will do so within our own realm. At times, we must exhibit a degree of courage and sincerity. Only then can we reap greater rewards. Director Yun's words prompted the middle-aged man to nod and smile. Director Yun, do you mean to say we should approve these plans? The middle-aged man inquired further. Director Yun nodded affirmatively. Support it, boldly support it, and allow this young man to make his mark. National development resembles the metaphor of crossing a river by feeling for stones. It entails preserving what is beneficial while rectifying errors promptly to avert greater losses. This principle applies not only to enterprises but also to nations. How intriguing it is! After the middle-aged gentleman departed the office, Director Yun suddenly found himself captivated by Su Huasheng, pondering what sort of remarkable individual he could be. After thorough national discussions regarding 2 matters, specific recommendations were issued. Both Modu and Shenzhen quickly received feedback from the state. The essence of the recommendations was straightforward. In principle, the state endorsed the plans of Huasheng Electronics, but detailed discussions and specific policy formulation needed to occur between localities and enterprises before submission for national approval. In essence, the state conveyed that localities possessed autonomy. They could negotiate, and once an agreement was reached, it could be presented for signature, effectively delegating decision-making authority downward. After all, one location is Modu and the other is Shenzhen. Both are exceptional, serving as bastions of national development, or rather, experimental fields. Armed with this information, Modu and Shenzhen promptly took action, bolstered by newfound confidence. The news of Huasheng Electronics securing a staggering $1 billion order soon reached Modu. Witnessing this substantial foreign exchange gain, no one in Modu questioned Huasheng Electronics' profitability any longer. Simply put, even if Huasheng Electronics ceased to generate profits in the future. The current funds at their disposal were more than sufficient. In this era, several $billion constitutes a monumental sum. Meanwhile, Shenzhen exhibited little dissent. Although Huasheng Group sought land in Nanshan District, it was in a relatively remote area, still desolate at present. Son, good news. Su Daba returned home with a smile. What good news? Su Huasheng inquired with a grin. Both Shenzhen and Modu have responded. Shenzhen has agreed to our requests. They approved the allocation of 20,000 acres of land in Nanshan District at a price of 1 yuan. However, we cannot alter the land's nature for 20 years. All other policies have also been approved, especially the college entrance examination policy you emphasized. The Shenzhen government will sign a specific agreement with us in due course. Modu has also provided accurate information, consenting to our development in the Luzue area. Su Daba recounted the events quickly, and upon hearing this, Su Huasheng beamed. Fantastic. At last, we have received good news. With these 2 pieces of information, we can commence our grand undertaking as soon as the fund arrive. Chapter 31. The birth of the most lavish tycoon. Soon, Luzue and Shenzhen Bay will belong to my family. Su Daba elaborated on the developments, and Su Huasheng's face radiated with joy. Shenzhen fulfilled all of Huasheng Electronics' requirements. Directly selling the land, Su Daba had set his sights on for a nominal transfer fee of 1 yuan. To Su Huasheng, the location was undoubtedly prime. It was situated in Shenzhen Bay, a place destined to become immensely valuable, close to the sea and boasting picturesque scenery. Establishing headquarters here would allow employees to enjoy the company's exclusive beach and stunning views. Not only was 20,000 acres of land approved, but the surrounding area also reserves substantial space for Huasheng Group. Presently, this region remains largely rural and undeveloped. The land requested by Huasheng Electronics lacked even a proper road. Yet, Su Huasheng was unconcerned. Roads could be constructed with sufficient funds. As for the restriction on altering the land's nature for 20 years, it posed no issue. Su Huasheng had no intention of making such changes in the short term. He planned to utilize the land for 2 to 3 decades, allowing it to develop fully before relocating the industrial park, which would encompass a staggering 15,000 acres. If he waited 30 years, by 2020, the value of the 15,000 acres in Shenzhen Bay would be astronomical. Just contemplating this figure brought a smile to Su Huasheng's face. Shenzhen demonstrated unparalleled sincerity. Without such, Huasheng Electronics might have taken its business elsewhere. Modu also provided accurate information, generally agreeing to Su Huasheng's proposals, though the land price increased slightly to 150,000 per acre. However, Modu permitted Huasheng Group to pay the land transfer fee in installments over 20 years, requiring only 1/20th of the payment annually without interest. Hearing Su Daba's words, Su Huasheng swallowed hard. Modu was indeed bold. A 20-year interest-free installment plan was quite exceptional. Yet, it was understandable. They lacked foresight regarding the pace of Huasheng's future development and the potential inflation over the next 2 decades. Their reliance on past experiences to forecast future situations revealed their limitations. In 20 years, would they regret their decisions? Perhaps not, as Huasheng's involvement would likely accelerate the development of Pudong exponentially. Wonderful. Su Huasheng ingan deeply. 2 billion renminbi secured nearly 32 square kilometers of land in Luzue. In 20 years, if someone hears this, they might burst into laughter. But now, it has truly come to fruition. Henceforth, Luzue will bear the Su surname. The most crucial aspect remains the installment plan. Only 6 billion renminbi per year. In 20 years, that amount might not even suffice to purchase a single building in Luzue. Oh son, there's one more matter. Several banks have approached us recently, inquiring if we need loans, offering lower interest rates. Su Daba stated directly, causing Su Huasheng's eyes to light up. Absolutely. How could we refuse? Arrange meetings with them to ascertain how much they can lend us. Whatever they offer, we'll take. We need not fear repayment. In the future, those who owe money will hold the power. The more one owes banks, the larger their business becomes. Su Huasheng laughed joyfully. Banks approaching him was indeed fortuitous. Securing a bank loan is a must. Anyone who declines is a fool. In this era, bank loan interest rates are quite high, with a base rate of 11.34. most individuals would hesitate to borrow. However, Su Huasheng was undeterred, as he would require substantial funds next year. He preferred to keep his foreign exchange intact. With banks offering loans, the development of Luzue and Shenzhen Bay could proceed with financial support, as domestic loans would only be in RMB and spent within the country. In the eyes of domestic banks, Huasheng Electronics is currently a prestigious enterprise, a significant financial backer. Such esteemed companies attract not only domestic banks, but also global financial institutions eager to lend to Huasheng Electronics, as loans to such enterprises are perceived as safer, easier to recover, and tend to be larger with sufficiently high interest rates. Just consider the base rate of 11.34. In 30 years, that would be tantamount to usury. Dad, we should commence large-scale recruitment. After a thorough discussion at home, Su Huasheng stated earnestly, and Su Daba nodded in agreement. Indeed, the company must embark on significant hiring. It can no longer remain an amateur ensemble. To be frank, the company currently resembles an informal group, lacking a proper team structure. Su Daba serves as the chairman, Su Huasheng as the deputy director and design supervisor, and Evan Li Chan has been brought in as the finance officer, leaving only factory workers as the remaining staff. Honestly, such an informal group, securing over 3 billion in orders within 6 months, is nothing short of extraordinary. Yet, this is not a sustainable situation. A considerable influx of talent is essential. Research and development personnel, marketing staff, public relations teams, after-sales service teams, sales teams, and more. First, let us rent a space to serve as headquarters, as establishing a proper headquarters will require some time. First, we must establish the framework before gradually expanding the team. Su Huasheng's words made Su Daba nod in agreement. It was the only logical course of action. We will first rent a place to serve as our headquarters, construct the initial framework, and then slowly augment the team. Every endeavor requires a step-by-step approach. As we approach the year 1990, it may be a year of dormancy for Huasheng Group. Su Huasheng has significant matters to attend to, and for the time being, we cannot afford to move too much in terms of foreign exchange funds. However, 1991 will be the year when Huasheng Group truly spreads its wings. At that time, Su Huasheng firmly believes that Huasheng Group will emerge as a formidable beast, ready to wreak havoc in the market. With this thought in mind, Su Huasheng's eyes brimmed with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the storm. The family of Su Daba was in a whirlwind of activity. Su Daba was occupied with orders for air fryers and fascia guns, while Li Chan was responsible for financial matters. Su Huasheng had even more on his plate: the design and construction of the headquarters in Shenzhen, planning for the industrial park, development proposals for Lujiazui, and the design and research of new products. Simultaneously, he had to organize the technical documentation for these new products. Fortunately, Su Huasheng was youthful and possessed a remarkably agile mind. Despite the busyness, everything was progressing in an orderly fashion. Financially, there was no shortage either. After negotiations with several banks, Huasheng Electronics secured a 2-year loan contract totaling 2 billion renminbi. This sum was more than sufficient for the initial needs of Huasheng Group. As for the interest exceeding 400 million renminbi over 2 years, Su Huasheng was unconcerned, confident that he would earn back much more. Before they knew it, time had quietly slipped into 1990. Su Huasheng had been reborn for over 6 months, during which his achievements had transcended mere excellence. Chapter 32. The Storm over Gangdao. The little uncle who crossed the dragon while Su Huasheng's family was immersed in their hectic endeavors. His uncle Su Dafei on Gangdao was equally industrious. After briefly accompanying Su Daba to Shenzhen, Su Dafei departed within a few days, but not alone. He was joined by 6 comrades. With only a little over 10,000 Hong Kong dollars exchanged from Su Daba, he left with limited funds. However, after the air fryer sold, Su Huasheng promptly contacted Su Dafei, sending him $1 million through an underground bank. As for Su Dafei's progress on Gangdao, Su Huasheng was not entirely informed, as Su Dafei had only mentioned that everything was going smoothly. As night fell, a group gathered in a small courtyard at a fishing boat dock on Gangdao, celebrating. "Come, brothers, let us toast to the fact that this dock now belongs to us," Su Dafei proclaimed, raising his glass with a smile, eliciting laughter from his companions. Over the past 6 months, Su Dafei's exploits could easily be likened to a dragon crossing the river, an apt description indeed. During this time, The underground realm of Gangdao had been shaken by Su Dafei's ruthless demeanor. When Su Dafei first arrived, there were 7 of them. Yet, these 7 managed to eliminate the leader of Dock Number 3, provoking the wrath of the underground circles. An unknown newcomer had brazenly disrupted the established order. A blatant act of defiance. Consequently, the Dongmen organization, to which the dock leader belonged, issued a bounty for Su Dafei and his associates, declaring a manhunt. However, what they did not anticipate was that they had encountered a formidable adversary. For the past 6 months, Su Dafei had been at odds with the Dongmen organization, nearly dismantling it. Over half of the organization's upper echelons had perished, and even the assassins, heavily compensated by Dongmen, had met with fatal ends. The spokesperson of Dongmen, known as the Fourth Uncle, was so horrified by a dead cat hung at his bedside one night that he nearly suffered a heart attack. Su Dafei's ruthlessness instilled fear among those in the underground world of Gangdao. In the past, confrontations involved a back and forth. Yet now Su Dafei's group treated human life with utter disregard, killing as casually as one would slaughter a chicken, all while leaving no trace for the police to follow. Although the victims lay dead, their murders went unsolved. Nonetheless, those in the know understood that Su Dafei was the culprit. After 6 months, the Dongmen organization finally acquiesced, conceding Dock Number 3 to Su Dafei and compensating him handsomely to reach a peace agreement. They realized they could not contend with such ruthless individuals. It was too frightening. "Brother Fei, what shall we do next?" Lu Chao inquired with a smile, looking at Su Dafei. Lu Chao, a comrade who had been among the first to accompany Su Dafei to Gangdao, had also reaped substantial rewards over the past 6 months. They had managed to send home hundreds of thousands of RMB, a windfall for them. "Brothers, we need to engage in legitimate business. Violence is merely a means to an end. Tomorrow, I will establish a trading company. Are you familiar with air fryers?" Su Dafei Chukka. "Yes. I saw them in a mall a few days ago. They were quite expensive. It seems there are no stocks on Gangdao. The vendors are importing them from America." One of the comrades replied loudly. "Indeed, the current supply in Gangdao is scarce. This appliance is trending right now. I've contacted the manufacturer, Huasheng Electronics, which is our mainland enterprise located just across in Shenzhen. They quoted us a price of 400 Hong Kong dollars. In the United States, it retails for 1,600 Hong Kong dollars. And here in Gangdao, we can sell it for 4,000 Hong Kong dollars, tenfold profit." Su Dafei exclaimed, causing everyone's eyes to light up. With the current exchange rate, HKD is roughly double that of RMB and approximately 8 times that of USD. Su Dafei understood that pure violence would not sustain them long term. A legitimate enterprise was essential to support their endeavors. The air fryer was a business of their own, with a purchase price of $50 that could sell for $500 on Gangdao. This profit would enable Su Dafei to amass wealth legally at a rapid pace. Su Huasheng had deliberately refrained from selling air fryers in Hong Kong and Taiwan, reserving them for Su Dafei. Once Su Dafei secured a solid footing and acquired legitimate status, he would become the exclusive agent for Huasheng Group S products and ascend to the ranks of Gangdao's elite. "Brothers, moving forward, we shall work together. Let's not forget that many of our brothers back home are struggling to make ends meet. Once we are firmly established, we will bring them over. The more, the merrier. This Gangdao is our homeland. The wealth here is better in our hands than in those of the British. We will treat this as our stronghold, securing our position before advancing further. We are not afraid of the armed monkeys in the forest. Why should we fear this place? If it comes to it, we will fight them," Su Dafei declared boldly, eliciting laughter from the group. "Indeed, we have never feared the monkeys in the forest. What is there to fear here?" For those who had risked their lives among the Vietnamese, the underground figures of Gangdao were nothing more than ants easily crushed, no matter how wealthy the big shots were. Life itself is singular. Once they were firmly established, with people, money, and resources, they would strike decisively. Watching his companions joyfully drink, Su Dafei couldn't help but smile. He gradually grew fond of this place, as here he could engage in various activities without any psychological burden. Before arriving, Su Huasheng had informed him that many people here had long since transformed into banana people. These individuals, with their yellow skin and white hearts, could easily be described as traitors. Initially, Su Dafei was somewhat skeptical, but after 6 months in this place, he became convinced. The inherent arrogance of these individuals, their disdain for those from the mainland, and their obsequiousness towards foreigners reminded Su Dafei of the collaborators during the war. This group of people was nothing more than a bunch of collaborators, utterly disgusting. Su Dafei felt no psychological pressure regarding them. In their eyes, this was not violence or crime. It was seen as purging societal evils and bringing glory to the nation. Naturally, Su Dafei did not forget the main task at hand. However, Su Huasheng advised him not to rush regarding the pirated DVDs, as VCDs would not be available for over a year. First, he needed to establish a firm foothold before proceeding with the next steps. Su Dafei returned to the mainland, but this time his identity was different. It was unclear how he had managed things on Guangdao, but now Su Dafei was identified as a businessman from Hong Kong, serving as the chairman and general manager of Feilong Trading Company. This identity brought smiles to Su Huasheng and Su Debao's faces. This little uncle is indeed a fierce dragon, they remarked. Huasheng, brother, upon seeing Su Huasheng and Su Debao's, Su Dafei smiled, feeling a sense of peace returning to the mainland. Let us go. Your sister-in-law is preparing dinner at home and has been waiting for you, Su Debao said with a grin, and the three of them hopped into Su Debao's Mercedes-Benz. I've taken care of things on my end. The company is officially registered, Su Dafei said with a smile, to which Su Huasheng nodded. Next, I will grant you the general agency rights for Huasheng Electronics across Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan. With this agency, others will not be able to sell our products. Any such sales will be considered infringement, and you have the right to sue them. With this trading company, you can earn money legally, and it will facilitate future financial operations. Once you accumulate enough funds, we can proceed with further investments, Su Huasheng stated earnestly. With the trading company, not only could Su Dafei earn legitimate money, but it also provided a means to convert illicit funds into legal ones. This operation was straightforward. For instance, if Su Dafei sold air fryers at a purchase price of 400 Hong Kong dollars and sold them for 4,000 Hong Kong dollars, he could have his subordinates use the illicit money to purchase air fryers in bulk at his own counter. In this way, the money would naturally be transformed into legitimate earnings. Feilong Trading Company was legal and held exclusive sales rights, making such operations problem-free. The exclusive agency rights meant that even a massage gun sold for 40,000 HKD was entirely legitimate. Only legitimate money could be invested legally. Uncle Liu, it's best to keep our identities confidential. The lower the profile, the better, Su Huasheng reiterated. Rest assured, I'm quite aware of that. In the coming years, my visits may be infrequent, Su Dafei replied quietly. It was indeed inconvenient for Su Dafei to return now, but in a few years, things would improve. Once Guangdao was completely restored, everything would be better. The next few years would be the most chaotic, yet for a figure like Su Dafei, it was also the most opportune time. By the way, Huasheng, there's one more thing. Can you help me acquire this? Su Dafei whispered, making a hand gesture. A gun? Su Huasheng replied, and Su Dafei nodded. Isn't there a black market on Guangdao? Su Husen Zima? It's too expensive. And most of the offerings are handguns, with ammunition in scarce supply. Without proper weapons, I feel insecure, Su Dafei said softly. Although it was indeed possible to obtain firearms on Guangdao, it was nowhere near as easy as depicted in movies. The portrayals of easy access to submachine guns in gangster films were nothing but exaggerations. If weapons were so rampant, chaos would have already ensued. I can't procure that. But there are places where you can, Su Huasheng whispered, catching Su Dafei's curiosity. The situation in the north is deteriorating. There, you can find not just ordinary firearms, but even tanks and fighter jets if you're willing to trade. You don't even need to spend money. Just bring some daily necessities to exchange. Oh, and it's best to get some high-proof liquor. There are many alcoholics in the Russian army. Once they get comfortable, you could even have them deliver supplies via submarine. Su Huasheng chuckled, and Su Dafei immediately perked up, his mind racing with possibilities. Chapter 33. Grand Movements Initiated. Leveraging oil investments tenfold time passed quietly, and Huasheng Group was making significant strides domestically. The development agreements for the Shenzhen headquarters and Lujiazui were officially reached, creating quite a stir in the country. Huasheng Group was formally established, resulting in a major shift in its equity structure. The largest shareholder of Huasheng Group transitioned from Su Debao's to Yunling Investment, controlled by Su Huasheng. 70% of Huasheng Group's shares were transferred to Yunling Investment Company. The remaining 30% was divided such that Su Huasheng held 20%. while both Su Debayos and Li Chan each held 5%. This equity structure was also a demand from Su Debayos, had it not been for Su Huasheng's insistence. Su Debayos might have opted out of holding any shares at all. He envisioned retiring and becoming a figurehead, but Su Huasheng was unwilling. Why retire so young? If you do, I'll be stuck with all the work, he argued. Currently, Huasheng Group owned 4 subsidiaries: Huasheng Electric, Huasheng Electronics, Huasheng Real Estate, and Huasheng Construction. The air fryers and massage guns were categorized under Huasheng Electric, while Huasheng Electronics remained a shell company. Huasheng Real Estate had a considerable scale, tasked not only with the development of 48,000 acres of land in Lujiazui, but also overseeing the construction of the Huasheng Group headquarters in Shenzhen and the Huasheng Industrial Park. Huasheng Construction primarily handled building projects, such as road construction and housing development. In simple terms, they were earning their own money. Preliminary work for Lujiazui and the Huasheng Group headquarters had commenced, focusing on land acquisition and design. Huasheng Real Estate established its design firm, attracting numerous talented individuals from across the country with lucrative offers. Coupled with Su Huasheng's curated design concepts and materials, the design company was currently working according to Su Huasheng's specifications for the designs of Lujiazui and the Huasheng headquarters. Everything was progressing smoothly, and time was swiftly passing amidst the busyness. Hey Su, over here. In June 1990, New York, USA. After exiting the airport, Su Huasheng and his group were welcomed by Sam, who had been waiting. Now aware of Su Huasheng's true identity as the sole heir of Huasheng Group and a major shareholder, Sam greeted them warmly. Mr. Sam, long time no see, Su Huasheng said, shaking hands with Sam. Both smiled as they boarded the car, while the others followed suit in different vehicles. The convoy left the airport and soon arrived at a 5-star hotel in New York. They quickly checked in, and upon entering the hotel, everyone except Su Huasheng gazed around with envy at the luxurious surroundings. Isn't this a bit too extravagant? How much does a night here cost? Zhang Yanchao, a staff member from the financial department of Huasheng, couldn't help but ask. Having traveled abroad a few times before, Zhang had always stayed in the cheapest accommodations, as the country's foreign exchange was limited. This time, Walmart has directly arranged for them to stay at a top-tier 5-star hotel in New York. A stark contrast to the treatment he received during his previous overseas trips. It is not overly extravagant. A night may cost several $1,000s. Su Huasheng chuckled as everyone gasped at the mention of this. Goodness, several $1,000s for a single night. One could hardly earn that much in a year back in Huasheng. These capitalists are truly affluent. Well, no need to worry. Walmart is footing the bill, so why fret? Just settle in comfortably and do not envy. Such hotels are not places for the ordinary folk in America. Su Huasheng smiled faintly, prompting laughter from everyone. Indeed, it is not their own money at stake, so why feel troubled? Now, everyone should take a good rest after such a long flight and adjust to the time difference. Chaogo, please arrange for them. Remember, do not wander around, Su Huasheng instructed. During this trip to New York, Su Huasheng had many matters to attend to. Zhang Yunsha and his associates were talents that Su Huasheng had asked Pan Yunqing to find for him. These individuals all hailed from the financial sector, possessing a singular ability, stock trading. Although Huasheng has yet to establish a stock exchange, they are already well-versed in the mechanics of trading. Su Huasheng's primary objective in coming to New York is encapsulated in 3 words: speculate on oil. It is now early June 1990, and according to his recollections, global oil prices are set to soar in the coming months, rising from around $20 to over $40, effectively doubling in value. This represents Su Huasheng's bold gamble for the year. Currently, he possesses $5 billion, though he feels it is insufficient. He intends to leverage the patents for an air fryer and a fascia gun to secure a loan from a bank in America. As for the loan amount, Su Huasheng is uncertain. He can only do his utmost and leave the rest to fate. Yingjia, you should also take a rest. Upon returning to his suite, Su Li de Mort Tu Han Ying. Han Ying said nothing, meticulously inspected the room, then turned and entered the adjacent room. Han Ying, the bodyguard assigned to Su Huasheng by Pan Yunqing before his departure, possesses an aura that suggests she is of the highest echelon in Huasheng, akin to a personal guard. Standing tall at nearly 178 meters, her figure rivals that of a supermodel, exuding an alluring sensuality. Her exquisite visage is truly a gem. Su Huasheng believes her beauty rivals that of contemporary Hong Kong and Taiwanese celebrities, surpassing even the likes of Li Jiasin. However, Su Huasheng dared not provoke Han Ning, for her demeanor is quite formidable, and she seems to harbor a certain disdain for him. Upon their first encounter, Su Huasheng questioned her prowess, believing a man should be more capable of protecting himself. This elicited Han Ying's displeasure. With a swift kick, she severed a tree trunk as thick as a bowl. From that moment on, Su Huasheng never doubted her strength again. He felt that a kick from Han Ning could easily incapacitate him. Yet, Han Ning is typically reticent, mostly silent while carrying out her duties. Thus, their interactions are not too difficult. It is about to begin. Sam arranged for the hotel staff to provide a feast of gourmet food and fine wine, and the two settled in the suite to indulge. In the suite, Sam and Su Huasheng turned on the television, enjoying their food and drink while discussing matters, as Han Ning silently appeared, sitting quietly to the side with a neutral expression. Tonight is a significant occasion for many Americans, as it marks the first game of the NBA Finals, featuring the Detroit Pistons and the Portland Trail Blazers. However, this year is likely to be the Pistons' final glory. Next year, Jordan will return, leading the Bulls to a three-peat. The reason Sam and Su Huasheng are watching the NBA Finals together is that they plan to implement a unique marketing strategy. Currently, Walmart has received 500,000 fascia guns, and tonight's NBA Finals serve as an unconventional marketing platform for the product. A plan devised by Su Huasheng that Walmart finds exceptional. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to... As the live broadcast commenced, Su Li and Sam eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. Chapter 34. Fascia Gun Marketing. The Pistons steal the championship with high technology. Under the spotlight, the first game of the NBA Finals officially began. Countless American viewers tuned in, making this night a celebration for North American basketball enthusiasts. As the game commenced, both teams engaged in fierce competition. The first quarter concluded with both teams taking a break. Suddenly, several individuals from the Pistons emerged, each wielding a white fascia gun to massage their teammates. All the key players sat there, visibly relishing the experience. The fascia guns had been in their possession for several days, during which they had experienced the benefits firsthand. When used correctly, the results were remarkable, effectively alleviating muscle fatigue. For athletes, a quick massage with a fascia gun can significantly expedite recovery from exhaustion. This scene piqued the curiosity of viewers at home, and the players and coaches of the Trail Blazers were equally intrigued. The Trail Blazers coach wore a grave expression, pondering what this device could be, having never encountered it before. Was this the Pistons' secret weapon? As the first quarter break ended, the game resumed. After a brief respite, the Pistons players felt rejuvenated, dominating the Trail Blazers. The Trail Blazers found themselves at a disadvantage, consistently trailing in the score. With each quarter, professional staff from the Pistons continued to employ the fascia guns for massages during breaks. The effects were apparent, as the Pistons players felt less fatigued than before. Ultimately, the game concluded, and the Trail Blazers wore somber expressions upon seeing the result. 109-99, the Pistons won by a 10-point margin. Seeing the score, Su Huasheng's expression grew serious. It deviated from the historical outcome. Originally, the score had been 105-99, with the Pistons leading by only 6 points. What could be the reason for this discrepancy? Was it the fascia guns that made the difference? Regardless of the cause, it confirmed that his small intervention had indeed impacted history. It appeared the Pistons had a clear advantage, winning decisively. Would the Pistons truly lose in the second game? After the game, Sam could not help but ask Su Huasheng. The success of this marketing campaign hinged on the Pistons securing the championship. If they failed to win, the campaign would be deemed a failure. Given the current circumstances, it seemed the Pistons' victory was assured. However, Su Huasheng speculated that the Pistons might lose to the Trail Blazers in the second game, and he had tailored his marketing strategy accordingly, which caused Sam some concern. Mr. Sam, as long as the Trail Blazers prevent the Pistons from winning so easily in the second game, we will have succeeded. After all, no team that reaches the finals can be that weak, Su Huasheng remarked with a smile. It seems we can only wait. I hope everything goes smoothly. Sam netted. Anticipation etched on his face. Su Huasheng also smiled, looking forward to the impending marketing opportunity. After Sam departed, Su Huasheng remained busy. Early the next morning, he set out with his team. Su Huasheng first opened multiple accounts at several securities firms, subsequently distributing his funds across these accounts. Each account held a modest sum, only tens of millions of dollars. Su Huasheng's arrangements left Zhang Yunsha and the others gasping in astonishment. Tenfold leverage bullish on oil. Su Huasheng's eyes gleamed with fervor. Engaging in tenfold leverage to speculate on oil is indeed a high-stakes gamble. Currently, I possess a staggering sum of $2.5 billion US, and with a leverage of tenfold, I can acquire oil futures worth $25 billion US. Presently, oil is priced at approximately $20 US, should the price ascend to $40 US in the future. Su Huasheng would stand to gain an astonishing $25 billion US through this tenfold leverage. Isn't that just too audacious? Zhang Yinxiao could not help but exclaim, as others turned their gaze towards Su Huasheng. Remember your task. You are merely responsible for the operations, Su Huasheng stated with a stern expression, prompting silence among the group. He was indeed correct. They were mere instruments, as had been stipulated prior to their arrival. Their sole responsibility was to heed Su Huasheng's directives, whatever he arranged. They would execute. Han cast a glance at Su Li. Although she lacked knowledge of stocks, she could infer from the expressions of others that Su Huasheng's actions were undoubtedly quite audacious. Everyone began to mobilize, gradually channeling the $2.5 billion US into the oil futures market. Under Su Huasheng's instructions, the influx of funds was not immediate, but rather a gradual process. Recalling from memory, the surge in oil prices commenced in July, doubling over the span of 4 months. Thus, the following month could be approached with a measured pace. Accumulating wealth quietly is the true path to success. Su Huasheng and his associates busily engaged in their covert operations, while the marketing of the fascia gun continued unabated. The Pistons appeared to have triumphed unfairly, allegedly utilizing high-tech products to gain an advantage. What exactly was this mysterious product employed by the Pistons during the game? Was it a violation of regulations? The Trailblazers did not succumb to the Pistons, but rather to technology, as renowned experts began to expose the situation. Following the Pistons' victory in the first match, certain media outlets in the United States suddenly released sensational news. These reports cast doubt on the legitimacy of the Pistons' win, claiming that they had employed a high-tech device akin to a new stimulant injection apparatus, which could evenly disseminate stimulants into athletes during vibrations. Even some so-called experts publicly sided with this narrative, leaving both the Pistons and Trailblazers in utter disbelief. What was happening? They had not even criticized the situation. The emergence of such news immediately ignited fervent discussions among fans, particularly those opposed to the Pistons. Reflecting on the Pistons' peculiar performance during the game, many began to believe the accusations, asserting that the Pistons' victory was unjustified. Supporters of the Pistons, upon encountering these claims, countered vigorously, insisting that the team's success was solely attributable to the players' prowess, unrelated to any advanced equipment. They further accused the Trailblazers of being poor losers, seeking excuses for their defeat. The Pistons also issued a public response, clarifying that the device in question was merely a new type of massage tool. Thus unfolded an extraordinary war of words, with the fascia gun becoming a focal point of curiosity. As the second match commenced amidst this verbal skirmish, the audience failed to notice the remarkable fascia gun's presence. The Pistons, too, were somewhat disheartened as Walmart unexpectedly announced the need for maintenance on the fascia gun, rendering it temporarily unusable. Given Walmart's substantial financial contribution, the Pistons refrained from raising objections. After all, they had previously triumphed without such a device. Little did they anticipate that in the second match, the Pistons would falter, narrowly losing to the Trailblazers by 3 points. The series now stood at 1 victory each, igniting excitement among spectators. Without high-tech assistance, the Pistons' true form was exposed. Victory belonged to the Trailblazers, while the Pistons were branded as cheaters. Some media outlets, driven by the desire for sensationalism or financial incentives from Walmart, joined the fray. In the midst of this uproar, the Pistons found themselves bewildered. Was it truly so unusual to lose a single game? They had previously won without the fascia gun. Why were they now deemed incapable after one loss? At that moment, countless Americans became utterly intrigued by the fascia gun. What was this product? Did it truly possess such miraculous qualities? Human curiosity can lead one down unforeseen paths. Walmart expressed admiration for Su Huasheng, marveling at his prescience in predicting the Pistons' defeat. Did this extraordinary individual possess magical foresight? Just when everyone anticipated a protracted battle between the Pistons and Trailblazers, the subsequent matches unfolded in unexpected ways. In the third match, fueled by a surge of energy, The Pistons showcased the fascia gun once more. This time, they secured a resounding victory against the Trail Blazers by 16 points, elevating the series to 2-1. As a result, accusations of high-tech cheating intensified and the media frenzy escalated. The Pistons, however, remained undeterred, resolutely continuing their fight. In the fourth finals match, the Pistons again emerged victorious, dominating the Trail Blazers and rendering them powerless, leading to a score of 31. In the fifth match, the Pistons continued their relentless pursuit, denying the Trail Blazers any opportunity for redemption, ultimately winning decisively with a score of 41. With this clean sweep of 3 consecutive victories, the Pistons decisively claimed the championship title for the 1990 season. Throughout these matches, the fascia gun consistently appeared on the court, with spectators frequently witnessing Pistons players being attended to by the device during breaks. As the finals concluded, the Pistons celebrated their championship win, achieving back-to-back titles. However, this outcome was met with discontent from the Trail Blazers fans, who accused the Pistons of cheating and demanded an investigation into the high-tech product. They asserted that the Pistons had stolen the championship trophy, claiming that the technological advantage had undermined the fairness of the competition, prompting the league to initiate a thorough inquiry. Faced with overwhelming public sentiment, the league had no choice but to respond. Observing the unfolding events, Walmart and Huasheng exchanged knowing smiles. The situation had worked in their favor. Chapter 35, Perfect Marketing, the fascinating rise of the fascia gun throughout the escalating controversy. The NBA was compelled to investigate due to the audience's skepticism. The fans, apart from those loyal to the Pistons, questioned the legitimacy of the Pistons championship, asserting that if a reasonable explanation was not provided, it would be untenable. The Pistons, feeling utterly frustrated, argued that their championship was earned through hard work, unrelated to high-tech cheating. Nonetheless, they had no choice but to cooperate with the league's investigation, which proceeded swiftly, and the enigmatic fascia gun was soon acquired. Walmart's representatives provided a detailed introduction to the fascia gun, and the league took the matter seriously, enlisting experts to assess the device. Ultimately, it was determined that this seemingly innocuous fascia gun was, in fact, a portable deep muscle treatment device. There was no evidence of cheating. Utilizing this product was akin to providing each athlete with a personal massage therapist, a common practice among teams. The outcome has certainly alleviated the concerns of the league, as the appearance of fairness is paramount in sporting events. In America, nightfall has descended. Numerous fans eagerly gathered before their televisions, anticipating the announcement of the investigation results by the league. The fans were highly invested in the outcome, with many hoping for a reversal. Soon, the live broadcast commenced, and the expansive conference room was filled with media reporters, along with coaches from the Pistons and the Trail Blazers present at the scene. Greetings to all the media friends present here, and to the viewers at home. I am David, announced the league's commissioner, David Stern, who personally attended the press conference. In response to your concerns, we have conducted a thorough investigation. This brings us to the so-called high-tech device that has been the subject of much speculation on the court. What exactly is it? I would like to invite someone to the stage. Please welcome Ms. Lena, the sales director of Walmart, David stated. Lena smiled as she walked onto the stage, leaving the audience and reporters bewildered, questioning the relevance of Walmart in this matter. Hello everyone, I am Lena, the sales director of Walmart. I did not expect to meet you all here. This product is called a fascia gun, a remarkable item that will soon be available in our Walmart stores. As for its benefits, I believe someone else is more qualified to explain. May I invite him to join us? Lena remarked with a smile. Of course, David nodded in agreement. Let us welcome Mr. Huasheng, the vice president of Huasheng Group. Upon Lena's introduction, Huasheng, dressed in a suit, made his entrance. The tall and handsome Huasheng sparked murmurs among the crowd, prompting questions about the connection to Huasheng Group. Hello everyone, I am Huasheng, vice president of Huasheng Group. This fascia gun is our company's second product. As for our first product, I believe many of you are familiar with it. Our air fryer, Huasheng explained, and enlightenment swept through the audience. Oh, so it's from that company. The air fryer has become a trend across America, with incredible sales figures and a strong following among American households, particularly due to its use with marinades from Huasheng, which have received high praise. This product, known as the fascia gun, also referred to as a deep tissue percussion device, is a tool for soft tissue rehabilitation. It utilizes high-frequency impacts to relax the body's soft tissues, Su Huasheng began detailing the fascia gun, elevating it to a pinnacle of sophistication and healthiness. Ladies and gentlemen, in treating muscle injuries, Western medicine often prescribes painkillers. However, traditional Chinese medicine can more effectively address such symptoms through methods like massage, acupuncture, and cupping. The fascia gun embodies the essence of traditional Chinese medicine. After exercising, you can use this product to relieve muscle tension. When muscles are strained, this product is also beneficial as we provide multiple massage heads with it. The entire press conference unexpectedly turned into a product launch, yet the audience remained captivated. With Su Huasheng's eloquence, curiosity about the product grew, and many were eager to try it. He articulated the principles of traditional Chinese medicine, deepening the audience's understanding of this ancient practice. Thus, this was not a device for cheating, nor could it possibly contain performance-enhancing drugs. This product is akin to having a physiotherapist at your disposal. Recently, we collaborated with the Pistons to test our new product, and we never anticipated such a misunderstanding, Su Huasheng concluded with a smile. After hearing Su Huasheng's explanation, the audience realized the truth of the matter. This was not cheating. They were merely using a massage device. Thank you, Su, and we sincerely apologize for the misunderstanding. However, our intention at Walmart is to bring better products to everyone. Based on our tests, this product has proven to be quite effective, and starting tomorrow, it will be exclusively available at Walmart. If anyone is interested in experiencing it, I encourage you to take a look. I believe this product can enhance your health and facilitate recovery after exercise. Here at Walmart, we also wish all athletes good health. Thus concluded a flawless marketing endeavor, with the league announcing that the Pistons' championship victory was free of any violations. The Trailblazers had no objections, having received the product themselves in recent days, confirming it was indeed not a device for cheating. After the press conference, countless fans began to converse, but their focus was not on the championship or the match, but rather on the miraculous fascia gun. In America, there are many sports enthusiasts, along with a significant number of individuals leading sedentary lifestyles. Su Huasheng had made it abundantly clear that this product is not only suitable for muscle stretching and recovery after exercise. It is also beneficial for those who experience fatigue from prolonged sitting or standing. That evening, through the league's press conference, the fascia gun skyrocketed to fame. The following morning, as Walmart stores opened their doors, numerous intrigued Americans flocked to the electronics section. Walmart had prepared well in advance, with the fascia gun prominently displayed. A large sign was set up, and next to it were several enclosed therapy rooms where interested consumers could personally experience the product. In a Walmart in New York, a middle-aged woman with a larger physique curiously examined the fascia guns. "Hello, may I try this? My lower back and legs have been quite painful lately," Anna inquired of a sales associate. "Of course, madam, right this way. Where do you feel discomfort?" The associate cheerfully responded, guiding Anna to a therapy room resembling a fitting room, furnished with a massage table. "Madam, where's your discomfort?" The associate asked after turning on the lights and closing the door. "My lower back and thigh area, I feel a bit of pain," Anna indicated the affected areas. Due to her weight, even slight exertion would lead to fatigue in her back and legs. Having consulted a doctor previously, Anna was advised to lose weight and take painkillers during severe pain episodes. Recently, after bending for an extended period, her back pain had intensified, even disrupting her sleep at night. "Madam, your condition is referred to as muscle strain in traditional Chinese medicine. Please lie down. I will use the fascia gun on you so you can experience its effects," the associate suggested with a smile. Walmart had invested significant effort in training these associates to market the fascia gun effectively. The profit margins on fascia guns are substantial. The associate retrieved the fascia gun, replaced the massage head, and began to massage Anna's lower back. Once the massage commenced, Anna was astonished to discover that the vibrations significantly alleviated her back pain, and her entire lower back felt warm and comfortable. "Madam, once you return home, consider using a warm towel for a hot compress. It will enhance the effects. If convenient, you might visit a traditional Chinese medicine clinic in Chinatown. They reportedly have effective remedies such as magical plasters and acupuncture for such conditions," the associate suggested, piquing Anna's interest. Although Anna had previously been skeptical of traditional Chinese medicine, the fascia gun's effectiveness sparked her curiosity, leading her to decide to visit a clinic in Chinatown the following day. "Madam, I will now massage your thigh. Please remove your pants." After the waist massage concluded, The sales associate smiled and spoke. Anna nodded, removed her trousers, and reclined on the massage table. The sales associate commenced massaging Anna's thighs, and with the aid of the fascia gun, the soreness in her thighs began to dissipate. The alleviation of pain brought a soothing expression to Anna's face. Furthermore, as the vibrations traveled upward from the inner thighs, Anna experienced an unusual sensation coursing through her entire body. This feeling caused her breath to quicken involuntarily, and her legs instinctively tightened. Anna, at the age of 42, had been divorced from her husband for several years. During these years, she occasionally dated, but more often than not, she remained single. At this age, Anna was indeed in the prime of her life. Observing Anna's reaction, the sales associate chuckled. "Madam, the fascia gun possesses a unique feature you might find intriguing," she whispered, and Anna regarded her with curiosity. "You see, the fascia gun has a special massage head," the sales associate continued, retrieving a pink box from beneath the counter. Upon opening the box, Anna gasped and covered her mouth. "Wow, so many big brothers," she exclaimed, noticing the red, white, black, purple, and blue items inside. "Madam, there's no need to be overly surprised. Physiological needs are entirely natural. I have tried it myself and found it quite effective. Would you like to experience it? It offers a completely different sensation," the sales associate murmured softly, her voice akin to a devil's whisper. Anna glanced at the sales associate and, almost as if compelled by an unseen force, nodded in agreement. On the massage table, Anna covered her mouth, overwhelmed by an indescribable stimulation. The sales associate varied the speed to showcase the remarkable capabilities of the fascia gun, ultimately ceasing as Anna trembled all over. "How much does it cost?" Anna asked, donning her clothes, her face flushed and her legs slightly weak. "Madam, the fascia gun is priced at $399, and the special massage head is an additional $200. The fascia gun comes with a 1-year warranty for free replacement in case of damage and free maintenance for 3 years. Furthermore, the special massage head can be customized, though at a higher cost," the sales associate explained quietly. Upon hearing the price, Anna swallowed hard. It was not inexpensive. Nevertheless, she ultimately made the purchase, including a set of special massage heads. For her, the fascia gun represented dual utility with different significance. This type of promotion spread across various Walmart stores in North America. The well-trained sales associates became adept in demonstrating the fascia gun's usage and even learned some basic techniques of traditional Chinese massage. In such circumstances, the capabilities of the fascia gun were fully realized. Depending on the gender of the customers, the sales pitch varied. For men, they solely promoted the fascia gun, while for women, they subtly marketed the special massage heads. Surprisingly, the proportion of female customers purchasing the special massage heads was notably high, with 4 or 5 out of every 10 opting for them. "Hello, I'm the manager of the Trailblazers. We need to procure 100 fascia guns. Can you send someone to teach us how to use them?" "Hello, I'm a manager of the Lakers." "Hello, I am from the Bulls." "Hello, I am from a sports university." In addition to individual customers, Walmart was pleasantly surprised by the volume of team purchases. That day, basketball teams, soccer teams, football teams, baseball teams, ice hockey teams, gyms, and sports colleges, among others, were all aware of the fascia gun's efficacy and eagerly purchased units for further exploration. After research conducted by team physicians, it was discovered that this device indeed aided athletes in recovering from fatigue more swiftly, particularly for injuries such as muscle strains, when used correctly. Consequently, these teams could not remain idle. In the realm of sports, muscle fatigue and strains are commonplace due to their rigorous daily training. Given the magnitude of their physical exertion, it is impractical for each athlete to have a personal masseur. With the advent of the fascia gun, a new world was unveiled to them. The absence of a masseur was no longer a concern. They could utilize the fascia gun for self-massage. Although it may not rival a professional masseur, it was certainly better than foregoing massage altogether. Proper stretching and massage facilitate quicker recovery. For professional athletes, even a marginal improvement in recovery translates to an increased chance of victory. As for the $399 price tag, it was insignificant to these individuals. As long as it proved effective, they would not hesitate to purchase it, even at $3,999. These individuals are affluent indeed. Chapter 37. The resurgence of the fascia gun. Sue, it's sold out, it's sold out. The next day, Sam arrived at the hotel early to share the joyous news with Huasheng, his face brimming with excitement. "It's sold out. Yesterday, the entire stock of fascia guns in America was completely depleted. How many units were sold? Su Huasheng inquired with a smile. 72 million units. My goodness, I can hardly fathom it. This occurred within just one day. By the way, we need to procure 200,000 sets of the special massage heads. I never anticipated such high demand. We sold 240,000 sets yesterday. Sam exclaimed with enthusiasm. Walmart profited immensely from the fascia guns. Each unit sold for $399, while they acquired them from Su Huasheng at merely $100. That is a $200 profit per unit, a staggering profit margin of $200. The special massage heads yielded a $100 profit margin as well. What other product could boast such astonishing profitability? Walmart also sells large appliances like washing machines, televisions, and refrigerators. Achieving a 10 profit margin on these products is already commendable. Such sales volume and exorbitant profit margins are akin to a windfall. Furthermore, the surge in bulk orders from teams was unprecedented, with nearly every major league team placing orders. Unfortunately, this wave of bulk orders may only be a fleeting moment. Sam recounted the bulk ordering situation to Su Huasheng, who smiled upon hearing it. Mr. Sam, would you like to sell even more fascia guns? Su Huasheng said mysteriously. Sam nodded vigorously in agreement. Such profitable items were certainly appealing. In fact, there are two additional markets that, if you can secure them, would yield substantial orders. Su Huasheng added with a smile. Sam looked at him, eager for the details. The military and prisons, especially female military units and women's prisons, Su Huasheng suggested. Upon hearing this, Sam's eyes widened in realization. Of course, how did I not think of that? He exclaimed, slapping his forehead. These two locations are undoubtedly the ones in dire need of fascia guns. In these places, the women, deprived of male companionship, would be desperate for such devices. If they could acquire fascia guns, oh my. With this thought, Sam broke into a mischievous grin. He looked back at Su Huasheng with admiration, realizing that this man was indeed a visionary. In recent times, Su Huasheng had become a marketing genius in Sam's eyes. His predictions about the Pistons defeating the Trailblazers 4-1 had come true, showcasing the brilliance of his marketing strategy. His approach of building suspense, creating conflict, and generating discussion had resonated profoundly with consumers. By the way, Sue, I have arranged a meeting for you with Mr. Raoul from Morgan Bank. He is looking forward to meeting you, Sam stated with a smile. Upon hearing this, Su Huasheng chuckled. The explosive success of the fascia gun indicated that it was indeed a hit product. Securing patents for such successful items would enable access to greater loans. Su Huasheng recognized the need for capital. The more, the better. However, he was cautious not to gamble everything and jeopardize the Huasheng Group. A few days ago, the competition revealed to Su Huasheng that the world had undergone subtle changes akin to the flutter of a butterfly's wings. Thus, in this gamble, Su Huasheng dared to stake the patents for the air fryer and the fascia gun, believing that even in defeat, he could rise again. Thank you, Sam, Su Huasheng said with a smile, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Inside the hotel, Raoul made a personal appearance. Raoul, a loan manager for Morgan Bank in New York, took Su Huasheng's loan inquiry very seriously. In the United States, competition among banks is fierce, and quality loan clients are coveted by every institution. Moreover, Huasheng Group is regarded as a prime client of Morgan Bank, with previous profits deposited there. Within a mere year, Huasheng Group transformed from an obscure Huasheng enterprise into a giant with assets exceeding $3 billion. Such a client is invaluable, akin to a golden goose for the bank. Mr. Su, it is a pleasure to serve you, Raoul greeted a man in his 40s, exuding an air of sophistication. He understood that he must not underestimate the Huasheng individual before him. While many in America might harbor disdain for Huasheng people, Raoul recognized that an ordinary Huasheng individual might be disregarded, but one with over $3 billion in assets commanded respect. Mr. Raoul, we wish to use the patents for the air fryer and the fascia gun as collateral for a loan from your bank, with a term of 6 months. Su Huasheng stated directly. Upon hearing that the collateral consisted of the patents for the air fryer and fascia gun, Raoul's interest peaked. These two products are among the most sought after in America, and both are exclusive to Huasheng Group. The air fryer had been on the American market for over 6 months, and no other brand had launched a similar product. Clearly, Huasheng Group's patents had established a formidable barrier, one that competitors could not surmount. Otherwise, How could such a popular product remain unimitated? May I ask how much you wish to borrow, Mr. Su? Raoul inquired directly. How much can I borrow? Su Hu sent Gao De, leaving Raoul momentarily speechless. Mr. Raoul, I have some documentation for you to take back for assessment. I will accept whatever amount you deem appropriate based on the patents. Currently, we have solid patent protections for both products, and no company can circumvent our patents for the next 20 years. Here are the order data we have received. To date, we have accumulated over 30 million orders for the air fryer, and Walmart alone has ordered 20 million units of the fascia gun. As Su Huasheng shared the data, Raoul inhaled sharply. A 20-year patent protection period, coupled with two immensely popular products. How much could these patents be worth? This could only be determined through internal evaluation, and Raoul did not wish to make any unilateral decisions. Mr. Su, I will take this information back, and you will have results within 3 days, Raoul assured, prompting Su Huasheng to nod. 3 days was a wait he could afford, especially since it was only mid-June. After Raoul departed with the documents, Su Huasheng approached the window, gazing out with anticipation. Haning observed Su Huasheng, curiosity glimmering in her eyes. Her fascination with this remarkable young man grew. Could he truly be just 20 years old? At such a tender age, he conversed fluently in English with foreigners, conducted business discussions with Americans with remarkable composure, and commanded the respect of executives from Walmart and Morgan Bank. This was a young man unlike any she had ever encountered. Chapter 38, a staggering loan, a high-stakes gamble that shook the higher-ups. Raoul left with the materials provided by Su Huasheng. The loan was of great importance to Morgan Bank, and upon receipt of the documents, they promptly engaged professionals to evaluate the two patents. The results astonished the team at Morgan Bank. According to their assessment, the air fryer alone had an estimated global market sales volume of around 30 million units annually. If a 5% licensing fee were granted to other businesses, the bank could earn $10 per unit. Thus, if Morgan Bank secured the air fryer patent, it could potentially generate a minimum of $300 million in licensing fees each year. Although the fascia gun was not as popular as the air fryer, it commanded a higher price. If annual sales reached 10 million units globally, charging a $20 licensing fee per unit would yield $200 million. Both products bore exclusive patents and possessed robust patent barriers, granting the patent holders significant leverage. In essence, if Morgan Bank acquired these two patents, it could secure $500 million in licensing fees each year. Over 20 years, this would amount to a staggering $10 billion in revenues. Such immense value left the Morgan Bank team astounded and elated. They were always eager for valuable opportunities. However, they could not directly lend Huasheng Group $100 billion, as this represented future earnings. Their valuation was based primarily on the anticipated worth over the next 5 years, followed by a discount. Ultimately, after deliberation, they decided on a loan amount of $2.3 billion. When Raoul conveyed this news to Su Huasheng, he broke into a smile. Without hesitation, he accepted the entire sum of $2.3 billion. Previously, he had $25 billion. Now, with Morgan Bank's loan, that figure increased significantly. Additionally, Walmart placed an order for 200,000 special massage heads for the fascia gun, prepaid, adding $200 million to his coffers. $50 billion. This was the total capital for Su Huasheng's audacious gamble. With a tenfold leverage on oil trading, he now possessed $500 billion in oil futures. With oil prices hovering around $20, Morgan Bank swiftly facilitated the funds, and after signing the contract, the capital was transferred the same day. For Su Huasheng, $2.3 billion was a substantial sum, but for a giant like Morgan Bank, it was hardly significant. In Yanjing, within an office, several individuals were engaged in a meeting. Director, that young man from Huasheng has taken quite a risk this time, reported a middle-aged man. Oh, what has this young man done to astonish you all? Director Yun inquired, increasingly intrigued by this individual named Su Huasheng. Director Yun, he has gone to America and secured a loan of $2.3 billion from Morgan Bank, combined with his own funds. He now has a total of $50 billion. He is leveraging 10 times to trade in oil, the middle-aged man reported directly. Upon hearing this, Director Yun was taken aback, sitting in deep thought for a long while. This was indeed a bold move. Director Yun was well-versed in economic matters. $50 billion leveraged tenfold in oil trading was a colossal undertaking. Should oil prices rise by 10%, Su Huasheng could stand to gain $50 billion. And if oil prices doubled, his profit could soar to $500 billion. Surely you do not intend to join this gamble as well? After a prolonged silence, Director Yun looked around the room at his colleagues. They exchanged glances before one sighed deeply. Director Yun, we are currently too impoverished. If we could win, just once, a middle-aged man lamented. This sentiment prompted a sigh from Director Yun as well. Indeed, the country was in a precarious state. If an opportunity for sudden wealth truly existed, who would not wish to seize it? What could this young man possibly perceive that compelled him to gamble so boldly? Director Yun's brow furrowed in contemplation. Why would Huasheng dare to invest such substantial funds in oil trading? Did he foresee an impending event that would undoubtedly influence international oil prices? Should we not ask him a question? A middle-aged man could not help but remark, while the others in the conference room gazed expectantly at Director Yun. Upon hearing this, Director Yun pondered for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. Let's inquire. But do remember to be tactful, he advised, for he too was curious about Huasheng's perspective and the audacity that emboldened him to engage in such high-stakes borrowing. In America, within a hotel, Han Ying returned from an outing, her expression grave. Huasheng, why are you speculating on oil prices? She asked, her gaze fixed intently on him. Huasheng was taken aback by her inquiry. What has piqued your interest in this matter? He chuckled, bemused by her sudden curiosity, given that she typically remained silent. Be serious. This is a directive from above, Han Ying whispered, and upon observing her demeanor, Huasheng's expression shifted to one of seriousness. After assessing the room and taking a deep breath, he declared, let us book our flights. It is time for us to return. Han Ying was momentarily startled by Huasheng's serious tone, but refrained from pressing further, instead immediately setting about making arrangements. Huasheng chose his words cautiously, aware of the potential for eavesdropping in their surroundings. The business there was concluded, and now it was a matter of patient waiting. A plane descended upon Yanjing, marking the return of Huasheng and his companions. Upon exiting the airport, a vehicle awaited them. Noting the license plate, Huasheng inhaled deeply as he and Han Ying entered the car. The vehicle eventually halted in front of an imposing building, prompting Huasheng to take another deep breath. Once the car was stationary, he followed Han Ying out and into the edifice. After passing through security, Han Ying led Huasheng to a conference room and knocked on the door, allowing him to enter. Ah, our little son Wukong has arrived. Director Yun jested upon seeing Huasheng enter, eliciting smiles from the others in the room. Taking in the familiar faces, Huasheng inhaled deeply, finally allowing a smile to grace his features. Greetings, esteemed leaders, he said hurriedly, betraying a hint of nervousness, for he had never interacted with these individuals in his previous life. There's no need to be anxious. We are not monsters who consume people. Please, take a seat. Director Yun gestured to the spot beside him, an action that left Huasheng pleasantly surprised. However, at Director Yun's insistence, he sat beside him. We have invited you here today to seek your insights on a few matters. We have heard you are speculating on oil prices. Do you believe they are poised for a dramatic rise? From the current situation, there appears to be no indication of such a trend, Director Yun inquired with genuine curiosity. Upon hearing this, Huasheng took a deep breath, resolving to be forthright. He was ready to divulge his thoughts, leaving the question of the national willingness to gamble to them. Leaders, allow me to share my perspective, Huasheng said as he stood and moved to the world map displayed in the conference room. The gathered individuals watched him with keen interest, including Director Yun. Esteemed leaders, I wonder if you have noticed that this region has been rather tumultuous of late, he stated, pointing towards Iraq on the map. The 8-year Iran-Iraq war has left Iraq in a state of crippling debt, with a relatively weak Kuwait being one of its largest creditors. Over the past 2 years, Iraq has sought to collaborate with OPEC to reduce production and elevate oil prices. However, Kuwait has not only refused to cooperate, but has instead increased its output, effectively working against Iraq's interests. The underlying reason is clear. Kuwait and Iraq have border disputes, and Kuwait aims to leverage this situation to compel Iraq into submission. His words elicited nods of acknowledgement from everyone present, as they were aware of these circumstances. Yet, Kuwait has miscalculated. Who is Saddam? A man of such pride would hardly acquiesce to this arrangement. Saddam has long held that Iraq, as an Arab nation, has borne the brunt of the war against Iran on behalf of the Arab world. Thus, for the past 2 years, He has insisted that Saudi Arabia and Kuwait forgive Iraq's hundreds of billions in debt. Do you think these two nations would agree? Su Huasheng's remarks prompted laughter, as the absurdity of such demands was clear to all. Consider Kuwait's position. It is the vital artery through which Western nations transport oil from the Middle East. The Soviets are certainly aware of this. Therefore, I surmise that they would not let this opportunity slip by. They would undoubtedly incite Saddam. For if Iraq were to occupy Kuwait, it would effectively allow the Soviets to choke off Western oil supplies. In such a scenario, Western nations would face only two choices: to engage in conflict or to refrain. Su Huasheng's analysis sparked realization among the attendees, who recognized the implications of his words. This strategy is foolproof. Whether they choose to fight or not, the Soviets stand to gain. Hence, I predict that Iraq will indeed invade Kuwait, as they must. For the Soviets would not permit them to refrain. From Iraq's perspective, a successful invasion would yield immense benefits. Not only would they eliminate hundreds of billions in debt, but they would also seize Kuwait, which possesses 10% of the world's oil reserves. In that case, Iraq would not only be able to raise oil prices, but also increase its oil supply. Given Saddam's character, he would never let such an opportunity pass. After all, he has long considered himself to be the third superpower. Su Huasheng's observations illuminated the situation for all present, clarifying the rationale behind his speculation on oil. Should Iraq invade Kuwait, international oil prices are bound to soar, he concluded. And if they choose not to invade, one individual interjected, should they abstain? The international oil prices will not plummet either. The global demand for oil is robust, and as countries continue to develop economically, the demand will only escalate. The likelihood of a drastic fall in oil prices is minimal, Su Huasheng articulated, leading to a collective epiphany among the audience. Indeed, the current fluctuations in oil prices are modest, and as global economies grow, demand for oil will surely rise, thereby driving prices upward. Speculating in stocks is merely about gauging probabilities, Su Huasheng added. Su, if Iraq were to successfully occupy Kuwait, what do you believe would transpire next? Would the United States truly dare to intervene? Director Yun inquired with curiosity, prompting the attention of all present to turn towards Su Huasheng. It is not a matter of daring. The United States will undoubtedly take action, Su Huasheng replied with conviction. Why is that? A middle-aged man in military attire could not refrain from questioning, taken aback by the certainty in Su Huasheng's voice. It is quite simple. First, the United States and Western nations will never allow Iraq to challenge their authority and the world order they have established, especially the oil dollar system established by the United States, which serves as a potent tool for the country to plunder the world in the future. Anyone who dares to challenge this system becomes an unequivocal enemy of the United States. It is the very lifeblood of America, Su Huasheng stated earnestly, prompting deep reflection among all present. The oil dollar system has been a topic of discussion in recent years, with some individuals already discerning its true nature. Secondly, the United States requires a war to eliminate the Soviet Union. Upon Su Huasheng's utterance of this statement, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Su, your words are alarmist. How could the United States possibly defeat the Soviet Union? After all, the Soviet Union is the most powerful nation in the world. An individual in the conference room retorted with a serious demeanor. In response to this, Su Huasheng chuckled. Leaders, the Soviet Union was once the strongest nation. However, that is no longer the case. Although the Soviet Union possesses the most formidable military power globally, its economy is in shambles. Domestic corruption is rampant, essential goods are scarce, and the common people struggle to make ends meet while the oligarchs indulge in excess. Why did the Soviet Union withdraw from Afghanistan? Was it not due to financial constraints? Esteemed leaders, the giant known as the Soviet Union is gravely ill, on the brink of collapse. To put it bluntly, why do we need reform? Su Huasheng's rhetorical question cast a serious pall over the room. Why? It was not merely a matter of choice, but a necessity. Director Yin also turned to Su Huasheng, astounded by the insights he had presented. His perspective, his grasp of the global situation, and his judgments regarding various circumstances were impressive. So, do you imply that if the United States takes action, the Soviet Union will refrain from deploying troops? Director Yin inquired directly, to which Su Huasheng nodded. The Soviet Union lacks the capacity to deploy troops now. Leaders, you ought to have some understanding of the current situation in the Soviet Union. It is indeed a disarray, unable to confront the United States directly. At most, it can only provide covert support to Iraq, but alas, Su Huasheng sighed, stirring curiosity among the attendees. Does this imply Iraq will be defeated? One person in the conference room countered. It is not a matter of possibility. It is an inevitable and swift defeat. Esteemed leaders, if this war commences, the United States will not allow it to drag on. The lessons from the Vietnam War are indelibly etched in their memory. Once hostilities begin, you will come to realize that the age of overwhelming force has passed. Future warfare will be characterized by precision, information, and integration of air and space, Su Huasheng asserted, leaving all present in astonished disbelief. Chapter 40, Military Simulation, Confounding the Big Shots Nonsense. Do you understand military matters? A middle-aged man in military attire reprimanded Su Huasheng vehemently. Yet, rather than intimidate him, this only elicited laughter from Su Huasheng. Leaders, I do not wish to engage in a debate. May I pose a few questions to you? Su Huasheng inquired, smiling amicably, unaffected by the hostility. What questions? The middle-aged military officer regarded Su Huasheng with an unfriendly expression, perceiving him as overly arrogant for a young businessman in his 20s. Do you know what precision-guided munitions are? Are you familiar with electronic warfare? Do you understand stealth aircraft? Do you comprehend the concept of integrated operations across land, sea, air, and space? Are you aware of information warfare? Su Huasheng's rapid-fire questions left not only the furious officer, but also the others in the room bewildered. Some may have heard of these concepts, but the majority had never even encountered them. What relevance do these concepts hold? The most critical factor in warfare is the resolve of the soldiers. Weapons are merely tools for humans. During the North Korean War, our weaponry lagged far behind that of the Americans, yet we still managed to drive them out. The middle-aged man retorted defiantly. Upon hearing this, others in the conference room nodded in agreement. A steel resolve is indeed the most potent force of an army. In this era, many within the Longwa military believe that their nation is the most formidable, having achieved numerous victories in recent years. Even a conflict with the Americans, which nearly led to their demise, has now been nearly extinguished after a decade of engagement with Longwa. Observing the expressions of those around him, Su Huasheng sighed. Leaders, shall we conduct a military simulation? Su Huasheng proposed, piquing everyone's interest. Su, you're capable of military simulations? Director Yun inquired with curiosity. Not exactly, but I perceive it to be akin to playing chess, merely a matter of exchanging pieces, Su Huasheng remarked, nearly inciting a collective gasp from the room. This young man is overly presumptuous, treating war as a game. Unaware of the gravity of the situation? Very well, I shall see what capabilities this arrogant young fellow possesses. The middle-aged officer retorted. The rest of the conference attendees also became intrigued, including Director Yun, who promptly made a call to arrange for a simulation. Within just an hour, another room had been prepared for the simulation, attracting many military personnel eager to observe, including some seasoned veterans, all displaying curiosity. Esteemed leaders, let us assume that the La'i nation launches a full-scale invasion of Kuwait and occupies it entirely. With that, the military simulation officially commenced. Although Su Huasheng was not an expert in military simulation, he was well aware of how the United States conducted itself during the Gulf War. Initially, the U.S. forces would launch a pre-dawn assault on the La'i military, deploying electronic warfare aircraft to disrupt enemy communications and launching cruise missiles to strike critical infrastructure, such as radar stations, airfields, and power plants. Stealth fighters would then follow to eliminate key targets, with precision-guided munitions enhancing the accuracy of strikes to within mere meters. Once air superiority was established, coalition aircraft would launch relentless saturation bombing from aircraft carriers, bases in Dogdahu, and European facilities, executing approximately 3,000 sorties daily. The manner in which Su Huasheng articulated his strategy left everyone astounded. The electronic warfare aircraft would disrupt enemy communications, precision missiles would strike decisive targets, and stealth fighters would neutralize command and air defense systems to secure air dominance. Following this, a relentless and inhumane bombing campaign would commence, utilizing both conventional and precision munitions to obliterate the La'i military and critical infrastructures, thereby crippling their war potential. This is absurd. How could the Americans possess such advanced weaponry? Stealth fighters? How can a fighter jet be stealthy? And how much would these weapons cost? The military personnel engaged in the simulation with Su Huasheng reacted with indignation, their anger palpable. Based on your proposed tactics, the Lai nation would be fortunate to last 2 months, one exclaimed. How do you know the Americans lack such capabilities? Are precision-guided munitions that difficult to obtain? Do not forget that the Americans have GPS. As long as there is a global satellite positioning system, we too can achieve this. As for stealth fighters, it is entirely plausible for the Americans to possess them. The principle behind stealth technology involves radar-absorbing coatings, which is technically feasible. And regarding finances, does America lack money? The dollar is an international currency, intrinsically linked to oil. They can simply print more money and use it to purchase globally. As for the inflation it causes, other nations bear the burden. Otherwise, why would the United States establish the oil dollar system? Did everyone forget how the Bretton Woods system came to an end? Does the eagle have any credibility? The United States possesses an abundance of dollars. As long as it maintains control over the Middle East, it effectively controls oil. The combination of oil and the dollar serves as the means through which the United States plunders the world. Whenever the eagle takes action, oil prices soar, and the financial magnates prepare in advance, possibly even profiting from a situation. In times of poverty, tactical infiltration is employed. In times of wealth, overwhelming firepower is utilized. If a problem can be avoided, it shall not require human intervention. This encapsulates the eagle's military philosophy. Huasheng's rebuttal silenced everyone in the room. His words were profoundly shocking. However, they also prompted deep reflection among many. The meaning of tactical infiltration in poverty, overwhelming firepower and wealth was abundantly clear. Infiltration by soldiers sometimes stems from helplessness. The path was paved with the blood of warriors, a reality that Longwa understands intimately. If Longwa possessed ample aircraft, artillery, and missiles, it would prefer not to resort to tactical infiltration in certain conflicts. Instead, it would prefer to obliterate the enemy with direct firepower. Wouldn't that be preferable? Leader, please do not be upset. Why would you stoop to my level? I merely expressed my conjectures, and I am uncertain of their validity. You summoned me here. I am merely a businessman voicing my thoughts, Huasheng stated plainly, causing the military personnel he faced to relax visibly. In truth, their ire towards Huasheng was not genuine. Rather, they were astonished by his military approach. If what Huasheng asserted were true, then the direction of Longwa's military development would undergo a profound transformation, which would be immensely significant for Longwa. Husen Dibat. Yet no one in the conference room chose to leave, particularly the military personnel who began to discuss the maps and sand tables. The revelations from Huasheng that evening had left them in a state of astonishment. What Su Zong mentioned tonight warrants thorough investigation, remarked Director Yun with a smile, prompting nods of agreement from all present. Indeed, whether the claims were true would soon become apparent. If they were, significant events would unfold rapidly. Director Yun, regarding oil, are we? A middle-aged man inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity about the prospect of investing in oil, inspired by Huasheng's words. The room's attention turned to Director Yun, whose expression grew grave, recognizing the seriousness of the question. Chapter 41. The Soaring Oil Prices. Iraq's invasion of Kuwait, a nation most fears being driven by chance. The Japanese and Germans have gambled their national fortunes, and the outcomes are well known. Su Zong, as a businessman, could afford to start over if he lost. However, we are different. A loss for us would render us national pariahs. Those funds represent the hard-earned money of countless citizens. After contemplating for some time, Director Yin lifted his head and spoke gravely. He too desired the nation to reap substantial profits, yet he understood that certain actions must not be undertaken. Even if this gamble were to succeed, would it not lead to a tendency to gamble again in similar circumstances? For a country, losing just once in 10 gambles could mean the loss of its destiny. Thus, a nation must refrain from gambling unless absolutely necessary. Director Yun's remarks prompted deep contemplation among the attendees, leading them to nod in agreement. Indeed, a nation operates differently than a business. A company can gamble, and if it fails, the owner merely faces bankruptcy. However, a nation cannot afford such recklessness. Stability is of utmost importance. If a nation becomes addicted to gambling and ends up in ruin, the repercussions would be dire. Huasheng, should he lose his gamble, could simply start anew, affecting only himself. However, if a nation were to lose, the foreign exchange earned through the painstaking efforts of countless Huaxia individuals would be lost, severely impacting the broader development of Huaxia. Director Yun, I now understand what must be done, a middle-aged man nodded. Although the potential rewards were tempting, Director Yun's words had enlightened them. A nation cannot act capriciously. Every step taken must be grounded in reality, without any sense of luck. At that moment, all eyes turned towards Su Huasheng's audacious gamble. If he were to win, wouldn't the dollars in his possession increase significantly? When those dollars are eventually exchanged for renminbi, they would become assets for the nation. After all, Su Huasheng is also a Huaxia citizen. This thought brought smiles to everyone's faces. This meeting sparked considerable discussion throughout Huaxia. To validate Su Huasheng's assertions, relevant departments took action and, after thorough investigation, promptly discovered unusual activities from Iraq. Negotiations between Iraq and Kuwait were fraught with difficulties, and signs of escalating conflict became apparent. Furthermore, Iraqi troops began mobilizing towards the border, indicating that Saddam intended to take military action against Kuwait. Iraq's maneuvers drew the attention of nations worldwide, and media coverage regarding the Iraq-Kuwait conflict intensified. As these reports surfaced, international oil prices began to rise. Although the increase was not yet substantial, prices had already surged compared to June. Time passed quietly, and on the early morning of August 2nd, 1990, a piece of news startled many. Following the reception of this news, Huaxia convened an emergency meeting. On August 2nd, 1990, Iraq invaded Kuwait. Su Huasheng's earlier prophecy had come to fruition, and his strategic acumen left Huaxia astonished. In that moment, Su Huasheng's standing in the minds of many began to shift. The announcement of Iraq's invasion of Kuwait shocked the world, as few anticipated Saddam's audacity. Following this revelation, international oil prices embarked on a trajectory of increase. Western nations promptly demanded that Saddam withdraw his troops, and Iraq quickly became the center of global attention, with international media focusing intently on the situation. Upon receiving this news, Su Huasheng breathed a sigh of relief, recognizing that the grand narrative of history had not been altered by his minor role. That, above all, was paramount. The timeline remained unchanged, and as long as the overarching historical context did not shift, his victory was assured. With this thought, Su Huasheng felt a surge of excitement. This audacious gamble was nearly guaranteed to succeed. In a few months, when the United States took action, it would be time for him to reap the rewards. Good day, Su Zong. Su Huasheng arrived at the company headquarters in high spirits. The framework of Huasheng Group had been established, with a building rented in Huasheng to serve as its headquarters. Upon seeing Su Huasheng, the employees warmly greeted him. Everyone was aware of Su Huasheng's status as the sole heir of the company, destined to lead it in the future. The respect shown towards Su Huasheng stemmed not solely from his unique position, but primarily from his exceptional capabilities. As the product design director, Su Huasheng was largely responsible for the company's current scale and success. The air fryers and fascia guns were selling exceptionally well globally, and the staff were busy yet content, largely due to the attractive salaries offered by Huasheng Group. For instance, a typical receptionist in Huasheng might earn only a few hundred yuan per month at other companies, but at Huasheng Group, the base salary started at 400 yuan, supplemented by attendance bonuses, free uniforms, complimentary accommodations, and 3 meals a day. Most importantly, the company provided social security, a benefit not afforded by many other companies in Huasheng. Moreover, overtime work was rare at Huasheng Group. Even with overtime, there is additional compensation. In short, high salaries and generous benefits. Overall, the remuneration at Huasheng Group is approximately double that of other companies. Of course, the expectations of Huasheng Group are equally high, with a strict adherence to various regulations. Nevertheless, employees find satisfaction in their work. As long as the remuneration is adequate, these regulations are hardly an issue. If one is unwilling to comply or finds the rules too stringent, they are free to leave, as there are many eager to take their place. Mr. Su, the samples of the compressors have arrived, said Song Qian, the assistant to Su Huasheng, with a smile. Ah, let's go take a look, Su Huasheng responded, chuckling at her words, and he led Song Qian to the technical department. On the third floor of the technical department, a group of technicians was gathered around the newly arrived samples, engaged in discussion. Upon seeing Su Huasheng, smiles illuminated the faces of all the technicians. What are the data results? Su Huasheng inquired, glancing at several compressors on the table. The room was filled with compressors, each designed solely for refrigeration purposes, specifically for air conditioners and refrigerators. Presently, There are very few domestic brands producing similar products. Compared to foreign brands, domestic compressors are characterized by higher energy consumption and greater noise levels. In simpler terms, they are technologically inferior and lack competitiveness. Consequently, many domestic refrigerators and air conditioners rely on foreign compressors. It is simply unfeasible to use domestic compressors, as consumers are unwilling to purchase them. Apart from a few extremely inexpensive brands, domestic compressors have little market presence. For instance, refrigerators using domestic compressors produce noise reminiscent of a tractor upon powering on. Furthermore, they are highly inefficient in energy usage, leading discerning consumers to avoid such products. Chapter 42. Domestic compressors, an era where channels reigned supreme. Mr. Su, after our testing, our compressors demonstrate a 35% reduction in energy consumption compared to Japanese counterparts, with significant noise reduction as well. Additionally, our compressors are more efficient, delivering superior and faster cooling. All while being more compact, Lu Qingyang exclaimed, his eyes brimming with pride as he spoke of the product. Previously, Lu Qingyang was a technical expert at a domestic compressor manufacturer and was recruited by Huasheng Group with a lucrative offer just a few months ago. Upon joining, Su Huasheng provided Lu Qingyang with documentation to develop the compressor. Initially, Lu Qingyang held a dismissive view of Su Huasheng, but after reviewing the materials, he was thoroughly impressed. Over the past few months, Lu Qingyang led his team, successfully developing the compressor based on Su Huasheng's documentation, and conducted rigorous testing on the samples, yielding astonishing results. In terms of lifespan, energy consumption, and noise, they far surpass the best compressors currently available on the market. Whether German, Japanese, or American, they all pale in comparison. Frankly speaking, these products belong to an entirely different era. Let us install the compressor on our samples and conduct further testing. Lu, your next task will be to develop the cold storage system and the large compressors for central air conditioning systems. This market is vast. Additionally, we must not overlook the market for small vehicle-mounted compressors, as China's automotive industry is bound to experience rapid growth in the future. I will prepare some documentation for you, Su Huasheng said with a smile. Rest assured, Mr. Su, we will take care of it. Lu Qingyang nodded confidently. Over the past few months, his capabilities have significantly improved after absorbing the information provided by Su Huasheng. Although developing large compressors and vehicle-mounted compressors presents greater challenges, this is precisely what technicians are meant to tackle. Moreover, with Su Huasheng supplying them with documentation, they no longer underestimate his expertise. In the room, the staff were installing various models of compressors onto different samples. Several air conditioners with varying power outputs and several distinct refrigerator models were among the products that Huasheng Electric intended to launch in the future. All the other components were in place. Only the core compressors were missing. With the compressors now available, these samples could proceed to the next stage of testing. Provided they pass the tests, these products would be ready for market release. In terms of design and technology, they would outshine competing products. The future reputation of Huasheng Electric rests upon these offerings, which are designed by Su Huasheng, employing the most mature and fashionable design philosophies, resulting in stunning aesthetics. Unquestionably, even 20 years from now, these products will remain timeless. In this era, their appearance alone eclipses that of competing products. Another crucial point is that many internal components of these products are interchangeable, thereby maximizing cost efficiency. Technologically, the two most critical elements of these products are the compressor and the control chip. The compressor facilitates cooling, while the control chip governs the operational logic. The optimized operational logic devised by Su Huasheng is already the most efficient available. Undoubtedly, these products will still be considered advanced even a decade from now. If assessed against future energy consumption standards, these products will meet the Level 2 energy consumption criteria, which is quite impressive. Upon returning to his office from the technical department, Su Huasheng began contemplating the future layout of household appliances. After considerable reflection, he penned 4 significant characters: channels reign supreme. Before the rise of e-commerce, the dominance of distribution channels was paramount in the home appliance sector. When products are comparable, the company with the superior and more extensive distribution channels will excel in sales. These channels encompass not only sales avenues but also after-sales support. Now, as Huasheng is in the early stages of its reform and opening up, is the most opportune time to cultivate a brand. As long as your product is commendable and your service exemplary, establishing a brand image becomes achievable. Once the brand is solidified, profitability will follow more easily. With this in mind, Su Huasheng began drafting a plan. While Su Huasheng busied himself in Shun City in Yanjing, the newly constructed factory of Huawon Electric was bustling with activity. Jiang Hanwen led his team, having been engaged in this fervor for over half a month. With the final component installed, a sense of tension filled the air among Jiang Hanwen and the rest. This behemoth weighed over 80 tons, with nearly 50,000 components, making the manufacturing complexity apparent. A year ago, no one could have anticipated that this product would be their creation. Yet now, gazing at this colossal machine, everyone felt as though they were in a dream. Commence power up, Jiang Hanwen instructed after conducting a final inspection of the product. The lithography machine, currently the most advanced in the world. Su Huasheng had given them a year, yet this team of fervent scientists completed the first prototype in under 10 months. Over the past 10 months, more than 5,000 top-tier scientists across the nation labored tirelessly for this lithography machine. Including auxiliary personnel, the number exceeded 10,000. Su Huasheng had deconstructed the lithography machine into several major systems, which the research institutes of Huaka Academy further divided into numerous smaller systems assigned to relevant personnel for study. With ample funding and Su Huasheng's technical guidance, these individuals worked tirelessly, often resting for no more than 6 hours a day, essentially sacrificing their well-being. They overcame thousands of technical challenges, resulting in over 3,000 registered patents. Furthermore, throughout this process, they directly filled various technological gaps in Huasheng and elevated the nation's technological capabilities to internationally advanced levels. In the realm of optical lenses, over the past 10 months, Jiang Hanwen has adeptly led his team in the primary exploration of optical systems, while Su Huasheng's contributions have facilitated numerous technological breakthroughs in optical lenses. It is imperative to recognize that the lenses utilized in lithography machines are indeed of the highest caliber, if such lenses can be produced. It stands to reason that a multitude of other lenses can also be manufactured. These technological advancements are not merely applicable to lithography machines, but extend their utility across various sectors, including significant military applications. This exemplifies the advantages conferred by cutting-edge technological products, where a single item can catalyze the development of myriad technologies. Otherwise, lithography machines would not be heralded as the most resplendent jewels in the industrial crown. For a nation, such products represent substantial investment and considerable returns, akin to the aerospace industry. Within the factory, as the lithography machine was officially powered on, the validation and debugging of this machine commenced. A palpable tension enveloped the atmosphere. Despite their confidence in the technology, questions loomed. Would the lithography machine operate as intended? Would it meet the design specifications? What would be its energy consumption? How efficient would it be? What would its lifespan entail? The answers to these inquiries would only emerge after the most rigorous testing. Director Jiang, all systems are functioning normally, came the first promising update after a series of tests, eliciting smiles from everyone present. The machine was indeed operational. Yet, this was merely the initial step, indicating that the lithography machine had been activated. The subsequent phase involved stringent validation and debugging. Only through the most meticulous testing could they ascertain whether the machine met the design standards. Only upon meeting these standards could mass production commence. Chapter 43. Astonishing news. The lithography machine is operational. Xiao Su, the lithography machine is operational. On January 1st, 1991, just as the Middle East teetered on the brink of conflict, Su Huasheng received a call from Jiang Hanwen. The few words spoken over the phone ignited immense excitement within Su Huasheng. I will arrive today, without gathering any belongings. He promptly instructed Luo Xiangyu to secure a plane ticket for him. The lithography machine was functional, a monumental piece of news. For the future development and strategy of Huasheng Group hinged upon advanced chips. The operational status of the lithography machine signified that Huasheng Group would not face constraints in the future. Even if Huasheng Group were to be unjustly sanctioned by the United States, it would merely result in a loss of the American market, perhaps extending to Europe and other nations. However, the foundational market in Huasheng would remain intact. As long as this core market was preserved, Huasheng Group would endure. Upon reaching Yanjing, it was already the early hours of the morning. Awaiting Su Huasheng was Han Ing, whom he had not seen for quite some time. Despite the months apart, Han Ing remained as beautiful as ever. However, her demeanor towards Su Huasheng had softened considerably, her gaze no longer icy. Instead of resting, Su Huasheng immediately proceeded to the Huaguang Electric Factory. Located in Yanjing, the factory lies between the 2nd and 3rd ring roads, a prime piece of real estate for the future. Spanning 200 acres, the factory's architecture resembles that of a fortress, with towering walls reaching several meters high, adorned with electric fencing and watchtowers. Impressively, armed police personnel were stationed throughout, ensuring that every individual entering the premises underwent rigorous screening. Even Su Huasheng was subject to this protocol. Once cleared, he and Han Ying entered the interior. Upon arrival at the assembly room, Su Huasheng was greeted by Jiang Hanwen and the rest of the team. Everyone was present, devoid of any sleepiness, and smiles adorned their faces upon Su Huasheng's arrival. He remained silent, donning a cleanroom suit as he approached the lithography machine, gently caressing its surface. Although he had encountered more advanced lithography machines in a previous life, the sentiment evoked by this particular machine was unparalleled. This lithography machine was a product of Huasheng, the most advanced of its kind globally, serving as both a seed and foundation for Huasheng's rapid ascent. With this lithography machine in place, a series of strategic initiatives could officially commence. Director Jiang, what is the performance like? Su Huasheng in Gui. Although he had designed it, the true product data remained to be seen. It fully meets the design requirements. With a wavelength of 365 nanometers and a resolution of 280 nanometers, Jiang Hanwen began to elucidate the machine's capabilities. This lithography machine, with its light source wavelength of 365 nanometers and a resolution of 280 nanometers, is currently the most technologically sophisticated available worldwide. For Huasheng Group, the machine's functionality was more than adequate. Concurrently, it also exhibited commendable energy efficiency. In summary, this lithography machine stands as the most advanced on the market today. As for those machines yet to debut, their status remains unknown. It is sufficient. This lithography machine is entirely adequate, even for the next decade. As for 10 years hence, Huaguang Electric will undoubtedly possess even more advanced lithography machines. Thank you all, Su Huasheng expressed, bowing deeply to everyone present. This lithography machine was a testament to the collective efforts of these scientists. Without them, even with his technical prowess, he could not have transformed technology into a tangible product. Xiao Su, it is we who should be thanking you, Jiang Hanwen remarked earnestly, with others nodding in agreement. Indeed, it was they who owed gratitude to Su Huasheng, for without him, this lithography machine would not exist. Over the previous year, despite their hardships, their achievements had been monumental. They had filled numerous technological voids in Huasheng, elevating certain aspects of Huasheng's technology from international laggard to leading status. Such significant advancements are not easily acquired through mere financial expenditure. The breakthroughs in technology benefit not only the lithography machine, but all of Huasheng. On a personal level, this past year had also yielded tremendous rewards for them. Each individual had absorbed an immense wealth of knowledge, akin to sponges. Without exaggeration, any one of them could now command respect in domestic research institutes, potentially even leading projects. They were a veritable battalion of technical specialists. In addition to their considerable enhancement in skills, the salaries they received over the year were astonishing. Even the most ordinary technicians earned over 50,000. Those with greater expertise saw their earnings soar to over 100,000. Meanwhile, the most esteemed project leaders, such as Jiang Hanwen, accrued salaries, bonuses, and overtime pay totaling in the millions. In this era, 1 million is an unimaginable sum for the average person, something Jiang Hanwen had never contemplated previously. Director Jiang, what is the estimated cost of our lithography machine? Su Huasheng inquired directly. While the cost is somewhat high, Jiang Hanwen replied, unable to contain himself. How high? Su Huasheng asked with curiosity. Approximately 10 million RMB, Jiang Hanwen whispered. What? Su Huasheng's eyes widened in disbelief as he sought confirmation. Su Zong, it's around 10 million RMB. Unfortunately, the production volumes of certain components are too low, and the technology is advanced, making large-scale manufacturing impractical, hence the elevated cost, Jiang Hanwen explained. Observing Jiang Hanwen's expression, Su Huasheng couldn't help but chuckle. Director Jiang, you've misunderstood my point. 10 million RMB is remarkably affordable, Su Huasheng asserted. 10 million RMB is incredibly reasonable. Converted to dollars, that's merely around 2.5 million. If this lithography machine were to be sold internationally, one would be foolish to think it could fetch less than 25 million. If this lithography machine were American, even if you, Huasheng, offered $100 million, it would be impossible to procure it, as they simply do not sell to you. This contraption is indeed a national treasure. Director Jiang, at 50 million renminbi per unit, our Huasheng group will first place an order for 20 units, Su Huasheng stated directly. Upon hearing this, everyone present widened their eyes in astonishment. 50 million per unit, ordering 20 units, this is truly a grand gesture. With a profit of 40 million per machine, that amounts to 8 billion for 20 machines. This lithography machine is exceedingly lucrative. Observing the expressions of those around him, Su Huasheng couldn't help but smile with pride. Chapter 44, The Astronomical Lithography Machine Order. Digging into Huasheng Institute's wall. Silence enveloped the room, a deathly quiet. Su Huasheng's order caused those from Huasheng Institute to breathe heavily. With money, many projects at Huasheng Institute could progress more smoothly. And numerous projects abandoned, due to financial constraints, could be revived. Huasheng Institute is the largest stakeholder in Huasheng Electric, naturally reaping the largest profits. Just this order alone would yield a profit of 800 million renminbi. Based on the profit-sharing policy, Huasheng Institute would receive a staggering 408 million in dividends. This sum represents a significant fortune for Huasheng Institute, and moreover, this money is not subject to state allocation. It solely belongs to Huasheng Institute, provided it is spent wisely. Mr. Su, please name this lithography machine, Zhang Hanwen said, looking at Su Huasheng. Let us call it the Xinhua series, since this model's light source operates at 365 nanometers. We shall designate it the Xinhua 365. Su Huasheng replied with a smile. Upon hearing the name Xinhua series, everyone agreed it was quite fitting. The Xinhua 365 model was officially finalized, and mass production could commence. However, at present, Huasheng's production capacity is relatively limited. Delivering 20 units annually would be the maximum achievable. Everyone, now that the Xinhua 365 has been finalized, this task has been successfully completed. Our next mission at Huasheng Electric is to develop even more advanced lithography machines. Our goal is for Huasheng Electric's lithography machines to lead the world by at least a decade in the future. I firmly believe we can achieve this. Su Huasheng's words ignited a spark of anticipation and determination in the eyes of all present. However, an important matter loomed. Everyone's current employment status is merely a temporary assignment at Huasheng Electric. According to regulations, once this task concludes, you have two options. The first is to remain at Huasheng Electric, and the second is to return to your original units. Su Huasheng's statement cast a pall of silence over the group. Indeed, they faced a choice: return to Huasheng Institute or remain at Huasheng Electric. Returning to Huasheng Institute might yield better treatment and positions based on their current capabilities and qualifications, while staying at Huasheng Electric might offer higher income. Noticing the indecision etched on their faces, Su Huasheng chuckled. Let me outline the future benefits at Huasheng Electric. Your base salary may slightly decrease compared to when you were developing the Xinhua 365, but the reduction will be minimal. In addition to the base salary, we will cover the highest level of social insurance for you, and every year, aside from statutory holidays and rest days, you will receive an additional 20 days of paid leave. Female employees will enjoy a year of paid maternity leave, while male employees will receive a month of paid paternity leave when their wives give birth. Furthermore, Huasheng Electric will construct family and dormitory buildings adjacent to our company. After working here for 10 years, you will be eligible for housing allocation based on employee rank. Until housing is allocated, our employee dormitories will be available for free residence. As he spoke, everyone's breath quickened. Housing is a significant concern for all employees. Observing their reactions, Su Huasheng continued to sweeten the deal. Additionally, Huasheng Electric will establish an employee school, providing an integrated education from kindergarten to high school, entirely free for the children of our employees. Not only will tuition be waived, but also meal and uniform expenses. Our employees' children will be able to attend school from kindergarten through high school without spending a single penny. Huasheng Electric will hire the finest teachers and employ the best textbooks to ensure quality education for our children. Su Huasheng's my, and the crowd's envy intensified as they exchanged glances, some already making up their minds. It is well known that the citizens of Huasheng place great importance on the education of their offspring. This is no longer merely an issue of financial abundance. Lastly, regarding healthcare, our company will provide each employee with comprehensive medical insurance. Should an employee fall ill, Huasheng Electric will reimburse the out-of-pocket costs after insurance coverage. If you work at Huasheng Electric until retirement, this policy will continue to benefit you until your passing. In the future, we may even consider establishing our own hospital, as we are likely to develop domestic medical equipment. Once Su Huasheng concluded his outline of Huasheng Electric's benefits, the hearts of all present nearly leapt from their chests. Such a compensation package is truly unprecedented. Retirement, housing, education, and healthcare. These are the four monumental burdens weighing upon every individual. Yet now, staying at Huasheng Electric would alleviate these burdens entirely. Retirement would be secured with the highest grade pension, ensuring a comfortable life post-retirement. Housing would be addressed after 10 years, with direct allocation, and prior to that, free employee dormitories would suffice. Education for children from kindergarten to high school would be entirely free, resolving yet another concern. Healthcare would include high-level insurance and reimbursement for any out-of-pocket expenses. This means that medical visits would incur no cost whatsoever. This is essentially a comprehensive package from birth to death, with the company covering all needs. Moreover, the company provides 3 meals a day, meaning that while working, expenses would be minimal. Silence reigned once more, a profound stillness. The eyes of all gathered glistened with emotion. Who could refuse such benefits? Of course, Huasheng Electric does not welcome just anyone. Entrance requires strict scrutiny and examinations. We seek only those with genuine talents. Additionally, if dismissed for personal reasons, the company reserves the right to retract corresponding benefits. However, there is no need for concern. Unless one behaves egregiously, dismissal is unlikely. Even in the event of termination, compensation will be provided. Su Huasheng's smile elicited laughter from everyone. They found these policies not only reasonable, but also entirely justified. Such generous benefits from Huasheng Electric are not intended for idlers. Without genuine skills, why should one enjoy such exceptional welfare? Jiang Hanwen wore a wry smile. Su Huasheng's strategy was astoundingly effective. Given these benefits, Huasheng Institute may face a significant talent drain to Huasheng Electric, not to mention others. Even he found it hard to resist such enticing offers. Most importantly, over the past year, everyone had developed a fondness for the work environment at Huasheng Electric. There were no endless meetings, no outsiders directing experts, and no excessive socializing or inspections. Only the opportunity to focus on what one does best and work with peace of mind. Financial support was ample. Necessary funding could be readily obtained upon request. Whatever equipment was needed, a simple report would prompt the company to find a solution. In Jiang Hanwen's view, this is the ideal research atmosphere that every researcher deserves. Many researchers are not adept at self-promotion and lack the ability to curry favor. In contrast to Huasheng Electric, some research institutes at Huasheng Institute and many organizations across Huaxia exhibit a common flaw. Sometimes, outsiders direct the specialists, and individuals with insufficient capability obtain positions through connections. This leads to disharmony, disunity, and unfairness within the organization, often resulting in significant waste of resources, and in some cases, driving capable individuals away. All right, everyone, there is no need to rush into decisions now. What you must do now is return home and take a few days to rest, spending quality time with your family. This past year has been arduous for everyone. Moreover, take the time to reflect and consult with your loved ones, as this is indeed a daunting decision. Once you have reached a conclusion, it will spare you from future regrets, Su Huasheng said with a smile. The lithography machine has been finalized, and production can afford to pause for a few days. Everyone should rest well and seek their family's opinions before returning, as Huasheng Electric is on the verge of getting back on track. Meanwhile, Su Huasheng has more pressing matters to attend to. The Middle East is a powder keg ready to explode, and if all goes according to plan, the Gulf War will commence in a matter of days. He must lead a team to the United States to prevent any deviations. Su Huasheng is now waiting for the coalition forces to take action against Iraq. Once they do, the seeds he has sown will be ready for harvest. Chapter 45. The Gulf War begins. A windfall exceeding $50 billion in New York. Su Huasheng made his return, albeit in a notably low-key manner, without any fanfare. Zhang Yunsha and the others accompanied him, filled with admiration for Su Huasheng, fully aware of the audacity of his actions. Several months prior, they had leveraged 50 billion US dollars to purchase oil at 20 US dollars per barrel. Now, international oil prices have surged to 3,567 US dollars per barrel. Thus, Huasheng stand to profit 1,567 US dollars per barrel. How many barrels of oil futures does he possess? A staggering 2.5 billion barrels, which translates to a potential profit of approximately 39.1 billion US dollars. Contemplating this figure, everyone was at a loss for words. 39.1 billion US dollars is an astonishing amount. Many felt a desire to seize Huasheng, overwhelmed by his immense wealth. However, such thoughts remained mere fantasies, as they understood the impossibility of succeeding even if they acted. Huasheng's security detail was exceptionally stringent, and they were under constant surveillance, leaving them with no opportunity to act. They were instructed to remain in their rooms for the next few days, only venturing out if absolutely necessary. Huasheng told Han, who nodded and proceeded with the arrangements. At this crucial moment, no unexpected occurrences could transpire. Han was aware that others had also been dispatched to protect Huasheng, with many operating discreetly. She understood the gravity of the situation and that any unforeseen incidents were unacceptable. Inside the room, Huasheng sat quietly, his face marked by a serious expression. As the moment of truth approached, he was filled with anticipation. What lay ahead was a test of patience, waiting for the coalition forces to officially launch their assault on Iraq. Huasheng and his team remained concealed within the hotel, receiving all meals and accommodations delivered by designated personnel, never stepping outside. Although many found the situation tedious, none voiced dissent or caused trouble. Time passed slowly, and the Middle East had become a powder keg, drawing the world's attention. Iraq had occupied Kuwait for an extended period, with Saddam declaring Kuwait a province of Iraq, asserting that it would belong to Iraq for generations to come. The obstinate Saddam had become emboldened, perceiving himself as a formidable power. Coupled with various covert assurances from the Soviet Union, he even dared to contemplate unifying the Middle East. The United Nations had issued a final ultimatum to Iraq, with January 15, 1991, designated as the deadline for troop withdrawal. Failure to comply would result in member states employing all necessary measures to enforce the resolutions passed by the UN. Now, everyone awaited to see whether Iraq or the UN would yield. In Huasheng, attention was exceedingly high regarding these developments. They were eager to see if Huasheng's predictions would prove accurate. The war commenced. In the early hours of January 17th, Han entered Huasheng's room and uttered 3 words. These words brought a profound sense of relief to Huasheng. The conflict had begun as scheduled, without any deviations. It appeared that his influence as a butterfly had yet to stir this event, although the future remained uncertain. The moment of reaping had arrived. With the war underway, everyone anticipated a significant surge in oil prices. However, Huasheng knew that the oil prices would actually behave contrary to expectations. On the 3rd day of conflict, the oil prices began to decline as the United States commenced the release of oil reserves to stabilize the market. With dawn breaking, the group that had been holed up in the hotel for over 10 days finally emerged. The New York Exchange was abuzz with activity. Countless individuals were glued to the market, eyes ablaze with frenzy. Many rushed to invest in oil, convinced that prices would skyrocket given the conflict in the Middle East, the world's most critical oil-producing region, with Iraq and Kuwait being major players. Thus, as trading commenced, oil prices soared to 4,068 US dollars and continued to rise. Huasheng issued the order for delivery, and everyone looked at him, puzzled. After all, war had broken out. Oil prices should continue to climb. Why was he initiating delivery now? Remember, never chase the last penny. Sometimes it is wise to know when to stop, Huasheng stated firmly. The group regarded him with uncertainty, yet they complied with his instructions to gradually begin the oil delivery. The delivery of 50 billion US dollars worth of oil was executed in batches at a measured pace. Following such a massive transaction, rather than suppressing the prices, oil values continued to rise, although the increase was slightly tempered. Despite the substantial volume of oil futures Huasheng was delivering, the overall market was significantly larger, rendering his 500 billion US dollars transaction relatively inconsequential. The delivery was a whirlwind of activity, with funds pouring into accounts, causing Huasheng's hands to tremble at the sight of the wealth accumulating. This was an extraordinary windfall, one that would elevate him to the ranks of the ultra-wealthy. Not just in Huasheng, but even in the United States. The funds did not consolidate into a single account, but were distributed across numerous distinct accounts. A strategy Su Huasheng had meticulously orchestrated in advance to avoid drawing attention. Otherwise, the financial magnates of the West would likely have sought to consume him whole. Su Huasheng harbored doubts that this war was orchestrated by American financial elites and the military-industrial complex. Reports later surfaced indicating that American agents had engaged extensively with Kuwait, seemingly promising numerous incentives to provoke their defiance against Iraq. However, without concrete evidence, Su Huasheng refrained from investigating further. His only recourse was to seize the opportunity to partake in the spoils and then make his exit. The entire delivery process spanned 2 days, yet it raised no suspicions. After all, a $50 billion transaction within a mere 2 days was not unusual for the New York Exchange. Once all funds had been successfully deposited into the respective accounts, Su Huasheng exhaled deeply. The average delivery price exceeded $40, and his profits soared to an astronomical $50 billion, a figure beyond comprehension. "Let us return home," Su Huasheng declared, having already secured flight tickets. At this moment, he had no desire to go anywhere else. He merely wished to return home. It felt akin to a beggar suddenly winning a 50 million lottery, a sensation of safety that words could scarcely convey. As the plane took off, an air of silence enveloped the cabin. Han Ing remained vigilant, her expression etched with concern. Should any mishap occur on the flight, she would be unable to protect Su Huasheng. "Do not be overly anxious. This sum is not substantial enough to incite such madness," Su Huasheng said, smiling at the visibly tense Han Ing. Han Ing glanced at Su Huasheng, her tension significantly alleviated, yet her eyes remained filled with vigilance. For Su Huasheng had become exceedingly wealthy. Chapter 46, The Great Prophet, An Uncommon Gulf War. Under the night sky, Yanjing Airport appeared somewhat bustling, and tonight, many disembarking passengers felt that the airport was markedly more stringent than usual. After a flight from Yingjiang, New York landed, and most of the passengers had disembarked, a convoy drove directly alongside the aircraft. Under Han Ying's protection, Su Huasheng stepped off the plane, with others trailing behind, all of them exhaling a collective sigh of relief. Upon disembarking, everyone promptly boarded the vehicles, and the convoy departed the airport under the escort of police vehicles. Observers, curious about the significance of this operation, began to speculate regarding the important individuals aboard the flight who warranted such a grand display. At the moment Su Li sighed deeply as he entered the car, he muttered, "Damn it, I will never set foot in Yingjiang again." Su Huasheng couldn't help but curse. Facing this lawless nation, he occasionally felt genuine fear. This rogue state at times disregarded the rules of engagement, resorting to underhanded tactics when conventional means were insufficient. Such incidents had occurred numerous times. For example, renowned Chinese scientists wishing to return to Longhua were often dissuaded, and on occasion, inexplicably, these scientists ended up taking their own lives. Moreover, the mysterious disappearance of Malaysia Airlines flight MH370 remains unsolved. "I thought you weren't afraid?" Han Ing, seated beside him, chuckled at Su Huasheng's remark. Recently, Su Huasheng had exuded an overwhelming confidence, bordering on arrogance, as if he had everything under control, resembling the elderly leaders Han Ing had protected, devoid of youthful vitality. Utterly lifeless. Now, however, Han Ing noticed a resurgence of vigor in Su Huasheng, which she found quite pleasing. Upon seeing Han Ying smile, Su Huasheng felt an involuntary lump in his throat. That smile was truly enchanting. "It's truly beautiful," Su Huasheng couldn't resist exclaiming. Hearing these words, Han Ying's expression turned icy, emanating an aura of menace. "Don't take action. I was merely complimenting you," Su Huasheng quickly whispered, adopting a submissive demeanor. How could this fierce woman not comprehend a simple compliment? No wonder she was still single. Han Ing shot Su Huasheng a cold glance before closing her eyes to rest, though an imperceptible smile briefly flickered at the corner of her mouth. During this period, Han Ing had been under immense strain, and now that they had arrived in Longhua and were in the vehicle, her anxious heart finally relaxed. The convoy set off, and soon, Zhang Yinchao and his companions departed from the main convoy. Their mission was complete, and they would return to their respective units. Nevertheless, Su Huasheng had generously rewarded them, providing each person with a bonus of $100,000, which was a legitimate income for them. To put it simply, a couple of jobs had led to their financial prosperity. In this era, $100,000 could be exchanged for over 400,000 Longwood coins. And properties within the second ring road were selling for around 2,000 per square meter. On the return journey, Su Huasheng advised them that if they were unsure about investing, purchasing property in Yanjing would be a surefire way to avoid losses. Everyone took Su Huasheng's advice seriously. Having witnessed his remarkable financial acumen and understanding what it meant to possess sharp insight, Su Huasheng did not elaborate further. As long as they followed his guidance and invested their earnings in Yanjing real estate, they would be secure for life. The vehicle carrying Su Huasheng and Han Ying continued onward, ultimately arriving at a military base. At that moment, a room within the camp was brightly lit. The expansive room's walls were adorned with enormous military maps, marked with various arrows. Additionally, a large military sand table occupied the space, where young soldiers in uniform were engaged in phone calls while maneuvering pieces on the table. Surrounding the sand table, a group of soldiers was engaged in intense discussions. Upon Su Huasheng's entrance, all eyes turned towards him. The scrutiny made Su Huasheng feel somewhat uneasy. Being stared at by so many individuals was disconcerting. However, the gazes directed at him were not derisive, but rather filled with admiration. Our son Dasheng has returned. Su Zong, you have truly stirred the heavens this time. A middle-aged man remarked with a smile, eliciting laughter from many in the room. Greetings, esteemed leaders, Su Huasheng promptly responded. Come, Su Zong, do not be modest. Come and take a look here, beckoned a man in uniform standing by the sand table, smoking while observing the layout. Su Huasheng nodded and approached. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the extensive sand table depicted the Gulf War, complete with various flags and route maps. Now, please explain to Su Zong. The middle-aged organizer suggested with a slight smile, prompting a young officer to nod and approach the sand table with a pointer. Ladies and gentlemen, based on the intelligence we have gathered, at 2 o'clock on January 17th, the coalition forces officially launched strikes against the military of Lai. The initial wave of attacks consisted of long-range strikes, with the coalition firing multiple rounds of cruise missiles. The officer detailed the specific developments of the Gulf War over the past 2 days. As he spoke, the expressions of everyone in the room grew grave. The mode of warfare being discussed was entirely different from their conventional understanding. The Western coalition had not deployed ground forces, nor had they employed overwhelming armored assaults or tactical maneuvers. For 2 days since the war commenced, the sole focus of the Western coalition had been bombing, massive bombing conducted through various means. First, they targeted key objectives with missile strikes. Then electronic warfare enabled coalition fighter jets to achieve air superiority. Once air dominance was secured, coalition aircraft launched from all directions, executing precise strikes against Lai's military and strategic targets within its borders. Within just 2 days, Lai was thoroughly overwhelmed. Airports, radar stations, munitions depots, and power plants became mere targets under the relentless assault of precision-guided munitions. Lai's air defense systems failed to perform any meaningful function, as they were obliterated at the onset of hostilities. Under the oppressive electronic warfare, Lai's air force was rendered blind, suffering catastrophic losses at the hands of the coalition's air force. On the very day hostilities commenced, the Western coalition had unequivocally secured air superiority. Lai's heavily funded air defense units became a laughingstock, crippled by the coalition's missiles and stealth aircraft. The situation surpassed all pre-war expectations. Prior to the conflict, the Longwood military had believed that even if the Xinjiang forces launched an offensive, they would become mired in a quagmire akin to the Vietnam War, ultimately devolving into a war of attrition. Yet the current outcome was starkly opposite. Led by the Xinjiang forces, the multinational coalition acted like a skilled surgeon wielding a scalpel, deftly dismantling Lai's military, which barely had time to resist before being utterly defeated. Chapter 47, Bold Prophecy. The conflict concludes in 2 months. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the current state of affairs, the young officer concluded. As he finished, nearly everyone in the room turned their attention to Su Huasheng. For the mode of warfare being discussed mirrored precisely what he had previously described. Electronic warfare, precision-guided munitions, and integrated operations across land, sea, air, and space constituted a new paradigm of warfare, one they had never encountered or comprehended. Unlike the Soviet-style mass assaults, this approach did not even deploy ground troops. Instead, it relied on air power to obliterate command structures, air defense systems, and logistical support, directly eroding the enemy's capacity for warfare. At this moment, everyone is engaged in deep self-reflection, pondering whether the Longhua could truly prevail against Yingjiang in the event of conflict. Even if victory were attainable, how many lives would be lost in the process? Countless questions linger in the hearts of all, their faces betraying profound concern. Su Zong, how long do you think this war could last? A soldier, smoking contemplatively before the sand table, directed his query towards Su Huasheng. Perhaps 2 months, unless Saddam truly wishes to gamble with his life. However, I suspect he would refrain from such folly, as this time, he stands on the wrong side of logic, and the West's objective is not to take Saddam's life, but rather to compel his withdrawal from Kuwait. Su Huasheng replied, after a moment's contemplation, deliberately avoiding a precise timeline. This response elicited a nod of acknowledgement from the soldier, who, prior to Su Huasheng's arrival, had already engaged in discussions regarding the war's duration. However, they lacked Su Huasheng's audacity, with many speculating that the Iraqi forces could only sustain their presence for 3 to 5 months before retreating. Su Zong, if this war were to occur on our soil, do you believe we could emerge victorious? A middle-aged man, lost in thought while gazing at the sand table, could not resist posing this question, prompting the attention of all present towards Su Huasheng. Of course we could, Su Huasheng asserted without hesitation, a statement that ignited a spark of hope in the eyes of those gathered. Leadership, in the end, all wars are resolved by human intervention. The tactics employed by Yingjiang may intimidate the Iraqi forces, which lack strategic depth, but should conflict arise on our territory, our extensive strategic depth would diminish the effectiveness of such maneuvers. As for ground combat, I am confident that our military could outmatch that of Yingjiang. Su Huasheng's words prompted laughter and a sense of relief among the assembly. However, if that were to happen, the losses we would incur would be substantial. Even in victory, our nation would be left in ruins. I believe the ideal scenario is to keep the enemy at bay, preventing them from breaching our borders. Su Huasheng's sentiment resonated with everyone present, as they nodded in agreement. Indeed, even in the event of triumph, the devastation of one's homeland would be a grievous cost. Thus, the shared objective remains clear, to fend off adversaries and safeguard the nation from the ravages of war. Even if conflict were inevitable, efforts must be made to prevent its reach from extending to the homeland. Inviting the enemy in only to gradually exhaust their resources through strategic depth is a last resort. If we possess sufficient strength, we could eliminate the threat before it even crosses our threshold. That, indeed, epitomizes true power. This is a phase that all nations strive to achieve. Currently, it is evident that Yingjiang has accomplished this feat, boasting formidable naval and aerial forces, alongside a plethora of military bases globally. Over the years, apart from the surprise attack during World War II, their homeland has remarkably remained untouched by war. This is the essence of strength, a truth one must inevitably acknowledge. Chapter 48, Future Directions, National Security Above All Else. Su Zong, do you have any recommendations for our nation's future development? A middle-aged individual inquired, curiosity mingling with anticipation in his gaze as he turned to Su Huasheng. Acknowledging the audience in the conference room, Su Huasheng nodded, prepared to speak candidly. I believe this can be succinctly summarized in one phrase. Su Huasheng stated directly. What phrase? One person, filled with curiosity, asked, as others awaited Su Huasheng's elaboration. National security is paramount. Su Huasheng's assertion momentarily stunned the room, prompting thoughtful contemplation among all present. National security encompasses more than mere defense. It extends to energy security, information security, food security, and various other facets. Take defense security as an example. To ensure national defense, we must possess advanced weaponry and equipment. We need to construct our own nuclear-powered aircraft carriers and submarines, which necessitates the development of our shipbuilding and nuclear industries. We require sophisticated missiles and satellites, which means we must advance our aerospace sector. We need cutting-edge fighter jets, necessitating the growth of our aircraft manufacturing industry. Furthermore, we must establish advanced command and communication systems, which calls for the expansion of our telecommunications sector. Su Huasheng's words prompted serious contemplation among all, with some even taking notes. The connection between national security and related industries was unmistakable. Energy security is equally crucial. With our vast population and the anticipated economic growth, the demand for oil and natural gas will be substantial. The oil crisis in Xinjiang arose from their excessive automobile ownership and subsequent consumption of oil. As our economy develops, our citizens will inevitably reach a point where every household owns a car, positioning us as the world's leading energy consumer, an undeniable reality, considering our population size. Su Huasheng articulated earnestly, and everyone nodded in agreement. This inevitability looms on the horizon, a matter of time. Given that Longwa holds the title of the world's most populous nation, our country's oil and natural gas reserves are relatively modest, necessitating significant imports in the future. However, the oil abroad is predominantly controlled by Western oil tycoons and the nations they can influence. I wager that once the Soviet Union collapsed, any oil-producing country that defies Xinjiang would face repercussions. With the dollar linked to oil, Xinjiang will undoubtedly exert control over this resource. For the sake of oil, they will not hesitate to initiate conflicts, whether in the Middle East or Africa. Su Huasheng stated with a serious demeanor, intensifying the gravity of the room's atmosphere. At that juncture, our energy security would fall into their hands. They could raise prices at will, imposing unfavorable conditions upon us. Therefore, I believe we must proactively strategize, advancing our electrical infrastructure, nuclear power industry, and renewable energy sector to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels, such as oil and natural gas. Su Huasheng's remarks prompted widespread agreement among the attendees. Indeed, certain matters require foresight and early preparation. These elements are the lifeblood of a nation, and we cannot permit foreign entities to hold sway over them. Moreover, information security is of paramount importance, and I believe it is imperative that we address this issue with urgency. Su Huasheng's statement caught everyone off guard. What could be so pressing that it warranted such urgency from him? Observing his audience, Su Huasheng took a deep breath. Esteemed leaders, do you understand what the internet is? His expression turned serious. Are you referring to that thing the Xinjiang developed called ARPANET? One individual interjected, revealing a hint of familiarity with the concept. Indeed, currently, Xinjiang and Western nations are vigorously advancing their internet industries. The capabilities of the internet are tremendously powerful. Its proliferation signifies the dawn of the information age, ushering in an entirely new era. Allow me to briefly introduce the functionalities of the internet. In the conference room, Su Huasheng meticulously elucidated what the internet is, detailing its numerous functions and the economic potential it embodies. His comprehensive explanation captivated the audience, leaving them wide-eyed in astonishment. This was a world beyond their imagination. Households equipped with computers, enabling video calls with individuals across vast distances, shopping, gaming, working, entertaining, and even remote medical consultations, all achievable through the internet. If this is the case, then the internet represents a new realm, one that could drive immense economic growth. While they may not be able to quantify it, they recognized its vast potential. Esteemed leaders, we stand on the precipice of a new era, one that is undeniably the age of the internet. Thus, the United States is fervently advancing its internet capabilities. Regrettably, we have fallen behind, and it is imperative that we take this matter seriously. We cannot afford to wait until they have established their systems before we attempt to join. That would result in us eternally relinquishing our agency. We must construct our own internet framework, lay down our foundational infrastructure, establish our root servers, and develop our own internet standards. Even if we are slightly behind, at the very least, we will maintain control over our future. We cannot entrust the foundation of this new world to the United States. At this juncture, Su Huasheng inhaled deeply. This is a monumental issue, one that eclipses even the semiconductor industry. Even if there are significant breakthroughs in our semiconductor sector, we have yet to seize control in the realm of the internet. Throughout our nation, there exists not a single root server, and the various standards remain dictated by the United States. Programmers are required to write code in English, and many processes must adhere to their standards. This presents the gravest insecurity for our nation. Su Huasheng cannot bear witness to this situation unfolding. He is determined to build a robust internet system for our nation, to forge our own internet standards, and to establish root servers that belong to us. By developing this system, even if we connect with the global internet, we will at least retain control on our end. If the United States truly refuses to allow our internet access to the global network, we need not fear. We can simply maintain two separate systems, each operating independently without interference. The room fell into a profound silence, as Su Huasheng's words struck a powerful chord with everyone present. While they may have been familiar with previous discussions, their understanding of the internet was, at best, rudimentary. However, upon hearing Su Huasheng's exposition, they grasped the gravity of the situation. After a considerable pause, they regained their composure, their expressions now serious. At this moment, they finally comprehended the paramount importance of information security and recognized the vast chasm that exists between our nation and the United States. Chapter 49. Building the Internet System of Huasheng. I will fund this. How much investment will this require? A voice broke the silence in the conference room. The individual had found Su Huasheng's earlier discourse bewildering. Yet he discerned that the internet would undeniably be a valuable asset. Currently, our nation is significantly lagging in this domain. The most critical aspect is not only our technological shortcomings, but also our lack of capital and industry. Catching up seems an insurmountable challenge. The United States possesses wealth, technology, and industry, creating a virtuous cycle akin to a snowball effect that continues to grow. In contrast, our nation lacks technology, capital, and relevant industries. We are already behind, while they are rapidly advancing and expanding, leading to an ever-widening gap that will take years, if not decades, to bridge. This dire situation was etched upon the faces of all present, revealing their concern and helplessness. Leaders, the investment is substantial. We will need to establish numerous large servers and databases domestically, lay down a nationwide fiber optic network and base stations, and most importantly, we require significant funding for research and development in both hardware and software, Su Huasheng stated earnestly. For instance, the chips and control systems used in our servers will demand extensive investment. Initially, it will be purely an expenditure with minimal returns. This investment is indeed colossal. Even in the United States, every technological endeavor necessitates considerable funding for research and development. However, if this task is entrusted to Huasheng Group, it will not be as daunting. Su Huasheng possesses the requisite technology in his mind. He can merely refine it without the need for massive financial input for research. Relative to the research costs of technology, the expenses associated with constructing hardware are not excessively high. However, compared to the funding required for technological research, this investment is still substantial. Building a large-scale database can sometimes require hundreds of millions or even billions. Mr. Su, we are impoverished, one individual lamented, gazing at Su Huasheng with a sigh. The others turned their eyes towards him, their expressions akin to wolves eyeing a plump sheep. Observing their looks, Su Huasheng could not help but smile wryly. Leaders, I possess the means. Huasheng Group is willing to invest in this domain and take the lead. However, we will require corresponding policy support. We are committed without reservations. Su Huasheng declared loudly. Upon witnessing Su Huasheng's stance, all present erupted into smiles, their eyes filled with admiration and relief. Our nation requires young visionaries like him, as well as entrepreneurs of his caliber. In this era, how fortunate our nation is to have such youth. Mr. Su, having earned such substantial foreign currency, could you not exchange some for the nation? A middle-aged man inquired. As you know, our country urgently needs foreign currency to bolster its economy. I must decline. Su Huasheng replied directly, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated such a decisive refusal. Leaders, first and foremost, our company's future development will also necessitate a significant amount of foreign currency, as we primarily conduct business with foreign entities. Secondly, and most importantly, I believe that if one lacks funds, they should earn them themselves. Only then will they understand the difficulty of making money and appreciate its value, ensuring it is not squandered. Su Huasheng's words elicited deep breaths from all present, yet they regarded him with admiration and agreement. However, esteemed leaders, Huasheng Group will undoubtedly require substantial investment domestically in the future. We could continue to utilize US dollars for these expenses. For instance, when purchasing land, we could pay in US dollars. When procuring various components, we could similarly settle with domestic suppliers in US dollars. Even the wages we pay to our workers could be disbursed in US dollars. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback. But soon the room erupted in laughter as they shook their heads in amusement. Su Huasheng, indeed, is quite astute. This approach not only allows the nation to rationally earn dollars through its own efforts, but also enables Su Huasheng and his team to legitimately exchange dollars for the nation, rather than offering them as a mere gift. Simultaneously, for Huasheng Group, procuring components in US dollars will undoubtedly yield more favorable pricing, and suppliers will be more inclined to prioritize their needs, as earning foreign currency is of paramount significance in this era for every enterprise. Furthermore, orders that generate foreign currency typically maintain high quality, as no one dares to engage in deceit. It is a win-win situation. Thus, the nation's foreign currency reserves will grow as a result of the efforts of various enterprises. By the way, esteemed leaders, I have a business proposal that I would like your assistance in consulting, Su Huasheng said, surveying the individuals in the conference room. These individuals possess considerable influence. What business? The leading middle-aged man inquired with curiosity. Leaders, our country primarily exports rare earth resources to generate foreign currency, correct? Su Huasheng asked directly. The middle-aged man nodded, acknowledging the accuracy of this statement. Then, in that case, why not sell the rare earths to me? The words of Su Huasheng took everyone by surprise, as he declared that he would match any price offered by foreigners, paying in US dollars. Observing the expressions of those present, Su couldn't help but smile. Esteemed leaders, the rare earth resources are indeed the most precious assets we possess. However, for many years, they have been sold off at a pittance. The non-ferrous metals contained within these rare earths are exceptionally valuable, playing a crucial role in the semiconductor and advanced manufacturing sectors. Our company plans to invest significantly in the semiconductor field, which necessitates a substantial supply of these materials. Currently, our nation only exports raw rare earth, or the cheapest option available. I have heard that due to our extensive exports, developed countries have ceased their own mining operations, opting instead to purchase our resources, stockpiling what they cannot use. Su Huasheng proceeded to enlighten the distinguished attendees on the significance and value of rare earth elements. After his explanation, a sense of regret washed over the audience, as they realized they had been selling precious resources at an undervalued price, akin to selling ginseng as if it were mere radishes. Chapter 50. Salvaging the nation's unwanted scraps. May I have the Yincha project? Su continued. Given that the export of rare earths aims to generate foreign currency, my willingness to pay in dollars aligns perfectly with the national objective. Regardless of the buyer, the transaction remains the same. Why not sell to our company? Keeping the profits within our own community is far more advantageous than exporting rare earth minerals and subsequently importing expensive raw materials at inflated prices. In the conference room, Su Huasheng addressed the attendees with a grin. His rationale was compelling. Since the nation primarily sells rare earths to earn foreign currency, and he was offering dollars, selling to Huasheng Group would also yield the same financial benefit. Why not allow your own enterprises to benefit? He urged, reflecting on the years of undervalued rare earth resources that had been lost to foreign buyers at bargain prices. Now, Su Huasheng aimed to seize this business opportunity. I will purchase all the rare earths you have. Whatever I do not use, I will store. Even if I later choose to sell, it will not be at a discounted rate. Once I possess the rare earths, I intend to ensure their value appreciates significantly. I find Su's proposal quite reasonable. We should consider advocating for it, stated Director Liu, with others nodding in agreement, recognizing the potential of this venture. However, the final decision lay with the state, and they could only submit their recommendations without authority to decide. Director Liu's words brought a smile to Su Huasheng's face. Whether this initiative materialized or not was inconsequential to him. The potential loss would be minimal. By the way, esteemed leaders, I have heard that many projects have been shelved in the name of economic development. Since you no longer require these projects, why not sell them to me? I am not picky. I have some funds to invest, and I'm curious to see if there can be any return. Even if there is no return, it would preserve some technological foundation for our nation. For instance, our Yincha project appears promising. If we invest a bit more, developing a cargo aircraft could be beneficial. Establishing our logistics system would enable direct air transport for many products. While our aircraft may not match the advancements of foreign models, they are our own, affordable and practical for cargo transport. Su Huasheng seized the opportunity to discuss further business. Upon hearing his words, the atmosphere shifted and the attendees' expressions became serious, reflecting a mixture of sorrow and reluctance. These projects, if feasible, would not have been abandoned lightly. Everyone understood the value of holding onto something rather than relinquishing it, even if it meant accepting a slight delay in progress. However, the harsh reality was a lack of funds for continued investment. Hearing Su Huasheng's proposal sparked ideas among some. While the state lacked financial resources, this young entrepreneur had the means to invest. Though a private enterprise, Huasheng Group represented the interests of the Dragon Nation. Realizing this, the attendees' eyes lit up with renewed hope as they contemplated which key projects had been shelved and whether they were suitable for Huasheng Group to take over. Observing their expressions, Su Huasheng smiled. These were indeed promising projects. For him, the most valuable aspect was not merely the documentation of these projects, but the talent involved in them. By recruiting these individuals and combining their expertise with his resources, he could undoubtedly bring forth delightful surprises in future endeavors. For instance, the Yinsher could be renamed Yin 20 without issue. Similarly, the G8 could be rebranded as G20. After all, he had a fondness for the number 20, which he deemed auspicious. Meanwhile, in another part of the military camp, Han Ying entered a room. "Father, what brings you here?" Upon seeing a middle-aged man in military uniform, her icy demeanor softened into a smile. "I happen to be in the area for a meeting and wanted to check on you. How are you faring?" Han Su asked warmly, his eyes filled with affection. "I'm doing well," Han Ying replied, nodding. Observing his obedient daughter, Han Su felt a pang of concern. As a father, few wish for their daughters to engage in dangerous work. Yet, as a soldier, he understood that certain tasks were inevitable. "Ying, I have something I would like your opinion on," Han Su said, prompting curiosity in Han Ying. "Would you be willing to serve as Su Huasheng's personal bodyguard?" He inquired directly, as per instructions from higher authorities. Han Ying's expression shifted at this question. She understood the implications behind the term personal bodyguard, which could be succinctly described as a state-sanctioned spouse. For particularly significant individuals, such arrangements were sometimes necessary, and in a certain sense, individuals like Han Ying were prepared for such roles. If you are unwilling, the organization will select someone else. They are merely seeking your opinion at this stage. Han Su reassured her, his heart heavy with mixed emotions. Although Su Huasheng was indeed an exceptional individual, the notion of this arrangement was uncomfortable. Yet, it was a necessity given Su's importance to the nation. Every country treats such special talents similarly. After an extended conversation in the room, Han Ying emerged with reddened eyes, as if she had been crying. Yet, upon stepping outside and gazing at the starry sky, she took a deep breath to regain her composure. Late into the night, Su Huasheng finally left his small room, having shared and gained an abundance of insights. He was uncertain how much of an impact this would have on the future development of the Dragon Nation, acknowledging that it remained an unknown variable. All he could do was his utmost. "Oh, you're still here?" Upon exiting the camp and getting into the vehicle, Su was surprised to see Han Ying still seated in the back. "Am I not allowed to be here?" Han Ying replied, her face flushing as if recalling something. "No, I meant to say that you've been working hard these past few days. Why not rest? My safety should not be an issue while in the country," Su Huasheng bantered, which elicited a resentful glance from Han Ying. "My duty is to continue ensuring your safety," she explained matter-of-factly. "How about we switch to a male bodyguard for me?" Su Huasheng joked, feeling somewhat embarrassed at being protected by a woman. "Are you saying I embarrass you?" Observing Su Huasheng's displeased expression, Han Ying felt a twinge of irritation. Being a stunning beauty serving as his personal bodyguard, yet he seemed reluctant. How absurd. No, it's fine. I just feel it might be inconvenient at times," he said. "In that case, you can accompany me as my secretary, which is more reasonable." Su Huasheng chuckled, finding the wooden figure somewhat cold yet aesthetically pleasing. At that moment, a popular phrase from the future suddenly flashed through Su Huasheng's mind. When there are tasks, the secretary works. When there are none, the secretary also works. Glancing at Han Ying's figure and appearance, he felt a sudden dryness in his throat. Han Ying remained oblivious to Su Huasheng's unusual demeanor, simply closing her eyes to rest in the car. Though she felt a bit uncomfortable, she ultimately accepted the situation with grace. Chapter 51. Huasheng Electric's Bountiful Benefits. Crafting a Sanctuary of Research. Happy New Year. Upon returning to the Guobin Hotel, just as Su Huasheng was about to enter his room, Han Ying unexpectedly addressed him. This caught Su Huasheng off guard, but he quickly smiled in response. "You too, Happy New Year." Their gazes met for a fleeting moment before they each retreated to their respective rooms, where safety was assured. After returning to her room, Han Ying rubbed her face, and a hint of shyness appeared on her typically icy countenance. In contrast, Su Huasheng, back in his room, approached the window with a smile, reflecting on the new year, which had already passed in the form of the Spring Festival. Although he was not with his family during this festive time, the holiday was remarkably abundant. With a substantial sum of cash in his account, he knew this money could not simply remain idle in a bank. Spending it wisely would yield greater returns. Though late into the night, Su Huasheng felt no inclination to sleep. His mind raced with thoughts on how to strategize and proceed. The next day, he awoke to find it was already midday. After lunch, Su Huasheng and Han Ying drove to the headquarters of Huasheng Electric. However, Su Huasheng did not enter the headquarters. Instead, he drove around the vicinity. Surrounding Huasheng Electric were vast rural expanses, with fields encircling the headquarters. In this era, although the third ring road had begun to take shape, the second ring was not yet fully connected, leaving this area less developed than the bustling Pudong of Modu. As he surveyed the extensive fields and nearby villages, Su Huasheng chuckled, envisioning a future where this land would be worth its weight in gold, with property prices soaring beyond 100,000 per square meter. Yet, for now, land prices were remarkably low. With his newfound wealth, he considered acquiring a substantial plot of land. Currently, Huasheng Electric occupied 200 acres, which Su Huasheng deemed insufficient for his ambitious plans. He envisioned constructing a school, a residential complex for employees, a hospital, and a research center. His aspirations for Huasheng Electric were grand, with the backing of the Huaka Institute. It was akin to having access to a treasure trove of talent. With such support, Su Huasheng aimed to transform Huasheng Electric into a sanctuary for technological professionals, a temple admired by countless talented individuals, while also drawing attention to Huasheng Group. Seizing the opportunity presented by low land prices, he intended to secure a sizable area without delay. After a thorough exploration, the vehicle entered Huasheng Electric. Inside, the atmosphere was somewhat desolate, with only security personnel on duty, as it was still the Spring Festival holiday. Having worked diligently for a year, these employees were enjoying a well-deserved break. Su Huasheng entered his office and unfurled a large sheet of paper, becoming engrossed in his work. Han Ying stood nearby, curiosity evident on her face, but soon found herself awestruck by Su Huasheng's skill. As he worked, a stunning architectural rendering gradually took shape on the paper. The precision with which Su Huasheng wielded his pen was akin to that of a laser printer, swift and exact, requiring no rough drafts or additional tools, as though everything had been preordained in his mind. Inside the room, he began with pencil sketches, followed by vibrant colors, and a magnificent mural slowly emerged. Gazing at the artwork, Han Ying swallowed hard. The initial impression was one of beauty. The buildings were exquisite, complemented by gardens and thoughtful layouts. Comparing the depicted structures to the current architecture in Yanjing felt like juxtaposing two different eras. This was a city belonging to Huasheng Electric, with an architectural style leaning towards Eastern designs, yet infused with modern elements, harmoniously blending antiquity with contemporary civilization. The hallmark of this architectural style was its timelessness. The longer it existed, the more appealing it became. The city, square and reminiscent of a grand forbidden city, spanned a staggering 3 kilometers in wall length, covering an area of 9 square kilometers, equivalent to 13,500 acres. In the coming 2 to 3 decades, as Huasheng flourished, this land would fetch astronomical prices. Within the city, there were beautiful residential complexes and dormitories, educational institutions from kindergarten through high school, research buildings, a hospital, a large shopping mall, and even a company-owned retirement home. Most impressively, Su Huasheng had planned a vast park complete with an artificial lake. All architectural styles were unified under a traditional Chinese aesthetic, and the area was lush with greenery. Every aspect of life, from birth to death, was well accounted for, save for a burial ground or crematorium. As a final stroke was made, Su Huasheng unfurled the rendering, admiring the exquisite design with a nod of satisfaction. To attract top talent, one must paint a grand vision. Only by creating an appealing environment can one attract golden phoenixes. In this era of affordable land, low labor costs, and reasonably priced materials, constructing this city would not be financially burdensome, at least not for Su Huasheng. What do you think? This is what the future headquarters of Huasheng Electric will look like. Not too shabby, right? Su Huasheng smiled at the astonished Han Ning. Capitalist. She teased, rolling her eyes at his display of pride. However, her words were merely playful banter. Deep down, she held a profound respect for Su Huasheng. In a time when the nation struggled, many talented individuals faced low incomes, leading to a significant brain drain. The talents nurtured by Huasheng often found themselves working abroad. Su Huasheng's vision for Huasheng Electric would undoubtedly retain more talent, and such an entrepreneur deserved respect. Capitalists typically hoard wealth, yet who has ever seen one generously distributed? Without a flourishing environment, how can one attract exceptional talent? The employees of Huasheng Electric were the creme de la creme, having persevered through years of arduous study. They deserved such exceptional treatment, akin to the elite soldiers in the military who receive special care from their commanders. Su Huasheng's words made Han Ning bite her lip, though a faint smile graced her face. This society is indeed one of survival of the fittest. Just as elite soldiers earn their privileges, so too do those with true merit in the business world. Huasheng Electric welcomed all who possessed genuine skills, ready to nurture and support them. Others may begrudge you, but the meat is right here. If you have the capability, come and partake. I'm unperturbed by how much meat you consume. The essence of society is encapsulated in the adage. Wolves traverse thousands of miles to feast, while dogs meander the same distance to scavenge refuse. We must not always expect wolves to behave like dogs. Otherwise, the wolves will seek their sustenance elsewhere. At Huasheng, a culture of wolf-like tenacity shall prevail. Those who are capable will thrive, while the incapable must depart. Candidly put, this place is not a welfare institution. It is Huasheng, not a charity. Su Huasheng earnestly stated that this is not a sanctuary nor a retreat for officials. Henceforth, at Huasheng, what one acquires is entirely contingent upon one's true abilities. The capable will be well fed, while the incapable will be eliminated. As long as I oversee Huasheng, operations shall adhere to my established principles. Chapter 52. The Demolition Style of Huasheng Group. Demolition is never a violent affair, Su Zone. We have conducted our investigation. Within our requisition zone, there are 2 villages comprising 235 households. The rest are agricultural lands. Within the Guobin Hotel, a young man was reporting to Su Huasheng about the findings from his recent inquiries. Upon returning from Huasheng, Su Huasheng's immediate priority was addressing matters concerning the headquarters. He directly called the personnel at Huasheng Real Estate to initiate a comprehensive survey of the demolition area. In the planning scope of Huasheng's Sifang City, there are currently 2 villages with 235 households requiring relocation. Su Huasheng has already devised his own strategy for the demolition. After reviewing the investigation report, Su Huasheng nodded. Mobilize your teams. Secure a plot within the second ring to construct a residential community. The size of the land is not a concern. The larger, the better. In the future, Yanjing will also be a focal point for Huasheng Real Estate's development. Ensure strict adherence to the company's requirements, separate pedestrian and vehicular access. With ample parking in the underground garage, the building design should follow our company's established models, primarily 3- and 4-bedroom units, with the smallest units being small 3-bedroom apartments. Pre-install various pipelines and interfaces, implement centralized heating, and provide underfloor heating directly to residences with high-quality finishes. The community should feature an internal kindergarten. Su Huasheng articulated his directives. Acquire a plot and build a residential community. Utilize the marketable units within the community to relocate these households. Naturally, the number of displaced families will exceed the available housing, and the surplus can be sold. In planning the community's construction, Su Huasheng has proactively considered the future development of Huasheng, preemptively strategizing numerous elements. For instance, the future trend of separating pedestrians and vehicles will be incorporated alongside sufficient underground parking spaces. Additionally, all necessary pipelines will be pre-installed. According to Su Huasheng's plan, even fiber optic networks will be embedded. Furthermore, the community will feature centralized heating and underfloor heating, enhancing the comfort of residents. The community will also include a kindergarten, facilitating the education of residents' children. Most importantly, high-quality finishes will be a hallmark. This strategy is a calculated move. Huasheng intends to seamlessly integrate his company's products into the residences of Huasheng real estate. Consequently, every resident will naturally utilize these products, and their quality will become apparent only through experience. Provided the products are of high caliber and the service exemplary, the brand will gradually cultivate a positive reputation in the hearts of the populace. Consumer acclaim surpasses any accolades, as more residential communities developed by Huasheng real estate emerge, and the number of residents grows. This demographic will expand, securing Huasheng Group's position in the market. The most rational layout and scientifically designed formats will ensure that even decades later, these residences remain relevant. When paired with contemporary design aesthetics, prospective buyers will undoubtedly be captivated. Even decades hence, these homes will still reflect logical design, remaining functional and comfortable, aside from any potential wear of the community. Such thoughtful design will directly enhance property value, commanding higher prices for resale. In this era, many residences lack effective layouts, leading to significant wasted space. Crucially, the prevalent communities of today lack the concept of separating pedestrians and vehicles, and underground parking is virtually non-existent. Purchasing a vehicle is an unattainable dream for the average individual. If one were to inform the current residents of Yanjing that in 2 to 3 decades, the streets would resemble parking lots, they would undoubtedly dismiss such claims as delusional. Huasheng's vision for Huasheng real estate is straightforward: to construct communities that remain comfortable to inhabit decades later, rather than allowing properties to become dilapidated and undesirable. Huasheng harbors a shrewd consideration regarding underground parking spaces. Once the buildings are completed, they will be sold immediately rather than hoarded in anticipation of price increases. However, the parking spaces in the underground garage can be retained. In this era, few individuals will purchase parking spots. These spaces will be held for rental rather than sale. As Huasheng is well aware that in the future, parking space prices in Yanjing will surpass the current property values. Presently, homes in Yanjing are priced around 2,000, making small units available for merely a few $100,000. However, in the future, parking spaces in the second and third rings of Yanjing could command prices in the hundreds of thousands, if not millions, making them a prime investment opportunity. The strategy is to construct the community first and subsequently address the relocation process. For those seeking monetary compensation, cash will be provided. For those desiring housing, they will receive it on the spot. For those who neither wish for property nor monetary compensation, a plot will be purchased nearby to construct a house identical to their previous residence. Huasheng stated directly, causing the young man to swallow hard upon hearing this demolition plan. Such a proposal is remarkably generous. Relocating from the third ring while compensating with housing in the second ring is unprecedented. Suzong, it may not be necessary to offer this much for relocation, the young man remarked, prompting Huasheng to cast a cold glance in his direction. I am unconcerned with how other companies conduct their relocations. However, at Huasheng Group, this will henceforth be our principle. Huasheng declared solemnly, disinterested in further explanation to the young man. Given the future scale of Huasheng Group, it will undoubtedly attract widespread attention. With the advent of the internet era, any hint of dark past will be readily scrutinized. Therefore, Huasheng aims to establish regulations for the company early on. These rules are not only for the company, but also serve as a model for countless real estate firms and local governments in the future, showcasing how Huasheng Real Estate conducts its relocations. The households involved in projects under Huasheng Real Estate will not endure protracted relocations, nor will they face the dilemma of compensation without housing. All households affected by Huasheng Real Estate projects will receive their new homes prior to relocation, along with cash payments. Signing contracts on the same day. Contracts signed in the morning will allow residents to move into their new homes by afternoon. Moreover, these homes will be legitimate properties, not small rights, ensuring that displaced households receive multiple units, making future occupancy or resale convenient. By establishing these regulations, and with Huasheng Group as a benchmark, other companies or local governments will find it increasingly difficult to engage in unscrupulous practices. The public will naturally draw comparisons, thereby justifying their reasons for not relocating. Should relocation follow the methods of Huasheng Real Estate, they will comply. What Huasheng Real Estate can accomplish should be achievable by all real estate companies. They neither steal nor cheat. Sometimes, merely acting with integrity suffices. Su Huasheng also aspires to contribute positively to the citizens of this nation. Fully aware of what the future of real estate in Huasheng holds, various schemes and myriad tribulations have led to the abandonment of buildings, the flight of companies, and the collapse of the real estate market. For countless ordinary citizens, the homes they purchased with a lifetime of savings have turned into the most significant pitfalls, representing the greatest evil. In reality, demolition has never been an inherently violent act. Even if demolition companies offer more compensation, they would never incur losses, merely earning a little less. However, in the future, many real estate companies in Huasheng will be plagued by unscrupulous individuals. They are intent on dispossessing the common people, almost demanding further compensation from them. Various schemes abound, leaving ordinary citizens with no escape. Su Huasheng cannot interfere in such matters, as they pertain to the operations of other companies. Yet, he can ensure that his own company operates under his own principles. If he cannot be the savior of the real estate sector, he will instead become the largest snowball, consuming the most substantial portion of the pie. Given the future urbanization process in Huasheng, as long as real estate companies avoid convoluted schemes and focus on their core business without excessive ambitions, even if they deliver properties immediately without pre-sales, they are unlikely to collapse. They may just earn more slowly and less abundantly. Mr. Su, what if the residents refuse to cooperate? A young person could not help but inquire, prompting Su Huasheng to chuckle. Then we shall leave it to the local government. They know how to handle such situations. If they are not satisfied even after being offered a toast, it will be up to the government to resolve the issue. What will we do? Su Huasheng remarked with a smile, noting that sometimes excessive kindness can be detrimental. While he could offer more compensation to the demolition victims, he is not a lamb to be mercilessly slaughtered. However, he cannot be the villain himself. In due time, the wicked will meet their own kind. Chapter 53. The Power of Jin Wudong. Huaka Institute cries out after the lively spring festival holiday. Huaguang Electric's headquarters buzzed with activity once more. For the employees of Huaguang Electric, a challenging choice loomed ahead. Su Huasheng returned to Huaguang Electric, his face beaming as he surveyed the talented individuals before him. Everyone, the spring festival holiday has concluded. I trust you all have your own thoughts and decisions regarding your future, whether you choose to stay or return to your previous positions. I respect your choices. I also extend my gratitude on behalf of Huaguang Electric. By the way, during this time, I have created a sketch that I would like to share with you today, Su Huasheng announced, instructing someone to unveil the hand-drawn rendering of Huaguang Electric's headquarters. As the enormous rendering was displayed, everyone stood in stunned silence. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the future visage of Huaguang Electric. The land acquisition process has already commenced, and the total investment in the construction of our headquarters will exceed 10 billion. Our future headquarters, named Sifang City, will cover an area of 13,500 mu, including a research institute spanning 3,500 mu, where multiple project research facilities will be built, featuring the nation's top laboratories. This area will house our family community, covering approximately 4,000 mu, segmented into several neighborhoods. All residential areas will embrace traditional Chinese designs, ensuring separation of pedestrians and vehicles, centralized heating, excellent lighting, and abundant greenery. This will also be the site of our affiliated school, offering a complete education from kindergarten to high school, with the possibility of establishing our own university in the future. Here we have Huaguang Park, approximately 2,000 mu in size, where we can enjoy beautiful scenery, jog, fish, play cards, or even hold barbecues. This area will feature our internal retirement home, where, when our bodies fail us and we no longer wish to burden our children, we can reside and receive care from the most professional caregivers. Here is the sports complex, where we can play basketball or swim. This will be our commercial street. This will be our employee hospital. This area will serve as Huaguang Electric's internal farm, where we can grow our own vegetables and raise livestock, ensuring that what we consume is safe and healthy. As Su Huasheng elaborated, everyone swallowed hard in disbelief. They had not anticipated that Huaguang Electric's future headquarters would resemble this. The amenities were astonishing, encompassing everything from housing and sustenance to recreation and leisure, complete with a park and a farm. From birth to death, everything was meticulously arranged, causing many who had initially decided to return to their former positions to reconsider. Observing the expressions of the crowd, Su Huasheng smiled. Everyone, this is the vision we have for Huaguang Electric's future. We have already contacted the Yanshan government, and the land acquisition process will soon commence. According to our plans, within 5 years, our new headquarters will be ready for use. Su Huasheng's words captivated all, their eyes fixated on the rendering. At that moment, they did not even inquire about salaries. Their only thought was to stay. Everyone, now that the Spring Festival has just passed, there is no rush regarding your decisions. In 3 days, we will reconvene to finalize the matter, Su Huasheng said with a smile. Now that Jin Wudong is established, let us see how many golden phoenixes we can retain. I wish to keep every single one of you. Dinzhou, at Huaka Institute, an elderly man, appearing to be in his 60s, barged into Dinzhou's office. Dinzhou, I must ask you, are we still part of Huaka Institute? Upon entering, the elderly man voiced his discontent loudly, his frustration apparent. Director Su, what brings you here? You could have at least given me a heads up, Dinzhou said, maintaining a calm demeanor, as if he had anticipated the visit. Dinzhou, if I had not come, our Wuhan Research Institute would be disbanded. This is outrageous. Huawang Electric has gone too far. Our Wuhan Research Institute is being stripped bare. Moreover, that fellow named Su has even set his sights on me. If not for my leadership of a national project, as he recounted his grievances, Director Su was filled with frustration. Huawang Electric's aggressive recruitment had even reached him, making him contemplate abandoning his position to join that young man. Truthfully, the conditions offered by Huawang Electric were irresistible to most. Were it not for his role as the head of the Wuhan Research Institute and the need to oversee a critical national project, he would have been tempted to join Huawang Electric. Listening to Director Su's lamentations, Dinzhou could only express helplessness. In recent days, he had received similar complaints from numerous other institute heads. Many of the technical talents had been lured away, with entire project teams being raided. Huawang Electric's audacity in poaching from Huaka Institute was unprecedented in Huaxia's history. Director Su, perhaps you should recruit more people, Dinzhou suggested, his expression one of resignation. He felt powerless against Huawang Electric's actions. This was an order from above, sanctioned by the relevant authorities. Moreover, Huawang Electric is fundamentally a state-owned enterprise, with Huasheng Group holding only a 49% stake. The true majority shareholder is Huaka Institute, representing the state. The movement of personnel could merely be seen as internal transfers within Huaka Institute, a normal procedure. After all, no organization can compel individuals to stay, not even Huaka Institute. Dinzhou, is there truly no solution? Director Su asked again, his expression filled with despair. Do you think they're only poaching from your research institute? Our main office has also lost quite a few to Huawang Electric. There's nothing we can do. They possess money, technology, and results. People naturally aspire to advance. As a dean, you cannot stop your subordinates from seeking better opportunities, can you? To put it bluntly, staying with Huawang Electric is preferable to heading abroad, Dinzhou remarked. Upon hearing this, Director Su realized that those individuals were indeed lost to him forever. Alas, Dinzhou, I am apprehensive that if we recruit more personnel, they may eventually be lured away by Huawang Electric. With the enticing benefits and remuneration they offer, who could possibly resist? If this continues, will our research institute not merely transform into a talent reservoir for Huawang Electric? The talents we painstakingly cultivate could ultimately find themselves in the coffers of Huawang Electric. Contemplating this, Su Changqing felt increasingly disheartened. He was already aware of Huawang Electric's generous welfare benefits, which were alluring even to him. Just look at the conditions offered by Huawang Electric. A starting annual salary of $200,000, complimentary accommodation in a 4-bedroom apartment, and no expenses for food or transportation. Moreover, there are numerous holidays each year, and any equipment or funding needed for projects can be requested directly. For a researcher, such benefits are truly exceptional. Any reasonable person will be tempted. Dean Su came and went, but his visit was not in vain. He departed with financial compensation from Huawang Electric for the personnel they poached, which amounted to a considerable sum, up to $10,000 per individual. In this era, such compensation is remarkably high. Holding the money in his hands, Su Changqing once again recognized the financial prowess of Huawang Electric. The annual salary of an employee at his institute might not even reach $10,000, while Huawang Electric offers a direct subsidy of $10,000 for each person they recruit. How can one retain talent under such circumstances? Forcing employees to stay could lead to discontent. The establishment of Huawang Electric Sifang City has allowed them to flourish. attracting numerous talented individuals who choose to settle under its auspices. Chapter 54. The Advent of DVD Technology. A new approach in the optical disc industry as various research institutes at Huasheng Institute braced themselves against the encroachment of Huasheng Electric. Huasheng was busy within the laboratory. Upon observing the two assembled products, a smile spread across his face. One was a VCD player, encased in a black plastic shell, somewhat bulky in appearance. The other was a silver DVD player, which, compared to the VCD player, boasted a far more elegant design. Its metallic exterior and sleek silver finish rendered it significantly thinner and more visually appealing, exuding a contemporary aesthetic. While both products served similar functions, they were underpinned by entirely different technologies. VCD, translated as Ingyin Guangjie, and DVD, or Shuzi Shiping Guangpan, although bearing similar names and functions, represent fundamentally distinct concepts. Both are collectively referred to as optical discs, yet they diverge in terms of technology, physical properties, and storage capacity. VCD employs a non-destructive compression method to inscribe images onto the disc, resulting in a lower resolution and sound quality. In contrast, DVD utilizes dual-layer recording technology, making it a high-density digital video disc, hence its acronym. The storage capacity and video resolution of the two also vary significantly. A VCD typically holds around 700 megabytes, while a DVD can accommodate up to 4 gigabytes. In simpler terms, watching a television series on VCD might require multiple discs, whereas a single DVD would suffice. The disparity in video clarity is also pronounced. In essence, these two products represent different generations of technology. The internal decoding chips utilized are also of entirely different capabilities. Huasheng had long since designed the VCD player, but the product had yet to be launched. However, over the past year, he had not been idle. He registered various patents for VCD globally and has now completed the registration of numerous patents for DVD, establishing a protective barrier. Initially, Huasheng planned to launch the VCD first and then introduce the DVD a few years later. However, he now intended to adopt a different strategy. Given that chip production has achieved domestic independence, all technologies are now entirely self-sufficient, allowing for a more ambitious approach. It was time to prepare. Tomorrow, he would return to Shin City. Upon returning to his office, Huasheng directly briefed Han Ning. Currently, Han Ning served as Huasheng's personal assistant, and he utilized her as such. Han Ning did not voice any complaints. Instead, she began to adapt to her new identity and role. However, she had not forgotten her mission to protect Su Li. Taking a deep breath, Su Li realized it was time to return to Shin City. Having been away for quite some time, the Huasheng Group was still reliant on air fryers and fascia guns, and the product line was rather thin. Now that he had funds, it was time to embark on a larger venture. As for the request he had made in the mysterious courtyard, Huasheng understood that such matters required time for discussion before reaching a conclusion. After all, each decision carried significant weight. This was not a trivial matter. At Shin City Airport, upon seeing Huasheng emerge, Su Debayo's face lit up with a broad smile. Having been away for so long, Su Debayo's had missed and worried about his son. However, his primary concern was not merely for his son, but for the Huasheng Group. Without Huasheng, he felt uncertain about managing the company. He increasingly sensed his limitations in overseeing the operations. Fortunately, during this period, there had been no major issues within the Huasheng Group, aside from orders for air fryers and fascia guns. The remaining tasks revolved around the construction of the headquarters and the development of new products. He needed only to supervise the progress and quality of the construction. As for other research and development tasks, Huasheng had delegated them before his departure, relieving him of any worries. "Son, over here." Su Debayos waved his hand. Seeing his father, Huasheng also smiled. "Dad, allow me to introduce my personal assistant, Han Ning, and my driver, Zhao Feng," Huasheng said with a grin. In addition to Han Ning, Zhao Feng was also assigned from above. He served as Huasheng's dedicated driver and often acted as a personal bodyguard. Beyond the visible personnel, the state had also ensured Huasheng's protection quite thoroughly. His status in the eyes of the nation had become extraordinary. "Welcome to both of you. Son, let's return home and converse," Su Debayos stated, refraining from further inquiries. His son's matters were for him to decide, and after all, they were merely an assistant and a driver, not a prospective daughter-in-law. There was no need for excessive questioning. The group entered the vehicle, with Zhao Feng taking the wheel. This car feels a bit small, Su Huasheng remarked from the back seat with a smile. Small? This is a Mercedes. Su Huasheng could not help but exclaim. This was the Mercedes S-Class he had purchased just last year, which Su Debeos also enjoyed for its spaciousness and power, offering a far more comfortable experience than his previous Santana. I will arrange for a larger vehicle for you. Su Huasheng zestet. Although the Mercedes W126 was commendable, it paled in comparison to luxury cars from decades later, lacking in both safety and comfort. The Huasheng Group would not overlook the automotive industry, as it is a crucial pillar of the economies of Japan and South Korea. Even if it were merely to compete against these nations, it was imperative to elevate China's automotive industry, ensuring that Japanese and Korean brands did not dominate the market. As for German brands, they would be dealt with appropriately when the time came. With Su Huasheng present, he would not allow foreign brands to profit so comfortably in China. Instead of heading straight home, they drove to the construction site of Huasheng's headquarters. Upon entering the site, they were met with a bustling scene. Trucks were tirelessly transporting materials, and several buildings had already taken shape, with some even reaching completion. Son, the industrial zone is currently progressing the fastest, Su Debeos noted. The factory on that side has been completed and is ready for use. However, the employee dormitory area and supporting facilities, such as the school, have yet to be constructed. The slowest progress is on the headquarters side, which may take about a year. Su Daba and Su Huasheng alighted from the vehicle, observing the bustling construction site with smiles. The construction of Huasheng's headquarters is undoubtedly progressing swiftly, as it is one of the most significant projects in Shenzhen. Although this era has relatively backward construction machinery, the sheer number of people in Huasheng makes a notable difference. The dense crowd vividly demonstrates the adage that many hands make light work. Furthermore, the workers here are exceptionally motivated, as Huasheng Group offers generous compensation. In an era where monthly wages hover around 300 to 400, Huasheng Construction pays its workers 20 yuan per day, along with providing meals and accommodation, as well as contributing to social insurance. Most importantly, Huasheng Construction pays salaries punctually on the first of every month without any delays. Such favorable conditions attracted a multitude of applicants when Huasheng Construction was recruiting, with many individuals vying to secure a position. Chapter 55. Positioning at the high end. Selling chips to engage competitors. The lively construction site and the industrious crowd present a scene of prosperity. Su Huasheng and his companions drove around the headquarters site, which is impressively large, spanning 20,000 acres. The group arrived at the headquarters building of Huasheng Group, and upon witnessing its grandeur, Han Ing and Zhao Feng could not help but swallow hard. From a distance, the entire headquarters building of Huasheng Group can be summed up in one word: immense. The building is truly colossal, and outside, there is a massive rendering of the structure. This building features an octagonal design, boasting 3 more sides than the Pentagon in the United States. The rendering reveals that this octagonal structure is designed in the shape of a Bagua diagram. The exterior is a regular octagonal Bagua building, while the interior features a circular Taiji building. An aerial passage connects the Bagua building and the Taiji building, making them 2 distinct structures with different functions. Once completed, the entire roof will resemble a vast Bagua diagram. And if the Koreans were to find out, one wonders if they would claim that Huasheng Group's headquarters infringes on their rights. The entire headquarters building occupies a significant area, with 9 floors above ground and 3 below, standing at a height of 36 meters. The total construction area above ground reaches millions of square meters, capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands of employees. Inside the building, there will be office areas, dining facilities, employee lounges, entertainment zones, and more. When employees of Huasheng Group come to work, they will find their day spent comfortably within this edifice. Currently, the headquarters building of Huasheng is undoubtedly the largest single building in Huasheng by area. Once this structure is completed, standing before it will allow one to truly sense the strength of Huasheng Group. Gazing at the octagonal structure, Su Huasheng chuckled. Although this building appears ostentatious at present, being somewhat showy is not necessarily a negative aspect, particularly in attracting talent. An impressive headquarters and a comfortable work environment are of paramount importance for employees. By the end of next year, this headquarters should be nearly ready for operation. Su Daba smiled, affirming the notion that many hands make light work, as the construction is progressing at a commendable pace. The main structure is already more than halfway complete. After strolling around, the group finally arrived at the industrial park. The entire industrial park has been completed, with numerous factory buildings and cemented floors that appear pristine. The design within the factory area is straightforward, with minimal greenery, emphasizing a clean and efficient layout. Currently, the various factory areas are mostly vacant, as the industrial park has not yet been officially put into operation. So in its time, Huasheng stated as they arrived at a factory that is notably different from the others. Upon entering, it was clear that this factory was distinct. The buildings appeared robust, and the security measures were stringent. At the entrance of this factory is a police station for the industrial park. The walls surrounding the factory are tall, topped with barbed wire, and the interior is equipped with surveillance cameras, a rarity in this era. The group entered one of the factory buildings, where they were required to don cleanroom suits before proceeding through a series of protocols to enter the cleanroom. Inside the cleanroom, many individuals were hard at work. This is a production line, a complete chip manufacturing line, and the first lithography machine ordered by Huasheng Group arrived just 2 days prior. Technicians from Huasheng Electronics are currently assembling and calibrating the lithography machine, a process that will take over half a month. This is still a lower-end model, the Xinhua 365, and as technology progresses, the assembly and calibration of higher-end lithography machines could take over a year. The more complex and precise the equipment, the higher the requirements. Mr. Su. Upon seeing Su Huasheng enter, the staff from Huasheng Electronics nodded in acknowledgement. "You've worked hard," Su Huasheng remarked with a smile. "It's nothing. It's all part of the job," the leader replied cheerfully, and then everyone resumed their tasks. Their primary responsibility now is to assist Huasheng Group in establishing its first production line. Observing the complete production line, Su Huasheng felt a swell of pride. This is the accomplishment of Huasheng Electronics, having devoted a year to perfecting the entire supply chain. In this factory, from raw material processing to chip production, it offers a comprehensive service. With this factory operational, the obstacles hindering Huasheng Group's rapid development have finally been addressed. Even with the current sanctions from the Americans, Huasheng Group is unperturbed. The domestic market alone can sustain it abundantly. Father, on behalf of the company, arranged for some individuals to come over. Su Huasheng suggested after returning home from the construction site. "What do you want to invite them for?" Su Daba inquired with curiosity after hearing the list. These individuals are the heads of various domestic appliance brands, who will become future competitors of Huasheng Group. "Dad, the VCD player industry is vast. We cannot monopolize this market. In business, one must not be overly greedy. I plan to license the VCD player patents to them, allowing them to compete in this market. We can simply sell them the decoding chips. Selling VCD players ourselves is cumbersome and requires expanding distribution channels and after-sales support. Selling chips is far simpler. If the net profit from one VCD player is 200 yuan, we can earn 150 by selling the chips and patents, without any risk, no inventory pressure, and no after-sales responsibilities. Isn't such a business model appealing?" Su Huasheng shared his ideas with Sudaba. Selling VCD players is too complicated. It is far more lucrative to sell chips and patent licenses, profiting from core technology, earning 200, retaining 150 for ourselves, and allowing competitors to keep 50 in profit will incentivize them to aggressively market the products. Even if competitors know that Huasheng Group takes the lion's share of the profits, they can only grumble, for they lack patents, chips, and technology. Earning a modest profit is better than earning nothing at all. "Dad, once they establish a foothold in the VCD player market, we can directly venture into high-end products. At that point, we can focus on DVDs as the premium offering. After 2 years of profiting from high-end DVDs, we can sell them the patents and chips, earning another windfall." Upon hearing Su Huasheng's plan, Su Daba chuckled, realizing this strategy essentially turns competitors into laborers for their gain. This approach is clever. Let the competitors sell the low-end VCD players, and once they obtain the products, they will undoubtedly promote and advertise vigorously to increase sales. Once they establish their market presence, Huasheng Group promptly introduced a more upscale range of DVDs, capitalizing on the mature market to yield exorbitant profits by catering to the affluent. After reaping substantial profits for 2 years, they plan to sell the DVD technology and chips to competitors, allowing them to reinvigorate the DVD market. This way, Huasheng Group could once again profit from patents and chips. As for the Huasheng brand, Once competitors acquired DVDs, they would have new products, consistently maintaining a technological gap with Huasheng Group, which is the essence of high-end capital. The business of selling chips and patents could be cycled indefinitely, applicable both domestically and internationally. Future giants like Intel, Qualcomm, and NVIDIA operate similarly. I will extend an invitation to them. Su Dabayat nodded. Currently, Huasheng Group holds considerable influence and reputation within the domestic circle. Although most ordinary citizens in Huasheng may not have heard of Huasheng Group, given their products are not sold domestically, industry insiders are well aware of the company's formidable strength. Presently, among Huasheng enterprises, if Huasheng Group claims the second position in foreign exchange earnings, no other company dares to claim the first, a testament to their established prowess. Chapter 56. Farewell, Uncle. The making of a heroic figure. At Su Huasheng's residence, he once again met his uncle, Su Dafei, who had returned from Hong Kong Island. Huasheng, you look even more handsome. Oh, is this your girlfriend? Su Dafei inquired with a smile, glancing at Haning beside Su Huasheng, causing her expression to turn cold. Su Dafei immediately bristled, his eyes betraying a hint of wariness. Meanwhile, Haning was taken aback, sensing a dangerous aura emanating from Su Dafei. Uncle, this is my assistant, Su Huasheng quickly interjected, easing Su Dafei's tension. Let us discuss this in my study, Su Huasheng suggested with a smile. Su Huasheng had recently moved. Su Dabayat purchased a spacious villa in a suburban area of Shenzhen and renovated it, making it significantly more comfortable than their previous residence. Su Huasheng now had his own study, a necessity given the circumstances. While the former home exuded warmth, it no longer suited Su Dabayat's stature. Once inside the study, Su Huasheng invited Su Dafei to take a seat. How have you been during your time on Hong Kong Island? Su Huasheng in Guitchefolin. Quite well. Our air fryers and massage guns are selling exceptionally. We now have products in Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, and even Japan and South Korea with strong sales. Some individuals are envious of our success, but those are minor issues. Recently, we had a confrontation on the island, but they've become much more compliant since then, Su Dafei replied, downplaying the gravity of the situation, which was far from simple. Su Dafei monopolized the markets for air fryers and massage guns in Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan. He procured air fryers at $50 each, selling them for $500 in those regions, while massage guns were bought at $100 and sold for $1,000. Their impressive sales figures naturally drew envy from competitors. The confrontation on the island stemmed from their assumption that Su Dafei was an outsider and easy to bully, only to find themselves nearly obliterated after facing Su Dafei's retaliation. How did you manage this? Su Huasheng gestured, and Su Dafei's excitement was palpable. Huasheng, as you predicted, the Russians are indeed audacious. They'll sell anything. After you mentioned it, I contacted a comrade who has a brother-in-law there, and we made the connection, Su Dafei whispered, boasting about his dealings. Su Huasheng swallowed hard. Didn't you say you were just going to buy a few guns? Now it seems like you've become an arms dealer, he remarked. Besides establishing connections with the Russians, Su Dafei had engaged in arms trading, not only for personal use, but also selling to others. Moreover, the weaponry extended beyond firearms, as he was even selling heavy artillery. Now, we have established ourselves throughout Southeast Asia, Su Dafei quietly declared. This was information he dared only share with Su Huasheng, refraining from mentioning it to Su Dabayat for fear of repercussions. In short, Su Dafei and his associates were thoroughly enjoying their time in Hong Kong Island, living a liberated life. Not only did Su Dafei now possess weaponry, but he also had an ever-growing number of followers. Since establishing roots on Hong Kong Island, his ranks swelled as comrades, relatives, and friends sought fortune there. For these individuals, venturing to Hong Kong represented a lucrative opportunity. In Huasheng, a grueling month could yield only a few hundred yuan, while farming at home resulted in meager earnings. However, in Hong Kong, one could earn tens of thousands of yuan annually. For those desperate for income, such earnings were worth any sacrifice. With Su Dafei controlling the docks, smuggling was deceptively simple. Over the past 6 months, more than 2,000 individuals had defected from the mainland to Su Dafei, most of whom were audacious individuals with little regard for Hong Kong's laws. As Su Dafei put it, if they get into trouble, they can always return to the mainland. Not only did he have manpower, but he also possessed wealth and resources. Through the agency of air fryers and massage guns, his legitimate business was thriving. While while his clandestine dealings flourished even more. In terms of weaponry, there were not only ordinary firearms on Su Dafei's fishing boats, but also specially modified armed vessels, equipped with rocket launchers and high-caliber machine guns, enabling them to confront not only rival gangs, but also law enforcement. Uncle, how do you resolve the identities of all these people? They can't all be undocumented, Su Huasheng asked, unable to suppress his curiosity after hearing Su Dafei's account. Of course not. They are all legitimate residents of Hong Kong now, Su Dafei laughed. How can so many be processed? Hong Kong can't possibly approve that. Su Huasheng questioned, aware that the situation had changed significantly from previous years when individuals from the mainland were easily granted residency. It's simple. You just need to pay. If money doesn't work, then you offer explosives. In today, as Hong Kong, officials are solely focused on making money. As long as you offer enough, anything can be arranged. I'm even planning to purchase some land soon to build a few buildings for our people to reside in. Su Dafei chuckled, causing Su Huasheng to swallow hard at the thought. Indeed, the coming years could be characterized as the darkest period for Hong Kong, where the entire system was frantically seeking ways to profit illicitly, indifferent to the plight of ordinary citizens. By the way, Uncle, who do you primarily conduct business with in the North? Su Huasheng suddenly asked, considering the many Soviet Union member states. Primarily with Ukraine. My comrade's brother-in-law has married into a family there. His father-in-law is a naval officer, Su Dafei replied with a grin, causing Su Huasheng's eyes to light up. Do you have connections with the shipyard in the Black Sea? Su Huasheng quickly inquired. Very familiar. My comrade's brother-in-law's uncle works there. They modified our fishing vessels. Su Dafei beamed, prompting Su Huasheng's heart to race. Uncle, are you up for a significant venture? Su Huasheng whispered, a glint of madness in his eyes, which left Su Dafei momentarily speechless. How significant? Su Dafei asked, gazing at Su Huasheng. With a smile, Su Huasheng replied, I predict that the Soviet Union may struggle to endure through this year. Once it collapses, the various member states will inevitably divide their assets. However, the situation for each member state is quite challenging. Otherwise, the Soviet Union would not have collapsed. With financial struggles at home, it is inevitable that assets must be sold to make ends meet. As far as I know, there's a large ship being built at the Black Sea shipyard, and I believe it would be a splendid idea to bring that ship back and transform it into a maritime park. Su Huasheng said with a smile, leaving Su Dafei utterly bewildered. Chapter 57. Objective 2. Bring that large ship back. A large ship? How big is it? In the study, Su Dafei looked at Su Huasheng with curiosity, feeling somewhat perplexed. Just how big could this ship be that it could serve as a maritime park? An aircraft carrier, weighing over 60,000 tons, Su Huasheng murmured. Upon hearing this, Su Dafei, who was sipping tea, nearly choked. How could this be possible? How could Ukraine possibly sell such a thing? Even in poverty, they would never sell an aircraft carrier. This is a national treasure. Su Dafei exclaimed, what a ridiculous notion. An aircraft carrier is not a small armed vessel. Which nation would dare sell such a thing? Even in utter desperation, they would not part with it. Why is that impossible? The Soviet Union managed to dissolve, so why could they not sell an aircraft carrier? Su Husen Gao De, but it hasn't dissolved yet. Su Dafei replied directly to Su Huasheng. I have stated that we should wait until after the dissolution of the Soviet Union to make the purchase. If they do not dissolve, they wouldn't dare sell, and I wouldn't dare buy. Su Huasheng's words calmed Su Dafei. Indeed, the prerequisite for purchasing an aircraft carrier is the dissolution of the Soviet Union. If the Soviet Union really did dissolve and Ukraine gained independence, could this actually be possible? After all, what could be more significant than the dissolution of the Soviet Union? Uncle, calm down. It's just a large ship. This aircraft carrier is named Varangian, a sister ship to the Kuznetsov aircraft carrier that recently entered service in the Soviet Union. However, the Soviet Union is likely out of funds now. There's a high probability that this ship has already been halted in its construction. Once the Soviet Union dissolves, Ukraine will certainly lack the funds to continue its construction, and Russia will also lack the resources to build it. At that point, Ukraine will have only two options, either dismantle it or sell it. We need to devise a plan. I will provide the funds, and we shall see if we can bring the ship back, even if it is merely a shell. However, if we can retrieve it, it would hold immense significance for our nation. Su Huasheng articulated his plan. After hearing Su Huasheng's proposal, Su Dafei felt as if he were soaring. If this were to succeed, he would be a tremendous benefactor, perhaps even deserving of a national honor. Uncle, I have plenty of money. Do not hesitate to spend. Go ahead and invest. Given the current situation, once the Soviet Union dissolves, not only large ships, but even mushroom eggs would be available for sale. Do you believe it? Should we consider buying a few mushroom eggs then? Su Dafei instinctively asked, nearly causing Su Huasheng to leap from his seat. What do you want with that? Do you wish for a death wish? Moreover, our country does not lack such items. Su Huasheng quickly replied, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. I was merely pondering. I thought if we had one of those, we would fear no one. Su Dafei muttered softly. Do not even entertain such thoughts, uncle. Do not act recklessly. You might get away with selling ordinary arms, but if you dare sell that, no one can protect you, Su Huasheng urged, his expression gravely serious. Seeing Su Huasheng's stern demeanor, Su Dafei nodded in agreement. In his heart, he respected no one more than his own nephew. Without his nephew, he would still be a mere chauffeur. Uncle, have someone register a tourism company in Hong Kong, or rather on Baodao, and then utilize this tourism company's name to obtain that ship. As for whether it will succeed, we shall do our utmost. Besides this ship, you have another task, which is to recruit scientific talents from the old Russians. Regardless of their field of expertise, if they possess skills, bring them over. Let them set the conditions. And I will devise a plan for you later, Su Huasheng stated directly. What is the most valuable asset after the dissolution of the Soviet Union? It is not the weapons and equipment, but rather those top-tier talents. These elite individuals not only possess formidable skills, but often exhibit remarkable creativity. If the Huasheng Group could attract a batch of such talents, it would undoubtedly be the greatest gain for the company. As for the large ship, Su Huasheng did not hold a strong obsession with it. After all, he had knowledge of the future aircraft carriers of Huasheng, which were even more advanced nuclear power vessels. However, the information was extensive and the foundational requirements were high. Even if he revealed it now, Huasheng would not be able to construct such vessels, as it is impossible to create a castle in the air. Moreover, at present, Huasheng lacked the funds to build such things. Furthermore, revealing this information would be difficult to justify. If they could retrieve the large ship, the situation would become significantly easier. At that point, the Huasheng Group could establish a shipyard, and with the appropriate information released, even if the ship arrived as an empty shell, it could be rebuilt. Throughout this process, numerous technological breakthroughs would naturally follow. One must understand that Huasheng currently lacks the capability to construct such large vessels. They do not even possess the ability to fabricate the hull. If this ship could be brought back, it would serve as a catalyst combined with its data and funding to rapidly elevate Huasheng's shipbuilding industry. Su Huasheng held this confidence. Su Huasheng and Su Dafei began strategizing in the room, and with each plan, Su Dafei's excitement grew. After a lengthy discussion, the uncle and nephew finally emerged. In addition to matters concerning the old Russians, Su Huasheng also instructed Su Dafei to establish an entertainment company in Hong Kong and then globally acquire the rights to films, television shows, and songs. This copyright includes the rights for DVD distribution. Beyond that, there is also an exclusive internet usage rights. This latter right is what Su Huasheng truly desires, as the future development of streaming platforms will require a substantial amount of copyright. Acquiring rights after the internet develops will yield a vastly different price. Currently, major companies are unaware of what internet copyrights entail. Acquiring them now is akin to purchasing at a bargain. As for the issue of pirated DVDs, Su Dafei was already prepared. His return was specifically to undertake this task. He planned to establish a DVD production facility in Shenzhen under the guise of a Hong Kong businessman, specializing in the manufacturing of blank discs and DVD burning equipment. With this in place, the remaining tasks would not require Su Dafei's direct involvement. Others would naturally engage in the business of pirated DVDs, which could be distributed swiftly throughout the nation without the need for smuggling. Pirated DVDs are essential for the booming sales of VCD players. And now this critical issue has been resolved. The Huasheng Group is fully prepared, just awaiting the favorable winds from competitors. By inviting competitors to join, Su Huasheng would provide them with valuable lessons and motivation, ultimately leading to increased profits. These beloved competitors would be more than willing to collaborate with the Huasheng Group. With this thought, Su Huasheng felt a surge of anticipation. Chapter 58. The Ambitions of the Huasheng Group. a first-class enterprise establishing standards. Hello, General Manager Su. In the RD department of the Huasheng Group, upon seeing Su Huasheng enter, the staff greeted him warmly. Su Huasheng responded with equal enthusiasm. There was not a single person in the RD department who did not admire their young boss. The technological prowess of their young leader was overwhelmingly impressive. Upon arriving at the conference room, many individuals were already waiting. All right, let us commence the meeting. Patent department, you may go first, Su Huasheng said with a smile. As a young man stood up, General Manager Su, we have already proceeded according to the company's plans. The global landscape has witnessed the acquisition of relevant technological patents, encompassing both audio and video compression and decoding technologies. Young professionals have begun to report on the situation, and one must not underestimate the seemingly humble VCD. It necessitates a plethora of registered patents. For a DVD player, the crux lies not in the decoding chip, but rather in the audio and video encoding technology. The decoding chip is merely a byproduct of this technology. In simpler terms, there's more than one design scheme for decoding chips. If one were to consider foreign enterprises, a different design could still meet the required standards. However, audio and video encoding technology is uniquely pivotal, as once established as a technical standard, circumventing it becomes exceedingly arduous. The entity that pioneers this technology seizes the initiative and establishes industry standards. Once these standards are firmly in place, the companies that crafted them can virtually profit effortlessly, as any other enterprise wishing to utilize these standards must pay a fee. Otherwise, they risk legal repercussions preventing their usage. Recently, Huasheng Group has been preoccupied with this matter. Although the VCD player has yet to hit the market, strategic positioning has not ceased. The HS1 standard, formulated by Huasheng Group, is an optimized version of the MEGP1 standard, specifically designed for the VCD market. HS1 is a custom video and audio compression format intended for CD media, with a transmission rate of approximately 14 megabits per second for a 70-minute CD. HS1 employs block-based motion compensation, discrete cosine transformation, and quantization techniques, optimized for a transmission rate of 12 megabits per second. In truth, HS1 has appropriated many aspects of MPEG-1 technology. This is an inevitable consequence of Su Huasheng's foresight. Although MPEG-1 was essentially defined in 1990, it was not formally published until 1992. Su Huasheng, having revived in 1989, promptly endeavored to refine MPEG-1, resulting in the creation of HS1. As the VCD player approaches mass production, it will adopt the HS1 standard, rendering MEGP irrelevant. These machines will exclusively support HS1, necessitating that any discs played on them adhere to this standard. Otherwise, playback will be impossible. Consequently, once these players swiftly dominate the market, disc producers will be compelled to adopt HS1 standards to enhance sales. Discs conforming to HS1 can only be played on HS1 compliant machines. Other companies may develop new decoding chips, but if those chips do not conform to HS1 standards, the discs available in the market will be incompatible with their machines. In a mature market, no enterprise would produce discs adhering to its own standards. This illustrates the formidable power of standards. Once the domestic VCD industry surges, even foreign firms, despite developing new decoders, must comply with HS1 standards, or else their decoders will fail to sell domestically. In the previous context, these standard technologies were in the hands of foreign entities, leading to the nascent VCD industry in Huasheng being ultimately strangled by foreign corporations, which profited handsomely while leaving Huasheng with the remnants of their endeavors. In addition to HS1, Huasheng Group has also established the HS2 standard, which can be understood as an optimized version of MPEG-2. Its official designation is the compression standard for digital storage media motion images and audio. Compared to HS1, HS2 boasts superior image quality, a broader array of image formats, and enhanced transmission rates. HS2 is not merely an upgrade of HS1. It delineates more specific transmission and system regulations, further refining the framework. This standard addresses the compression schemes for standard definition and high-definition television across various applications, with transmission rates ranging from 3 bits to 10 bits. In essence, this standard is tailored for DVDs, representing a formidable asset for Huasheng Group. After all, the VCD player may gain traction solely in Asia, while in Europe and America, it struggles against an established videotape market that offers similar functionalities making penetration challenging, especially given the scarcity of pirated VCDs in those regions. However, DVDs present an entirely different proposition. With substantial storage capacity and high clarity, a Hollywood blockbuster that might require 2 tapes could be contained on a single DVD, delivering superior visual fidelity, making it an ideal product for European and American households. Huasheng has tasked Dafe with acquiring copyrights specifically for DVDs, as capturing foreign revenue is imperative, particularly in significant amounts. Beyond these, Huasheng Group has also delineated standards HS3 and HS4, which can be succinctly described as the MP3 and MP4 standards. Imagining a future where MP3 is rebranded as HS3 amuses Huasheng, albeit the efficacy of the standards set forth by Huasheng remains contingent upon market acceptance. In the future, with an abundance of video formats vying for prevalence, various entities will compete for standardization. The utilization of these standards hinges on hardware adoption. The entity with extensive hardware deployment will see its standards widely embraced, thereby securing its ultimate authority. For instance, the MEGP1 standard versus the HS1 standard illustrates this dynamic. Huasheng's control over the VCD technology and patents ensures that discs encoded with the MEGP1 standard will be incompatible with its players, whereas those utilizing the HS1 standard will be playable. Consequently, the HS1 standard is likely to gain widespread acceptance, while the MEGP standard will fade into obscurity. The principle that top-tier enterprises establish standards is encapsulated in this scenario. Upon concluding the Patent Department's report, Huasheng nodded in approval, acknowledging that all necessary patents have been registered, the standards formulated, and the barriers erected. The stage is now set for the grand performance to commence. Chapter 59. The Fragile Domestic Supply Chain. Competing businesses forcing profits upon themselves. Market Department. What are the results of your investigation? In the conference room, following the Patent Department's presentation, Huasheng continued his inquiry. Suzong, based on our investigation, there are currently few core components that domestic manufacturers can produce. Aside from the inability to manufacture the core decoder, there are also challenges with the mechanism and laser. The Market Department began to relay their findings from recent investigations. After listening to the report, Huasheng let out a sigh. This exemplifies the fragility of the domestic supply chain. Even a simple VCD player cannot be wholly produced by domestic enterprises. In plain terms, the most lucrative components remain beyond their grasp. What does this signify? It signifies that competitors are compelling themselves to reap substantial profits. This is a scenario where one cannot help but earn, as giving away such opportunities is simply not feasible. Since they cannot produce, we shall take on the production ourselves, Huasheng stated decisively. Given the incapacity of domestic enterprises to manufacture this product, this revenue must be temporarily secured for ourselves. As for these domestic enterprises, this situation serves as a lesson for them. Mastering core technology is the undeniable truth. Without core technology, they are relegated to mere assembly plants, earning only meager returns, engaging in the most arduous tasks while reaping the least rewards. Only through experiencing such frustrations can one ignite the inner ambition. This is a necessary journey for the Huasheng brand. After a lengthy meeting, Huasheng felt anticipation for the arrival of the representatives from those manufacturers. While Huasheng was occupied, Daba also sprang into action. In the name of Huasheng Group, he extended invitations to numerous enterprises nationwide, including Changhong, Kanka, Haier, Wanbao, Xiangshuai, and Little Swan, among others. This era boasts a plethora of domestic home appliance brands. A myriad of brands encompassing private enterprises, state-owned enterprises, and local businesses have been invited, regardless of whether they produce televisions, color televisions, refrigerators, washing machines, or even tape recorders. Notably, even the factories that previously supplied air fryers and fascia guns for Huasheng Group have been summoned by Daba. In Daba's perspective, a larger assembly of manufacturers equates to greater collective strength. The more factories that attend, the more orders will be placed, as all participants are bound to purchase the core products of his company. The sale of core products is indeed a unique business venture. Currently, Huasheng Group operates akin to a wholesaler, while other brands function as retailers. In the eyes of a wholesaler, the more retailers that arrive, the more substantial the orders, thereby enhancing their profits. As for whether the retailers will profit from the goods they receive or whether they will hold excess inventory, that bears little consequence for the wholesaler. Moreover, some factories, even if they do not assemble DVD players, can still accept component orders, as no factory can produce every single part, especially the larger ones. Thus, attendance guarantees some form of revenue. Upon receiving Su Debao's invitation, Changhong Factory expressed curiosity. They are certainly aware of Huasheng Group, having previously acquired air fryers and fascia guns for research. The principle behind these inventions is straightforward, yet all patents are registered under Huasheng Group. Initially, there were suggestions within Changhong Factory to produce these items domestically, given the prevalent disregard for patents and numerous infringement issues in the country. However, this proposal was ultimately rejected, as Huasheng Group is currently the leading enterprise in foreign exchange earnings in China. Changhong Factory is not a small family workshop. Engaging in such activities could lead to significant losses if Huasheng Group were to retaliate. I personally wish to meet General Su, as I have long desired to make his acquaintance, remarked factory director Ni with a smile as he glanced at the invitation. As the head of Changhong Factory, Director Ni possesses some channels of information. He has recently acquired insights into Huasheng Group, which has piqued his curiosity. Most importantly, Director Ni harbors aspirations for Changhong's expansion into international markets and wishes to glean knowledge on how Huasheng Group ventures abroad. After receiving the invitation, Haier and Qingdao also felt intrigue, uncertain of Huasheng Group's intentions. Nevertheless, Haier did not underestimate the situation and promptly dispatched a deputy director to assess the circumstances. Consequently, many brands across the nation sent representatives to Shenzhen. Huasheng Group and the local authorities in Shenzhen prepared to extend their hospitality. Not only would attendees have their accommodation and meals covered, but they would also be reimbursed for travel expenses. Such arrangements further exemplified Huasheng Group's formidable capabilities. In early February 1991, the headquarters of Huasheng Group buzzed with activity. Greetings were exchanged as Su Debao welcomed attendees, some of whom he recognized while others were strangers. Regardless of familiarity, Su Debao was effusively cordial, greeting acquaintances and introducing newcomers with the aid of representatives from the Shenzhen government. Su Debao excelled in such engagements. The Shenzhen government also placed significant emphasis on this event, aware of its potential benefits for the local economy. Huasheng, you have gathered the leaders of different wolf packs. Are you not concerned they may clash over the spoils? Remarked Luo Xiangyu, observing the lively scene from above. Uncle Luo, the market is inherently a realm of survival of the fittest. Competition fuels motivation, allowing the public to procure the finest products at the most affordable prices. Su Huasheng's words elicited laughter from Luo Xiangyu. Indeed, the reform and opening up of Huaxia has entrusted the economy to the market. The laws of the jungle are universally applicable. Survival of the fittest remains an immutable truth, relevant not only to enterprises but also to nations. Su Zong, this is Director Ni from Changhong Factory. A person announced as they introduced Ni Feng to Su Debao, who immediately greeted him with warmth. Director Ni, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. It is an honor to meet you in person, Su Debao exclaimed, well aware of Ni Feng's renowned status in the business community. Haha, Su Zong, you are too kind. I have also long admired your reputation. We must learn from Huasheng in the art of earning foreign currency. My visit is to gain insights. Ni Feng replied with a spirited demeanor, buoyed by the fact that during this period, Changhong Factory was thriving, having achieved sales of 1 million units the previous year, making it the first domestic television manufacturer to reach such a milestone. At this time, Changhong stood as the undisputed leader among domestic television enterprises. You are too modest. Please come in, Su Debao said with a smile, and Ni Feng nodded, following the others inside. Upon seeing Ni Feng, many approached him warmly to establish rapport, recognizing the potential for lucrative component orders. The invitation event swiftly transformed into an industry exchange conference, a rare opportunity. As the group entered Huasheng's headquarters, they arrived at a vast conference hall, where a colorful television set was prominently displayed on a table at the front of the meeting room. Ni Feng immediately recognized it as one of their own products, the largest model produced by their factory. His curiosity was piqued as he wondered what Huasheng Group was planning. Chapter 60, The Unveiling of the VCD Player, a Shock to Competitors. Esteemed predecessors, I am Su Huasheng, and it is a privilege to invite you all to Huasheng Group. On behalf of our organization, I extend a warm welcome to everyone, Su Huasheng announced as he approached the gathering, eliciting curiosity from many. Some were aware of his identity as the sole heir of Su Debao, a significant status indeed. As you have traveled far, you must be weary. Let us first enjoy some television and take a moment to relax, Su Huasheng said with a smile, prompting murmurs among the attendees. What is Huasheng Group up to? Do they invite us all this way just to watch television? Do they realize how busy we are? The room buzzed with speculation, yet Su Huasheng remained undeterred. He directed staff to bring forth a VCD player, swiftly connecting it to the television set. Curiosity surged among attendees as they wondered about this unfamiliar device. After setting up the player, Su Huasheng inserted a disc, and to everyone's astonishment, the television screen flickered to life, displaying a familiar scene. It was the television series Journey to the West. As they watched, excitement spread among the crowd. What kind of equipment is this? It doesn't resemble a traditional tape player. Is this a new product from Huasheng Group? What is it? Whispers filled the air, while the eyes of an iPhone and representatives from other television manufacturers sparkled with intrigue. After a moment, Su Huasheng paused the video. Esteemed predecessors, you must be curious about this device, he said with a smile, drawing the attention of the audience as they awaited his explanation. This device is our latest innovation at Huasheng Group. We call it the VCD player. You may be familiar with CDs, which only play sound, but VCDs can display images. We have employed advanced image compression technology to fit films onto a disc, which can then be decoded by this device, allowing images to be played on your television. In comparison to traditional videotape devices, our VCD products offer greater convenience and lower costs. Most importantly, we possess independent intellectual property rights. Su Huasheng began to elaborate on the VCD player, and upon hearing him speak, a lively discussion erupted among the attendees. This product is exceptionally impressive. With this device, one can enjoy movies and television shows at home. Owning one would certainly enhance one's status. Many had previously envied foreign individuals who watched films and television shows at home using videotapes. But unfortunately, such an industry did not exist in Huasheng. Even if one purchased a device, compatible videotapes were unattainable. Youth, how much does the disc you hold cost? Nifeng Sadani Guayuth. His piercing gaze eliciting a grin from Su Huasheng. Truly, he was astute, recognizing the crux of the matter at a glance. Very inexpensive. If purchased, each disc costs merely 1 or 2 yuan. They can be bought or rented, with rentals likely being even cheaper. Once the VCD is released, we need not worry about the discs at all, Su Huasheng replied with a smile. What is the price of this player? An iPhone continued, convinced that if the price were reasonable, it would surely sell well. Regarding the selling price, I believe it is necessary to consult you all. Su Huasheng's statement momentarily stunned everyone, and Ni Feng's curiosity was piqued. The main purpose of inviting everyone today was to promote this product. However, our Huasheng Group does not sell VCD players. We only sell essential components and grant patent licenses. Much like how you manufacture televisions, we're the ones selling cathode ray tubes. As for how much you sell the assembled televisions for, that is entirely your prerogative. A mere seller of cathode ray tubes cannot dictate your television pricing, Su Huasheng declared. His words incited a stir among the crowd, and Ni Feng felt a surge of excitement. Such an excellent product, and Huasheng Group would not sell it themselves. Was this truly the case? Is this statement genuine? An executive could not help but ask. Absolutely. We at Huasheng Group have only recently been established. Although we possess the technology, we currently lack production lines and sales channels. I need not mention the costs involved in establishing these. While we are not short on funds, we find it unnecessary to engage in such affairs. As selling technology is also profitable, Su Huasheng explained, leading to a collective realization among the attendees. Establishing production lines and sales channels is no trivial matter. The home appliance market is still dominated by distribution channels. Selling products requires not only building sales channels, but also establishing after-sales service, warehousing systems, logistics, employee training, and more is quite complex. Moreover, our Huasheng Group is positioned as a technology research and development company, not a home appliance manufacturer. Our primary business in the future will focus on selling technology and core components, Su Huasheng remarked, igniting a wave of enthusiasm among the audience. Even an iPhone was somewhat exhilarated by the notion of selling only technology without selling products. This meant that Changhong could also manufacture the VCD player and sell it under the Changhong brand, which had been a long-held aspiration. Everyone, Here are some details about the machine. Please take a look. Su Huasheng instructed the staff to distribute the information. Many recipients began to peruse the documents, including an iPhone. Upon opening the materials, he found the information to be exceedingly detailed, outlining the names, structures, and functions of various components. Furthermore, the documents provided pricing for several items, such as the core decoder priced at 300 yuan and the mechanism at 150 yuan. While an iPhone was uncertain of the actual costs, he understood that these core components would undoubtedly yield high profits. Contemplating the machine's cost and technological sophistication, he noted that other companies were formulating different strategies. Some, like an iPhone, were considering their ability to produce the player, while others were analyzing what components their factories could manufacture. Some were calculating potential profits from assembling and selling products if all components were sourced externally. In essence, each individual had their own thoughts. Yet their ultimate goal remained unified, to discover how to generate profits. Chapter 61. Industrial Alliance. Creating the VCD industry chain. Please quiet down and allow me to speak. In our nation, Huasheng Group will only authorize 10 brands to produce and sell our VCD players, Su Huasheng proclaimed, capturing the attention of the animated crowd. Upon hearing this, all expressions immediately turned serious. With so many attendees, was it not too few to authorize only 10 brands? It was evident to all that the VCD player market would surely be lucrative. The market was virtually untapped. As soon as it was produced, profits were guaranteed. The only question was how much they would earn. Everyone, the VCD player market is currently a blank slate. We do not wish for chaotic and reckless growth to disrupt this market. Thus, we will conduct rigorous evaluations when selecting authorized entities. We must ensure that the companies authorized possess excellent sales and after-sales channels and can maintain costs and prices within a reasonable range, ensuring a healthier market overall. We cannot permit every company to manufacture and sell, especially those lacking sales and after-sales channels who merely wish to capitalize on the market void. I regret to inform you that this will not be tolerated, Su Huasheng stated with gravity. This strategy resulted from careful consideration. Although there would be no limitation on the number of authorizations, Huasheng Group would initially sell more core components. Such chaos would be irresponsible to consumers and detrimental to the industry's development, ultimately harming Huasheng Group itself. In the original timeline, after the VCD industry emerged, hundreds of domestic companies produced these devices, resulting in market confusion and significant disparities in product quality, ultimately leading to a poor reputation for many VCDs. Many consumers who purchased them found them faulty after a short period and could not locate after-sale support, as the merchants had disappeared. Su Huasheng would not allow such occurrences to unfold. After all, in this era, VCD players represented a significant investment for the people of Huasheng. The hard-earned money of the populace should not be squandered by unscrupulous merchants. By selecting 10 capable businesses for authorization, they would possess robust sales and after-sales channels, alongside substantial brand influence, instilling confidence in consumers. Even in the event of quality issues, resolutions would be more easily attainable. In fact, the combined sales of 10 leading brands might surpass those of hundreds of enterprises recklessly selling products. Su Huasheng's words prompted hushed discussions among the crowd, while those with strong brands appeared invigorated. An iPhone smiled, pondering who among them could rival Changhong in this context. Everyone, do not focus solely on the player itself. Who says one can only profit from selling the player? Let's not forget the numerous components involved. The VCD player market is a vast expanse, with domestic demand potentially reaching several 100,000 or even millions of units. If we consider the global market, the demand may be even greater. With such immense volume, there is ample opportunity to profit from the supply chain, Su Huasheng remarked with a smile, causing some attendees to light up with enthusiasm. Indeed, if selling complete machines is not feasible, one can always sell components. With such a substantial quantity, even selling parts can yield considerable profits. While it may not be as lucrative as selling complete machines, it can still be a beneficial venture for certain enterprises. I propose that we establish an industrial alliance with clearly defined roles, as we are all engaged in the realm of manufacturing. Surely, we understand that greater production leads to reduced costs. Isn't it better for everyone to share in the profits? It is essential to recognize that the DVD player is merely one of the products offered by Huasheng Group. In the future, we will unveil even more exceptional products. As long as we work together harmoniously, I believe our earnings will undoubtedly increase. Su Huasheng's proposal sparked anticipation among many. After all, the current focus is solely on the DVD player, but who knows what remarkable products Huasheng Group might develop in the future. The benefits from air fryers and fascia guns have already been reaped by some enterprises. Many of the companies present today have remained because they have profited from the fascia gun and air fryer boom. An iPhone looked at Su Huasheng with astonishment. He was taken aback by the strength and boldness of Huasheng Group. If he were in possession of a DVD player, he would never consider sharing it with others. In this world, who does not desire to monopolize their gains? An iPhone has always aimed to dominate the domestic television market and has worked diligently towards that goal, as monopolization maximizes profits. Yet, Huasheng Group's approach is quite the opposite. They seek to expand the market rather than monopolize it, aspiring for more individuals to benefit alongside them. Such a vision and audacity are rarely found in ordinary enterprises. However, at this moment, some might internally criticize Huasheng Group for being foolish, for not even indulging in solitary gains when given the opportunity. In the conference room, excitement began to brew. Attendees started to assess their own capabilities. Those with the capacity to produce complete machines surely aspired to secure one of the 10 available slots. Those lacking such capabilities had to consider alternative routes, perhaps exploring supply chains, even if it meant only producing a small component. Ultimately, the profits from several million to tens of millions of units would still be substantial. A vibrant meeting commenced, though it was evident that this matter could not be resolved in a mere discussion. It would likely take several days for a formal decision to materialize. "Hi Sam, long time no see." In the evening at Deep City Airport, Su Huasheng personally welcomed Sam, who had returned to Huaxia. It had been some time since they last met, and upon seeing Sam again, Su Huasheng noticed that he had gained some weight, appearing more prosperous. "Ha ha ha, Su, it's been a while," Sam exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Su Huasheng. He felt immense gratitude towards Su Huasheng, as the fascia gun and air fryer had generated substantial profits for Walmart, particularly the fascia gun, which now dominates over half of the global market. Walmart is not only selling fascia guns directly, but also reselling them at a markup to other retailers, effectively becoming a middleman. In just 6 months, Walmart has sold over 10 million fascia guns, yielding profits in the billions of dollars. Naturally, Sam has been rewarded for this success, receiving both a promotion and a salary increase. In Sam's eyes, Huasheng Group has become his financial benefactor. Furthermore, Walmart's success has drawn the attention of more American enterprises to Huaxia. During this period, numerous American companies have visited Huaxia in search of business opportunities. "Mr. Sam, shall we head to the hotel first?" Su Huasheng inquired with a smile. No. We must first see the products." Sam shook his head, eager to view the new offerings from Huasheng Group. After receiving a call from Su Huasheng the previous day, Sam could hardly contain his excitement and promptly booked a flight. Now, he was filled with anticipation for Huasheng Group's new products. "All right, let's first explore the new products," Su Huasheng responded with a smile as Sam boarded his vehicle, and they departed from the airport. Upon arriving at Huasheng Group's headquarters, the building was still staffed in the evening. Su Huasheng led Sam into the headquarters, into the exhibition hall for new products. As the lights illuminated the exhibition space, Sam's eyes widened in astonishment, reminiscent of Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden. Observing Sam's expression, Su Huasheng and Han Ying exchanged smiles. When Han Ying first entered this exhibition hall, she too had been taken aback, captivated by the stunning products, as if she had traversed through time. Chapter 62, High-End Route. Huasheng Home Appliances' leading competitors by more than a generation overwhelmed, Sam felt as though his vision was blurring. The exhibition hall was indeed a showcase for home appliances, yet its decor and layout were exceptionally well executed. The carefully arranged spotlights illuminated the products, showcasing them as if they were exquisite pieces of art. The initial impression of these products was one of beauty. They were truly magnificent. This design utterly eclipsed all other brands on the market, appearing as though it belonged to a future era. In comparison, the products from global brands paled in comparison to those on display, akin to comparing crows to phoenixes. Setting aside functionality, the aesthetic appeal was undeniably superior. Huasheng Group had invested considerable effort into these products. In fact, Su Huasheng had even acquired a paint company solely for the purpose of perfecting the finish of the products. After the acquisition, he meticulously developed the formulation and spraying techniques through numerous trials to ensure the quality of the paint used on the products. To put it bluntly, Other companies would require a significant amount of time to overcome technical challenges related to paint treatment. As Sam entered the exhibition hall, he examined the various products, continually reaching out to touch them. The range included washing machines, refrigerators, color televisions, air conditioners, and an array of beautifully designed small appliances. Each item was stunning, fashionable, and instilled in Sam an irresistible urge to take them home. "Sue, why is this television flat?" Sam exclaimed, standing before a large television with an almost flat screen. This television was distinctly different from any he had encountered before, as the best-selling models at Walmart featured curved screens that appeared bulky. The reason for the curvature was that they utilized spherical cathode ray tubes, which inherently possess a curved design, making it impossible for manufacturers to create a flat screen. "Mr. Sam, our television employs a new type of cathode ray tube that is more advanced. This tube minimizes reflection and distortion at the corners of the screen. And when combined with our screen coating technology, the display quality has seen significant enhancement," Sue Huasheng explained with a smile. The display used in this television is a new flat rectangular cathode ray tube. While it is not entirely flat, its curvature is considerably less than that of traditional spherical tubes, with a radius of curvature greater than 2,000 millimeters and right angles at all four corners. In the original timeline, this type of cathode ray tube was only developed in 1994. Due to the production process and cost being similar to that of ordinary spherical tubes, manufacturers transitioned to using this new type once it became available. Currently, Huasheng Group holds the patents not only for this cathode ray tube, but also for even more advanced designs. Faced with Sue Huasheng's exceptional capabilities, other enterprises find themselves at a loss. After introducing the television to Sam, Sue Huasheng turned it on, effortlessly activating the DVD player beneath it and inserting a DVD disc. Observing Sue Huasheng's series of actions, Sam curiously focused on the DVD player, pondering what this device was. "Why have I never seen Mr. Shamu before?" Sue Huasheng inquired with a smile. "Isn't the picture quality superior to any television you have encountered?" Upon hearing Sue Huasheng's words, Shanmu shifted his gaze to the television. Once he beheld the stunning picture quality, he was immediately captivated. The clarity of the entire screen was notably superior to any television he had previously seen, with colors appearing more vibrant and the overall experience far more pleasing and comfortable. The television was currently screening a film, specifically a Hollywood production. As the movie played, Shanmu swallowed hard, overwhelmed by the sheer brilliance of the setup. This was a home theater meticulously arranged by Sue Huasheng. The television in front of him was a 46-inch model. Decades ago, this size would have been considered small, yet in this era, it was truly a behemoth. The combination of the 46-inch television, a DVD player, and two tall silver speakers formed a cohesive home theater system. The aesthetic harmony of the television, DVD player, and speakers was striking. Together, they were far more visually appealing than a solitary television set, providing an elevated auditory and visual experience. At this moment, Shamu was utterly mesmerized by the home theater system. The large television offered enhanced picture quality, the DVD provided superior content, and the speakers delivered an exquisite auditory experience. A singular thought crossed Shanmu's mind. He must acquire such a magnificent setup for his own home. "So what is this product?" Shamu asked, fixated on the DVD player, which bore similarities to the VCR in his own home. Its design appeared more refined, and the playback quality was evidently superior. "Mr. Shanmu, this device is called a DVD player. It utilizes digital video technology, and this disc, known as a disc, has a capacity of 4 gigabytes, sufficient to accommodate a 135-minute Hollywood film with enhanced clarity," Sue Huasheng explained. As he elaborated, Shamu was profoundly astonished by the capabilities of the DVD. Compared to his VCR, it seemed utterly inferior. Often, watching a film required waiting for a tape to rewind, and the picture quality paled in comparison to that of a DVD. Additionally, videotapes were cumbersome compared to DVD discs. Without the comparison, one might not realize the shortcomings of the VCR. However, side by side, it was clear that the VCR and DVD belonged to entirely different eras. "Mr. Shanmu, allow me to introduce you to other products. This is our company's all-in-one washer and dryer, featuring intelligent control. Observe this LCD display. The motor utilizes our latest generation of brushless technology, making it quieter and more energy efficient, ideal for home use. This is our dual-door, multi-zone large refrigerator, designed with a multi-layer structure and intelligent security features. Here is the refrigeration area. And here is the fresh keeping zone, as well as the soft freezing section. This air conditioner employs inverter technology, and the compressor is developed by our company. This device is called a blender. This is an electric griddle. This is our integrated steam and baking oven. And this is our range hood. As Su Huasheng continued his presentation, Shamu felt overwhelmed. The capabilities of these products were astounding, and their designs were exceptionally beautiful. Were it not for witnessing it firsthand, Shamu would never have believed that a Chinese enterprise could produce such high-quality items. Observing Shamu's expression, Su Huasheng chuckled. It was indeed shocking, if even Shamu was astonished. One could only imagine the reaction of the average consumer. These products were not merely a generation ahead of their market counterparts. The purpose of showcasing these items was straightforward for Su Huasheng: to elevate to the high-end market. What constitutes high-end home appliances? In Su Huasheng's view, it is not about historical heritage or century-old brands. For these technological products, a high-end brand is defined by the most advanced technology. The most advanced technology, the most aesthetically pleasing design, the highest quality, and the best service. That is what embodies a true high-end brand. Shamu ran his hand over these products as if caressing a lover. These items must be acquired. If placed in a Walmart, they would undoubtedly be snatched up, even at a premium price. After a long pause, Shamu looked up at Su Huasheng, his expression suddenly turning serious, as if he had just contemplated something profound. Su, are you planning to sell these products in the United States? Shamu asked earnestly. No, we aim for a global market. Su Huasheng responded with a smile. Is it low-end or high-end? Shamu pressed further. Naturally, it is high-end. How could such products possibly be low-end? Su Huasheng replied, causing Shamu's demeanor to grow grave. Su, I acknowledge that your products are excellent. If these items were introduced to the U.S. market, even at a higher price, they would surely attract numerous buyers. However, the American market does not always respond to products alone. Japanese products may be superior to ours. Yet we have all heard of the challenges faced by Japanese brands in the U.S. market over recent years. Sometimes, it is this very excellence that can lead to calamity, Shamu asserted. These products are exceptional, exceeding even the standards of Japanese, European, and American offerings. They are, in fact, a generation ahead. Yet, at times, being overly exceptional can be a curse. Shamu was acutely aware of the idiosyncrasies of the American market and government. When Japanese products capture market share, the U.S. sought various means to retaliate. If Huasheng's products gained popularity in the U.S., the outcome would likely mirror that of the past. In Europe and America, a truly free and equitable market does not exist. If you encroach upon their business, they will resort to any means necessary to counter you, no matter how unscrupulous the justification. Trade protectionism is taken seriously. Mr. Shamu, I have an idea, Su Huasheng said with a smile, catching Shamu off guard. I wonder if Walmart would be interested in establishing a new company with our Huasheng Group. This new company would be American, registered in the U.S., and staffed by Americans. Walmart could hold a 51% stake. We would then register a brand under this company, and our products would be marketed under this trademark with the production, design, and research entrusted to our Huasheng Group. Su Huasheng articulated his plan, and as he did, Shamu's eyes lit up. In essence, Su Huasheng's strategy was to exploit a loophole. By forming a joint venture with Huasheng Group, Walmart would effectively control an American company. This arrangement would allow Walmart to commission Huasheng Group for product development and manufacturing. Consequently, Huasheng Group would transition from a manufacturer to a commission producer, two additional words that altered the entire meaning. These products would be shipped to the U.S. under the guise of components, and upon arrival, they would merely require a label affixed in the U.S. to be deemed authentic American goods, leaving no room for criticism since the branding occurred domestically. This approach mirrored the future practices of Apple Incorporated. They do not operate their own production lines or manufacture their own products or components. Products made in other countries are simply processed in the U.S. and rebranded as American-made, with the actual production taking place elsewhere. This time, Su Huasheng's strategy was even bolder. While Apple does not engage in product manufacturing, it invests in research and development. However, the company established by Huasheng Group and Walmart has even entrusted its research and development to Huasheng Group. This company merely presents some data requirements to Huasheng Group and then waits for the products to be delivered. This is essentially a hollow shell, merely a brand name. Yet, Who dares to claim this is not an American brand? What does it matter if there is no R&D capability or if it is merely an assembly plant? As long as it is profitable, that is sufficient. Mr. Sam's newly established company can cater to both high-end and low-end markets. And it is not limited to producing home appliances. It can manufacture a variety of products. Our Huasheng products are more affordable and offer better value for money compared to those from Japan and Europe. The quality of those products is commendable and, crucially, their prices are at least one-third cheaper, if not more, than comparable Japanese and European products. When a new company presents both high-end and low-end options, it will not only swiftly capture the American market, but also venture into Europe and other countries. After all, who can resist products that are both affordable and functional? Su Huasheng's words stirred something deep within Sam. Mr. Sam, you might even find yourself as the head of this new company, perhaps in a few years. You could become the most illustrious CEO. Su Huasheng continued to entice Sam, whose eyes were alight with excitement. The prospect of being the CEO of a new brand would undoubtedly mark a significant leap in his life. Currently, Sam is merely a procurement supervisor at Walmart, considered a mid-level executive at best. However, if he were to join the new company as CEO, the scenario would be entirely different. He would have complete authority over the company, enjoying not only a higher salary, but also greater power. As for the feasibility of this venture, Sam believed that as long as Su Huasheng remained steadfast, success was likely. After all, the viability of this company would ultimately be determined by Huasheng Group, as Walmart holds no leverage since the products belong to Huasheng Group. Su, do you think this could succeed? Sam could not help but inquire. Why not? Although you do not manufacture or conduct research, aren't you still making money? Is that not a sufficient reason? Who cares about these details? It is better to let Americans earn this money rather than allowing the Japanese or Europeans to profit from it, which could also boost American employment. Su Huasheng replied with a smile. This approach poses no issues. For Americans, as long as they can earn money, that is what matters. Su Huasheng chose to collaborate with Walmart rather than Best due to Walmart's influence and distribution channels in America, as well as its promising future. As long as Walmart secures genuine profits, any envy from others in the country will be futile. If they attempt to undermine the partnership, Walmart will not acquiesce. In fact, Walmart could even take this brand public in the future. Once listed, it would secure substantial funding in the stock market, thereby solidifying its foothold. At that point, the majority of profits would flow to Huasheng Group, while Walmart would also benefit significantly, allowing other Huasheng brands to partake, albeit modestly for now. At least they would be able to venture abroad and earn foreign currency, which is better than remaining stagnant. When the time comes for them to possess sufficient strength and favorable opportunities, they can strive for independence. Mr. Sam, I believe you may need to invite higher-level individuals from Walmart for a discussion. Some matters are better addressed face-to-face. As for me, I currently have no time to travel to America, Su Huasheng remarked with a smile. Sam glanced at Su Huasheng and nodded in agreement. Su, does your company have the capability to make international calls? Sam asked directly. Of course, Su Huasheng replied with a smile, leading Sam to a room where a phone was already prepared. After Han served Sam a cup of coffee, Su Huasheng and Han left the room. Once the door closed, Sam picked up the phone to contact the United States. At that moment, it was morning in America. After hearing Sam's report, the senior executives at Walmart quickly relayed the information upward. This matter soon caught the attention of Walmart's board of directors. An emergency board meeting was convened, and merely 2 hours later, Walmart initiated action, dispatching a highly influential figure directly to Huasheng, underscoring the significance Walmart placed on this collaboration. Chapter 64. Walmart's attention. The shock of Walmart's leader, Mr. Su. Allow me to introduce you to Mr. Roberson Walter, our vice president at Walmart Group, said Su Daba, who personally came to the airport to greet the esteemed guests. Upon receiving the distinguished visitor, Sam quickly introduced, transforming from a procurement supervisor to a humble attendant. Mr. Roberson, welcome to Huasheng, Su Daba promptly stated, while Su Huasheng acted as the translator, feeling a sense of surprise at the unexpected presence of such a prominent figure. Roberson Walter is no ordinary individual. His surname alone signifies his significance. Not only is he the vice president of Walmart Group, but he is also the eldest son of Walmart's founder, Sam Walton. Su Huasheng is acutely aware that following Sam Walton's passing next year, Roberson will succeed him as chairman of Walmart Group, becoming the leader of the company for many years to come. The arrival of such a heavyweight indicates Walmart's serious commitment to this cooperation. Mr. Su, it is a pleasure to meet you, Roberson said with a smile as the group got into their vehicle, heading directly to the headquarters of Huasheng Group. Upon arriving at the exhibition hall, Roberson and his colleagues were equally awestruck by the array of products before them. "My goodness, this is stunning," one of the staff members exclaimed. Although Roberson appeared composed, the curiosity in his eyes was unmistakable. Each product seemed to transcend the era. Looking around the exhibition hall, Roberson felt an overwhelming urge to return to Walmart and dismantle the display areas in their supermarkets. They paled in comparison to the sophistication of Huasheng Group's exhibition hall, which rendered their own displays archaic and outdated. "Mr. Roberson, this is our new product, a DVD player, part of a complete home theater system." Su Huasheng elaborated on the offerings. Observing Roberson's reaction, Su Huasheng couldn't help but smile. Although Roberson and his entourage were affluent individuals with well-stocked homes, their astonishment mirrored that of ordinary consumers when faced with these pioneering technological marvels. Regardless of wealth, encountering something entirely new elicits a universal response. After familiarizing themselves with all the products, Roberson was left astounded. Had he not witnessed it himself, he would scarcely have believed such advanced products existed in Huasheng. He was confident that these products would sell exceptionally well in America and Europe, likely being snatched up eagerly. Roberson believed that any consumer with the means to purchase would find it irresistible. "Mr. Su, do you truly possess complete proprietary patents for these products? I apologize for my skepticism, but historically, Huasheng has lagged in this regard," Roberson inquired seriously after his examination. "These products are remarkably impressive and technologically advanced, even ahead of their time. However, it is precisely because of their excellence that Roberson harbored concerns about whether these technologies genuinely belong to Huasheng Group. This aspect is crucial, as it directly impacts the future of their collaboration. Mr. Roberson, I understand your doubts. I understand that within your perception, Huasheng may seem to be a realm of backwardness and poverty. However, Mr. Roberson, let us not forget that despite our impoverished state, Huasheng possesses the capability to develop nuclear weapons, construct artificial satellites, create rocket missiles, and produce our own supercomputers. Our financial constraints stem from our vast population. Yet, being economically challenged does not equate to a deficiency in technological prowess. While Japan and Germany may boast advanced home appliances, can they manufacture nuclear weapons or launch their own satellites?" Su Huasheng remarked with a smile, catching Mr. Roberson momentarily off guard, before he too broke into laughter. "So, my apologies," Mr. Roberson chuckled. "Indeed, it appears that Huasheng possesses such technological capabilities. It is essential to recognize that nuclear weapons, artificial satellites, and rockets represent the pinnacle of scientific advancement. If Huasheng can produce these, why can we not also create cutting-edge home appliances?" Observing Mr. Roberson's expression, Su Huasheng felt a sense of amusement. Mr. Roberson was unaware of the advantages inherent in Huasheng's system and had no knowledge of how those sophisticated weapons were developed, nor of the sacrifices made by the people of Huasheng for such advancements. "Mr. Roberson, we hold the necessary patented technologies for these products, which have also been registered in the United States and other countries. This is indisputable, and I would never jeopardize our reputation for the sake of deception. Besides, what benefit would falsification bring us?" Su Huasheng's words prompted Mr. Roberson to nod, dispelling any lingering doubts in his mind. "Su, I believe we can now discuss specific cooperation," Mr. Roberson said, smiling at Su Daba. "Mr. Roberson, my English is not very proficient. Please converse directly with my son. He is the vice president of the company and can make decisions independently. Moreover, he possesses a higher level of education and insight than I do." Su Daba replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Mr. Roberson nodded, finding the arrangement quite reasonable and refraining from further inquiries. Mr. Roberson and his entourage eschewed unnecessary chatter, valuing efficiency above all else. Within the conference room, a formal negotiation commenced. Su Daba excused himself, believing his presence might be more of a hindrance than a help. "Mr. Su, before we proceed, may I pose a question?" Su Huasheng inquired with a smile. Mr. Roberson nodded, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "Mr. Roberson, in what capacity do you come here today? Are you representing Walmart Group, the Walton family, or is this a personal endeavor?" Su Huasheng's inquiry momentarily startled Mr. Roberson. who quickly grasped the implications of Su Huasheng's question. Different identities carry distinct representations. Although Walmart Group belongs to the Walton family, it is not solely their domain. There are other shareholders involved as well. In essence, differing identities pertain to the future ownership and profit distribution of the joint venture. Mr. Roberson pondered, contemplating the most suitable identity for negotiations with Huasheng Group. Su Huasheng remained patient. This matter was of great significance for Huasheng Group. They sought a strong ally in the United States, one whose strength could withstand substantial challenges. Faced with a rogue nation like the United States, Su Huasheng felt he had little choice but to pursue this course of action. If there were any feasible alternatives, who would not wish to directly market their brand? After a moment of contemplation, Mr. Roberson instructed Sam and the others to vacate the room, leaving only Su Li and Mr. Roberson. "Su, I would like to hear your suggestions," Mr. Roberson stated earnestly, recognizing that the young man before him was no ordinary individual. Exuding an enigmatic aura he had seldom encountered in someone so young. "Mr. Roberson, the matter is quite simple. You need only contemplate one question. If one day our new company's products dominate the majority of the American home appliance market, who will withstand that pressure?" Su Huasheng stated earnestly, prompting Mr. Roberson to reflect deeply. "Mr. Roberson, our new company's offerings will not be confined to home appliances," Su Huasheng continued, drawing Mr. Roberson's gaze. "Huasheng possesses the largest labor force in the world, with a population of 1,200 million, most of whom are farmers with scarce land. It is challenging for them to sustain themselves solely through agriculture, leading many to seek work in urban areas. The people of Huasheng are among the most industrious and resilient, with remarkably low wages. Mr. Roberson, do you know what the current average monthly wage is in Huasheng?" "Su Husen Gao De." Mr. Roberson shook his head, admitting ignorance on this matter. "Under $50, Su Huasheng revealed, causing Mr. Roberson's eyes to widen in disbelief. "Is it truly that low?" he exclaimed, astonished. "In the United States, even the minimum wage exceeds $1,000. The stark contrast was glaring. Huasheng's wages were at least 20 times lower. This disparity signifies that the cost of employing a worker in the United States could equate to hiring over 20 workers in Huasheng. Mr. Roberson understood the implications of this. Indeed, the wages are that low, and our workers are willing to toil for minimal compensation, often working 12 to 14 hours a day. Therefore, Mr. Roberson, you should recognize what this means." Su Huasheng sighed, noting the vast wage gap between workers in Huasheng and the United States. In 1991, the average monthly wage in Huasheng was merely 195 renminbi, while in the same period, the average monthly wage in the United States exceeded $1,000. The earnings of an American worker in a year could surpass what a Huasheng worker might earn in a lifetime. This was a palpable disparity. Mr. Roberson inhaled deeply, acutely aware of what this represented in his role as the vice president of Walmart. If feasible, he would have eagerly replaced all Walmart employees with Huasheng workers, resulting in a significant boost to Walmart's profits. Thus, given comparable quality, the prices of our products in Huasheng will be significantly lower than those from Japan or Europe. Huasheng is vigorously advancing its manufacturing sector, and in the future, it will undoubtedly emerge as the world's factory. Any multinational corporation would be remiss to overlook this opportunity, as Huasheng not only possesses ample and inexpensive labor, but also boasts the most comprehensive industrial chain and abundant raw materials. For instance, in the realm of home appliances, we can source all necessary components without leaving Shenzhen and at a fraction of the cost. Su Huasheng continued to elaborate, causing Mr. Roberson's breathing to quicken. "Mr. Roberson, in the future, our business will not be limited to home appliances. We can produce all types of products. Any item sold within Walmart can be found in Huasheng at comparable quality, but significantly lower prices. All these products can follow our collaborative model. Mr. Roberson, you should now comprehend what our new company signifies." Su Huasheng's words caused Mr. Roberson to swallow hard. He certainly understood the implications. This heralded the birth of a new supply system. Should that day arrive, the new company would undoubtedly become a colossal entity, leveraging Huasheng's affordable labor to produce the most cost-effective and exceptional products, subsequently transforming them into so-called American goods for sale at Walmart at premium prices. Mr. Roberson could envision the substantial profits involved. For example, if selling a genuine American-branded television could yield a profit of $100, Then selling products from a new company might allow Walmart to earn $200 or even more. The most crucial aspect is that, in addition to the profit of $200, the new company also possesses a substantial profit that originally belonged to various major brands, which has now been appropriated by the new entity. What is this? It is self-production and self-marketing, devoid of middlemen profiting from the price difference. With these inexpensive yet high-quality products, Walmart not only stands to gain greater profits, but can also attract more customers with significantly lower prices, thus enabling rapid expansion and market domination. After all, Walmart faces competitors. It may be formidable, but is not the sole entity in the market. As a retail enterprise, the pricing of its products directly influences its market share, for consumers invariably compare prices when shopping. Armed with the new company's products, Robeson is confident he can decisively undermine his competitors. Realizing this, Robeson takes a deep breath, understanding that this company cannot be monopolized. It is imperative to invite more stakeholders. Only in doing so can they better respond to potential future developments. This strategy will allow the company to grow sufficiently large, benefiting both himself and Walmart. Although relinquishing a portion of shares is necessary, the expansion of this new venture will yield greater returns for all involved. Observing Robeson's excitement, Huasheng sighs internally. Had there been any more favorable alternatives, he would have preferred not to pursue this path. He understands the significance of branding, and the current approach is tantamount to abandoning it in favor of merely being an OEM. Yet in this era, for Huasheng products to penetrate the global market, particularly in Europe and America, this is the fastest route. Otherwise, they must wait until after joining the WTO to achieve similar outcomes. Nevertheless, this approach is not without its advantages. While it may result in the loss of branding and some profits, if successful, it will effectively place the entire supply chain under Huasheng's control. By leveraging substantial orders from Europe and America, Huasheng can swiftly construct a complete supply chain. Once established, and as time progresses, Huasheng products will increasingly gain competitiveness. Currently, the offerings include home appliances, clothing, and toys, but in a few years, this model could extend to high-end products such as smartphones, computers, chips, automobiles, precision machinery, ships, and large aircraft. Once this business model becomes reliant, relocating the supply chain will become exceedingly difficult. Those shareholders lounging in comfort will be unwilling to disrupt a system that profits them effortlessly. Why toil for earnings when they can simply reap the benefits? Moreover, given that hard work does not guarantee profit, their reluctance will only intensify. If the company grows sufficiently large, anyone daring to challenge it would be courting disaster, requiring no intervention from Huasheng Group, as capitalists would swiftly eliminate the threat. Once Huasheng masters cutting-edge research capabilities, relocating the supply chain will become an even more formidable challenge. In the original timeline, American companies held the reins of research and development, branding, and priority, enabling them to coerce the relocation of supply chains, as exemplified by Apple. When the United States enacted a series of shameless sanctions, Apple cooperated, directly compelling Huasheng's supply chain to shift. Failure to move to other countries would result in expulsion from the supply chain system. As a consequence, many domestic supply chain enterprises suffered significant losses. However, despite such brazen tactics, America failed to achieve a complete transfer of the supply chain system. Now, with early strategic positioning and a complete R&D capability alongside a more resilient supply chain, once this endeavor is realized, the United States' previous tactics will no longer hold sway. In the future, it appears that the only robust industry left in America may be finance, relying on hegemony and the dollar system to exploit the world. Huasheng aims to accelerate the hollowing out of American manufacturing. Americans, you proud, free individuals, why engage in manufacturing and laborious tasks? Instead, pursue careers in finance, law, medicine, insurance, or the entertainment industry. Once this is accomplished, while there may be calm in ordinary times, a financial crisis will certainly stir up chaos. With this thought, a glimmer of brilliance flickers in Huasheng's eyes. However, this endeavor requires a gradual approach. While Huasheng remains low-key and is not yet regarded by the United States, it is imperative to swiftly execute this plan. Initially, utilizing cheap products, they can eliminate American, Japanese, and European products. After all, Americans currently harbor no fondness for these products, rather than allowing the Japanese and Europeans to profit. It is far more beneficial for Americans to earn the revenue themselves. As for Huasheng, merely operating as an OEM yields limited profits. The strategy is to first eliminate Japanese and Korean products, then target Europe, ultimately culminating in an assault on American goods. Within the room, Huasheng and Robeson engaged in discussion. The new company, under the Walmart Group S banner, aims to establish itself and test this model. Should it prove successful, they can later invite additional stakeholders and eventually take the company public, tapping into the stock market for capital. Backed by Walmart's sales channels and Huasheng's affordable factories, this new company is essentially a guaranteed success. As long as annual financial reports are favorable, the stock price will undoubtedly soar. Once the market capitalization reaches a certain threshold, it will serve as a formidable shield. Should the U.S. government wish to intervene, they would require absolute justification. And any attempt to disrupt the company would be met with resistance from countless American shareholders. If this company flourishes, it signifies that Huasheng has established a channel for exporting domestic products to the European and American markets, leading to an influx of Huasheng products that will generate substantial profits, stimulate the development of Huasheng's manufacturing sector, and create numerous jobs, thereby enhancing the income of the populace. Chapter 66. The Overseas Expansion Plan. High-end profits and low-end competitors. Mr. Robeson, I believe our products can pursue two distinct paths. The first is a high-end route, exemplified by the products you observed in the exhibition hall. These items, in terms of design and technology, are unparalleled and revolutionary. We can market these products in the high-end segment, targeting price points above $5,000 to capitalize on affluent customers. For the low-end products, we can source from other Huasheng brands if their technology falls short. Our Huasheng group can infuse them with some technical enhancements to elevate their quality to parity with or slightly above Japanese standards. Subsequently, we can swiftly penetrate the market with prices significantly lower than those of Japanese products, initially dismantling Japanese brands. In the room, Huasheng's proposal elicited a nod from Robeson, who recognized the merit in this strategy. High-end products should yield more substantial profits by targeting wealthy consumers. Although sales may be lower for high-end items, the elevated margins could lead to greater overall revenue. Conversely, while low-end products provide lower profit margins, they have the potential for high-volume sales, attracting more customers to Walmart and facilitating its expansion. Huasheng has a clear vision for the new company. The high-end route will leverage Huasheng's products to maximize profits, not solely for Walmart or the new brand, but primarily for the Huasheng brand itself, ensuring lucrative wholesale prices that guarantee ample profit for the Huasheng Group. For low-end products, they will utilize offerings from domestic brands, enhancing them with technology or key components from Huasheng Group, thereby elevating their competitiveness to match that of Japanese products, and subsequently employing low prices to obliterate the home appliance industry of Japan. In the original timeline, future Japanese home appliance brands were ultimately subdued by Huasheng products in the low-end market, though Japan retained its high-profit, high-end products. However, with Huasheng in play, even high-end brands will be dismantled. The home appliance industry is indeed a significant sector for a modest lifestyle. One cannot help but ponder, if this industry were to be obliterated, what would the modest lifestyle gamble on next? Regardless of the endeavor, Huasheng would undoubtedly take decisive action to dismantle it. In the face of a nation that cherishes trivialities yet lacks grand principles, Huasheng shows no mercy. With the home appliance, automotive, and semiconductor industries all brought to their knees, one may wonder how long the economy of this modest lifestyle can sustain itself before it collapses entirely. So, may I pose a question to you? After a thoughtful discussion, Roberson inquired with a smile. Huasheng nodded in acknowledgement. Why not collaborate with Best Buy? They specialize in selling home appliances, Roberson asked, amusement evident in his tone. This question elicited a chuckle from Huasheng. Mr. Roberson, firstly, we possess a more robust foundation for collaboration. Secondly, we have greater confidence in Walmart's future. Most importantly, we consider Mr. Sam to be a remarkable individual, as he has enabled many less fortunate individuals to procure superior products. Huasheng replied with a smile, which in turn made Roberson chuckle. Thank you, Roberson said, still smiling. No need for thanks, Mr. Roberson. Please convey my regards to Mr. Sam. Huasheng responded with a grin, and Roberson nodded in agreement. Looking at Su Huasheng, Roberson's eyes brimmed with admiration for this young individual from Huaxia, barely in his 20s, who was indeed extraordinary. The negotiation did not drag on for long. Within merely 2 days, a memorandum of understanding had been established. Walmart Group and Su Huasheng's Yunling investment would form a company in the United States. With an investment of $2 billion, where Walmart would hold a 51% stake and Yunling investment 49%. Both companies would contribute corresponding funds based on their shares, thereby acquiring proportional influence. Under Su Huasheng's insistence, Roberson stated he would advocate to the board for Sam to become the inaugural CEO of this new company upon returning to America. Currently, the Memorandum of Understanding serves merely as a framework. The specifics regarding company registration and operations will require approval from the Walmart board before any further actions can be taken. Su, thank you. Sam greeted Su Huasheng with a warm embrace at the airport, his eyes filled with gratitude. Sam, we are friends, are we not? Friends should help one another, Su Huasheng whispered, prompting a smile from Sam. Indeed, we are friends, Su. Next time you visit America, I shall ensure you experience what it truly means to be in America. Sam replied cheerfully, his spirits high. Su Huasheng informed Roberson of his intention to appoint himself as the CEO of the new company, while Roberson merely mentioned he would relay this to the board. Sam understood that Roberson's word was as good as a guarantee. Roberson currently wields significant influence within the board. As long as his suggestions are reasonable, they are likely to be approved. Everyone knows that old Sam's health is declining, and he could depart at any moment. Once he is gone, Roberson is the most probable candidate to take the helm. Transitioning from procurement director to CEO of the new company signifies a substantial elevation in Sam's career. Should the new company flourish and achieve public listing, Sam would become a new legend in American business. Wealth and status could be transformed as a result. With such an opportunity, Sam cannot help but feel grateful. After bidding farewell to Roberson and his entourage, Su Huasheng drove back to the company. There was no immediate need to rush the joint venture matters, while the VCD industry alliance was progressing rapidly. Everyone has been busy in recent days. Su Daba was also occupied, engaging in discussions over drinks and meals with representatives from prominent brands. General Su, here are the quotations for the components sent by various factories, a staff member announced as he entered Su Huasheng's office, presenting a document. Su Huasheng took the document and perused it carefully. It detailed the prices for each component, the manufacturing enterprises, and their production capacities with meticulous data. From the smallest screws to the outer shells of the disc players, the prices for even the decoder and mechanism components were included. The decoder and mechanism consist of numerous parts, and while some manufacturers can produce these components, there are only a few core items they cannot, such as the decoding chip on the decoder and the laser in the mechanism. These essential components are solely manufactured by Huasheng Group. The decoding chip requires no introduction, as Huasheng Group already possesses the production line for it. Regarding the laser for the decoder, this is not a complicated task for Huasheng Group. Huaguang Electronics can even handle the light source used in lithography machines, so producing a small laser is quite manageable. With the information Su Huasheng provided, Huaguang Electronics produced the final product in just a few days. Upon reviewing the costs, Su Huasheng could not help but smile. The most expensive components of a VCD player are the decoder and mechanism. Yet the prices provided were merely 300 renminbi and 150 renminbi respectively. This cost is exceedingly low during the peak of the Huaxia VCD industry. Foreign companies would quote hundreds of dollars for a decoder, showcasing their greed. In truth, these two components do not cost nearly as much. The current production cost for the decoder at Huasheng Group is merely 60 renminbi, and the mechanism costs about 30 renminbi. The total cost for a set of decoding chip and mechanism is 90 renminbi, while Huasheng Group sells it for 450 renminbi, yielding an extraordinary profit margin of 900. This illustrates how much profit foreign companies extracted during the heyday of the Huaxia VCD industry. While it appeared that the VCD industry was a celebration for Huaxia enterprises, in the end, all the profits were siphoned off by foreign companies, leaving the Huaxia enterprises with nothing but empty promises. Brands like Wanyan, Ado, and others ultimately faded into obscurity, a tragic tale of enterprises that failed to master core technologies. The comprehensive cost of a VCD player amounts to merely 720 renminbi. Moreover, this price reflects the current costs. As sales of VCD players increase, production costs will continue to decline. Although the cost price stands at 720 renminbi, it does not imply that the licensed brands bear the same cost. Huasheng Group also charges a patent licensing fee, which is straightforward, 200 renminbi for each VCD player produced. This licensing fee is quite substantial, equivalent to the monthly wage of an average person in 1991. Thus, the cost price for licensed brands acquiring VCD players hovers around 920 renminbi. As for the selling price, that is determined by each brand's pricing strategy. Huasheng Group does not impose restrictions on their product prices, focusing solely on their rightful earnings. For each VCD player, the company profits 360 renminbi from the decoding chip and mechanism, and an additional 200 renminbi from the licensing fee, resulting in a total profit of 560 renminbi per unit. Without the need to sell products directly or manage after-sales services, simply profiting from core products and licensing fees allows Huasheng Group to earn 560 renminbi effortlessly. Given this lucrative model, why exert effort selling products for meager gains? Moreover, this income carries minimal risk, as payment is received up front before goods are delivered. In contrast, brands like Changhong aspire to profit similarly but lack the core technologies to do so, earning 560 renminbi per unit. If Huasheng Group sells 1 million units, the net profit would amount to a staggering 6 billion renminbi. The entire market is far beyond 1 million units. Just the Huasheng market alone likely accounts for several million or even tens of millions of units as a baseline. Adding international markets into the equation, the profits for Huasheng Group are astronomical. In Chapter 67, titled Arranging for Relatives, a new layout in the home appliance industry, the atmosphere in Huasheng Group's conference room is solemn. After several days of discussions and efforts, the final results are about to be revealed. Today, it is crucial to determine who will obtain the complete machine authorization and who will be allowed to manufacture the components. Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely appreciate your support and trust in Huasheng Group. After our thorough research and discussions over the past few days, we are now ready to announce the bidding results. Su Huasheng proclaimed with a smile. As he spoke, the anticipation on everyone's faces was palpable. First, he announced the brands that received complete machine authorization: Changhong, Hisense, and Konka. The 10 brands primarily consist of television manufacturers, and the rationale is straightforward. VCDs are a perfect match for televisions. Selling VCDs alongside televisions is the easiest way to promote and sell them. In contrast, selling refrigerators and washing machines lacks the same competitive edge. After disclosing the 10 authorized brands, those who succeeded wore smiles, while those who did not could only express their regrets. Such is the nature of business, and everyone had long since acclimated to this experience. Following the announcement of the authorized brands, Su Huasheng continued to reveal the manufacturers who gained the qualification to produce components. These manufacturers form the supply chain for VCDs. Although they may not earn as much as the brand owners, they will still benefit. As the meeting concluded with the final results, the lively atmosphere faded. At home, Su Debao returned, his face aglow with excitement. How many units? Su Huasheng inquired with curiosity. 200,000 units in total from the 10 companies. Su Debao replied with a grin. This single order would net Huasheng Group a staggering profit of 11.2 billion renminbi. The speed at which this money is made is akin to snatching it away, especially considering that 11.2 billion in this era is remarkably impressive. Not bad, Su Huasheng said with a smile, eliciting laughter from Su Debao. Son, do you think they will consider purchasing decoders and chips from other brands? What if foreign merchants secretly sell them products? Su Debao asked with growing concern. It is essential to know that the patent licensing fees are charged alongside the decoders and chips. The more sets ordered, the more licensing fees are collected. If these individuals covertly acquire decoders and chips from other brands, the patent fees would be lost. Father, there is no need for concern. Even if there are similar decoders and chips abroad, their prices will undoubtedly be substantially higher than ours. This is dictated by production costs, which may ultimately lead them to spend more than if they purchased our products, Su Huasheng assured, relieving Su Debao's worries. What if foreign products are cheaper than ours? Su Debao asked again. That is why I insisted on including a breach of contract clause in the agreement. Our decoders have unique serial numbers. At first glance, they may appear identical, but internally, they have slight numerical differences. Each company's decoder possesses its own unique identification number. After the launch, We will discreetly send people to purchase and inspect their products. If there is a breach, we shall see them in court. Su Huasheng stated with a cold glint in his eye. The licensing contract clearly stipulates that the decoders and chips purchased by the 10 brands are for internal use only and cannot be resold to others. Furthermore, these top brands are prohibited from purchasing decoders and chips from other brands unless authorized by Huasheng Group. However, Su Huasheng speculated that if cheaper chips and decoders did appear in the market, these brands might not adhere to the rules. They could covertly purchase other decoders and chips and even resell their own at inflated prices. Once the market takes off, many will covet this business. Should there be profits in reselling decoders and chips, some individuals would undoubtedly engage in such practices. Nevertheless, it matters little. Should they dare to act? Su Huasheng will ensure they understand the meaning of intellectual property rights and will also stage a grand lawsuit to demonstrate to other Huasheng enterprises a cautionary example. So, your uncles will arrive tomorrow. How do you plan to arrange for them? Su Debao asked with curiosity. Previously, Su Huasheng intended to sell VCDs himself and have his uncles act as distributors. However, plans change. And now that Huasheng Group is no longer producing VCDs and the high-end products are sold directly, arrangements for his uncles must also change. Father, I plan to let them start their own venture, Su Huasheng replied with a smile, piquing the curiosity of both Su Debao and Li Chan Dad. The home appliance industry is vast. The market is substantial. While Huasheng Group will not engage in the low-end market, others can certainly do so. I intend to establish a new company to operate in the low-end appliance sector, and I will not be allocating shares to my sixth uncle. Each of my second, third, fourth, and fifth uncles will receive a 5% stake. Additionally, I will also allocate shares to my 3 maternal uncles, ensuring fairness with each receiving a 5% stake. And they will be arranged to work at this new company, Su Huasheng articulated earnestly. This statement left Su Debao and Li Chan momentarily stunned, especially Li Chan, who did not expect her son to allocate shares to her brothers. Father, mother, I cannot allow them to enter Huasheng Group. However, they are our closest family. We cannot let them live in poverty for a lifetime. The saying, one person ascends, and the whole family rises holds true. Thus, I will establish a new company for them. A 5% stake is sufficient for them to achieve wealth. I will stipulate that these shares can only yield dividends for 30 years and cannot be sold. As for after 30 years, each will have their own aspirations, whether to retain their shares or liquidate them for cash. That will be beyond my concern. I cannot oversee their lives forever, Su Huasheng said with a smile, eliciting laughter from the couple. Son, that approach is commendable. I support you. Huasheng Group must not allow them to enter, Su Debao stated firmly. He had been contemplating the arrangements for his brothers, but had yet to devise a satisfactory plan. Now that the family is prosperous, it is only natural to support siblings. Su Huasheng's plan to establish a new company is indeed a clever solution, as it aids them without allowing them into Huasheng Group. Su Debao was well aware of his brother's capabilities, lacking education and skills. Placing them in Huasheng Group might lead to complications. However, assigning them to a new company ensures that any turmoil remains separate from Huasheng Group. Chapter 68, titled Unavoidable Familial Bonds. One person ascends and the whole family rises. Begins with Li Chan softly expressing her gratitude to Su Huasheng. Son, thank you. Mother, why speak of such things? After all, they are my uncles. Although they did not approve of your union with my father initially, familial bonds cannot be severed. Let bygones be bygones, Su Huasheng replied with a smile. In truth, he harbored little fondness for his uncles, as they often seemed intimidated by their wives, and the aunts held disdain for his father. Particularly during the early days of his parents' marriage, his uncles had discreetly offered Li Chan money, which later led to disapproval from the aunts toward his mother. Despite his reservations, Su Huasheng knew he must consider his mother's feelings. Over the years, while his mother and her family had strained relations, she still held them in her heart. Due to the past generosity they showed to their mother, Su Huasheng felt obliged to assist them. Arranging their positions was merely a trivial task for him, and ensuring his mother's comfort made it worthwhile. With this arrangement, his uncles and aunts would be compelled to show respect towards his mother, maintaining appearances even if only superficially. Furthermore, their shareholding was not substantial. Initially placing them in the company was feasible. If they could contribute, they would remain. If not, they could depart, while their share of dividends would sufficiently secure their family's wealth. As for what the future held 30 years hence, Su Huasheng chose not to concern himself with it. Though they were relatives, one could not manage them for a lifetime. In due course, after a couple of generations, the concept of kinship would diminish, reducing them to mere clan members. The following day at the Huasheng railway station, a throng disembarked from the train. Su Daba observed this gathering with a smile. "Let us board the vehicle first," he cheerfully suggested. He had arranged for a large bus, and the group climbed aboard, their faces alight with curiosity, as this marked their inaugural visit to Huasheng. This time, everyone had come, including the elderly couple. "Grandfather, grandmother, come, take my car." "I will take you," Su Huasheng offered, assisting his grandmother, who, despite the sleeper train, felt weary from the lengthy journey. "I'm fine, dear," the elderly lady replied, her face beaming with joy, while Su Chishan also smiled as he took a seat in Su Li's vehicle, observing the bustling station and his eldest grandson. Su Chishan's smile remained unwavering. For an elder, the greatest joy lay in witnessing the success of their children and the abundance of grandchildren. At this moment, Su Chishan felt a sense of fulfillment in life. Su Daba's grand villa was abuzz with activity. To host the family, he had enlisted a team of chefs, ensuring a plethora of ingredients. As they admired the villa's splendor and the lavish decor, envy sparkled in the eyes of all, particularly among Su Huasheng's aunts, who seemed to wish to claim the residence for themselves. "Grandfather, Uncle 2, Uncle 3, Uncle 4, Uncle 5, before we toast, I must mention something. The main reason for inviting you here is that it's quite chilly back home this season, and given the unusual circumstances this year, we couldn't return for the new year. Hence, I thought it would be delightful for you to visit Huasheng," Su Huasheng remarked, eliciting laughter from everyone present. "Secondly, and most importantly, I am preparing to establish a home appliance company with a registered capital of 100 million RMB. I have reserved a portion of shares for each of you, 5% for each uncle, which equates to an investment of 5 million RMB. This 5% share will yield annual dividends over 30 years. After 30 years, the shares will remain yours, and you may choose to retain them or sell them as you see fit. However, until that time, none of you are permitted to sell your shares." Upon hearing these words, Su Huasheng's 4 uncles were filled with excitement. The prospect of 5 million RMB in shares was beyond their wildest dreams. "Dear nephew, we, Uncle 2, Su Daling began, but Su Huasheng interrupted. "There is no need for that. We are family. As long as you avoid indulgence and gambling, you will have no worries regarding sustenance. Even if the company nets 10 million RMB in profit, you could each receive 500,000. He continued, "You and Huafei and Huawon can join the company as employees. However, I must be clear. While you may work there, any inappropriate behavior will not be tolerated. As employees, you will be treated as equals to others. Those who demonstrate capability will certainly be rewarded with promotions and raises. Those who do not will not be allowed to jeopardize our company. I would rather see you at home than causing trouble." Su Chishan, with a serious demeanor, responded, "Indeed, if anyone misbehaves at the company, you must inform me, and I will take care of them." Su Huasheng replied with a smile, "All right, grandfather. I'll entrust this matter to you. Perhaps you should consider becoming the chairman of the company. Then, if anyone disobeys, you can discipline them." "Oh no, I couldn't possibly take on such a role. I would only create chaos. I prefer to enjoy my peace with your grandmother. Huasheng is far more comfortable. It's quite cold back home." The elder's words evoked laughter from everyone. The meal was one of sheer joy, with the elders becoming slightly tipsy. After dining, Su Daba arranged for their accommodation at a hotel, ensuring they were well taken care of, and a dedicated tour guide would accompany them for their exploration of the southern region. Upon returning to the hotel and to their respective rooms, the 4 uncles naturally shared the news with their wives. "Only 5%? Lamented Song Shui, Su Daling's wife, feeling it was insufficient. "Have you any idea of the company's registered capital? 100 million. 5% amounts to 5 million. What more could you want?" Su Daling shot her a disapproving glance. Upon hearing this figure, Song Shui could hardly swallow. 5 million was an astronomical sum to her, having earned merely a few thousand RMB from farming each year. Su Huasheng assured us that dividends will be distributed annually. He will also arrange for us to work at the company and help us settle in Huasheng, Su Daling said, his face beaming with joy, his heart swelling with happiness. Upon hearing this, Song Shui too smiled with delight. When she married Su Daling, her family had looked down upon the Su family for their poverty. Who would have imagined that the Su family could one day ascend to such heights? Darling, why don't you ask Su Huasheng to find a job for the children as uncles as well? Working in Huasheng is far better than toiling away on that small plot of land, she suggested, sitting beside him. Let us wait a while. We need to stabilize ourselves first. We're not secure yet, Su Daling replied quietly. Song Chui nodded, agreeing with this reasoning. Once their situation was more settled, they could discuss other matters. With these thoughts, she could not help but dream of a brighter future. Similar scenes unfolded in various hotel rooms that day, marking a moment of celebration for the Su family's extended clan. Chapter 69. A distinctive design. A unique Lujiazui in Shuncheng. A new company named Xingyao Electric was successfully registered, boasting a capital of 100 million RMB. The largest shareholder was Yunling Investment Company, holding 65%, while the remaining 35% was distributed among 7 individuals. The logo of Xingyao was quite distinctive. Any time traveler would recognize it instantly, as it bore a striking resemblance to the starry rank emblem from the future mobile game, King of Glory. It appeared both imposing and refined, reflecting Su Huasheng's whimsical taste. The industrial park of Huasheng Group buzzed with activity, with trucks arriving and departing, unloading brand new equipment. This site was destined to primarily manufacture products for both Huasheng Group and Xingyao Company. A portion of these products would be sold domestically, while another would be marketed overseas under various brands, facilitating entry into the European and American markets to earn foreign currency. As for the VCD industry, that responsibility no longer fell to Huasheng Group. The top 10 authorized brands had already mobilized, collaborating to assist individuals in opening audiovisual stores across the nation. Regarding the source of the films, they have indeed located several factories in Shuncheng that possess substantial production capacity and ample film resources, encompassing various television dramas and films from different countries, all of which include Chinese subtitles. In addition to legitimate films, there are also some less reputable ones. The owners of the video rental shops lack any legal awareness. Their sole focus is on profit, and they are willing to sell any film, undeterred by the possibility of being apprehended for a few days. In the conference room of Huasheng Group, a meeting is currently in session. Our Huasheng brand is pursuing a high-end strategy, and our sales channels will operate through a direct store model. The first step is to establish 100 large direct stores across the nation. Within the meeting room, Su Huasheng is addressing the attendees. The direct stores will distinguish the Huasheng brand from others, as we are committed to a high-end approach. Thus, Su Huasheng has opted for the direct store model. The initial phase involves opening 100 sizable direct stores in major cities nationwide. These stores will not only sell products but also serve as after-sales service points for the Huasheng brand. High-end brands necessitate superior products, an upscale image, and exceptional after-sales service. It is only through these elements that a truly prestigious brand can be established. Presently, Su Huasheng is well-funded, and even the endeavor to open 100 direct stores poses no financial strain. In addition to these 100 direct stores, Huasheng Group plans to launch 4 flagship stores in 4 cities: Yanjing, Modu, Shuncheng, and Yangcheng, to enhance its brand image. As Su Huasheng speaks, the expressions of those present are serious. His demands are stringent. All store locations must not only be spacious, but also strategically positioned with high foot traffic, particularly from affluent demographics. Furthermore, all store employees are required to undergo standardized training to establish uniform service standards. The decor of the stores, product arrangement, employee attire, and hairstyles must adhere to strict guidelines. High standards necessitate corresponding high salaries. Once employed at Huasheng, the remuneration will undoubtedly encourage adherence to these rigorous standards. The meeting concludes, and everyone disperses to their tasks. The work atmosphere at Huasheng Group is excellent. Employees, motivated by generous benefits and salaries, approach their work diligently and efficiently. After all, no one wishes to relinquish a position at Huasheng, where the salary is often double or even more than that of competitors. For research personnel, the compensation is even higher. Within Huasheng Group, research staff enjoy the highest salaries, rapid career advancement, and favorable benefits, as long as one possesses genuine skills. Conducting research at Huasheng is an exceedingly comfortable endeavor. Su Zong, the Design Institute, just called to inform that the design for Project 1 has been completed. Upon exiting the conference room, a staff member waiting at the door promptly informed Su Huasheng. Good, Su Huasheng nodded, opting not to return to his office, but to proceed directly to the Design Institute. The Huasheng Design Institute occupies an entire floor on the third level of the Huasheng headquarters. Entering the Design Institute, Su Huasheng is greeted by a large model displayed in the lobby. Su Zong, a middle-aged man wearing glasses, beams upon seeing him. Bai Zong, thank you for your hard work. Su Huasheng smiles in response. Bai Songji, a prominent figure, was recruited after much effort from Su Huasheng. He is a top-tier architectural designer who previously worked at a world-renowned architectural firm. The two men approach the model, which is meticulously crafted, showcasing a futuristic vision of Lujiazui. Each building appears as a radiant gem. Su Zong, this is the design for Lujiazui based on your specifications. We also appreciate the materials you provided, which inspired us significantly. Bai Songji explains, elaborating on the entire model. This design of Lujiazui would astonish anyone from another timeline, as many of its structures are incredibly familiar, such as the Burj Al Arab in Dubai, the Petronas Towers in Kuala Lumpur, the Marina Bay Sands in Singapore, and the Huasheng. These iconic buildings were absent in the original timeline's Lujiazui, yet now the area boasts numerous classic landmarks. It is important to note that these structures are not intended to be constructed all at once, but rather planned for future development, as the overall development of Lujiazui will require considerable time. In addition to the abundance of landmark buildings, many other elements have been thoughtfully considered, such as underground transportation lines and comprehensive underground utility corridors, along with a multidimensional surface transportation system. These plans take into account usage scenarios decades into the future. For instance, the transportation capacity has been deliberately designed to be significantly more spacious than in the original timeline, ensuring that traffic congestion will be substantially reduced, with minimal likelihood of traffic jams on ordinary days. Listening to Bai Songji's presentation, a satisfied smile adorns Su Huasheng's face. Bai Zong, please make preparations for tomorrow. We will visit Modu together. Su Huasheng states with a grin, as he had intended to go to Modu himself, and with Bai Zong's design complete. It is the perfect opportunity to present the design plan to the local team. Chapter 70, The Best Gift. The emergence of domestic phones and computers. Hello, Chief. Su Huasheng has arrived again in Modu, greeting Director Yun with a smile. The reason for his visit at this time is due to news from Modu indicating that Director Yun is conducting an inspection and wishes to meet Su Huasheng. Cool me. Comrade Xiao Su, have a seat. Upon seeing Su Huasheng again, Director Yun expresses great warmth, even addressing him as Comrade Xiao Su instead of Su Zong as he had previously. The change in address reflects a shift in perception. Su Huasheng is no longer merely seen as a formidable young entrepreneur, but has matured significantly in Director Yun's eyes, now regarded as Comrade Su. Others observe Su Huasheng with admiration, recognizing his exceptional capabilities. Not only does he excel in profitability, but his foresight is also remarkable. The Gulf War has been ongoing for many days, and the world has witnessed how the United States is conducting the conflict, aligning precisely with Su Huasheng's predictions. Moreover, the trajectory of the war suggests it may conclude sooner than anticipated, possibly even within the 2-month time frame Su Huasheng had forecasted. The anticipated quagmire has not materialized. Instead, the war has unveiled the true state of the Soviet Union. Despite the conflict's duration, the Soviets have refrained from deploying any troops, indicating that the once mighty Soviet Union is no longer formidable. Had this been a decade prior, even if they did not engage overtly, they would have covertly opposed the United States. This illustrates that the Soviet Union is now merely a shadow of its former self. With his astute insights, Su Huasheng is no longer perceived merely as a young man. Many regard his strategic vision as superior to their own, warranting respect beyond that of an ordinary youth. Chief, I heard you were conducting an inspection here, so I brought you a small gift, Su Huasheng remarks with a smile, catching Director Yun off guard. Our comrade Xiao Su has learned to give gifts. Very well, let me take a look. I certainly do not want anything of inferior quality, Director Yun jested, eliciting laughter from everyone present. Su Huasheng joined in the merriment as Han Ying entered, carrying a leather suitcase. Su Huasheng took the suitcase, opened it, and all eyes turned towards him. As he retrieved a large object from within, curiosity etched itself on everyone's faces, including that of Director Yun. Chief, this is the latest portable computer developed by our company, also known as a notebook computer. Every component is manufactured in-house, and the battery utilizes our newly developed lithium technology. Su Huasheng announced as he powered on the device. Although its bulky appearance could not compare to the sleek notebooks of decades hence, in this era, it stood as the pinnacle of advancement. The astonishment in the room was palpable. For many, the notion that Huasheng could produce such a complex device was unfathomable. The fact that Huasheng Group had succeeded in developing a portable computer was nothing short of remarkable. This product employs our latest processor, which outperforms the most advanced processors from Europe and America by more than double. Furthermore, it operates on our proprietary operating system, which, in terms of technical complexity, can sometimes be more challenging than the hardware itself. Su Huasheng began demonstrating the computer to Director Yun, while others craned their necks to catch a glimpse, prompting Yun to gesture for everyone to gather around. Su Huasheng, akin to a salesman, elaborated on the features of this remarkable device. The development of this notebook had commenced at Huasheng Group following the advent of photolithography technology. Regarding the processor, Su Huasheng presented the Pentium II, which Intel would not release until 1994, having optimized its design to enhance performance while reducing power consumption and improving stability. For the operating system, he showcased Windows 95, which had been suitably refined, with the crucial detail that it was programmed in the Chinese language. Su Huasheng had access to more advanced technologies, yet he believed in a gradual approach. This product alone was sufficient to lead the market by 4 to 5 years, negating the necessity for more sophisticated alternatives at this juncture. When competitors eventually released similar products, he planned to unveil upgrades, ensuring a consistent 4 to 5 year lead in the industry, a true strategy for success. The room was filled with awe at the sight of the notebook computer, particularly among those familiar with computing. In contrast to the exorbitantly priced imports, this device rendered them obsolete in terms of performance and usability. Many attendees found themselves contemplating discarding the outdated technology in their respective workplaces in favor of this device. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Director Yun exclaimed thrice, his excitement palpable. The necessity for computers in Huasheng, particularly within research institutions that spent vast sums on foreign imports, was undeniable. However, the exorbitant prices, often tens of thousands for a standard model, rendered such technology a luxury, akin to a precious gem, especially when an annual salary was merely a few thousand. The revelation that Huasheng Group had developed a domestically produced computer that surpassed foreign counterparts in both quality and usability was a source of immense joy for Director Yun. What about the other gift? Director Yun inquired, his anticipation for the next surprise evident. Su Huasheng chuckled and retrieved a small box from the suitcase, revealing a sleek black mobile phone. Chief, this product is called a mobile phone, a compact version of the Big Brother phone, and it represents another of our innovative offerings. Unlike the Big Brother phone, this device utilizes a 2G communication network, digital rather than analog, making it a generation ahead, smaller, more convenient, and superior in call functionality. The room erupted with excitement at the unveiling of these high-tech marvels, products more advanced than their foreign counterparts. In this era, the sight of such innovations invoked a sense of national pride that those from decades later could scarcely comprehend. In Huasheng, foreign technology had often seemed unattainable, akin to divine creations. Despite prior attempts at reverse engineering foreign products, it had become apparent that they were simply beyond Huasheng's capabilities at that time. Even if produced, the costs were prohibitively high. The sense of frustration and helplessness was a sentiment only those of this era could truly grasp. Yet now, Huasheng Group had introduced products once deemed impossible, shattering the pedestal upon which foreign technology had been placed. This shift in perception was far more impactful than the mere introduction of high-tech products. It signified that foreign high-tech was not the work of deities, but rather the product of human ingenuity. With Huasheng Group now capable of producing computers and mobile phones, the question arose, could they also manufacture other technologies? If Huasheng could achieve this, might others follow suit? Should enterprises across the nation adopt this mindset, a transformation would inevitably ensue. Mr. Su, how does the cost of your products compare to those of foreign origin? A middle-aged man inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. While these products had already surpassed foreign offerings in performance, cost remained a critical factor. Su Huasheng smiled at the question. Leaders, I once heard a saying that resonates with me. All high-tech products, once we in Longhua achieve technological breakthroughs, can be sold at remarkably low prices while still generating profit. Laughter erupted at Su Huasheng's words as the notion began to resonate. If the products were indeed developed through domestic innovation, it followed that they could be offered at lower prices. Take this computer, for instance. A comparable foreign import would likely cost no less than 20,000 yuan, while our domestic version may retail for a mere 5,000. Given a sufficiently large market, prices could plummet. 4,000, 3,000, 2,000, even 1,000 or a few hundred. I firmly believe that within 20 years, computers will become commonplace household items, Su Huasheng declared with unwavering confidence. He understood the exorbitant costs associated with electronic products. In the original timeline, Longwa had struggled with pricing even without mastering core technologies. Now, with control over the operating system, processors, motherboards, and storage, Su Huasheng envisioned a future where Longwa's massive market could effectively obliterate foreign brands. Su Huasheng's words elicited laughter from all present. I typically do not accept gifts, but today I feel compelled to receive these too, Director Yun remarked, unable to resist the allure of the mobile phone, marveling at its tactile quality. A smile graced his face, one that spoke volumes of his happiness. This gift was undoubtedly the finest he had received in years. Comrade Xiao Su, if your company were to undertake the construction of our nation's internet and telecommunications industry, what plans might you have? Director Yun inquired directly. This question prompted Su Huasheng to take a deep breath. It was time to respond. Leader, if our Huasheng group were to invest, we would mobilize 100 billion yuan, completing nationwide infrastructure construction and bringing it into operation within 3 years. This includes the establishment of servers, databases, the laying of communication fiber optics, and the construction of communication base stations, Su Huasheng stated candidly. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in astonishment. 100 billion yuan is an astounding sum of money. The potential of such funding is immense. The most crucial aspect is that Su Huasheng indeed possesses such capital. Currently, his liquid assets exceed 50 billion US dollars, which converts to over 200 billion yuan. At this moment, Huasheng Group is undoubtedly the wealthiest enterprise in Longwa, with Su Huasheng firmly seated as the nation's richest individual. However, Huasheng Group maintains a low profile and is not widely recognized domestically. Su Huasheng deliberately keeps a low profile, and combined with state protection, Huasheng Group quietly accumulates wealth. Well, I hope this day arrives soon. It is our collective responsibility to see our country flourish, Director Yun remarked with a smile, igniting a sense of anticipation in everyone's eyes. Comrade Xiao, we have brought gifts. We must reciprocate, right? Let us present our offerings to him, Director Yun said, turning to Su Huasheng with a smile. Su Huasheng was momentarily taken aback by this statement. A middle-aged man beside Director Yun opened a briefcase and handed a document to Su Huasheng. Upon seeing the document, Su Huasheng swallowed hard. A license. This is a priceless entry permit. It allows Huasheng Group to enter the telecommunications sector of Longwa, marking a significant breakthrough for the nation. With this license, Huasheng Group can make large-scale investments in telecommunications domestically, build its own base stations, establish its own databases, and even issue its own phone numbers to generate revenue. Currently, the 3 telecom giants have yet to emerge, and Huasheng Group has taken the first slice of the pie. Given Huasheng Group's advantage in communication terminal products, even when the 3 giants do appear, the largest share of the telecommunications industry pie in Longwa may still fall to Huasheng Group, unless the giants can offer superior products and value. However, Su Huasheng speculated that Huasheng Group might be the only private enterprise capable of obtaining this license, and the group will undoubtedly face stringent regulation in the future. Other private enterprises will find the door firmly shut. Nevertheless, this is advantageous, with Huasheng Group as a formidable competitor, even when the 3 giants emerge. Their product quality and customer service will likely improve significantly. Otherwise, they will be left watching Huasheng Group consume the entire pie. Thank you, leader. Our Huasheng Group will certainly not disappoint you or the nation, Su Huasheng stated earnestly, looking at Director Yun. I eagerly anticipate this day arriving soon, Director Yun nodded, his eyes filled with hope for the day Huasheng Group establishes this comprehensive system. Comrade Xiao Su, during my recent visit to Jiangdong, do you have any valuable suggestions regarding its development? Director Yun shifted the conversation, directing his gaze at Su Huasheng. Hearing this, Su Huasheng smiled. Leader, please wait. I have something to show you. With a grin, Su Huasheng exited the room, soon returning with several individuals carrying large boxes. As they opened the boxes, they began assembling a design model of Lujiazui within the room. Once the model was completed, everyone turned their attention to it. Esteemed leaders, allow me to introduce our designer from Huasheng Design Institute, Mr. Bai Songji. This is the design model of Lujiazui, entirely conceived by Mr. Bai. He previously worked as a designer at a top architectural firm in the Netherlands. Su Huasheng introduced Mr. Bai to everyone. Greetings, esteemed leaders, Mr. Bai smiled and greeted the audience. Welcome back to the country, Mr. Bai. Director Yin responded with a smile, to which Mr. Bai nodded. Esteemed leaders, this is the envisioned future of Lujiazui, crafted by our design team. Mr. Bai began to explain the design, drawing everyone closer in curiosity. Upon viewing the model, all were taken aback by its design. It was a futuristic depiction of Lujiazui, showcasing an array of stunning skyscrapers and expansive streets, rendering the model an exquisite work of art. Chapter 72. Avoiding peculiar traffic restrictions. Urbanization equals transportation dominance. Esteemed leaders, when it comes to urban development, I believe there is one fundamental principle to remember. Transportation reigns supreme. Mr. Bai remarked with a smile, piquing everyone's interest. The four basic human needs, clothing, food, shelter, and transportation, are the most essential in society. This holds true for a nation as well, ensuring that citizens are warm, well-fed, comfortably housed, and able to travel conveniently constitutes the highest form of governance. Mr. Bai's words resonated with the audience, who nodded in agreement. Thus, I summarize urbanization development as transportation dominance. When planning a city, it is imperative to adopt a forward-thinking perspective, envisioning the city 50, 100, or even 200 years into the future. I have visited many countries, particularly in Europe, where numerous cities currently face a significant social challenge. Congestion, primarily due to the high volume of vehicles, Mr. Bai explained earnestly, capturing the attentive focus of those around him. Moreover, as Europe operates under private land ownership, any attempts to redevelop once established become exceedingly complicated, especially in major cities. Consequently, many European urban plans are remnants of decades past, with foundational infrastructure, particularly transportation systems, failing to keep pace with contemporary needs. This explains the prevalence of microcars in Europe. The streets are too narrow for larger vehicles. When given a choice, who wouldn't prefer a larger car? They offer greater comfort and ease of driving. Mr. Bai's observations elicited laughter from the audience, as they reflected on the truth of his statements. Some individuals in Huasheng argue that Europeans prioritize preserving historical architecture and respecting history. However, that is not the primary reason. They also wish to widen their roads, but their governments are often powerless to act. The first issue is financial, and the second is land acquisition. Not to mention, even constructing a single road can take years of deliberation. Mr. Bai elaborated on the situation abroad, discussing Europe, America, and Japan. These nations are currently grappling with an abundance of vehicles leading to traffic congestion, with some commuters experiencing hours-long delays, severely impacting their quality of life. In contrast, such a scenario is unimaginable in contemporary Huasheng, where vehicles remain prohibitively expensive for the average citizen. However, these challenges are inevitable for Huasheng in the future. As our economy and technology advance, the income of our citizens will rise, while vehicle prices will decrease. Perhaps in 10 or 20 years, every household in our nation will own a car, and as the most populous country in the world, the volume of vehicles will undoubtedly rank first globally, consequently exacerbating traffic issues, possibly even more severe than those of developed countries. Mr. Bai pointed directly at the model, and the audience regarded it with serious expressions. This is indeed a matter requiring careful consideration, as the vast population of Huasheng will undeniably intensify the issue once development accelerates. Therefore, the future potential of a city is significantly contingent upon its transportation infrastructure. The greater the potential for transportation, the more significant the developmental prospects of a city and, consequently, the higher the happiness index of its residents. However, without proper planning, serious issues may arise. This could lead to peculiar policies, such as prohibiting vehicles from other regions, requiring license plates to be auctioned or drawn by lot, or imposing restrictions like odd and even numbered days for travel. Bai Songji directly stated that these absurd policies were conveyed to him by Su Huasheng. Who conceived such a ridiculous policy? It is arduous for the common people to purchase a vehicle, yet they are restricted from driving it. This is a manifestation of lazy governance, which deserves condemnation. In the meeting room, another irascible elder could not contain his frustration, and others nodded in agreement. Their sentiment was straightforward. People work hard to acquire a vehicle only to face travel restrictions. This is nonsensical. Leader, if we do not plan ahead, such occurrences are nearly guaranteed. At this juncture, Huasheng spoke up, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Esteemed leaders, allow me to present a mathematical problem, using the city of Mo Do as an example. Huasheng promptly took out paper and pen to commence his calculations. He considered the annual urbanization growth rate, economic growth rate, the annual increase in the number of automobiles, vehicle ownership, road capacity, and peak traffic flow during rush hours. A series of figures made everyone swallow hard, but the final outcome rendered all silent, as the resulting vehicle ownership figures were alarming. Such a terrifying number, if unrestricted, would lead to a city that simply could not accommodate the vehicles, resulting in gridlock. In light of this situation, reflecting on by Songji's earlier comments regarding travel restrictions, it became evident to all the gravity and helplessness of the matter. If urban planning is inadequate, major cities across Huasheng will undoubtedly resort to seemingly absurd, yet genuinely unavoidable policies. Fortunately, esteemed leaders, we should feel fortunate that our nation's urbanization scale is still modest, with the majority of the population residing in rural areas. This provides us with a blank canvas for urban construction, allowing us greater flexibility to learn from the experiences of other nations, to prepare for the future, and to allocate ample expansion space for our transportation system. This space should be generous to effectively address future urban congestion and to avert the emergence of such ludicrous policies. This is the transportation layer we design. Bai Songji resumed his explanation of the design for Lujiazui, and this time, everyone's expressions grew more solemn. In urban design, the cornerstone is infrastructure development, encompassing drainage systems, sewage systems, and utilities such as water, electricity, and gas. However, the transportation system remains paramount. Underground, we shall construct subterranean transit lines, while on the surface, each road will be allocated ample expansion space, which can initially serve as green spaces to enhance the city's aesthetic appeal. Should the need arise in the future, we can easily dismantle the greenery to create wider roads to accommodate traffic demands. Simultaneously, we have reserved space for elevated expressways. As Bai Songji elucidated, everyone gained a concrete understanding of the Lujiazui design, an integrated transportation system encompassing underground, surface, and aerial components. Each transportation segment has been allocated substantial expansion capacity, with foresight extending a century into the future. In Chapter 73, setting an example for national cities, donating a cross-river bridge, Bai Songji emphasized that the greatest waste in urban construction is redundancy. After all, when we build a structure, we intend to inhabit it for perhaps 50 years or more. If urban planning is flawed, some buildings may need to be demolished within a decade, and the costs involved are easily imaginable. Hence, our best approach is to leave ample blank spaces on the proverbial white canvas, so that we can create as needed in the future. In the room, everyone listened attentively, as Bai Songji spoke earnestly. Transportation as paramount is not merely a phrase, but a fundamental principle that must govern urban development to maximize a city's potential. As Bai Songji continued, everyone acquired a new perspective on both the Lujiazui design and urban construction. It is imperative to prioritize not only transportation, but also various infrastructure developments. Establishing underground utility corridors that consolidate water, electricity, and gas not only enhances aesthetics, but also simplifies maintenance, thereby reducing future upkeep costs. Residential developments should implement measures to separate pedestrian and vehicular traffic while providing ample underground parking spaces. Shopping malls and commercial buildings must similarly allocate sufficient space for transportation and parking to alleviate future congestion and parking difficulties. Although these provisions may seem excessive initially, their value will manifest when rapid urban growth occurs. In contrast to the waste incurred by inactivity, the costs of redundant construction are significantly greater, often yielding inferior results. And in some cases, the structures may become irreparable. Leaders, since we aim to develop Jiangdong, we should envision it as a blank canvas, Huasheng interjected, prompting nods of agreement from all present. His assertion resonated, Indeed, the national development of Jiangdong aligns with this vision. MO2 stands as a national bastion. The development of Jiangdong will undoubtedly attract attention. By using Jiangdong as a model for the nation, we can establish standards and recommendations for future urbanization efforts. This visit has proven immensely fruitful. This design holds significant reference value for our nation's urban development. Our country cannot afford extravagance. Thus, urbanization must be approached with a developmental perspective to prevent the emergence of bizarre policies. Let us take thorough notes and organize a meeting with experts upon our return to engage in serious discussions. Our reform and development must be akin to crossing a river by feeling the stones. Jiangdong is the stone guiding our nation's future urbanization. Director Yun stated earnestly. Today, the dialogue between Su Huasheng and Bai Songji illuminated the critical importance of urban transportation issues to everyone in the room. Should we fail to prepare proactively, our nation will face unimaginable costs to resolve these problems in the future. Urbanization across the country has already commenced, yet the population in urban areas remains insufficient, lagging far behind developed nations. However, as economic growth continues, more individuals will migrate to cities and urbanization rates will rise. An increasing number of rural residents will transform into urban dwellers. This is an inevitable trend in societal development. Addressing the challenges posed by urbanization is crucial for every nation and presents a formidable challenge. Currently, Jiangdong serves as a template. If this model proves successful, other cities can emulate it for their own development endeavors. The nation can also formulate corresponding standards based on the model of Jiangdong New District to provide a framework for urban construction across major cities, especially concerning transportation issues, which can be addressed relatively easily at the outset, as long as the government establishes appropriate regulations regarding the widths of primary and secondary roads. Alongside the required reserves for internal city roads, cities can adhere to these standards to mitigate future issues. Leaders, in support of the development of Jiangdong, our Huasheng group has decided to donate a bridge. The bridge will connect Jiangdong and Puxi. I firmly believe that with this bridge, the future development of Jiangdong will accelerate and flourish, Su Huasheng remarked with a smile. Upon hearing his words, everyone burst into laughter, many unable to suppress their admiration for this young man, who indeed possesses remarkable audacity, a bridge, and he commits to its donation without hesitation. Such boldness is rare among ordinary individuals. Well then, on behalf of the people of Jiangdong, I extend my gratitude to you. Director Yun said with a smile, his eyes brimming with appreciation. Leader, this is merely my duty. When impoverished, one cultivates personal virtue. When affluent, one should assist the world. A business must also bear social responsibility. Without such responsibility, one merely becomes a capitalist. Su Huasheng jested, eliciting another wave of laughter from the crowd. The donation of a bridge had long been a plan Su Huasheng had envisioned, although it would require a substantial investment. This bridge would serve as a living advertisement for Huasheng Group. One can easily imagine the bridge adorned with the grand emblem of Huasheng Group. When one drives past this bridge, the navigation system might announce, "Approaching Huasheng Bridge, heavy traffic expected during peak hours. Please drive safely." Such advertising holds immense influence for a corporation, an opportunity that other businesses could only dream of. In the room, Su Huasheng's presence had profoundly impacted Director Yun and his companions, leaving them with an abundance of insights. Whether it was the mobile phones, the computers, or the planning designs of Lu Jiazui, they felt they had gained immensely from their visit to Jiangdong. After bidding farewell to Director Yun and returning to the hotel, Su Huasheng lay on his bed, his face alight with joy, especially when he recalled the license. The smile on his lips grew wider. With this license, Huasheng Group could fully unleash its potential. The realms of communications and the internet represent an enormous opportunity. However, thinking of Director Yun and his team, Su Huasheng's expression turned serious. After a quick wash, he opened his laptop. The laptop and mobile phone were not truly collected, as these devices were still considered products of Huasheng Group's laboratory, not yet ready for mass production. Upon launching the computer, it contained only basic office software, such as document functions and input methods. Su Huasheng created a document and then busied himself. At that moment, his mind operated like a supercomputer, rapidly retrieving the information he required. In truth, Su Huasheng's brain now resembled an autonomously functioning supercomputer. Since his rebirth, he had discovered that after self-verifying some information, new technological insights emerged in his mind. This transformation astonished him. Fortunately, his mind remained intact, and his health was robust. Thus, he had chosen to embrace this cerebral evolution without concern. Chapter 74, A Donation of 1 billion. A Windfall, a Hospital, 301. Director Liao. Director Liao? A middle-aged man rushed into the office of the president of Yinjing 301 Hospital, visibly flustered. Director Wu, what is the matter? Why the urgency? Liao Wenqing raised her head, her eyes reflecting wisdom. The fact that a woman could ascend to the position of president at Hospital 301 speaks volumes about Liao Wenqing's capabilities. Someone wishes to donate to our hospital, Wu Igua panted, and upon hearing this, Liao Wenqing smiled. Donations are welcome. We have had many donors before. Why the fuss? Is there something significant about this donor? She inquired, setting down her pen with a smile. Not exactly, but the amount is quite substantial, Wu Igua replied directly. How substantial? Liao Wenqing asked with keen interest. 10 billion, he stated. Liao Wenqing was momentarily stunned. What? Director Wu, this is no joking matter, she exclaimed, quickly asking for clarification. Director, I would never joke about this. The individual is waiting outside and has brought representatives from the bank and the health department. They stated they intend to donate 10 billion RMB. 10 billion. Wu Igua's words caused Liao Wenqing to spring to her feet. She steadied her emotions and carefully adjusted her uniform. Let us go, she said, suppressing her excitement as she led Wu Igua out of her office. Soon, Wu Igua guided Liao Wenqing to her room. Director Liao, long time no see. A health department official greeted her with a smile upon her arrival. Director Song, it has indeed been a while, Liao Wenqing replied, shaking his hand before her gaze fell upon Su Huasheng. Director Liao, greetings. I am Su Huasheng from Huasheng Group, he said, extending his hand with a smile, harboring great respect for this female director. For a woman to attain the presidency of Hospital 301, she must possess considerable strength. Hello, Liao Wenqing replied, her curiosity piqued, as she was unfamiliar with Huasheng Group. Typically, her interactions were confined to the medical industry. Director Liao, we at Huasheng Group wish to donate 10 billion RMB to your hospital. However, this amount is earmarked for specific use. It can only be allocated to the treatment and research of Parkinson's disease, Su Huasheng stated directly. This revelation momentarily caught Liao Wenqing off guard, but she soon seemed to grasp the implications, raising her head to regard Su Huasheng with a serious expression. Director Liao, the utilization of these funds will be overseen by dedicated personnel. You may use this money to acquire more advanced treatment equipment, establish a specialized research institute for Parkinson's at our hospital, recruit talent from other hospitals, or reimburse medical expenses for our Parkinson's patients. If 10 billion is insufficient, additional funding will be available. In essence, this money is solely intended to enhance our hospital's treatment capabilities for Parkinson's disease, Su Huasheng asserted earnestly, rendering the expressions of everyone present grave. Parkinson's disease represents an insurmountable challenge, not only in Huasheng, but even in the medically advanced nations of Europe and America. This ailment remains largely unmanageable. Su Huasheng understood, well, that even 40 years hence, Parkinson's disease would still be among the most challenging conditions, with no effective treatment in sight. However, in recent days, as he organized the information in his mind, he stumbled upon an unexpected surprise. In 2033, a Huasheng pharmaceutical company developed a specific medication for this ailment. The results were promising, yet at the time of his crossing over, this medication was still in clinical trials and had not yet officially hit the market. Su Huasheng's motivation for donating was simple. He hoped that the hero in his heart could live a healthier life and witness a more prosperous Huasheng. Mr. Su, do you have any additional requirements? Liao Wenqing inquired seriously, as she found it hard to believe that such a substantial donation could come without strings attached. No, I only have this one request. By the way, our company has also gathered some information regarding Parkinson's disease that I hope will be beneficial to you, Su Huasheng replied with a smile, as Haning placed 2 large leather cases on the ground. Seeing the cases, Liao Wenqing smiled and nodded, not overly concerned. Director Liao, these are representatives from a bank. Once your hospital agrees to our terms, the 10 billion will be transferred immediately, but your hospital will need to establish a separate account. The expenses from this account will be effectively monitored by personnel from the health department, Su Huasheng stated directly. Thank you. Liao Wenqing inhaled deeply and sincerely expressed her gratitude to Su Huasheng. A sum of 10 billion RMB represents a monumental financial boon for Hospital 301. It is worth noting that the hospital currently receives only several tens of millions in medical funding annually, with even less allocated to individual departments. For instance, in the department dealing with Parkinson's syndrome, the annual funding barely exceeds $1 million. Now, with Su Huasheng's astonishing donation of 1 billion, one can only imagine the magnitude of such a financial commitment. As for Su Huasheng's specific choice to donate to Parkinson's syndrome, Liao Wenqing has begun to grasp the rationale. Though neither Su Huasheng nor Liao Wenqing verbalized it, it suffices that they all understand the underlying sentiment. After making the donation, Su Huasheng did not linger at the hospital. Director Song from the Ministry of Health and representatives from the bank remained to manage the subsequent affairs, while Liao Wenqing busied herself with her own duties. Director Wang, someone has delivered some materials regarding your department. Please take a look. Liao Wenqing called over Wang Zhongwen, the foremost authority on this ailment at the 301 hospital. Where did these materials come from? Wang Zhongwen inquired, his curiosity piqued as he opened the box. Inside, neatly bound documents were arranged with apparent freshness, indicating they had been printed recently. Wang Zhongwen casually picked up one of the documents and began to read. Soon, his expression shifted dramatically. Director Liao, where did you acquire this information? He asked, his surprise evident. Is it truly valuable? Liao Wenqing inquired, equally astonished. Valuable is an understatement. I need to review this material. It's overwhelming, Wang Zhongwen remarked, gazing at the two large boxes of documents as if they were treasures of immeasurable worth. Liao Wenqing's astonishment deepened. While 1 billion yuan might have shocked her, money is something that can be earned, but if these documents possess exceptional significance, they are beyond mere monetary value. In the medical field, expertise is priceless. What kind of company is Huasheng Group? At this moment, a profound curiosity took root in Liao Wenqing's mind. This company not only has wealth, but also the capability to procure such information and possesses influential connections. Otherwise, it would be impossible to enlist the assistance of the Ministry of Health. However, observing Wang Zhongwen's excited demeanor, Liao Wenqing couldn't help but smile. Regardless of their background, their contribution to the medical field defines a truly commendable company. Director Wang, please refrain from hastily examining the materials. I have one more thing to share. A patriotic enterprise has made a targeted donation to your department, Liao Wenqing remarked with a smile. Oh, really? How much have they donated? Is it sufficient for us to purchase new equipment? Wang Zhongwen asked, his interest piqued. It's not a small amount, just 10 billion. Liao Wenqing replied nonchalantly. 10 billion. Wang Zhongwen was momentarily speechless. Director Liao, what did you just say? He asked again, suspecting he had misheard. 10 billion yuan. What's wrong? Is that insufficient? Liao Wenqing joked. Not insufficient at all. My goodness, who is this generous benefactor? Wang Zhongwen stammered in excitement. The 301 hospital is indeed in need of funds, with various departments yearning for resources. They have witnessed advanced medical equipment abroad that they aspire to acquire, along with the desire to initiate clinical research on new therapies, all of which require substantial funding. Director Wang, please try to contain your excitement. The 10 billion is specifically earmarked for your department and is allocated for research on Parkinson's syndrome. No other department can claim it. Therefore, let us tidy up Building 3 for your exclusive use. You may also reach out to other hospitals. We will cover the costs while they provide personnel, which is reasonable. Don't you think? Liao Wenqing felt an immense sense of relief. She finally understood the feeling of having substantial financial backing. With the 10 billion donation, the 301 hospital sprang into action. The news quickly spread throughout the institution, inciting envy among other departments. Damn, our department would be grateful for even a mere 100,000. However, they could only envy as the donation was designated exclusively for a specific department. Let us head to Yen University, Su Huasheng declared as he exited the hospital and entered his vehicle. The donation was already made, and he had arranged for his father to establish Huasheng Pharmaceutical Company in Shenzhen. Once the company is operational, the development of special medications will commence immediately. With the necessary actions taken, the ability to alter history or fate now rests beyond his control. Teacher Song, Su Huasheng is back at Yen University, Su Huasheng announced. carrying 2 bottles of Maotai. Look who is here. What brings you to my office? Song Jipei greeted him with a smile, aware of Su Huasheng's endeavors. He recalled how Su Huasheng had once attempted to recruit him, yet Song Jipei ultimately chose to remain at Yin University, believing that educating and nurturing talent was his life's calling. "I've missed you, so I thought I'd come and see you," Su Huasheng replied cheerfully, like a child returning home. "Are you genuinely this kind-hearted? Speak up, what is the matter? Prepare me for whatever you have to say. Or, I might not enjoy your drink," Song Jipei remarked, eyeing the Maotai in Su Huasheng's hands. "Indeed, you understand me well, teacher. It's nothing too serious. Our company has received confirmation, and we plan to conduct a campus recruitment at Yin University. Currently, we are in dire need of personnel. The staff of Huasheng University is treating us like we're wolves. They want to even let us through the front gate," Su Huasheng lamented, prompting a chuckle from Song Jipei. He had heard about the situation at Huasheng University, where Huawang Electric nearly drained their resources. It was no surprise they were reluctant to allow others in. Huasheng Group is severely understaffed. Although the headquarters is still under construction, some facilities are ready for use, and various projects have already commenced. Talent is the most valuable asset for Huasheng Group, and Yin University students are particularly coveted. While many students aspire to study abroad, there remains a segment with a patriotic spirit, coupled with the attractive welfare benefits offered by Huasheng Group. Su Huasheng is confident that he will be able to recruit a portion of them. This recruitment drive is among his primary objectives during this visit to Beijing. "Just a small matter. You'll accompany me to meet the dean shortly," Song Jipei said with a smile. "Thank you, Teacher Song. However, the primary reason for my visit is to see you. Believe it or not, I genuinely mean that," Su Huasheng playfully remarked, eliciting laughter from Song Jipei. "You little rascal." Song Jipei shook his head, feeling fulfilled as a teacher to have such a student as Su Huasheng. "Hello, Principal Wu. I am Su Huasheng, an alumnus of Yin University." Su Huasheng introduced himself upon entering the principal's office. "Ah, you must be Xiao Su. A fine young man indeed. Teacher Song has spoken highly of you." Principal Wu Qingshu responded warmly. Su Huasheng's achievements were already somewhat known to him. "Thank you for the compliment, Principal Wu. I feel somewhat embarrassed. Teacher Song often critiques me." Su Huasheng joked, causing laughter to fill the room and lightening the atmosphere significantly. "Principal Wu, we intend to conduct a campus recruitment at our university. This discussion primarily revolves around the sciences, though the humanities are also somewhat included." Su Huasheng openly articulated his purpose for being here. "This is indeed a positive development. I wonder how many students you intend to recruit at our university? What are the salary and benefits like?" Wu Qingshu inquired with curiosity. "Currently, there is no limit on recruitment. As long as one possesses genuine talent and skills, our company's principle is to welcome more. Our business is quite diverse. Thus, the demand for personnel is substantial. As for the benefits, they are quite appealing. Wu Xian, here's our recruitment information. You may take a look." Su Huasheng handed the recruitment information to Wu Qingshu. Wu Qingshu perused it with intrigue, while Song Jipei also leaned in with interest. Upon seeing the benefits listed, both of them widened their eyes in astonishment. The base salary for undergraduates is as high as 1,200 yuan. For master's degree holders, it is 1,800 yuan. And for doctoral candidates, it reaches an impressive 3,000 yuan. Additionally, there is a full attendance bonus of 100 yuan, a transportation subsidy of 100 yuan, and a housing allowance of 100 yuan, along with contributions to 5 insurances and 1 fund. The work week consists of 5 days with an 8-hour workday, and overtime is compensated at a rate of 15 times the regular pay. Employees receive 14 months' salary annually, along with 20 days of paid leave each year. Female employees enjoy a year of paid maternity leave, while male employees receive a month of paid paternity leave. Upon witnessing these benefits, both individuals swallowed hard. The salary offered surpasses their own earnings significantly. "Xiao Su, why not recruit me as well?" Wu Qingshu chuckled, lifting his head. "Ha ha ha, sure, Principal Wu. If you are willing to join us, we would certainly welcome you with open arms," Su Huasheng responded, eliciting laughter from Wu Qingshu and Song Jipei. "Xiao Su, I thank you on behalf of the graduates from Yin University. Rest assured, I will personally ensure the arrangements for this recruitment fair," Wu Qingshu asserted confidently. As the principal, he naturally hopes for his university's graduates to secure favorable salaries upon graduation. Currently, the benefits offered by Huasheng Group are unmatched by any domestic enterprise or research institution. Consequently, the disparity in salaries between domestic and foreign positions leads many graduates from Yin University to choose to study abroad and remain overseas. Everyone has their own interests. Most individuals are ordinary people whose primary concern in job seeking is their livelihood. Truly selfless individuals are becoming increasingly rare. The students from Yin University are among the nation's top talents. Pursuing high incomes through their abilities is, in fact, quite justifiable. The enticing offers from Huasheng Group may very well sway those who initially intended to venture abroad, which will be beneficial for Huasheng as well. Chapter 76. A lively campus recruitment. Jing University has come alive, with students animatedly discussing Huasheng Group's recruitment. The benefits have been disclosed, and the salaries are exceedingly high for this era. Although they still do not match overseas compensation, the offers are unparalleled domestically. Graduating undergraduates, considering various allowances, will have a starting salary of 1,500 yuan, and with 14-month salary, their annual income reaches over 21,000 yuan. An annual income of 20,000 yuan is highly attractive for graduates from less affluent backgrounds. Many students at Yin University come from ordinary families. For them, studying abroad sometimes seems unattainable unless they are exceptionally talented. While the trend of going abroad is popular, and many aspire to embrace a world of freedom, the majority still prefer not to leave their homeland. After all, returning home can be inconvenient. And who would wish to face the uncertainties of life abroad when one can secure a decent job domestically? Except for those whose minds have been thoroughly influenced. The so-called banana people who impulsively pursue the freedom abroad, deeming domestic offers as beneath them. These individuals are never the target of Huasheng Group's recruitment. Inside the grand auditorium of Yin University, many attendees inquired about the opportunities, and numerous resumes were submitted. Not only were there senior undergraduates nearing graduation, but also individuals with higher degrees, such as those about to complete their master's or doctoral studies. Teacher Yang, what brings you here? A middle-aged man in his 40s entered the auditorium, holding a resume. Upon seeing him, several students could not help but ask, Yang Ye. He is a notable figure at Yin University, a doctoral advisor in material science, with extraordinary capabilities. I'm just here to take a look. Yang Yi replied with a hint of awkwardness, heading directly to the recruitment desk. Hello, I would like to inquire if the benefits listed are genuine. Yang Yi asked the staff of Huasheng Group directly. Of course they are real. We require a signed employment contract. One staff member replied with a smile. Here's my resume. Please take a look. By the way, may I ask if it is possible to advance some salary upon joining your company? Yang Yi handed over his resume, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The staff member paused momentarily, but accepted the resume, and upon reviewing it, his expression turned serious. Hello, Professor. Could you please wait a moment? The staff member requested, and Yang Yi nodded. The staff member then took the resume and approached the recruitment area, presenting it to Su Huasheng, who was reviewing other resumes. Su, take a look at this resume, the staff member said, relaying Yang Ye's request for an advance on his salary. Su Huasheng curiously accepted the resume and, upon recognizing its owner, widened his eyes in surprise. Goodness, is this not Professor Yang? He is a prominent figure at Yin University, a doctoral advisor, and a leading expert in material science. He is also an external special researcher at Huasheng Institute, specializing in composite and alloy materials. Many foreign universities and companies have offered him top-tier salaries. Yet he has not chosen to go abroad. Now, unexpectedly, he has submitted his resume to our company and is seeking an advance on his salary. He must be facing some difficulties. Let's go, Su Huasheng declared decisively, realizing they must secure this talent, even if it meant facing Wu Qingshu's displeasure. Securing Yang Yi would mean adding a top-tier technical expert to Huasheng Materials Research Institute. Hello, Professor Yang, Su Huasheng greeted warmly upon reaching the recruitment area. Who are you? Yang Yi inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. This is our General Su. The recruitment staff introduced. Yang Yi nodded. I'm also a graduate of Yin University. My mentor is Professor Song Jipei. May I ask you a question, Professor Yang? Su Husen Vente. Yang Yi nodded in affirmation. I am aware that many foreign enterprises and universities have offered you substantial salaries, yet you have not accepted any offers. Why have you come to our company today? I heard you were seeking an advance on your salary. Are you facing some challenges? If so, please let us know if there is any way we can assist you. We value talents like you highly. Su Husen spoke candidly. understanding that such esteemed individuals are rarely swayed by monetary incentives. It's nothing much. My wife fell ill recently, and the medical expenses are quite substantial, Yang Yi replied straightforwardly, showing no hesitation. Upon hearing this, Su Huasheng swallowed hard, realizing even esteemed figures sometimes have to bend for the sake of survival. However, this situation presented an opportunity for himself. Professor Yang, should you join Huasheng Group, your base salary would be 5,000 yuan per month with 14 months salary annually. If you sign a 10-year employment contract, we will provide you with a relocation allowance of 50,000 yuan. Additionally, upon joining, you will be assigned to a 4-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment free of charge, with housing arrangements available later. The company will provide you with a vehicle and a driver, and you will receive 1 month of paid leave each year. However, the only stipulation is that travel abroad would not be permitted. Moreover, the project for which you have applied has no upper limit on funding. Our company will establish a state-of-the-art materials laboratory for you. If there is anyone in the country whom you wish to recruit, feel free to mention it directly, and we shall pursue them. Should you require additional funds or wish to advance your salary, we are prepared to provide you with a salary advance equivalent to 5 years, Su Huasheng stated directly. Upon hearing such generous terms, Yang Yi swallowed hard, and tears nearly welled in his eyes. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of camaraderie, as if he were willing to sacrifice for one who truly understands him. In Su Huasheng's eyes, Yang Yi perceived the profound regard that Huasheng Group holds for talent. Yang Ye's response was succinct. His nature was straightforward, lacking any guile or finesse in social interactions. Otherwise, with his capabilities, it would be inconceivable that he remained merely a doctoral advisor. He could easily assume the role of a department head or even a dean. Professor Yang, let us discuss this further inside. I will have someone draft the contract. Su Huasheng quickly instructed his team to prepare the contract. It was crucial to secure such a prominent figure, to finalize the agreement promptly and provide the relocation fee. Once the contract was signed and the relocation fee dispersed, Yang Ye's character assured that he would not backtrack. Although it seemed somewhat opportunistic, in the face of such talent, seizing the moment was warranted. Joining Huasheng Materials Research Institute was undeniably preferable to languishing in obscurity at Yen University. Chapter 77. Recruiting a Materials Science Luminary. The launch of VCD players. Su Huasheng acted swiftly, completing the arrangements in a mere half hour. After Yang Yi signed the contract, Su Huasheng personally escorted him to the bank. In the car, Yang Yi gazed at the 50,000 RMB relocation fee in the cloth bag, his eyes glistening with emotion. The weight of stress had been heavy. His wife's illness necessitated considerable financial resources. The surgical expenses alone exceeded 20,000 RMB, as the procedure was complex and required specialists from Japan. Additionally, the ongoing medical costs were exorbitant, with many medications obtainable only from abroad, thus driving up the expenses. Despite being a doctoral advisor at Yen University, Yang Yi earned a meager monthly salary of 750 RMB. With 3 children to support, their combined income had previously sufficed, but now, the burden of illness had shattered their family. Professor Yang, prioritize your wife's health. If funds fall short, please inform me. The company can advance your salary. Everything will improve. We also have foreign exchange, and should you need treatments abroad or medications from overseas, do not hesitate to call me. Here is my number, Su Huasheng quietly assured. Yang Yi nodded, refraining from further comments. After dropping Yang Yi off at the hospital, Su Huasheng drove away, and as he watched the car disappear, Yang Yi tightly clutched the bag, realizing that he had effectively sold himself to Huasheng Group. The news of Yang Ye's recruitment by Huasheng Group spread rapidly through Yen University. His salary and benefits became public knowledge, prompting other faculty members to feel uneasy. Wu Qing-shu, upon hearing the news, nearly erupted with anger. You little rascal. We brought you here through campus recruitment, not to undermine our foundation. With those benefits, do you intend to establish Huasheng University as well? Following the revelation of Yang Ye's departure, many students at Yen University made decisive choices. Some who had initially planned to study abroad reconsidered, while others who intended to join certain organizations abandoned those plans. In short, Huasheng Group effectively showcased its prowess, securing a wealth of talent from Yen University. This strategy was not limited to Yen University. Neighboring Shuemu University and other institutions in Yanjing were also targeted. Students and faculty alike were welcomed to join Huasheng Group, leading to an immediate enhancement of its reputation across various universities, particularly in fields such as computer science, communications, semiconductors, and material science. Huasheng Group was eager for talent, leaving no room for hesitation. The computer sector, in particular, was a focal point for Huasheng Group, which aimed to vigorously develop both hardware and software. Communications and semiconductors were likewise prioritized projects. Lastly, material science was a domain that Su Huasheng dedicated considerable effort to, as the advancement of technology could often be encapsulated by the phrase materials reign supreme. Much of technological progress is propelled by developments in material science, where the formulations and processes of advanced materials constitute state and corporate secrets. Su Huasheng possessed extensive knowledge of these formulations and processes, which fueled his excitement upon recruiting Yang Yi. The future Huasheng Materials Research Institute was envisioned as the driving force behind the entire Huasheng Group's progress, where new materials would lead to new technologies, subsequently advancing scientific development. While Su Huasheng was engaged in recruiting for Huasheng Group in Yanjing, the top 10 VCD licensed brands initiated significant actions. The VCD Industry Alliance moved swiftly, with the leading brands competing fiercely for stock, particularly for decoders and main components. Given Huasheng Group's limited production capacity, with only one chip production line operating at full capacity, it could only produce 10,000 decoding chips per day. Such a quantity was insufficient for 10 companies to share, leading to near confrontations among procurement teams. Ultimately, Su Dabao intervened, allocating a daily production of 1,000 units per brand, ensuring fairness in distribution. After days of tireless efforts, each of the top 10 brands accumulated over 10,000 units of inventory. At this juncture, they were eager to launch their VCD products, as the price point was relatively high and they were anxious about unsold stock. In Modu, a storefront of Changhong Television opened its doors, prominently displaying a large poster of the VCD player at its entrance. Moreover, staff set up a table outside with a large Changhong television connected to a VCD player, accompanied by 2 sizable speakers, creating a simple home theater setup. Soon, an employee inserted a disc featuring the popular film A Better Tomorrow, and as the movie began to play, the loud sounds attracted the attention of passers-by. "What is this? How can they show a movie? This is amazing. Young lady, what is this? How much does it cost? Is this a movie projector?" Quickly, a crowd gathered, inquiring about the VCD player. The employee began explaining the concept of the VCD player. Currently, the VCD player was priced at a premium of 2,999 renminbi, a figure that Changhong had set after thorough market research. Those unable to afford such a device would also not be able to buy one at 1,999 renminbi. The affluent, however, could certainly manage the higher price, especially in first-tier cities where the wealthy were numerous. For those who had already purchased luxury cars and expensive televisions, a modest VCD player posed no financial burden. "Excuse me, how much are the discs?" one onlooker asked after observing for a while. "Sir, we do not sell discs here." The newly opened audiovisual store nearby specializes in selling and renting discs at very reasonable prices, the staff member replied, prompting the man to nod in understanding. Although he did not immediately purchase the VCD player and instead headed into the audiovisual store. "Hello, are you here to buy or rent discs?" The proprietor of the audiovisual shop inquired with a smile, although internally he felt quite apprehensive. He had been persuaded to open this establishment, and he was uncertain about its prospects. Despite the high profit margins on discs, he had no idea how many customers would actually make purchases. "How do you sell them?" the man asked directly. "The prices vary depending on the type of disc, but generally, they are 1 yuan each. If you wish to rent, it's even cheaper. A disc costs just a dime per day, and television series are a bit less expensive," the owner enthusiastically explained. The man nodded in agreement, finding the prices reasonable and affordable. "Are there any special discs? Would you like to take a look?" the owner asked quietly after scanning the area for other customers. Intrigued by the owner's suggestion, the man followed him into a small private room. When the lights illuminated the space, he was taken aback by the wall adorned with an array of discs. In the small room, the man swallowed hard. The walls were lined with discs, and merely gazing at their covers left him parched. "Brother, this can't be a scam, can it?" he whispered. "Of course not. Choose one, and I'll let you have a look," the owner replied softly. The man, feeling a rush of excitement, selected a foreign film. The cover featuring a woman in black stockings made him feel flushed. She was truly beautiful. Good eye. This is from Europe and America, a rare find. The owner remarked as he retrieved the disc and powered on the television and player in the room. Despite being newly launched, these audiovisual stores had already acquired products, supported by the top 10 brands. As the owner inserted the disc and fast-forwarded while minimizing the volume, enchanting sounds soon filled the small room. The man's eyes widened, nearly wishing to dive into the screen. The owner chuckled at the man's reaction, recognizing the allure of such films in this era, especially for someone who had not yet been exposed to the internet explosion. Well, I didn't deceive you, did I? After watching for a few minutes, the owner turned off the television and carefully placed the disc back. How much for such a film? The man inquired. These are relatively expensive due to their scarcity, priced at 5 yuan each. If you purchase 10 at once, I'll throw in an extra one for free, the owner offered with anticipation in his eyes. All right, I'll take 20. Can I get an extra one for that? The man asked. Certainly. For you, 25 discs will be 100 yuan, which is 4 yuan each. But remember, you mustn't disclose that you bought them here, the owner whispered. Don't worry, I understand. The man grinned as he began selecting his discs. The owner, keen to assist, inquired about the man's preferred genres. Although the discs varied in number and had similar covers, their content styles differed significantly. Some were misleading, while others were genuine. Before long, the man exited the small room, carrying a black bag. The owner beamed at the sight of the 100 yuan in his hand. This was indeed a lucrative venture. The discs outside were procured at a mere 30 cents each, while those in the private room were slightly pricier at 50 cents. Selling 25 discs cost him only 12 yuan 50 cents, yet he sold them for 100 yuan. The profit margin was astonishing. If he could replicate this daily, he would earn a fortune. Reflecting on his previous factory job, where he toiled for a month to earn 300 to 400 yuan, he realized that running an audiovisual shop could yield 800 or more from just one transaction. If business flourished, a monthly income exceeding 10,000 yuan was not merely a dream. The owner sat there, chuckling to himself, eagerly anticipating the success of his enterprise. In this era, fortune favored the bold and punished the timid. With enough courage, a bit of networking, and opportunity, one could strike it rich. After leaving the shop, the man headed straight to the Huasheng store. Miss, I'd like to purchase one of those disc players, he declared loudly, not even bothering to bargain, as he was eager to return home and explore his newfound treasures. Certainly, sir. The smiling attendant quickly fetched a new player for him. The attendant earned a commission of 10 yuan for each sale, which was quite substantial. With a newly acquired player in hand, the man drove away. Zhao, you're back. What have you bought this time? A middle-aged man in a nearby community asked, noticing the items the man was carrying. Lao Wang, come, I'll show you something amazing. He replied quietly, piquing Wang's curiosity. Come on, you'll see soon enough, the man said as he led Wang back to his home. Finding the house empty, as his wife was at work and his child at school, he eagerly set up the disc player according to the instructions and turned on the television. Lao Wang, pull the curtains, he instructed, heightening Wang's intrigue about what was happening. Once the curtains were drawn, the man retrieved a disc and placed it in the player. Lao Zhao, what is this? Wang exclaimed, eyes wide as he gazed at the discs. This is called VCD. You can watch movies at home. Just see how good it is. The two men, enveloped in secrecy, began their cinematic experience, feeling as though they had unlocked a gateway to a new world. 2 hours later, Wang left the man's home, heading straight back to the Huasheng store. This was something he had to acquire for himself. Such scenes were unfolding across the nation. As the top 10 brands officially launched their VCD players, attracting crowds and eager buyers, shop owners smiled with satisfaction, especially those running audiovisual stores, who were elated beyond measure. In iZone, the sales data for the VCD players from yesterday is in, a young assistant announced, entering Ni Feng's office at the Huasheng factory early the next day. How many did we sell? Ni Feng yearly. Yesterday, we sold a total of 872 units, the assistant reported, eliciting a broad smile from an iPhone. Fantastic! Selling 872 units in a single day is a splendid start. I know that with growing reputation and trends, sales will only increase, especially since the market is currently underserved. As for the profits, each VCD player generated 2,000 yuan for the Huasheng factory, which was extraordinarily lucrative. In contrast, the profit on a television was only 200 to 300 yuan, and with rising market competition, those profits were diminishing. Compared to televisions, VCD players were a veritable goldmine. Selling 10,000 units would yield 20 million yuan in profit, and if they achieved sales of 100,000 units, that would translate to 200 million yuan. Should they match their television sales and reach 1 million units in a year, the profit would skyrocket to 2 billion yuan. Contemplating these figures, Feng swallowed hard. We need to expedite shipments. Have procurement stay close to Huasheng. Our stock is insufficient, and we need to sell more, he instructed. Realizing that with only a little over 10,000 units in stock, they needed to act quickly before selling out. How could one profit without sufficient inventory? It was imperative to secure more stock without delay. Even if it costs a few hundred more, Feng is willing to acquire it. This is true for the Changhong factory, as well as for the other top 10 brands. Although they may not sell as many as Changhong, they're still quite popular. On this day, the VCD officially hit the market. Wealthy individuals were the first to experience the allure of this machine, and many of them would boast about their purchases among their affluent peers. In circles of the wealthy, the majority are indeed wealthy. For these individuals, seeing a friend acquire such a gadget compels them to procure one as well, regardless of the cost. It is a matter of prestige, a reflection of fashion. Particularly after watching a film with the curtains drawn, they regarded the VCD player as if it were a treasure unearthed. Under this effect, the VCD player quickly gained immense popularity across the nation. Chapter 79, the sold-out VCD. Rare earth resources not to be sold cheaply, the VCD phenomenon has truly ignited. Within a week, the top 10 brands were completely sold out. Display models in stores were nearly snatched away, and some stores even resorted to selling at inflated prices. This situation left the top 10 brands in a state of both joy and concern. They were delighted by the profits, yet troubled by the lack of inventory. The production capacity of Huasheng's chips is limited. Huawang's lithography machines produce only about 20 units a year, which is already at maximum capacity. Now, not only are the top 10 brands anxious, but Huasheng Group is also under pressure, as they too are in need of chips. It is important to note that not only the VCD requires chips, but Huasheng's DVD also demands them. Moreover, the high-end home appliances that Huasheng Group plans to launch will also require chips. Once Huasheng Group's computers and mobile phones enter mass production, the demand for chips will increase even further. Son, can you think of a solution? Our production capacity is too low. In a hotel, Su Huasheng was on the phone with Su Daba. Listening to Su Daba's words, Su Huasheng chuckled. Father, there is nothing we can do at the moment. We just have to wait. The lithography machines have limited production capacity, and worrying won't help. Let them wait. In a few months, capacity will increase. Su Huasheng smiled, acknowledging that he too was powerless. Although they possessed the technology, the production line required time. Moreover, Su Huasheng dared not hastily allow Huawang to blindly expand production, as lithography machines are not like other products. Such cutting-edge products inherently have low sales volumes. Currently, the orders for Huawang's lithography machines come solely from Huasheng Group. An annual production of 20 units is already quite remarkable. Huasheng Group also refrained from recklessly expanding chip production lines. The daily limit for each line is 10,000 chips. Huasheng Group has ordered 20 production lines, meaning that when all lines are operational, they could produce 200,000 chips a day, which is already a formidable capacity. If fully utilized, this would amount to an annual capacity of 73 million chips, which would be more than sufficient in the short term. Unless future product sales soar and orders increase significantly, this capacity will not be expanded arbitrarily. Minister Pan is calling. You need to go see him. Stepping out of the room, Han Ying stated directly at the door, to which Su Huasheng nodded, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Hello, Minister Pan. In Pan Yunqing's office. Su Huasheng arrived. Haha, young Su has come. Come, let me introduce you. This is General Liu from our Hardware and Mineral Import and Export Corporation. As Pan Yunqing stood up, he began to introduce Su Huasheng to several prominent figures in the office. Su Huasheng greeted everyone with a smile. These individuals held significant positions. The Hardware and Mineral Import and Export Corporation, the Non-Ferrous Metals Import Corporation, and the Metallurgy Import and Export Corporation are responsible for the export of rare earth resources from Huasheng. Now, the leaders of these three companies had gathered. Young Su, your request has been approved. In the future, the rare earth resources exported from Huasheng will be prioritized for your company, but your company must pay in US dollars. Only the excess capacity that your company cannot utilize will be sold externally. Minister Pan's words brought a smile to Su Huasheng's face. This was undoubtedly good news. Huasheng Group would certainly require a substantial amount of rare earth resources. Even if they don't need it immediately, they can stockpile it, as these resources do not expire. Minister Pan, esteemed leaders, if we completely ban the export of rare earth resources, our country may face significant diplomatic pressures. I have a proposal. Su Huasheng said with a smile, and the others turned to him. He was correct. A complete ban on exports would indeed place the nation under considerable diplomatic strain. Rare earth resources not only generate revenue in US dollars, but also fulfill political demands at times. The three major groups should establish a new company. In the future, we will no longer sell rare earth ores. Instead, we will sell refined non-ferrous metals. Of course, the prices will inevitably rise several-fold. This way, we can not only earn more, but also retain the rare earth refining technology and industrial chain within our borders. Eventually, we could even import rare earth ores from abroad for refining and resale. Selling raw mineral resources is the least profitable. Su Huasheng's proposal caused the expressions of the three company leaders to grow serious. What about funding and technology? Especially technology. Currently, domestic technological accumulation in this area is minimal. General Liu directly inquired. Esteemed leaders, our company possesses both. We have ample funds and have also acquired some technology. We can lend you the money, and we can sell you the technology at a low price. Huasheng Group only requires the future priority supply rights. Su Huasheng's words invigorated the group. They understood that selling raw minerals is the least profitable. However, previously, Huasheng lacked refining technology and the necessary funds. If Huasheng Group is willing to provide both funding and technology, there is no need to sell raw minerals at all. Selling refined products is far more advantageous. They are easier to transport and command a higher price, resulting in significantly greater profits. The group quickly reached a preliminary agreement in Minister Pan's office. The three conglomerates would establish a new company named Huasheng Non-Ferrous Metals Refining Corporation, primarily responsible for the deep processing and import-export of Huasheng's rare earth resources. After the new company is established, it will borrow some funds and purchase technology from Huasheng Group at low interest, while Huasheng Group will secure priority supply rights for the products. With the agreement reached, the next step is to seek approval from higher authorities, which should not pose significant obstacles. After the representatives of the three major companies departed, only Su Huasheng and Pan Yunqing remained in the room. Young Su, if you have both technology and funds, why not undertake this endeavor yourself? Pan Yunqing inquired, gazing at Su Huasheng. Indeed, Huasheng Group could easily establish a refining company and reap the profits themselves. Minister Pan, I cannot be so greedy. I am still young and wish to live a few more years. Besides, our Huasheng Group does not need to profit from everything. My initial intention in pursuing this matter was merely to prevent our country as treasures from being sold off like cabbage to foreign buyers. Su Huasheng replied with a smile. Indeed, Su Huasheng could consume this entire pie, leaving the nation without technology or funds to do anything but watch Huasheng Group profit. However, he was cautious. This matter was too sensitive. While he might be safe now, if someone were to take issue with him in the future, he could very well be accused of misappropriating state assets, which could lead to dire consequences. The larger the enterprise, the more caution one must exercise. Some things can be consumed, while others cannot, especially when conducting business in Huasheng. One must grasp the balance. After all, Huasheng Group remains a private enterprise, and the majority of the profits end up in Su Huasheng's pocket. Chapter 80. The Scrap Collection Station. Bringing home the why. 10 surprises kept coming. Compared to rare earth resources, the true delight lies in the Magic City. In the warehouse of the Ma-Du Aviation Industry Company, Su Huasheng encountered a colossal relic that had been shrouded in dust for several years. President Su, these are the two prototype aircraft of the Y-10, which have been stored here for several years, remarked a leader accompanying him, disdain evident in his eyes. Su Huasheng suppressed the urge to reprimand him. In Huasheng, it is precisely the existence of such individuals that has caused the stagnation of a nation's large aircraft manufacturing industry for many years. Although this aircraft lags significantly behind foreign products, we must not forget that its emergence signifies Huasheng's achievement in becoming the fourth nation, following the Soviet Union, France, and the United States to master large aircraft manufacturing. Even venerable Britain has yet to produce a jet-powered commercial airliner. Being the fourth in the world is surely a point of pride, is it not? Yet, Huasheng was acutely aware that the discontinuation of the Y-10 project, though laden with regret, was ultimately inevitable. The aircraft merely addressed the existence of the issue, failing to tackle the commercial viability aspect, which is the true reason behind its demise. Even if the aircraft were to be funded for production, it would still not resolve the commercial issue. Without the coercive measures to compel domestic airlines to procure the Y-10, no company would consider its purchase, even if it were cheaper than foreign alternatives. This aircraft is one that would struggle to secure airworthiness certification. Without such certification, safety cannot be guaranteed. Which airline would dare to take the risk with an aircraft that lacks safety assurances? An aviation accident is not a trivial matter. Regrettably, the chief designer Ma is no longer with us. Huasheng sighed as he gazed at the two prototypes. The aircraft remains, but the chief designer, who dedicated over a decade of effort to it, has passed away, succumbing to depression. After surveying the warehouse, Huasheng departed, intending to take the two aircraft home, though his true purpose for arriving was not merely to acquire the aircraft. In comparison to the aircraft, talent is of paramount importance. Huasheng sought not just the Y-10 aircraft, but the brilliant minds behind its creation. At a residential complex in Maudu, the driver halted the vehicle, and Huasheng, carrying 2 bottles of wine, entered a building with Haning. He knocked on a door, which was soon opened by a curious young woman. "Who are you looking for?" she inquired. "Hello, I would like to speak with Chief Engineer Chung." Huasheng replied with a smile. "Dad, someone is here for you," the young woman called out, opening the door wider to let Huasheng and Haning enter. As they stepped inside, Huasheng observed a modest and simply decorated home. "Who is it, young man? Are you looking for me?" An elderly gentleman, full of vitality with a head of white hair, emerged from the study. His curiosity piqued upon seeing Huasheng. "Greetings, Chief Engineer Chung. I am Huasheng, here to consult you about a small matter," Huasheng stated humbly. Chung Yushi nodded, inviting Huasheng and Haning to sit down. Chung Yushi, a prominent figure in the aviation industry, was instrumental in establishing Huasheng's first aircraft and aero engine factories. He later played a pivotal role in the design of various aircraft, including Huasheng's first self-designed jet aircraft, and served as the chief designer and deputy chief designer of the Y-10. He also drafted Huasheng's first airworthiness standards and oversaw the technical certification of the Y-12, the first aircraft in Huasheng to achieve airworthiness approval. His academic contributions advanced systematic engineering, design parameter optimization, and research in catastrophic theory, transitioning aircraft design from empirical methods to parameter-based design. This esteemed individual became Huasheng's target. As a late chief designer, Ma could no longer assist him. The grand aircraft project of Huasheng Group needed the weight of Chung Yushi's expertise to sustain it. "Young man, what can I assist you with?" Chung inquired, exuding a friendly demeanor. "Chief Engineer Chung, I wish to ask, if provided with sufficient funding and a complete team, would you have confidence in developing an aircraft more advanced than the Y-10? Huasheng's question left Chung Yushi momentarily speechless, as the Y-10 represented a painful memory for him. "What do you mean by that?" Chung asked, fixing his gaze on Huasheng, who then retrieved some documents from Haning's briefcase. "Chief Engineer Chung, the state has now sold the entire Y-10 project to our company. Here is our authorization letter. In truth, we are not merely interested in the aircraft, but rather in the talented individuals behind it and the invaluable data and experience the Y-10 has left us. Our company is preparing to initiate the development of a more advanced aircraft. Would you consider coming out of retirement to serve as the chief designer for this new project?" Chief designer Ma has passed, leaving behind a sense of regret. "We do not wish to see Huasheng's skies filled solely with foreign aircraft. We believe that Huasheng's aviation professionals are capable of creating truly commercial large aircraft." Huasheng's words caused Chung Yushi's hands to tremble. At that moment, a fire ignited within him, warming his entire being. As he gazed at the documents, Chung inhaled deeply. "How much funding do you plan to allocate for the development of this new aircraft?" "Creating an aircraft requires substantial financial investment," he questioned Huasheng. "Chief Engineer Chung, we have no upper limit on funding. Our Huasheng Group may lack in some areas, but we are not short on money. Is 10 billion sufficient? If not, we can allocate 100 billion. If that is still inadequate, we can invest 1 trillion. Huasheng skies cannot remain dominated by foreign aircraft. This task must eventually be undertaken, and it is better to act sooner rather than later. Chief Engineer Chung, as long as you join us, we will provide whatever funding you require. You need specific personnel? Just provide the list, and we will recruit them. Require equipment? We will procure it. Building aircraft is fundamentally about investing money. As long as we can fund it, we will conquer technical challenges one by one, and success will be ours. Su Huasheng's bold declarations ignited a fervor within Chung Yushi. Old Ma, you left too soon. You should have waited a little longer, he lamented, a hint of moisture in his eyes. Chief Engineer Chung, everything will turn out well. Once we manufacture our large aircraft, I believe that Chief Designer Ma will be watching from above, Su Huasheng assured earnestly. Chung Yushi nodded, a smile gracing his face. Young man, I will join you. However, to construct a large aircraft, I cannot do it alone. I will compile a list of candidates. See how many you can recruit. Moreover, developing an aircraft is a monumental endeavor. It cannot be accomplished by a single enterprise alone. We will need more companies to participate in supporting roles. As Chung spoke of aircraft, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, his voice resonating with renewed vigor. Chief Engineer Chung, please select the individuals, and we shall recruit them. By the way, our company headquarters is in Huasheng, and I intend to establish our aircraft manufacturing facility there. Would you mind working in Huasheng? Su Huasheng inquired with a smile. As long as we can build an aircraft, I would not mind working in a desert, Chung replied, prompting laughter from Su Huasheng. It is individuals like him who embody the backbone of Huasheng. In the original timeline, the development of large aircraft in Huasheng had stagnated for decades. However, now with his own vision, Su Huasheng aims to have Huasheng's large aircraft soaring across the skies of the motherland much sooner. Even if one day the West continues to obstruct airworthiness certification, Su Huasheng is confident in contending against Boeing and Airbus on this piece of land. In the future, the vast market of Huasheng alone will be sufficient for Huasheng's large aircraft to thrive. Chapter 81. The Furious Chief Designer. You are the nation's traders with Chief Designer Chung on board. Matters became significantly simpler. Su Huasheng swiftly proceeded with the handover process in Modu without delay. Moreover, he did not acquire the 2 prototype aircraft for free. He purchased them for 2 million renminbi. While this amount may not seem substantial, it could have been utilized to procure 2 larger aircraft if exchanged for everyday goods in the old country. Su Huasheng's expenditure of 2 million on these assets was also a preemptive measure against any potential accusations of misappropriating state assets, a charge he could not afford to bear. Why did the documents go missing? How were they managed? How could such crucial information be lost? The furious voice of Chung Yushi echoed throughout the archives of Modu Aviation Engineering Company. At that moment, Chung was consumed by rage. The meticulously archived materials for the Yushi project had inexplicably vanished, with the most critical documents among them. These records represented years of dedication from countless individuals, and there were no backups. Although the Yushi project had been halted, these documents remained invaluable national treasures. I have no idea. Perhaps the time you sealed them was insufficient, muttered a middle-aged woman in charge of the archives, seemingly unconcerned. You're talking nonsense. We personally sealed these documents. We meticulously checked each and every one. How dare you? You are traitors to the nation. Chung Yushi trembled with anger, while Su Huasheng's expression darkened. Professor Chung, please do not let your anger affect your health. Su Huasheng said grimly, his eyes burning with intensity. Report this matter upwards. An investigation must be conducted, and we need a proper explanation. Su Huasheng instructed Han Ying beside him, who nodded in agreement. This time, Su Huasheng was genuinely furious. These documents represented the collective efforts of countless aviation professionals over many years. Yet now, these precious records had vanished without explanation, and the loss of such important materials could not simply be attributed to an accident. However, Su Huasheng knew he could not act solely based on his temperament. He had to allow Han Ying to relay the message. The exact reasons behind the cancellation of the Yushi project remained unclear, even up to later generations, shrouded in mystery. Su Huasheng and Chung Yushi departed Modu in anger. Although they did not take the 2 aircraft, Su Huasheng ensured that all remaining materials were salvaged. Despite the significant losses, the remaining documents were still the fruit of hard work from aviation professionals. In Huasheng, the office building within the Huasheng Industrial Park buzzed with activity. Chung Yoshi's influence was formidable. After making several phone calls, many expressed their desire to visit Huasheng and see for themselves what Huasheng Group was all about. They requested leave from their respective organizations to witness the reality of Huasheng Group. Esteemed colleagues, welcome to our temporary office space. Do we notice the construction site over there? It will be completed by the end of this year, and once it's finished, we will move there to enjoy better conditions. For now, please bear with us as the facilities are limited. Huasheng guided everyone into the building, prompting lively discussions among them. This office building is quite impressive. It's brand new and significantly better than what we have at our units, they remarked in admiration. Everyone, this is our workspace, Huasheng announced as they entered the office area. Upon arrival, their eyes widened in astonishment. The spacious, well-lit offices featured individual rooms for each group, along with numerous private offices. What astonished them even more was the equipment within the offices. Each office was equipped with computers, and rows of computers in the group offices were astonishing for that era. Each individual had a large desk and a bookshelf, and every computer was paired with a printer. Is this a computer? A middle-aged man asked incredulously. Even though he saw it, he could hardly believe it. After all, computers were quite expensive, and in their organization, only a handful existed, often reserved for essential tasks. Indeed, these are computers, and they're the most advanced models available. Each person is assigned one, and additionally, we have many software tools developed in-house. Huasheng explained, opening one of the computers as many gathered around, including Cheng Yuzhi, who was equally curious. Look, this is design software that can create both 2D and 3D models. This is a document spreadsheet, and this is computational software. As Huasheng elaborated on the software, everyone was captivated, including Cheng Yuzhi. The existence of such remarkable tools was astonishing. They understood the significance of these software solutions. With them, their work could be conducted with greater efficiency and accuracy, which was of utmost importance to researchers. Moreover, the computer's performance was impressive, with rapid calculation speeds. Dear colleagues, our company is currently preparing to establish our own supercomputer. Once it is completed, we can utilize it for complex calculations, saving us even more time, Huasheng announced, eliciting even greater excitement among the group. They understood the pivotal role supercomputers played in research and development, and none existed in their current organizations. Extravagance was the consensus among the attendees. Everyone thought Huasheng Group was extraordinarily affluent. Now, let me discuss the employee benefits at our company, Huasheng began. When he revealed the details of Huasheng Group's employee compensation, their breaths quickened in disbelief. What kind of extraordinary company is this? They wondered. If they had not witnessed it firsthand, they would have deemed it impossible. How could they afford such generous salaries? Noticing their bewildered expressions, Huasheng chuckled. Are you perhaps skeptical of our company's capabilities? Have you heard of the VCD player recently? He asked playfully. I know of it. My neighbor bought one for over $3,000, a middle-aged man responded. I heard my nephew bought one for $2,999. It's quite expensive, and I certainly cannot afford it. Another chimed in, lamenting that their meager salaries made such purchases unattainable. The VCD player had recently gained immense popularity in Huasheng, with the top 10 brands all selling them. Observing the rising chatter among the group, Huasheng smiled. Let me share a secret that ordinary people might not know. The truth is, the VCD player is a product developed by our company. We merely licensed it to the top brands for sale. If you don't believe me, feel free to purchase one and check if the decoder bears the insignia of Huasheng Group. A DVD player, our company earned a modest profit, perhaps around 5 to 600 yuan. In contrast, the leading brand's first batch of orders amounts to 2 million units, resulting in a net profit exceeding 1 billion renminbi for our Huasheng Group from this initial order. According to current market estimates, the total market capacity in Huasheng is likely to surpass 10 million units without question. Therefore, for just this single product, our Huasheng Group's conservative profit should exceed 5 billion RMB. I wonder if this sum is sufficient for us to develop an aircraft? Huasheng chuckled as he spoke, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment. Observing their expressions, Huasheng nodded in satisfaction, as if to say, if you are unconvinced, let money convince you. This is the audacity of Huasheng Group. In Chapter 82, a lesson for the big shots. Analyzing large aircraft from a business perspective, everyone in the office swallowed hard. 50 billion is an unfathomable figure in this era. How much funding was allocated to the Yunshi project back then? before the Yinsha project was terminated. The team applied for an additional 30 million RMB, yet even that funding was never secured. Now, this young man nonchalantly mentions 50 billion RMB. Even having that amount is still a staggering sum. Let alone 50 billion. For them, 550 million is already a significant figure. Developing large aircraft is an expensive endeavor, but it is not a one-time expenditure. Rather, it is a continuous investment, as the development of large aircraft spans many years. Transitioning a large aircraft from development to operational status can take over a decade, with some requiring even decades of research. At times, the preliminary validation of an aircraft alone can take several years. After the initial shock, everyone's eyes lit up. If ample funding and such favorable benefits truly exist, who would be drawn to that? As aerospace professionals, they are dreamers, and it is this dedication that enables them to persist in the most arduous conditions. Now, with Huasheng Group offering them the possibility of greater rewards alongside their efforts, many found themselves captivated. Human nature harbors self-interest. Who wouldn't wish to earn more money without betraying their organization, principles, or conscience? Especially when this money is legitimate and lawful wages. Ladies and gentlemen, let us move to the conference room. I shall discuss our first project moving forward, Su Huasheng said with a smile, prompting everyone to nod and follow him into the conference room. Once seated, Su Huasheng looked around and smiled at the expressions on their faces. First, I would like to pose a question. Why do you think the Yinsha project was shelved? Was it due to a lack of funds from the state, sabotage from the West, or perhaps some specific reasons? His words rendered everyone silent. At this moment, they were at a loss for words. The true reasons behind the cancellation of the Yinsha project eluded them, and many felt a sense of frustration and discontent. Since no one wished to speak, Su decided to approach the issue from a business perspective. From a commercial standpoint, I believe the Yinsha project was shelved because this aircraft held virtually no commercial potential. Upon hearing this, everyone raised their heads to look at Su Huasheng, their eyes reflecting disbelief. Noticing their expressions, Su Huasheng smiled gently. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a businessman. As a businessman, the ultimate goal of any product our company develops can be succinctly expressed in two words: profit. If a product does not yield profit for the company, regardless of its merits, we will neither launch nor develop it. No enterprise in this world engages in losses, and the same applies to civil aviation, large aircraft. His words prompted deep contemplation among the audience. Returning to the subject of large aircraft, let us briefly reflect on the evolution of the civil aviation industry. Over 70 years ago, the planes soaring through the skies were not harbingers of dreams, but rather instruments of death. The aircraft of the Japanese brought countless calamities to Huasheng, a memory that I believe Chief Engineer Chung still recalls vividly. Su Huasheng glanced at Chung Yushi, who nodded in acknowledgement. At that time, he was still a youth, having personally experienced those harrowing days. The planes of the Japanese dropped bomb after bomb, claiming countless lives. This was the malevolence that aircraft brought. Subsequently, Japan occupied our southeastern coastline, severing maritime aid routes. Consequently, nearly all external support for the resistance came via a single route from India to our southwestern region, traversing the formidable Himalayas. This route, with its arduous ups and downs, became known as the Hump Route, a historical fact that everyone should be well aware of. Su Huasheng smiled as he spoke, eliciting laughter from the group. As aerospace professionals, how could they be unaware of this history? The Hump Route was indeed a lifeline during Huasheng's resistance. Why did Japan invade Myanmar? Why did Huasheng send expeditionary forces? All for this route. It could be said that this route was Huasheng's lifeline. Without it, the struggle would have been even more arduous and brutal. Most planes flying along the Hump Route were transport aircraft, and one of the first profitable civil aviation aircraft was the DC-3 on this route. After the Second World War, numerous DC-3s, utilized during the conflict, flooded into the civil aviation market, propelling the development of civil aviation. Aircraft bridged distances between people, shrinking the world, with routes acting as the veins connecting the globe, infusing it with new vitality. Su Huasheng's remarks prompted nods of agreement from all. Indeed, when aircraft first emerged, they served warfare, but following the war, civil aviation began to flourish. The genesis of our civil aviation industry can be traced back to the two aviation uprisings, when employees from two airlines took 12 passenger planes from Hong Kong Island to contribute to Huasheng's development. marking the inception of our civil aviation. From that moment, the skies of Huasheng witnessed an increasing number of civil passenger aircraft. From the piston propeller-driven DC-3 CV-240 to the turbine propeller aircraft IL-18 purchased from the Soviet Union, and then to the jet aircraft Trident acquired from Britain, the aircraft utilized in our civil aviation sector have continually increased, reflecting a process of modernization, transitioning from outdated models to more advanced ones. Huasheng recounted the history of civil aviation with great familiarity, which led many to regard him with newfound respect. It was clear he had done his homework and was no mere businessman lacking knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, if I were to inquire about the most successful civil aviation aircraft in the world today, who do you think it would be? Huasheng asked playfully. The Boeing 707. A middle-aged man blurted out, and others chuckled in agreement. The Boeing 707, in their minds, represented the pinnacle of civil aviation, with the Inshore project aiming to emulate this aircraft. Indeed, it is the Boeing 707. After the Second World War, both Britain and the United States significantly increased their investments in civil aviation aircraft. Enhanced speed and more comfortable cabin environments transformed the experience of air travel. Particularly, the success of the Boeing 707 can be attributed to its establishment of the design template for modern civil aircraft, resulting in many subsequent successful aircraft featuring similar layouts. Huasheng spoke earnestly, and everyone listened intently. Although they were all aviation professionals, they found Huasheng's perspective intriguing and distinct from their own. As researchers, they typically approached issues from a technical standpoint, focusing on whether an aircraft is advanced based on data. In contrast, Huasheng explored the subject from a commercial angle. The Boeing 707 is heralded as the world's first commercially successful jet airliner. One might ponder why it has earned such a distinction. Huasheng surveyed the crowd, and the question rendered everyone thoughtful. As researchers, they found themselves somewhat at a loss regarding this inquiry. Chapter 83. The commercial reality behind the cessation of the Y-10 project. Noticing the silence that enveloped the room, Huasheng sighed. They were indeed excellent researchers, yet they lacked the acumen of successful entrepreneurs. The reason I assert that the Boeing 707 is the first aircraft to achieve commercial success is that both Boeing, the manufacturer, and the airlines operating the 707 have profited from it. Upon this declaration, the audience lifted their heads, their expressions grave, with many experiencing a moment of enlightenment. Dear colleagues, for an aircraft to attain commercial success, it must possess adequate safety and economic viability. Even today, a considerable number of individuals perceive air travel as unsafe. An aircraft that frequently encounters accidents will inevitably be shunned by passengers and airlines alike, thus jeopardizing its operational future. Economic viability is an essential attribute for commercial operations. Whether it be excessive production costs, high fuel consumption, or challenging maintenance, success in the commercial realm becomes elusive. The success of the Boeing 707 lies in its impeccable fulfillment of these requirements. Huasheng's words sparked clarity among many. At that moment, they began to grasp the reasons behind the cessation of the Y-10 project. Returning to our Y-10, I recognize that this aircraft embodies the dreams of us all. Its performance is commendable, yet have we considered how it meets the stringent airworthiness requirements? Huasheng posed this question, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. Though Cheng Yushi gazed earnestly at Huasheng, eager for his insights. Airworthiness is presently a shackle on our civil aviation industry. The term airworthy implies suitability for flight, specifically within civil aviation routes. Unlike military aircraft, commercial airliners, due to their large passenger capacity and frequent operations, demand exceptionally high standards of safety and reliability. Are you familiar with McDonnell Douglas's DC-10? Huasheng inquired, prompting nods from some, who recognized it as the king of aviation disasters. This aircraft saw the production of over 400 units, yet 15 were involved in accidents, earning it the moniker of a cursed aircraft. In stark contrast, the Concorde was withdrawn from service after just one incident. The civil aviation sector operates under a zero-tolerance policy regarding safety flaws, which has led nations with early developments in civil aviation to impose rigorous and detailed airworthiness standards. These standards encompass everything from structural integrity and engine reliability to responses during emergencies and bird strikes, down to seat configurations, emergency exit placements, control button colors, and seatbelt dimensions. Each criterion in the airworthiness standards is derived from real-world accident scenarios. Huasheng's remarks elicited deep breaths from all present. It can be asserted that Western nations have learned from their aviation mishaps, continuously refining their regulations, which are becoming increasingly stringent and meticulous. This has resulted in elevated barriers to entry for civil aviation technology. Without challenging these regulations, even if the Y-10 were developed, could it realistically be operated? This question cast a pall of silence over the assembly. While the standards may be borrowed from international examples, determining compliance necessitates extensive experimentation and flight testing. Colleagues, have we matured our developmental process for the Y-10 to meet these standards? Have we employed precise and reliable measurement methods that align with international criteria for the Y-10's flight parameters? Can our testing methods and technologies support this aircraft? Are our materials entirely compliant? To put it simply, who among you can guarantee that our Y-10 will ensure the safety of our passengers in flight? Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. Reflecting on the challenges encountered during the Y-10's research phase, no one dared to speak, aware of their inability to provide assurance. Indeed, the Y-10 has taken to the skies multiple times. However, does a handful of safe flights ensure safety over hundreds of flights? As developers, they knew all too well the realities of the Y-10. Despite its successful flights, numerous issues persisted. Some materials were subpar, certain data imprecise, and even some airworthiness test data lacked clarity in measurement. Thus, even if the aircraft were produced, no airline would be willing to purchase it unless compelled by administrative measures. No airline would dare to take such a risk. As the Y-10 is a civil airliner, it stands as a plane that no one is likely to buy. From a commercial perspective, what rationale exists for continuing its development? Therefore, if we cannot challenge airworthiness standards, if we cannot break through airworthiness technology, our large civil aircraft will forever remain shackled by these constraints. Even if we were to produce a large aircraft, if it does not meet these standards, airlines will not purchase it. Moreover, airworthiness standards represent not merely a challenge, but also a blockade imposed by Western nations. Obtaining their airworthiness certification for our civil aircraft is a formidable task. Thus, the challenges surrounding large civil aircraft extend beyond mere aircraft design. They encompass our nation's airworthiness standards. Huasheng's words painted a picture of desolation and a hint of despair in the eyes of the audience. In contemporary Huasheng, what airworthiness standards exist? There is a lack of data on how to acquire and measure various airworthiness standards, making participation in passenger aircraft development exceedingly challenging. Director Su, if that is the case, why have you invited us here? An engineer could not help but inquire, prompting Huasheng to smile. Quite simply, the first aircraft we aim to develop is not a civil airliner at all, Huasheng stated with a smile, causing the audience to widen their eyes in surprise. Colleagues, the difficulties facing our nation's large civil aircraft extend far beyond airworthiness standards. In terms of materials, engines, control systems, and other aspects, we lag far behind developed nations. Without resolving these issues, even if we address airworthiness challenges in the future, does that guarantee the creation of a large aircraft? After concluding his remarks, Huasheng stood and approached the podium, drawing back a curtain to reveal a large blackboard. A massive, colorful rendering of an aircraft appeared before all. Upon seeing the image of the large, gray-painted aircraft, the audience could hardly contain their astonishment. Colleagues, this is the first aircraft we aspire to develop, codenamed Y-20. It is a large transport aircraft. The purpose is straightforward. As the express delivery industry evolves, many packages will require air transport. Rather than renting aircraft from others, I envision a more efficient approach. We will develop our own aircraft specifically for express delivery and establish a fleet to transport our packages, enabling our deliveries to reach their destinations on the same day they are sent, Huasheng proclaimed with a radiant smile. Yet, as the audience beheld the rendering of this formidable aircraft, some could not help but murmur in skepticism. Really? You claim this aircraft is for delivering packages? I doubt it. Who in their right mind would use such a machine for deliveries, unless the courier's name is Dongfeng? Chapter 84. The Large Aircraft Project. Our Y-20 is a plane for express delivery, ladies and gentlemen. Here are some technical requirements. This aircraft must have a maximum takeoff weight of no less than 220 tons, a maximum payload capacity of no less than 66 tons, and a maximum range of no less than 8,000 kilometers, with a flight speed not lower than 850 kilometers per hour. The cargo hold must measure 36 meters in length, 44 meters in width, and 44 meters in height. This aircraft must provide ample cargo space and flexibility. Furthermore, it needs to be capable of taking off and landing on inadequately paved short runways, adapting to various terrains and climatic conditions. After all, we occasionally deliver to remote locations, so we must consider all possible scenarios. Su Huasheng's words made everyone swallow hard, and Cheng Youshir's gaze towards Su Huasheng began to shift. Before arriving, Cheng Youshir perceived Su Huasheng merely as a quintessential businessman, summoning everyone to gamble on a civil aviation passenger aircraft, as this market is substantial. However, the specifications of this aircraft transformed Cheng Youshir's mindset. This was no ordinary passenger aircraft. It was a large military transport aircraft that Huasheng could not yet afford to produce. Just look at these standards. Every requirement is aimed at military applications. Of course, in the future, this aircraft could also be adapted for civilian use by removing certain military equipment. This is common practice in many countries. The Soviet Union and the United States have civilian versions of their military transport planes, which could indeed facilitate express delivery. Ladies and gentlemen, if we are to build, let us create the most advanced model, targeting the future. The purpose of this aircraft is also to accumulate more technology and experience. It will undergo testing under the strictest standards. Throughout this experimentation process, we shall aim for the most rigorous airworthiness criteria. Once we have mastered these airworthiness technologies and accumulated sufficient expertise with this aircraft, I believe our large civil aviation aircraft will undoubtedly grace the skies of our homeland. Su Huasheng stated this directly, igniting a wave of enthusiasm among all present. As for whether the Y-20 would incur losses, it is inconsequential, even if there is no demand. Our company's air transport fleet can order many units. Ultimately, even if we face losses, our Huasheng group can bear the burden. Su Huasheng's assertion elicited laughter from everyone. His reasoning was both sufficient and formidable. Now, all of you hail from various organizations. You may inquire whether your units are willing to participate. Our Huasheng group will finance the project while they provide manpower. In the end, we will share the technology. This venture is undoubtedly advantageous for them, correct? Su Huasheng smiled as he spoke, and upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened, including Cheng Youshir's. This strategy was brilliant. In this era, Huasheng's aviation sector is in dire need of funds. Due to financial constraints, many projects have been cut and technological advancements have slowed. Some airline employees even have to work outside to supplement their incomes. Certain organizations are even producing a plethora of civilian products unrelated to aerospace to generate revenue. Mr. Su, I am from Chengfei, and I would like to inquire about the salary structure. Will our personnel be compensated according to Chengfei's standards or those of Huasheng? Will Chengfei disburse the salaries, or will Huasheng? A middle-aged man asked, prompting everyone to turn their attention to Huasheng Group. Of course, salaries will be based on our Huasheng standards, and Huasheng Group will handle the payments. Once you come to work for us, it would be unreasonable to adhere to your standards. Is there any merit in helping a friend while bringing your own provisions? Su Huasheng replied with a flamboyant demeanor. Yet his manner brought smiles to everyone's faces. Cheng Youshir also laughed, but as the laughter continued, his eyes began to glisten. Dear colleagues, I now entrust this aircraft to your capable hands. I shall play to my strengths as a pragmatic businessman, diligently working to secure funding for research and development. In the coming days, you will settle in, regardless of whether you join Huasheng Aviation or remain with your original units, while working here on secondment. I, Su Huasheng, warmly welcome you all. Our company has also gathered some useful materials, which we will provide to you shortly, Su Huasheng announced, eliciting further laughter. Chief Engineer Cheng, the ensuing matters shall be entrusted to you. You know many people, please reach out to them. The more talent, the better. Do not fear a surplus. Our Huasheng group can accommodate it, Su Huasheng said with a smile, looking at Cheng Youshir. All right, but if the numbers swell and expenses soar, do not lament. Cheng Youshir teased. That will only indicate that my ability to generate profits is insufficient. Su Huasheng chuckled, eagerly anticipating the day when the Kunpeng spreads its wings. He possessed comprehensive information on the Y-20, not merely the initial version, but all materials up to 2035. By that time, the Y-20 would have become Huasheng's primary transport aircraft, undergoing several revisions and upgrades, showcasing formidable performance. With this information, skilled technicians, and ample funding, Su Huasheng was confident that when this aircraft is completed, it would surpass the original version significantly in advancement and capability. Earning substantial profits, were essential. This grand project required considerable funding. Presently, his earnings were insufficient. Indeed, money was a resource that could never be too abundant. The Y-20 project was officially initiated, and Cheng Yuzhi named it the Kunping project. The Kun, in the Divine Sea, once transformed into a Peng, soars into the clouds, flying 9,000 miles. Cheng Yuzhi and others began to relay the good news to major aviation sectors in Huasheng. And upon receiving this news, the personnel from various sectors went into a frenzy. Old Song, is what you said true? Huasheng Group is genuinely willing to invest and share technology? An elder enthusiastically inquired in an office at Chengfei. Director, how could I deceive you? Didn't Chief Cheng from 708 call you? It was Su from Huasheng Group himself who stated it. They have the funds. Can you believe it? They equipped everyone with computers, which have remarkably useful tools. Moreover, Su's vision is broad, and he excels at generating profits. The VCD player is a product of their development. However, they do not sell it directly, but rather authorize it to other brands, earning royalties, Old Song replied, his face beaming with joy as he spoke of Huasheng Group and Su Huasheng. Listening to Old Song's words, Cheng Changzheng felt a surge of excitement. They were in dire need of funds. Chengfei was also experiencing financial strain. Otherwise, why would they venture into the civilian goods market? To earn money, Chengfei had resorted to producing washing machines, furniture, and hardware. Let us go. I will personally pay them a visit, Cheng Changzheng declared, feeling the urgency to make the trip, as such an opportunity would be monumental for Chengfei. Not only could Chengfei participate in the development of large aircraft, but they could also acquire numerous new technologies, all of which could be applied to Chengfei's new projects, making them more advanced, such as Project Number 10. Chapter 85. A small gift reveals the complexity of humanity after a whirlwind of activities. Su Huasheng finally returned home. Phew, I'm utterly exhausted. Dad, Mom. As he entered the house, Su Huasheng could not help but exclaim. After days of back-and-forth travel, he felt wearied. From Shenzhen to Mo-Du, and then from Mo-Du to Yanjing, followed by another journey back to Mo-Du, and finally returning once more to Mo-Du. This circle is indeed vast. However, the rewards have been substantial. During this venture, not only did I acquire a telecommunications industry license, but I also secured future rare earth resources and successfully managed to bring in the large aircraft project. Most importantly, I have recruited numerous talents for Huasheng Group, enabling it to unleash its full potential. Henceforth, we can stabilize our development. Son, you're back. Upon hearing Su Huasheng's voice, Su Debao and Li Chan emerged from their room. However, upon noticing Li Chan's reddened eyes, Su Huasheng's expression turned grave. Mother, why are you crying? Father, what have you done to Mother? Su Huasheng directly inquired, leaving Su Debao with an expression of helplessness. Son, this is not my doing. You should ask your three aunts. Truly, they are ungrateful wretches, Su Debao replied candidly, which left Su Huasheng momentarily stunned. Son, not long ago, you granted each of your three uncles 5% of shares. Today, when your mother visited your grandfather, your three aunts made sarcastic remarks about her, claiming that the shares are worthless and that she has forgotten her family now that she has money, which left your mother in tears, Su Debao explained, igniting a surge of anger within Su Huasheng. Damn it, I provided for you, and this is the gratitude I receive? At this moment, Su Huasheng finally comprehended the ancient saying about the ungratefulness of those who receive kindness. Taking a deep breath, he declared, Father, Mother, come with me. So, where are you going? Please do not act rashly, Li Chan urged. Mother, rest assured I will not harm them. Father, please inform my three uncles, and also notify my second uncle and the others to come to the bank. Su Huasheng's voice was calm, yet his demeanor was frosty. The shares he had granted were based on the respect he held for his parents. He never anticipated that it would lead to such an outcome. Honey, trust our son. He has a plan, Su Debao whispered. Li Chan glanced at Su Debao and then at the stern-faced Su Huasheng, ultimately nodding in agreement. In the VIP room of the Industrial and Commercial Bank, Su Huasheng sat with an ominous expression. Present in the room, alongside Han Ing, were the bank president, bank staff, and officials from the Shenzhen Notary Office. Huasheng Group is a prestigious client of the Industrial and Commercial Bank, thus receiving the highest regard. In the room, a camera was set up, and everything was adequately prepared. Soon, everyone had arrived. Upon seeing Su Huasheng, the three uncles and aunts exhibited a flicker of uncertainty in their gazes, hesitant to meet his eyes. Meanwhile, Su Deling and the others were filled with curiosity, oblivious to the unfolding situation. All right, everyone is here. Let us address the matter at hand. Our Xingyao company has just been registered and may not turn a profit for a considerable time, or may even incur losses. Previously, I granted you shares, but I realize now that my consideration was insufficient. Uncles, today I have called you here to offer you another opportunity. This is President Zhou from the Industrial and Commercial Bank, and these two are officials from our Huasheng notary office. Do you see the contract on the table? This is a share transfer agreement, priced at 5 million RMB, Su Huasheng stated directly, causing everyone present to gasp in astonishment, their gazes fixed upon him. What does this mean? It means that by signing this contract, you can take away 5 million RMB today, effectively relinquishing your shares in exchange for immediate cash. If you choose not to accept this 5 million, you may retain your shares and wait for the company to generate profits. However, if it does not, you will have to face the consequences, Su Huasheng continued, and the atmosphere grew tense, especially among his three aunts, who appeared ravenous. Huasheng, you're not deceiving us, are you? The eldest aunt asked directly. Eldest aunt, would I need to deceive you? Xingyao Company is my registered enterprise. Frankly, if I didn't wish to give you money, it would be easy. I could simply refrain from injecting funds into the company, allowing it to exist as a shell with no repercussions, wasting only the few dozen yuan it cost to register. Su Huasheng's words made the air thick with anticipation. Li Chong, what are you waiting for? Sign it, or I will. The eldest aunt urged, pushing her husband forward to sign the contract. Eldest aunt, the shares belong to eldest uncle. Your signing is futile. It must be eldest uncle who signs, Su Huasheng remarked coldly, which only heightened the eldest aunt's urgency as she glared at Li Chong. Li Chong awkwardly glanced at Li Chong beside him. Sister, he called out, feeling uncomfortable. Brother, this is your matter. It has nothing to do with me. Since Huasheng has spoken, he will follow through. Li Chan's eyes were filled with disappointment, while Su Debao's expression was icy. Observing Li Chan's disdainful demeanor towards him, Li Chong swallowed hard but ultimately signed the document under the witness of a notary, with everything recorded, adhering to strict legal protocols. Once Li Chong completed his signature, President Zhou instructed the staff to proceed with the transfer. Upon witnessing 5 million RMB added to his account, Li Chong gasped, while the eldest aunt snatched the bankbook, nearly bursting with joy at the figure displayed. The other two uncles, seeing this spectacle, disregarded their previous embarrassment and promptly signed their names. For them, 5 million was the priority. Were the company shares truly worth 5 million? Don't be foolish. Second uncle, third uncle, fourth uncle, fifth uncle, what about you? Su Huasheng inquired after the three uncles signed. Huasheng, what would I do with such a sum? I am not in business, Su Deling quickly responded. Indeed, Huasheng, we have faith in you. Several uncles nodded in agreement. The aunts remained curiously silent, which intrigued Su Huasheng, leaving him wondering about the underlying reasons. Second aunt, will you not advise second uncle? Su Huasheng turned to second aunt Song Chui, aware of her penchant for seizing small advantages, though she was fundamentally kind-hearted. Huasheng, your second uncle is correct. What would we do with so much money? It would be unsettling to keep it home. Song Chui's words elicited a smile from Su Huasheng. It seemed there were reasons unknown to him. Nonetheless, regardless of their choices, Su Huasheng felt a sense of relief that his four uncles opted not to take the money. Very well, if that is the case. We shall conclude this matter here. By the way, eldest uncle, second uncle, third uncle, there is something I forgot to mention. Su Huasheng suddenly stood up, smiling as he spoke. The three uncles and aunts froze, clutching their bankbooks tightly, fearful that Su Huasheng might seize them. Uncles. The 5 million each of you holds is a gift from me, not a shared marital asset. In simple terms, this money does not belong to your marital property, but rather to you individually. Thus, should you divorce your aunts, they will not be entitled to this money during asset division. Uncles, earning money is not easy. This 5 million is no small sum. Su Huasheng's declaration caused the three aunts' faces to pale, while the three uncles' expressions shifted noticeably. Uncles, do you realize? In Huasheng, I have witnessed many wealthy businessmen keeping mistresses. These mistresses are stunning, akin to Hong Kong stars. and remarkably youthful. Indeed, it is quite akin to my own assistant. Su Huasheng pointed directly at Han Ing, causing her expression to grow cold. Meanwhile, the three uncles gazed at Han Ing, unable to resist swallowing hard as they compared her figure and beauty to that of their own wives, who appeared rather plain in comparison. Each of the three uncles swallowed again. With a beauty like her, offering them a mere 10,000 yuan a year would attract numerous such girls willing to accompany them. Obedient and compliant, never daring to raise their voices. They could assume any position desired, and even if they were to support 5 such mistresses, alternating daily and resting on weekends, 5 million could sustain them for a century. If they grew weary of one, they could simply cast her aside and replace her. Those wealthy men, often in their 50s or 60s, with protruding bellies and less than handsome appearances, were certainly less appealing than the likes of Han Ing. Life is but a fleeting journey, and at times, one must live for oneself. The most tragic fate is to pass away with unspent wealth, which is a most stifling thought. If one were to die prematurely, one's wife might remarry, spending the money earned on another man, perhaps even mistreating your children. How sorrowful! Su Huasheng shook his head. After his words echoed in the room, everyone stared wide-eyed, the three ants' faces paling in disbelief. Li Chan and Su Debao's appeared utterly bewildered. Even the usually composed Han Ing stared incredulously at Su Huasheng, thinking him rather audacious. Li Chang and his companions were stirred by Su Huasheng's remarks. Xiaosheng, what do you mean? The eldest ant inquired, visibly agitated. Aunt, I mean no offense. I merely want to remind my uncles that earning money is not easy. One should refrain from hasty expenditures. We've always said that money should be spent wisely. Is that not correct? Aunt, now that you have money, why not ask my uncle to buy you some beautiful clothes? Your current attire is rather outdated for someone of your age. If you neglect your appearance, what will you do if my uncle finds a mistress and stops coming home? Su Huasheng smirked coldly, shook his head, and exited the room. Mistress, how delightful! How fortunate it is to have wealth. When I am affluent, I shall also find a few, one to rest my head upon, another to hold me close, with 2 to massage my legs, and 2 to soothe my feet. Just imagining it brings such joy. Su Huasheng's voice reverberated throughout the room, akin to a devil's whisper, lingering long after he departed. Chapter 86. A Heartless Kill. Can you handle such wealth? Upon leaving the room, Su Huasheng's words continued to resonate. Can I take another look at the savings book? Li Chang swallowed hard, glancing at his wife. This prompted a drastic change in her demeanor as she clutched the savings book tightly. Li Chang, what are you planning? I will not give you the savings book. If you dare find a mistress, I will fight you to the death. The eldest ant declared, her eyes wide with panic. Lacking the usual authority, she wielded over Li Chang at home. I just want to take a look. I never mentioned finding one, Li Chang murmured, still under the pressure of his wife's formidable presence. However, things were different now. In the past, he would have remained silent in her presence. Dear gentlemen, please remember to safeguard the savings book. If it is truly lost, be sure to come to the bank immediately with your identification to report it. In fact, even if it is lost, it's not the end of the world. Others cannot withdraw money without it, and you can simply have it reissued. President Zhou stated with a smile. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three ants darkened considerably. Their gazes turned towards President Zhou with murderous intent, while the three uncles' eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Li Chan scoffed, her eyes filled with icy disdain. In that moment, she felt utterly disillusioned with her brothers. They were no longer the siblings she once knew. Some familial ties, as age advances, become irretrievable. Brothers, let me offer you a word of caution. Remember that wealth should not be flaunted. In this world, 5,000 yuan can purchase a life. Consider how many would be driven to madness by 5 million. Recently, a millionaire in Shun City was strangled to death by his wife while he slept, and she ran off with his money. To this day, the authorities have not apprehended her. It is all too common for wealth to breed enmity between fathers and sons, and for spouses to turn against each other. Many have lost their lives over money. Wealth is a double-edged sword. Sometimes, having the means to earn it but not the means to spend it can be even more tragic. Su Debao's words struck a chord, leaving the three ants visibly shaken, their expressions betraying not just anger but also fear. Su Debao's statement caused the three uncles to swallow hard, contemplating the implications of their newfound wealth. Father, I will take care of everything. You need not worry. Just be cautious, Li Chan said, casting a glance at her brothers before departing. Su Debeos chuckled and followed suit. 5 million is a substantial sum, but at times, too much money can be a cruel burden for ordinary people. Ungrateful wretches, son cui disdainfully remarked, casting a glance at Su Huasheng's 3 aunts before the Su family exited the room. Soon, the crowd dispersed from the bank. However, the 3 uncles and aunts, having received 5 million, felt as if countless thorns were pricking their hearts. The words of Su Huasheng and Su Debeos echoed in their minds like a curse. Especially for the 3 uncles, the sight of their 5 million made them ponder who might betray them for the sake of money. Wife, are you not tempted? Su Daling quietly asked his spouse upon leaving the bank. I am tempted, but being tempted is one thing. I am not foolish. Look at how Xiao Lu is faring now. He doesn't even need to share equity. What does that imply? It signifies that my brother and Xiao Sheng possess true capabilities. In that construction site, goodness, how much money must that require? We are of an age where we need to question the necessity of such wealth. Did not Xiao Sheng say that in the future, he would arrange for Xiao Feng and Xiao Wei to work in the company? Once they achieve success, how much will we truly need to spend? So nukui whispered, prompting a smile from Su Daling. To claim that 5 million does not stir desire would be disingenuous. In this era, who is not tempted? Nonetheless, over this period, the couple has witnessed the prowess of their elder brother and sister-in-law and their nephew. Most crucially, they had recently encountered Xiao Lu Su Dafei in Shin City. Although Su Dafei held no shares in the company, he was thriving in Hong Kong, declaring that 5 million was but a drop in the bucket. Had it not been for their father's intervention, they might have followed Su Dafei to Hong Kong. Su Dafei had arrived in Shin City with nothing, and his current success was entirely due to Su Huasheng's influence. As they departed after dinner, Su Dafei urged everyone to stay close to Xiao Sheng, to listen to their elder brother and Xiao Sheng, promising that they would never have to worry about food and clothing again. Su Dafei's triumph reassured the Su brothers, and at this moment, they sought to follow their elder brother, believing that if he feasted, they would at least partake in the broth. Once back in the car, Su Huasheng felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Although he had spent money, it was in a manner that brought him joy. He had long harbored disdain for the 3 aunts, and finally, he felt a sense of retribution. As for the 5 million, sometimes too much wealth can feel burdensome. Without the means to manage it, an unexpected fortune can lead to ruin for many. If they possess the ability and foresight to navigate business and finance, they would not rely solely on cash. What are you doing? Just as Su Huasheng closed the car door, he felt a sharp twist at his waist from Haning. You are the mistress. Haning shot a glare at Su Huasheng. Look, I was merely using an analogy. Furthermore, how could a concubine compare to your beauty? As Su Huasheng uttered these words, Han Ying's face flushed, and she instinctively reached out to pinch him. No, no, no. I misspoke. You are far more attractive than a concubine, he exclaimed, raising his hands defensively. Stop. It was an honest mistake. Please refrain from striking me again, or I might retaliate. In the vehicle, the two engaged in a playful exchange, prompting a faint smile to grace Zhao Feng's lips as he drove. A violent woman indeed. It's no wonder you remain single. Upon reaching the company, Su Huasheng alighted from the car and could not help but rub the inner thigh where he had been pinched. This violent woman, lacking in decorum, had dared to pinch such a sensitive area. How utterly ruthless. Observing Su Huasheng's grimacing expression, Han Ying wore a look of triumph, her lips curling into a victorious smile. Upon returning to the company, Su Huasheng immersed himself in work once more. The large-scale recruitment efforts by Huasheng Group were still ongoing. Although Su Huasheng had returned, the recruitment team remained busy. This recruitment drive extended beyond just Yanjing. It included prestigious universities from other regions as well. The total number of recruits aimed to reach several thousand, marking a significant initiative. Once these individuals arrived, merely arranging their employment would pose a substantial challenge. Furthermore, concerning the large aircraft project, all personnel needed to be properly accommodated. After all, the headquarters had yet to be completed, and once it was operational by the end of the year, matters would become considerably more convenient. However, Su Huasheng could not afford to wait until then. Time was money, and numerous projects required immediate initiation. Fortunately, the local government in Shenzhen placed great importance on Huasheng Group, making efforts to assist with office space and employee accommodations. At present, Huasheng Group had become a prominent enterprise in Shenzhen. Chapter 87. Walmart's Decision. A bold move ahead. As Su Huasheng busied himself, time slipped by in a flurry of activity. By the end of February, Robertson returned to Huasheng after some time in the United States, bringing with him good news. "Su, the board has approved our investment," he announced with a smile upon seeing Su Huasheng, who reciprocated the grin, recognizing the significance of this news. Sam had also arrived, his face beaming with joy, clearly indicating that his affairs had progressed favorably. In the conference room, the specifics of the negotiations commenced. After considerable discussion, the details of the joint venture were finalized. Huasheng Group and Walmart would establish a joint venture, jointly investing $2 billion, with Walmart holding a 51% stake and Huasheng Group holding 49%, with both parties contributing proportionately. The new company was aptly named Huasheng Group, with the trademark already registered by Walmart. The logo was elegantly designed, featuring a silver shield shape with the golden letters WS arranged vertically, exuding a sense of quality. Huasheng Group would be a comprehensive company, and upon its establishment, a series of subsidiaries would be created. The first subsidiary would be Huasheng Electronics, which would introduce two brands, one named Huasheng, targeting the high-end market, and another proposed by Su Huasheng to be named Robertson, aimed at the budget-conscious consumer. Robertson was particularly fond of the latter, especially as it bore his name. Su Huasheng suggested using a cartoonish representation of Robertson as the logo, to which Robertson enthusiastically agreed, appreciating the idea. Everyone possesses a sense of vanity, and Robertson was no exception. He aspired for his name to one day achieve the same iconic status as Ferrari or Lamborghini. "So, how about we make a bold move this time?" Robertson proposed with a smile, piquing Su Huasheng's curiosity. Walmart plans to establish dedicated sales areas for these two brands in all our stores, simultaneously renovating and launching them. With the advantages of our products, I am confident we will swiftly capture the market, attracting a multitude of customers. Therefore, we must ensure ample stock. I intend to allocate the entirety of our $2 billion investment for inventory, Robertson declared, leaving Su Huasheng astonished. The prospect of launching in all stores simultaneously was monumental, given that Walmart had over 500 outlets, an immense scale. Such a simultaneous launch represented a significant maneuver, one that many brands could only dream of. "Mr. Robertson, are you not concerned about this overwhelming inventory?" Su Huasheng could not help but inquire. "What is there to fear? It's merely $2 billion worth of goods. Besides, the burden falls on Walmart, not Huasheng Group. These goods are ordered by Walmart, not Huasheng. Initially, Walmart will need to pay a deposit to Huasheng, settling the balance upon delivery," Robertson explained with a smile, leaving Su Huasheng momentarily speechless. Observing Robertson, Su Huasheng marveled at the cleverness of capitalists, adept at transferring risk while ensuring profit. As long as Huasheng Group did not incur losses, it was inconsequential. After all, $2 billion in inventory was negligible for Walmart. Naturally, Su Huasheng welcomed such a large order. For Huasheng Group, the more orders, the better. The thought of this substantial order brought a smile to his face. "Mr. Robertson, the order poses no issue. We will produce to our utmost capabilities. Our industrial park is fully operational, with many facilities already in place. Once the order is placed, production will commence. Now, I believe we can discuss pricing," Su Huasheng stated with a smile, prompting Robertson to chuckle in agreement. Pricing was indeed paramount. Although Huasheng Group held a significant stake in Huasheng Group, the distinction remained clear. Huasheng was Huasheng, Huasheng was Huasheng, and Walmart was Walmart. Huasheng Group supplied Huasheng Group, which then supplied Walmart, and Walmart sold the products, necessitating two transactions before reaching consumers. Thus, pricing was crucial, encompassing not only the cost from Huasheng Group to Huasheng Group, but also from Huasheng Group to Walmart and from Walmart to consumers. Su Huasheng and Robertson engaged in price negotiations, and after thorough discussions, a preliminary pricing structure was established. The Huasheng brand's products, once rebranded as Huasheng, would be supplied at a reasonable cost to maintain a 50% profit margin for Huasheng Group. Huasheng Group would mark up the price by 30% for Walmart, which would then increase the retail price by approximately 30 to 40% for consumers. Given that the Huasheng brand already commanded higher production costs due to advanced technology and quality materials, the retail price would naturally rise further after passing through two hands. Nevertheless, Huasheng aimed at the high-end market, targeting affluent consumers. Provided the products were of sufficient quality, wealthy individuals would be willing to pay. Consequently, the retail price for identical products under the Huasheng brand might be half or even a third of that of the Huasheng brand. This exemplified the high-end market. Su Huasheng recalled a saying from Huawei: "Once a company flourishes, individuals from Huasheng could travel abroad with just a couple of products to sell, easily covering their travel expenses." He hoped Huasheng Group's products could achieve similar success. The Huasheng brand would capture substantial profits, while the Robertson brand would cater to smaller margins. The Xingyao brand from Huasheng Group would transform into the Robertson brand, maintaining a 20% profit margin, while Huasheng Group would retain 10%, with Walmart also taking around 10%. Thus, navigating through two transactions, the final retail price would be more than a third lower than comparable Japanese products. Moreover, the Xingyao brand boasted superior aesthetics, comparable quality, slightly more advanced technology, and extended warranties. Any discerning consumer would recognize the superior choice. Thin margins and high sales. First, eliminate the competition. After finalizing the pricing, Liu Boson and Su Huasheng both burst into laughter. With such a product, such pricing, and channels like Walmart, once these products are sold on a large scale, they will undoubtedly overshadow Japanese brands. As for American brands, they cannot even compete with Japanese ones. So dreaming of rivaling Huasheng is futile. In the United States, while there are many affluent individuals, there are even more impoverished ones. Otherwise, why would inexpensive Japanese electronics and vehicles sell so well in America? A $2 billion order is a significant deal for Huasheng Group. $1 billion for the Huasheng brand and another $1 billion for the Xingyao brand. In total, Huasheng brand can earn $500 million from its $1 billion worth of goods, while Xingyao can only make $200 million. Furthermore, the volume for Xingyao is even greater than that of Huasheng. This illustrates the disparity between high-end and low-end products. The low-end appears abundant, yet the actual profits are minimal, whereas the high-end, though limited in quantity, yields substantial earnings. This holds true only if Huasheng Group possesses core technology. Without it, reliance on external sourcing would diminish profits, with a mere 5% being considered commendable. Liu Boson departed, yet Shan Mu remained. At the airport, after bidding farewell to Liu Boson, Shan Mu and Su Huasheng exchanged glances. "My friend, thank you," Shan Mu said with a smile, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Chapter 88. A Gamble on America. $50 million on the presidential election. Mr. Shan, the presidential election is approaching next year, isn't it? Who do you favor? Liu Boson had left, yet Shan Mu stayed behind to manage subsequent matters. Huasheng Group resembles a shell company, lacking its own research and development department or sales channels. In the future, it merely needs to establish a factory, recruit some personnel, and affix a label. In a private dining room, Su Huasheng treated Shan Mu to Chinese cuisine. Su Huasheng's inquiry caught Shan Mu off guard. He did not anticipate Su Huasheng's interest in American politics. "I believe President Bush will likely secure re-election, as his achievements are commendable. Moreover, we have just won a war," Shan Mu reflected, noting that the current American president is the elder Bush. In Shan Mu's view, the elder Bush's chances of re-election are substantial, given that America recently triumphed in a war, with Iraq's withdrawal from Kuwait heralded as a great victory by the media, portraying it as a triumph for the elder Bush. Shan Mu's comments elicited a faint smile from Su Huasheng. Observing Su Huasheng's expression, Shan Mu was momentarily taken aback. "So, do you have a different perspective?" Shan Mu inquired curiously. While President Bush possesses numerous accomplishments, it does not guarantee his re-election. For the average American citizen, what matters may not be the success of wars, but rather the quality of their daily lives. A closer examination would reveal that the American economy has experienced some decline in recent years. Additionally, fiscal deficits have risen annually, and unemployment has increased significantly. In economic terms, President Bush's performance has been lackluster, and most notably, he is 67 years old this year, turning 68 next year. "He is quite aged," Su Huasheng remarked with a smile. "Does that have any bearing? Age brings experience. He is a seasoned politician," Shan Mu asserted, his eyes filled with skepticism. "Shan, if you were an ordinary American, struggling with your income over the past few years, your wife unemployed, and several children to support, while your president is preoccupied with the Soviet Union and proclaiming victories abroad, how would you feel? This question left Shan Mu momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. If, at that moment, a younger candidate emerged, one closer to your age, he would be youthful and vibrant. Instead of boasting about America's greatness, he would promise to improve living conditions, reform education and healthcare, boost employment, reduce medical expenses, and lower prices for a better quality of life. Whom would you choose? Upon hearing Su Huasheng's words, Shan Mu was utterly astonished. In that moment, he realized that if he were merely an ordinary citizen, he would undoubtedly favor the younger candidate. For the average person, when one struggles to put food on the table, who cares about international prowess or superiority over the Soviet Union? What matters is whether one's earnings increase, healthcare becomes more affordable, and jobs become accessible. Mr. Shan, engaging in business in America likely necessitates political investments as well. I believe Mr. Clinton, the chairman of the Democratic National Committee, could be a favorable candidate. I wish to place a small bet. If I lose, it is merely a financial loss, but if I win, the rewards could be unexpected, Su Huasheng proposed, causing Shan Mu to swallow hard. Looking up at Su Huasheng, he had never anticipated Su Huasheng would wager on the American election and its politics. It is worth noting that among the Chinese community Shan Mu knew, many were averse to political involvement, preferring to focus solely on business. So, what do you want me to do? Shan Mu asked, recognizing that, despite being the president of Huasheng, he was essentially an employee of Huasheng Group, the second largest shareholder of Huasheng. Mr. Shan, would you be willing to act as our representative in America? Su Huasheng asked earnestly. Upon hearing this, Shan Mu took a deep breath, realizing this could be his opportunity to earn significant profits. Su, we are friends, are we not? Helping each other is what friends do. Shan Mu replied, prompting a smile from Su Huasheng. Upon your return to America, please engage with Mr. Clinton in the name of Huasheng Company and Huasheng Group. I will personally provide you with $50 million. Use this money to assist Mr. Clinton's campaign. If he wins, the rewards will be plentiful. If not, it matters little. Even if Mr. Clinton does not become president, he remains the chairman of the Democratic National Committee and the governor of Arkansas. Consider it a chance to make a friend. Su Huasheng said with a smile. This statement caused Shan Mu to swallow hard. $50 million was a substantial sum. Investment, political investment. The Chinese tend to avoid political involvement when conducting business abroad. The rationale is simple. In China, merchants who engage in politics often meet disastrous ends. However, in capitalist nations like Europe and America, affluent tycoons and corporations actively participate in politics. The Republican and Democratic parties in America are fundamentally two organizations composed of different interest groups. Each election is essentially a contest between these factions. When one side wins, the subsequent years may bring significant benefits to their enterprises. Conversely, if their side loses, certain policies may become unfavorable. This is why Western elections, particularly in America, are so costly. They are backed by wealthy elites, and the essence of campaigning is a competition of financial resources. In truth, Su Huasheng did not wish to involve himself in such matters. He preferred to conduct business honestly. Yet, considering the impending international situation, he could not help but feel concerned. The individual known as Ku Shuai is no lightweight, particularly unfriendly toward China. If initial investments are not made and funds are not provided to him, he may very well cause unforeseen troubles upon assuming office. Now, let Sam engage with him earlier and provide him with some financial support. When the time comes, even if there are intentions to manipulate Huasheng or Huasheng, one must weigh the consequences carefully in their heart. A president who takes drastic measures against their major benefactor after assuming office, one must be prepared for the repercussions. Chapter 89. Huasheng's American Agent. Super cathode ray tube factory in the room. Sam swallowed hard. This was a high-stakes gamble, $50 million, a staggering sum in this era. What does this figure signify? In the 1992 U.S. presidential election, one of the reasons for George H.W. Bush's loss was the emergence of a disruptor. This disruptor was the independent candidate Ross Perot, a wealthy American with a personal fortune of $2.5 billion, ranking 20th among American billionaires at the time. Perot contributed $60 million to his campaign fund. The U.S. presidential race is a clash of capital, and with his wealth, Perot performed remarkably well, capturing 20% of the popular vote, making him the first independent candidate in U.S. history to achieve such a feat. Later analyses suggested that most of the votes Perot received would have gone to Bush indicating that Perot's candidacy siphoned votes away from Bush, facilitating Clinton's smooth ascent to the presidency. Whether this was indeed the case, Huasheng could not ascertain. However, he believed that as a mere butterfly in history, he likely could not significantly alter its trajectory. Thus, as long as there were no major deviations in historical trends, Clinton's election as president seemed inevitable. Sending out 50 million at this moment in 1991 would not merely be an embellishment, but rather a lifeline in the cold. After all, as the election campaign began next year, few held confidence in Clinton. Hardly anyone believed he could defeat Bush. In the eyes of many, during the 1992 election, Bush's re-election appeared nearly assured. He had just triumphed in the Cold War, effectively dismantling the Soviet Union, an extraordinary achievement. Additionally, Bush had served for 8 years as vice president under Reagan, boasting significant administrative experience, while Clinton was merely a fledgling, having served as governor of the small southern state of Arkansas for a decade, lacking any experience at the national level. Yet the ultimate outcome astonished everyone. Bush was unexpectedly defeated by the younger Clinton, leaving all in shock. Sam, in the future, our Huasheng group will register several subsidiaries in the United States, and at that time, you may acquire a share. I cannot guarantee vast wealth, but becoming a billionaire should not pose a challenge. Huasheng stated with a smile, his face radiating confidence. This was a reward for Sam. As long as he executed this matter well, he could indeed become a billionaire. Upon hearing this, Sam took a deep breath, his hands trembling. A billionaire. Although he was currently the president of Huasheng, he was still far from that status. After all, he possessed no shares in Huasheng, only drawing a salary, which amounted to merely several $100,000 a year. However, if he could hold shares in the companies registered by Huasheng Group in the future, the scenario would be entirely different. Sam was acutely aware of Huasheng Group's remarkable capabilities. Rest assured, I will handle this matter diligently. Sam replied earnestly. Huasheng not dead? Raising his glass, and both smiled, filled with anticipation for the future. With the matters of Huasheng Group settled, Huasheng Group became thoroughly immersed in its endeavors. The already constructed industrial zone saw a continuous influx of vehicles, as a multitude of production equipment ordered by Huasheng Group was delivered for installation and debugging. During the procurement of equipment, numerous intriguing incidents occurred. Many domestic manufacturers' equipment simply could not meet Huasheng Group's stringent standards, leading to astonishment within the industry regarding Huasheng Group's approach. Instead of spending money to import better equipment from abroad, Huasheng Group brought both technical data and funds to invest in the domestic manufacturers, directly collaborating to develop new equipment that would meet their requirements. This innovative approach was unprecedented. For instance, Huasheng Group ordered cathode ray tube production equipment from domestic manufacturers. Currently, domestic equipment was inadequate, but with funds and technical specifications, new equipment emerged in just 3 months. This audacious strategy was orchestrated by Huasheng himself. Armed with extensive technical knowledge and financial resources, he preferred to invest domestically rather than purchase expensive foreign machinery. While other companies might encounter obstacles, Huasheng Group, being listed, faced little issue as long as the entities involved were not overly sensitive. Moreover, many companies in the country had initiated restructuring into shareholding systems. Huasheng Group had frequently utilized this method to acquire stakes in various enterprises. However, Huasheng Group's investments were non-controlling, merely securing a share to safeguard its supply chain, with the paramount goal of aiding these enterprises in producing the necessary equipment. Once these enterprises were invested in by Huasheng Group, they underwent a transformation, gaining both technology and capital, significantly enhancing their product competitiveness. Their products could not only supply Huasheng Group, but also cater to other companies and even be exported for foreign exchange. Hence, many domestic enterprises eagerly anticipated being recognized by Huasheng Group. Furthermore, when Huasheng Group ordered equipment, components, and raw materials, payments were made directly in U.S. dollars, which thrilled these enterprises. They had not anticipated that supplying domestic companies could yield foreign exchange. This was exhilarating. A series of audacious maneuvers had significantly elevated Huasheng Group's reputation within the industry. It was widely recognized for its wealth, technological prowess, and U.S. dollars, leading many to seek business dealings with Huasheng. This is our cathode ray tube production facility. Currently, we have installed 2 production lines, each capable of producing 2 million cathode ray tubes of various sizes annually. We have ordered 20 such lines, and by the end of the year, all will be operational, granting our factory an annual production capacity of 40 million cathode ray tubes. Inside the factory, Cheng Jie was presenting the production line to Su Huasheng. At this moment, Cheng Jie felt a twinge of apprehension. As the head of this factory, he deemed this production capacity excessive. An annual output of 40 million tubes seemed implausible. Even if it were 40 million, it was still a staggering figure, especially considering the numerous other color tube manufacturers in the country. Although Huasheng's television production had already reached the highest global output, exceeding 20 million units annually, Cheng Jie believed that not all brands would utilize their cathode ray tubes. In short, an annual production of 40 million tubes seemed an overly ambitious leap. However, he was not the owner. Whatever the owner decided, he would follow, as it was not his money being spent. Observing Cheng Jie's expression, Su Huasheng chuckled. Indeed, 40 million tubes is indeed an extravagant figure. Yet, from Su Huasheng's perspective, this capacity posed no issues. The cathode ray tubes produced by their factory differed fundamentally from those made by other manufacturers. Huasheng Group's cathode ray tubes represented not merely a new generation, but several generations ahead. Currently, Huasheng Group held an astounding number of patents on cathode ray tubes, as Su Huasheng had registered patents for nearly all future innovations in cathode ray tube technology. Regardless of whether it is a flat, rectangular tube, a cylindrical tube, or more advanced flat and short-neck tubes, all these patents are currently held by the Huasheng Group. This includes various patent schemes, whether it be Sony's Trinitron or Mitsubishi's Diamondtron. They have all been preemptively registered by Su Huasheng. It can be stated without hesitation that, unless other manufacturers directly enter the LCD era, in the realm of cathode ray tubes, all future enterprises globally will have to heed the Huasheng Group's authority. This is the confidence that enables Su Huasheng to construct a factory with an annual output of 40 million cathode ray tubes. Even if they invest heavily to hasten the advent of the LCD era, they will eventually discover with dismay that even in the LCD era, they will still be subject to the technological patents of the Huasheng Group. The current objective for the Huasheng Group is straightforward: to reign as the sovereign of display technology globally. Whether it be televisions or computer monitors, Su Huasheng harbors grand ambitions. He aims to retain this industry within Huaxia, aspiring for the Huasheng Group to emerge as the true iron-fisted ruler of this sector, instilling fear in foreign enterprises to the extent that they dare not even venture into this industry. This encapsulates Su Huasheng's ambition. The display market is a vast arena worldwide, and with the advancement of technology, this market will only expand further. Televisions, computers, mobile phones, wearable devices, and more will all necessitate displays in the future. This market is set to grow larger and increasingly sophisticated. The profits this market can yield in the future are substantial, particularly with the arrival of the smartphone era. The initial cost of a phone screen was exorbitant. It was only after domestic screens began to rise that prices started to decrease. Nevertheless, high-end screens remain shockingly expensive. For instance, the cost of replacing a small screen for an Apple phone can reach 1 or 2,000 yuan. This price could easily purchase a decent domestic phone. Foreign enterprises reap enormous profits from this high-end screen market, siphoning off vast sums from Huaxia annually. Su Huasheng's current strategy is rather simple. In the future, he intends to utilize this advantage to exploit foreign competitors while simultaneously undermining the national fortunes of countries like Japan and South Korea. He aims to seize their market share in electronics, automobiles, and shipbuilding. Su Huasheng is eager to witness a future where Japan and South Korea lack these industries and question what sectors they will gamble on next. The dogs that the United States has nurtured in the Asia-Pacific region must be gradually eliminated. When these dogs are gone, it will be intriguing to see what methods the United States will employ to stifle Huaxia's development. Progress must be made step by step, with each move on the chessboard executed with care. Chapter 90. No suffering is greater than education. The employee school of Huasheng Group. How is the preparation for the school progressing? Within the employee school of considerable scale located in the Huasheng Industrial Park, Su Huasheng is inspecting the establishment. Currently, the construction of the school is nearly complete, with only a few remaining tasks to be finalized before it can be fully operational by June. Faculty recruitment and training are underway, ensuring a smooth start for the autumn semester. Chow Min is the head of the employee school, overseeing all 4 campuses of the school. The 4 campuses consist of the Huasheng Industrial Zone Kindergarten, Huasheng Industrial Zone Primary School, Huasheng Industrial Zone Middle School, and Huasheng Industrial Zone High School. All 4 schools are situated within the same area, albeit categorized as distinct institutions. Within the Huasheng group, there are actually 2 employee schools, one directly under the industrial zone and the other under the Huasheng group. The enrollment criteria for these 2 schools differ. The employee school under the industrial zone admits the children of ordinary workers employed in the factories of the industrial zone. As long as one works in the industrial zone, their children are eligible to attend the employee school. In contrast, the Huasheng group's direct school only admits children of employees at the P3 level and above. The Huasheng group has established an internal employee grading system. For instance, regular workers in the factories of the industrial park are nominally employees of the Huasheng group, but they start at P1 level, which is the lowest tier. The recruitment of these employees typically requires minimal qualifications, as long as they are healthy and able-bodied. They can be hired. Many of these workers may only stay for a short time, as they are ordinary factory laborers. If one remains stable in the factory for 3 years, they will be promoted to P2 level, which comes with an increase in salary and benefits. Should they ascend to managerial positions or demonstrate significant contributions, they can achieve P3 level. Without such capabilities, they must work in the factory for 5 years to reach P3 level. This outlines the promotion pathway for ordinary factory workers. However, if one is recruited by the Huasheng group through campus recruitment or other channels, they will start at P3 level. The rationale behind establishing 2 employee schools is straightforward: to distinguish between different employee tiers. While it is often said that everyone is equal, true equality is unattainable in society. Even public schools differentiate between key institutions. To attend a prestigious school, certain conditions must be met. In this world, equality is a myth. Though it may sound harsh, it reflects reality. Senior researchers at the Huasheng Research Institute earn substantial incomes and make significant contributions to the company. Why should a newly hired factory worker expect the same benefits as them? Why should their children attend the same school as those of highly skilled employees? These talented individuals, even if they do not join the Huasheng group, would likely have their children enrolled in prestigious schools elsewhere, while your child may attend an ordinary rural school. Society has its hierarchies, a reality acknowledged yet unspoken across nations. For example, in developed countries in Europe and America, wealthy children will never share a school with those from impoverished backgrounds. This is the harsh truth. Thus, the Huasheng group, in maintaining 2 employee schools, conforms to this societal norm. It is a commendable effort. After all, few companies establish employee schools. The 2 employee schools differ in quality, akin to comparing a regular school to a prestigious one, with discernible disparities in educational standards. However, relatively speaking, the employee school within the industrial zone of the Huasheng group offers a commendable education, often surpassing many prestigious schools outside. In this era, educational expenditure in Huasheng is limited, resulting in many schools operating under severe conditions. The prevailing educational paradigm is largely examination-oriented, and in many areas, even kindergartens are non-existent. The Huasheng group's industrial zone school encompasses education from kindergarten through high school, incorporating both examination-oriented and quality education. The Huasheng group has even established an educational research department, with Su Huasheng providing valuable resources for the school to formulate corresponding curricula aimed at enhancing educational quality. Both the industrial zone school and the Huasheng group's direct school adopt a small class system, with class sizes capped at 55 students. In this era, such small class sizes are quite rare, given that many schools have classes with 70 to 80 students, and even over 100 in some cases. Moreover, if a student excels in the industrial zone school, they may have the opportunity to transfer to the Huasheng group's direct school. Particularly in middle and high school, both institutions will establish elite classes, gathering high-achieving students. In this age, there is no prohibition against forming elite classes. Su Huasheng believes that consolidating academically proficient students into elite classes is indeed a commendable approach. This initiative aims to provide a superior learning environment, enabling individuals to enhance their education and ultimately gain admission to prestigious universities. Within a classroom, it often takes just one disruptive element to undermine the collective learning experience. A few unruly children can indeed have a significant impact on their peers, as cultivating good behavior is far more challenging than succumbing to bad influences. Su Huasheng witnessed numerous such instances during his own school days. As he walked through the school, he nodded approvingly at the various buildings. The institution is expansive, featuring spacious and well-lit classrooms, a vast sports field, and a clean cafeteria. Furthermore, dormitories have been available since elementary school, allowing children to reside on campus if their parents are unable to provide transportation. The school also boasts a large library and numerous recreational facilities, including a swimming pool. Most notably, from elementary school onwards, computer labs have been integrated into the curriculum. This level of resource allocation is, if not unique, certainly rare in contemporary Huasheng. It is important to recognize that in this era, even many organizations consider computers to be invaluable assets. Such disparities arise from the advantages of wealth. Moreover, these computers are produced by the company itself. What may be exorbitant costs for others are merely reasonable expenses for Huasheng Group. Introducing children to computers at an early age broadens their horizons and equips them to understand technology and the internet ahead of their peers, potentially unveiling greater opportunities upon graduation. Preparations are in full swing in the industrial zone, which is poised for a substantial recruitment drive. In due course, this area will flourish, heralding a new era for Huasheng Group. Chapter 91. The gathering of aviators. Upon concluding his school inspection, Su Huasheng arrived at the Huasheng Aviation Office building. Entering the building, he was immediately struck by the lively atmosphere. Su Zong has arrived. Hello, Su Zong. Greetings, Su Zong. I am from Shanfei. As soon as Su Huasheng appeared, he was encircled by a throng of individuals, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Esteemed teachers and seniors, it is a pleasure to meet you. Let us converse at a leisurely pace. Su Huasheng promptly responded. Since the initiation of the Y-20 project, the aerospace sector in Huasheng has been abuzz with excitement. With financial backing and shared technology, this opportunity cannot be overlooked, especially for those who have been economically strained in recent years. Consequently, whether from Chengfei, Shanfei, or Shangfei, individuals involved in engines, aircraft, or materials have all flocked to him. In recent days, they have engaged in detailed discussions about the Y-20 project, while Su Huasheng has consistently provided them with pertinent materials, elevating their expectations for the initiative. Thus, upon seeing Su Huasheng today, they eagerly converge around him, recognizing him as a substantial benefactor. Su Zong, Su Zong. Suddenly, a middle-aged man intercepted Su Huasheng, who regarded him with curiosity. Su Zong, does your company manufacture rockets? If not rockets, then missiles would suffice. We can handle those too, the man whispered, his face alight with anticipation. Su Huasheng found this amusing. Why would I want to manufacture such things? Producing aircraft is one thing. The nation would surely not abandon that. While I could transport goods, what purpose would missiles or rockets serve? Surely, I cannot use them for deliveries. Su Zong, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lu Miao, from the Aerospace Industry Department. Lu Miao hastily introduced himself, prompting a moment of surprise from Su Huasheng. The Aerospace Industry Department is a formidable entity, serving as the precursor to what will become Huasheng Aerospace Technology Company, Limited. It is home to numerous influential figures, and Su Huasheng had never dared to encroach upon their territory, given its status as the core of Huasheng's strategic missile production. Mr. Lu, is your department in need of funding? Su Huasheng could not resist inquiring. Indeed, we are in dire need of funds. Who isn't in this time? When it comes to finances, even a super agency like the Aerospace Industry Department is not exempt, Lu Miao candidly replied. Could we discuss this further later? I have some matters to attend to, Su Huasheng suggested with a smile. Of course, I shall await your availability, Lu Miao nodded, his eyes glimmering with hope. He had come here to test his luck and see if any opportunities might arise. As for confidentiality concerns, it was evident that Huasheng Aviation was engaged in significant projects. A glance at the attendees of the meeting and the state-of-the-art security measures outside the factory revealed that Huasheng Aviation had transcended the realm of a mere private enterprise. Many of its endeavors were now classified. The conference room buzzed with excitement once more as everyone gazed at the grand presentation. We are honored to have you all here today. Your presence is a privilege for Huasheng Aviation and Huasheng Group. Su Huasheng beamed, surveying the esteemed crowd. These individuals are titans in the field, and with their talents combined with his technical resources, The progress of the Y-20 project is bound to accelerate significantly compared to the original timeline. As the meeting convened, Su Huasheng provided a brief overview, after which Cheng Yushi took the helm. The Y-20 project has been subdivided into numerous teams, including those focused on engines, avionics, onboard radar, fuselage structures, materials, and landing gear. There is even a dedicated group for the tires. The technological challenges facing this large aircraft are numerous. Yet breakthroughs in these areas will substantially enhance the technical reserves of all participating entities. In essence, Huasheng Group is financially enabling this collective research and development endeavor. This is a unique initiative previously organized by the state, now transformed into a private enterprise with greater financial resources. The remuneration for those participating in the research is notably generous, making the prospect of working here an enticing opportunity. For Su Huasheng, the situation has simplified considerably. His role primarily involves financial investment, although he must still extract pertinent information from his extensive resources. Given the volume of data, he can only selectively share the most critical materials, as even typing them up requires considerable time. More often than not, he contributes to discussions by setting overarching directions and guiding the discourse. The successful development of this aircraft will yield substantial benefits for Huasheng Group. While many technologies may remain classified and not suitable for civilian use, some innovations can be adapted for the civilian market. For instance, composite materials used in the fuselage, upon overcoming technical hurdles, could be applied in civilian industries. Moreover, even if certain technologies are not directly applicable to civilian markets, they can be modified to produce suitable alternatives. To illustrate, the various material technologies involved in engine production could generate significant economic value if transitioned to civilian applications. This project will not only advance the aircraft manufacturing industry, but will also have a ripple effect across various sectors of Huasheng's manufacturing landscape, necessitating precision machining, advanced welding techniques, and cutting-edge CNC machinery for the production of components. The technology in question is something that certain foreign nations do not possess, and even if they do, they would never sell it to Huasheng, as it falls under technology and equipment embargoes. For instance, advanced machine tools, particularly 5-axis CNC machines, are absolutely not for sale to Huasheng by the West. What should be done? The solution is straightforward. Invest significantly in research and development to achieve technological breakthroughs. After all, the manufacture of large aircraft is not a process that can be completed in a day or two. The entire Y-20 project, from research and development to formal delivery, typically spans a decade or two. This is the remarkable nature of cutting-edge equipment. Its significance lies not only in its inherent prowess, but also in its capacity to elevate entire industries, a phenomenon that can indeed be described as industrial upgrading. The Y-20 project could genuinely catalyze a significant transformation in Huasheng's manufacturing sector, which is no exaggeration. This type of large aircraft embodies the pinnacle of manufacturing technology, and mastering its production will facilitate advancements in numerous other technological devices. Chapter 92, A Super Business Proposal. Dare to engage in satellite navigation systems? Director Liu, is your Ministry of Aviation truly in such dire financial straits? After the meeting concluded, Su Huasheng and Lu Miao entered an office, prompting Su Huasheng to inquire curiously. Director Su, which department in our nation is not lacking in funds? Even our Ministry of Aerospace is in need. Many projects cannot be initiated due to financial constraints. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here seeking a stroke of luck, Lu Miao lamented. Upon hearing this, Su Huasheng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. If that is the case, I have a substantial business proposition that I wonder if your ministry would dare to accept. Lu Miao's interest was immediately piqued. What kind of business? How large? Su Huasheng raised a single finger. 100 million? Lu Miao quickly asked, swallowing hard the prospect. No, it is 1 billion, and in US dollars, Su Huasheng declared. Upon hearing this, Lu Miao's eyes widened, and his entire body trembled with disbelief. A business worth $1 billion was beyond the wildest dreams of their Ministry of Aerospace. Lu Miao swallowed again and looked up at Su Huasheng. Director Lu, you have heard of satellite navigation systems, correct? Su Huasheng's my GPS? Lu Miao responded, to which Su Huasheng nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it represents a colossal market globally. Beyond military applications, the civilian sector is immense. All modes of transportation can benefit from it, not just ships and airplanes, but also automobiles and future mobile phones. The integration of satellite navigation systems with navigation maps can greatly enhance the convenience of travel. For instance, when we venture out and need directions to an unfamiliar locale, satellite navigation systems can eliminate that necessity entirely. Huasheng elaborated on the civilian applications of satellite navigation systems. The civilian market for navigation systems is vast, especially looking ahead. While future navigation maps may appear free, users have essentially already paid for them, whether it be chip manufacturers or navigation map service providers. They must remit service fees to GPS and VCD, not to mention the various high-end positioning devices utilized in aircraft, ships, and freight vehicles. This market is valued in the trillions. Although the initial investment is substantial, the long-term yields are considerable. In the original timeline, Longwa began to develop the VCD system in 2006. At that time, the European Union compelled Longwa to introduce the Galileo navigation system under the pretext of public safety, rendering years of investment ineffective. It was then that Longwa realized the importance of self-reliance and began to vigorously advance its own navigation system. It wasn't until June 23, 2020, that all 55 satellites of the VCD satellite navigation system were successfully launched, marking the completion of a project that required an investment of $12 billion and spanned 26 years. The journey was arduous, fraught with challenges and heartache. Now, Huasheng seeks to expedite this timeline significantly, facilitating a smoother process and empowering Longwa with greater leverage in this domain. Furthermore, possessing a satellite navigation system at an earlier stage holds tremendous significance for Longwa's military advancements. Director Liu, should you choose to accept this business proposition, once the entire system is developed, we will transfer the system to the state. We will relinquish military functionalities, focusing solely on the civilian market, Huasheng stated plainly. By entrusting the complete system to the state while the Huasheng Group retains the civilian sector, this deal appears advantageous for the Ministry of Aerospace. After all, the funding will come from Huasheng Group, and their intention is purely for civilian applications. This is hardly unreasonable. In the room, Lu Miao was left speechless by Huasheng's proposition. The enormity of this business opportunity left him feeling overwhelmed. Director Su, I need to return for a moment, Lu Miao finally said after a lengthy silence. This business proposition was monumental, and Lu Miao could not make a decision on his own. He needed to consult with his organization to gauge their willingness to pursue this endeavor. Very well, Huasheng responded with a smile. Success is contingent upon human effort. As for whether the Ministry of Aerospace will accept this business, we will have to wait and see. If they do, Huasheng will endeavor to reap the rewards. If not, that is also acceptable, as the company currently has ample projects to manage. Without wasting a moment, Lu Miao returned to his unit at breakneck speed. After reporting the matter, the Ministry of Aerospace erupted in excitement.